You don't have any in your own house, do you? You have to steal my chickens. Let me catch you and chop your hands and claws off. Funereal thing. I said who knows. Don't you paralyzed there pretend to be confused. Steal my family chicken. Why don't you crunch and choke you to death? So adults have hands and feet. Just know how to steal is it? No wonder there is a mother born but not a father raised. Inside a small, dilapidated straw house, Chen Feng listened to the voices of the women pointing and cursing outside the house. He had slept well at home, completely unaware of what had happened, and had come here with his eyes open. It wasn't long before a memory flooded into his mind and he realized what had happened. This is a parallel world similar to the previous world. Everything is similar to the previous world, except those familiar people are missing. The world, however, is in a serious financial crisis, with unemployment as high as 78% and wages several times lower than before. Today's graduating college students, 100 people break their heads to grab a dozen jobs that pay a mere $1,200, and the rest, in addition to earning their own living, have to stay home and chew on their old age. Unfortunately, Chen Feng is a college student who just graduated last year. He had thought that after he graduated, he could make it big and bring his own mother to a good life. I did not expect the reality gave him a heavy blow. Chen Feng has been devastated. Smoking and drinking every day, turned into a village street skulk. Every day blindly muddle through the day. Finally, yesterday, I drank half a pound of white wine in pain, over chicken from nowhere, and drank myself straight to death. Just as he was still in a daze, a voice rang in his head. Detecting the host's successful traversal, the gold digger system is open. Detecting metals, gold, silver, upgradable. Detection radius, 3 meters, upgradable. Detection depth, 20 centimeters, upgradable. Other functions, not open yet. System upgrades require money value, which is equal to the money exchanged for the metals the host has panned. Chen Feng studied the system for a good half day before he realized what was going on with it. Simply put, a system can help him pan for gold, and pan for gold to sell the money. They will get the same amount of points, and then take the points to upgrade the system. This is a ing way to make yourself a gold digger, said Chen Feng as he stroked his chin. He had only watched others panning for gold on TV in his previous life, and never thought that one day he would become a gold prospector himself. Just as he was still rambling, there was the sound of walking outside the door, and the next moment someone opened the door and came in. A woman walked in. Her clothes were old but clean, and even though the years had left their mark on her face, it was vaguely obvious that she had been an uncompromisingly beautiful woman in her youth. She is Chen Feng's mother, Lu Ping. The two people looked at each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lu Ping finally sighed, with heartache in her eyes, and began to pack up the cigarette boxes and wine bottles on the bed. Old Wang's chicken. You stole it, right? Lu Ping took the garbage basket and said. Chen Feng looked at the dishpan with chickens on the Kong and said after a moment of silence, would you believe me if I said it wasn't me? What's the use if I believe it or not? The old Wang family has to believe it. And if you didn't steal it, none of our chickens are missing. Where did you get the chicken on your bed? Lu Ping looked at Chen Feng and asked helplessly. It's, probably couldn't think straight and committed suicide. Chen Feng snorted. He hadn't crossed over for 10 minutes, and he was carrying a big black pot, so who was he going to talk to about it? Alas, don't steal it in the future. I know you're taking revenge on the Wang family's daughter-in-law because she's chewing your tongue behind your back and you're angry at her. Let her say it if she wants to, just pretend you don't know. You can't lose a piece of meat anyway. Lu Ping brought a rag, drove Chen Feng off the ground and started wiping the bed. By the way, your great-uncle called me yesterday. Lu Ping turned her head to look at Chen Feng. Mentioning his great-uncle, Chen Feng recalled this person in his mind. He was his own uncle, his own mother's brother. The guy has a bit of an ego, especially inflated after his son got a job that pays $2,000 a month. Every time he mentioned it, he would praise his son and then educate Chen Feng severely in the tone of an elder, especially his own mother. More often than not, he was lectured, saying that she spoiled herself. Spoiled son like killing a son. Chen Feng is wasted in the future. You will have regrets later that day, and so on and so forth. His own mother was admonished in front of him at every turn inside repeatedly. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he remembered his great-uncle's smug, superior face. Why do you keep blathering about your own family's business? It's none of your business. What did that grifter say? Chen Feng said without a trace of anger when he brought it up. Lu Ping sniffed back and couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with a grumble on her face as she opened her mouth. You child, after all, he is your great-uncle, and for your own good, how can you be so ungrateful and call him a grifter? I don't know who you learned from. After saying that, Lu Ping paused for a moment, sighed and said, that grizzly said, to find a job for you, on his son's staff as a security guard, $800 a month, but also better than your daily idleness. Chen Feng couldn't help but snort lightly at his words and said with a somewhat mocking smile, "Is he doing that for my own good? Isn't that his son being the head of security and not being able to recruit anyone for $800 a month? Remembering me? I'm just going to go up to someone else's and make 600. And I'm not going to go under his son and make that 800. If we do go, then he'll be preaching to death later." Lu Ping also understands this reasoning. Just Chen Feng at home like this is not a thing. She didn't expect Chen Feng to make much money. Even if she just had something to do, it was still better than staying home every day and drinking. Actually, what your great uncle said is also reasonable. Or else go and work for 2 months? Lu Ping couldn't help but advise. Forget it, I'll figure things out on my own. Chen Feng shook his head and refused. Now that he had the system, what was there to be a security guard for? At that time, not to mention 800 a month, even 800 a day is easy. Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Lu Ping never forced Chen Feng to do anything, since he didn't want to go even if, when the time came to find something else to do also. Right, Mom, give me some money. Chen Feng thought about it and opened his mouth. Even if he hasn't done it, he's seen it. Panning for gold requires a metal detector, and a host of gear. Now they have nothing. Cannot be empty-handed gold. Always have to purchase a set of tools. Did you finish spending the money you were given last time? Lu Ping said as she looked at Chen Feng somewhat helplessly. Chen Feng sniffed and scratched his head a bit embarrassed. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to ask for money from his family at such a big age. Save your money, drink less wine. It's not a good thing. Lu Ping pulled out some paper tickets from her pocket and checked a few and handed them to Chen Feng. Chapter 2, What the hell? You want to raid the house? 120 and 3 tens for a total of 50. Just from the house alone. You can also tell that Chen Feng's family is not in good condition. Lu Ping relies on raising some poultry and planting some land to make a living. And there are times when other people are recruiting laborers. And she will go to work for a few days for $50 a day. You can't be idle all year round. But you only earn about $15,000. Besides daily expenses plus what Chen Feng spends, there's not much left. Mom, I want 3,000. Chen Feng took the $50 and opened his mouth to say with some difficulty, "What the hell? How much do you want?" Lu Ping sniffed at Chen Feng's shocked eyes and looked at him with disbelief. 3,000. What are you going to do? You're going to kill me. Lu Ping had rejection written all over her face. There was no way she would give it to him. 50 is a lot. Enough to last him for days. If he really gave him 3,000, then I guess he won't come home for the next half a month. And he will come back only when Huahua is gone. No, Mom, I want to go panning for gold with the village, so I mustn't buy a set of equipment. Odds and ends add up to an estimated 3,000. Chen Feng knew that Lu Ping thought he was going to squander money. That's why he was so shocked. After he finished he added, "This 3,000 when I borrowed it from you. I'll give it to you when I earn money." Lu Ping sniffed with a skeptical face and said, "Really? You're really going to pan for gold? Not just spend it?" "Of course it's true. I also feel that I can't squat like this anymore." Chen Feng nodded seriously. Panning for gold. When it comes to panning for gold, Lu Ping can't help but be a little hesitant. The village does have some people panning for gold, and there aren't that many temporary workers because of the bad economy. So they come up with a lucrative offshoot, which is to take a metal detector and go to the abandoned gold mine next door and pan for gold. Everyone holds a dream that they can pan for gold bricks and get rich overnight, but unfortunately almost everyone comes back with some scrap metal every day. Every once in a while, someone can find a single grain of gold, and it's enough to get excited for half a month. But in reality, the average gold miner earns just $300 or $400 a month. But because everyone has the dream of striking gold tomorrow, there are still a lot of people in this business who are happy even if the income is very low. Son, this business is too unstable. It's no different from gambling. Otherwise you'd better find a stable job. A lot of people in our village bought equipment, and in the end they quit without earning back their capital. Lu Ping is afraid of Chen Feng is 3 days hot, and finally do not want to do and lose several thousand. And this line is too unstable. Sounds as if you can find a big gold brick, but in fact, there is no tomorrow, is not a permanent solution. Mom, trust me for once. I'm serious this time, and I'm sure it's not a 3-day fever. Chen Feng knew what she was worried about. After all, $3,000 was really not a small amount for his family. It was all saved up bit by his own mother, who worked odd jobs for people and went to the fields in the summer to weed and plant. In a hot days, Lu Ping saw that Chen Feng did not look like a joke this time, pursed her lips and hesitated for half a day, and finally went to her house and took out a red cloth bag. She came back and opened the red cloth in front of Chen Feng and counted the $100 bills inside, 2,009 in all. She took some more change out of her pocket and scraped together $100. Clutching the $3,000 in her hand, Lu Ping looked at Chen Feng and said with good intentions, "Eldest son, fight for Mom, Don't take the money and spend it frivolously. Do a good job. You know it kills me every time your great uncle talks about you in front of me. I want to hold my head up in front of him, too, in front of a bunch of relatives. But it's not like I can do anything about it. And I know it's hard for you too. So I usually don't talk about you. I don't dare to eat or drink every day. For what? It's not just so you can hold your head up in front of your relatives. They always say they shouldn't have spoiled you, that it's right to leave you at the factory. But I always feel that my son won't be so decrepit, and that one day he will be able to excel and hold up this family. You. As she spoke, Lu Ping's eyes moistened. No one knew how hard it was for her, a woman no different from a widow, to bring up Chen Feng, and the bitterness involved. And Chen Feng's eyes turned red as he listened to Lu Ping's words, at a time when the whole world thought Chen Feng was ruined. Only his mother Lu Ping still foolishly believed that Chen Feng would one day wake up and become successful. Mom, don't worry, I won't let you down this time. Chen Feng spoke softly, but his words revealed a firmness that had never been seen before. Well, take this money. Mom trusts you. Lu Ping's voice was a little choked as she shoved the money into Chen Feng's hand and turned her head away. She didn't want her son to see her vulnerable side. Receiving the $3,000, Chen Feng had never felt that the money would be so heavy. He walked out the door and took a deep breath against the sunlight. The woman cursing at the door was probably tired and went back at this point. Chen Feng subconsciously touched his pocket to get a cigarette, but realized that his pocket was empty and the cigarette was gone. He shook his head and headed for the village farm equipment store. As soon as I entered, I saw a few village people chatting around the bar, and the owner, Han Jiangwo, was also smoking a cigarette in the bar, with a classic village self-shaved flat head and a loose gray lapel t-shirt. Han is probably in his mid-40s this year. I have to say, he's pretty good at grasping opportunities, and he seized the business opportunity when gold diggers started appearing in the village. Gold miners pan for gold. He sells tools to gold miners. Never mind whether they can pan for gold or not. Anyway, he sells tools to make a steady profit. Yeah, Xiaofeng, why are you here with me? Want to buy farm equipment? Han Jiangwo was a bit surprised to see Chen Feng and greeted him with a smile. Came here to buy a metal detector from you. You still have it here, right? Chen Feng asked as he walked in and looked at the various farm equipment in his bar. There, what are you buying a metal detector for? You want to pan for gold too? Han said unexpectedly. Nothing to do. Explore for fun. Chen Feng smiled without saying anything more. Line. Panning for gold line. Ah. You see our next village. Martyr heard that there is a person some time ago to pan a gold nugget. Heck. Sold more than 20,000. You heard he struck gold, too, so you wanted to take your chances, didn't you? Han laughed as if he saw through Chen Feng. The villagers next to him were all a bit surprised as they opened their mouths. How much? It sold for more than 20,000. My god, that kid is getting rich. Martyr, no, tomorrow I'll go poking around too. How much money do I get for a year of farming? If I can pan for such a big gold, I'll stay at least a year with a license, and my daughter-in-law won't even dare to fart. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say anything, Han Jiangwo rambled on again. I'm telling you, you're doing the right thing by coming to me to buy it. Know whose metal detector that kid used to pan for gold that big? My, if it wasn't for my metal detector, he'd be able to pan for gold that big. Dream on. Chapter 3, Tools in Hand, ready to start pawing. After talking to himself for half a day, he remembered to take Chen Feng to see the tools. Come on, little Feng. You come with me to the warehouse and see what kind you want. Han walked out of the bar and led Chen Feng to the warehouse next door. Here, take a look. This smaller one is 2006. This larger one is 4008. Which one do you want? Han pointed at the two types of metal detectors standing by the wall and spoke to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the metal detector and touched his chin, inquiring, what's the difference between these two? You get what you pay for. The bigger ones detect at greater depths, at greater distances, and are more accurate. A smaller range would be smaller and certainly accurate. I'd recommend just a 2600, and it's not too late to switch to a larger one later when you're making some money. Han opened his mouth and suggested. The reason why he recommended the smaller ones was not because he was more truthful, but because he was afraid that Chen Feng didn't have that much money and couldn't afford the bigger ones at all. For that matter, if he could afford a small one, Han would be satisfied. 2006 is not cheap. Ah, can you give me to wipe some? This always on you to buy things. Old customer. Ah. Chen Feng cut the price. Hearing this, Han Jiangwo, full of helpless smile, older brother. Ah, you really can bull asterisk. When you have come to me to buy things, you are always on the side of the kiosk to buy things. Chen Feng didn't feel embarrassed when he heard this, and grinned. Then I'm here, so just say you're here or not. Okay. Since old brother you opened your mouth, I won't say anything about 2006. 2505. Okay. Han Jiangwo conceded. Alright, if you say 2,555, then 2,555. I'll listen to you. Chen Feng didn't bargain any further. Since you're going to pan for gold, I have other things here that are essential for panning, so see what you want. Han continued to introduce Chen Feng, which could be described as a one-stop service. This backpack, used to load sundries, but also can bring some food and tools. Gold panning essential. The price of 102. Sell you 80. Crunchy and sturdy. You see okay. He picked up a black backpack and pulled hard to show it to Chen Feng. For Han Jiangwo's words, Chen Feng is even a punctuation mark do not believe, but also into the price of 102. Sold me 80. You fooled the ghost. Chen Feng took the bag and took a closer look. He couldn't help but frown. I think I've seen this bag of yours on the internet. People are only selling it for 60. Of course he hasn't read it online. Pure and simple nonsense here. Han Jiangwo smiled and immediately shook his head. Impossible. This quality can be 60. Jokingly, back 10 years are not bad. The quality you see online is definitely not as good as mine. And how can you trust online stuff? Here's what you do. Let's say I'm behind you. 70 sells you okay. Chen Feng nodded at his words and said, 70 lines, then take one. Well, you look at this small shovel. Used to pan for gold digging. Big 10 small 8. You come which one? Han Jiangwo squatted on the ground and picked up two brand new small shovels said, make it a 10. This one you. Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, he saw Han Jiangwo hastily open his mouth. Older brother. This really can't be cheap. It was only $10. Any cheaper really lose money. Chen Feng could not help but smile at the words. He had not wanted to haggle. After all, $10 and what is the space to reduce the price? Okay, $10 then. Han sniffed in relief and gave him the shovel in his bag, then took two small glass bottles from the shelf that were the length of his index finger and a little thicker than his thumb. These two glass vials are for you. If you find any small gold grains, you can put them in this vial to save them from being easily lost if you put them somewhere else. It should be said not to say. Han Jiangwo hole quite full, quite good at business. Nothing for now. Your first time panning for gold. You don't need to prepare so much. Just come back to me later if you need to. Han Jiangwo opened his mouth. Good. Then these are it. Chen Feng said as he looked at it. The two of them took the stuff back to the store, and Han took out a calculator and started counting the money. 2,550 plus 70 plus 10. 2,603. Older brother, are you sweeping with your cell phone? Or cash? Han Jiangwo raised his head and laughed. Cash. And you didn't say to wipe a zero for me. Chen Feng took out money from his pocket and said while checking. It really can't be less. You know my small business. It's not even profitable. Han Jiangwo said with a smile on his face. This set of things go down. He earns at least 400. Even the name is not like the small peak at the beginning. Began to mouth a old brother. Doing business all say that they do not make money. Chen Feng naturally will not believe his words. Although I do not know exactly how much he earns, but it is estimated that a few $100s is there. Well, here's the money. Count it. Chen Feng handed Han Jiangwo the counted money and said, count what number? All a village. I can still trust you. Han Jiangwo hemmed and hawed, took the money over, symbolically looked at it, and stuffed it into the drawer. It is also true that there is no need to count. Just now when Chen Feng counted, Han Jiangwo has been watching it, staring carefully. It was Chen Feng himself who counted wrongly, and Han Jiangwo wouldn't even count wrongly. Chen Feng slung his black bag over his shoulder and saw a box of white Taschen on the bar, so he couldn't help but pick it up and ask, whose cigarettes are these? Mine. Take it if you want to smoke it. Old brother. Han Jiangwo said generously. He was just being polite and courteous, and he estimated that Chen Feng would just take one. After all, who could have the good sense to take them all directly? As a result, I didn't expect Chen Feng to listen to this and take a stick in his mouth, and then put the remaining half of the box directly into his pocket, without the slightest intention to be polite. Thanks. After saying this and taking the lighter on the bar and passing, Chen Feng waved his hand and headed out while lighting a cigarette. Take your time. The smile on Han's face froze, and his hand lifted to say something, but in the end it didn't come out. He was tempted to say, give me the lighter instead, but after all, the cigarettes have been given, and it's not so bad to have a lighter, so how can you ask for it? After Chen Feng left with his things, someone in the room couldn't help but speak. Is Kid Chen really going to pan for gold? Han Jiangwo sniffed and rolled his eyes, leaned on the bar and said, panning for a fart, just 3 minutes of enthusiasm. I guess it's listening to whoever is panning for gold to earn money. Also want to follow the diet. Look at him like that, I guess, and it's not like he's going to strike gold. The people next to him couldn't help but laugh at this, teasing Han. Then why didn't you say so when he was here just now? Han Jiangwo glanced at him and said, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You're so capable, why don't you say, I am afraid. That kid is just a street sneak, who has nothing to do with messing with him. I have a business to run. Several people laughed at that, and some chimed in. Indeed, if this boy can pan for gold, then tomorrow I'll go panning too. I'm no better than him. Chapter 4 Newcomers to the team. By the way, old Han, you just said who in the next village struck $20,000 in gold? A few people looked at old Han, who sniffed and snorted. I also forgot. Also heard from others. Who knows exactly what the name is? In fact, there was no such thing. It was all made up by old Han to sell more tools and brag about his stuff. If someone really found $20,000 of gold, then the nearby villages would have exploded, and still use the old Han here to spread the word. Not to mention the gold of 20,000 yuan. Even if anyone can find a few hundred pieces of gold, that is enough to the village to talk about for half a month. When he returned home, Lu Ping was cooking and looked back at the things Chen Feng carried back curious. After stewing all the dishes in the pot, she came over and looked at the metal detector and said, "This is that gold panning thing. How much is it?" 2006. I cut 50, plus the bag of shovels and stuff. Total 2,603. Chen Feng pointed to the bag on the table and said, "This is so expensive. Such a big thing costs so much money." Lu Ping said with some flesh pain, "Shedding the child can't catch the wolf. After dinner later, I'll go find Brother Zhang. Tell him to bring me one tomorrow for gold panning. And by the way, ask them what time they get up, and if there's anything else they need to pay attention to." Chen Feng picked up the large cup of boiling water drying on the table and poured a little into his own cup. "Okay, ask well what's going on and learn more from others," Lu Ping admonished. "Good." Chen Feng picked up his cup and drank it in one go, preparing to start the meal. After waiting for dinner, Chen Feng came to Zhang Ping's house. There is also no knocking or not knocking in the countryside. You just push the door and go in. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhang Ping's daughter-in-law was scrubbing the floor. Zhang Ping was sitting at the dining table smoking, and the dishes hadn't been cleaned up yet, so he should have just finished eating as well. "Little Feng, come sit." The two people were a little surprised to see that it was Chen Feng who had arrived. Zhang Ping froze and greeted Chen Feng as he sat down. Zhang Ping this year 30. For people really, because of the year-round farm work muscle is very strong. Married to his daughter-in-law for 6 years. His daughter-in-law is 28 this year, and both of them are nice people. Sister-in-law is mopping the floor. Brother Zhang just finished eating. Chen Feng smiled and sat down opposite Zhang Ping. "Just finished? You take a bite?" "No, it's just all leftovers." Zhang greeted warmly. "I don't eat. I just finished eating at home as well." Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Then don't eat and smoke a cigarette. Come." Zhang Ping took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, a $6 box of Lingji. Chen Feng took the cigarette. Zhang Ping lit it for him. Chen Feng used his hand to protect the fire, and gently nodded on Zhang Ping's hand as a thank you. "Brother Zhang, I also bought a metal detector." Chen Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "You bought it too? You want to pan for gold too?" Zhang Ping said with surprise at his words. "Nothing to do. Poking around." Chen Feng said with a smile, "Well, to be honest, I thought it was good until I did it, but after I did it, I realized that this stuff is purely based on luck. A day down net pick up some broken copper and iron. Good luck can be a little silver. Gold is really 10 days and a half a month cannot touch once. Sometimes the point is bad, and it takes the road money." Zhang Ping couldn't help but lose his smile at the mention. "Then when are you going to go with us a piece of chartered car to go?" Without even using Chen Feng to open his mouth, Zhang Ping took the initiative to say, "Well nah, I wasn't thinking of joining you guys, so I can save some traveling expenses, and we can all take care of each other together." Chen Feng laughed. "Okay, then I'll count you one tomorrow. The road fee is 15 a round trip. You know this." Zhang Ping flicked his cigarette ash and said, "Well, then I'll give you the money now. What time are you guys leaving?" Chen Feng said as he was about to pull out the money. Zhang Ping pressed down on Chen Feng. "Gee, there's no rush. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We usually leave at 6 in the morning and return at 6 in the evening. You have to remember to eat breakfast, and take some food, water or something. There's no place to eat at noon. You can only eat some dry food." Zhang Ping thoughtfully admonished. "Well, I'll go to the kiosk later to get something." Chen Feng nodded and said, "You've bought all your stuff? You didn't leave anything behind, did you? Backpack, shovel or something?" Zhang Ping asked. "No, I bought it at Han Jiangwo's his home a dragon, and he gifted me 2 vials. Chen Feng lifted up and said, "Well, that's fine. I have some other scattered tools here. You don't need to buy them first. Use mine if you need it. After all, I've just started to do it. Don't hold so much useless." Zhang Ping said with deep understanding. "Alright, Then brother Zhang, I'll leave first. Tomorrow we'll go get rich together. Ha ha. Chen Feng stood up and laughed. Well. Then feel free to ask me if you don't understand anything, Zheng Ping said as he stood up to send Chen Feng off. When he was out of the door, Chen Feng turned toward the kiosk. There was a group of people in the store playing poker, and a few others watching the action. Store owner Lu Dahai, about 50, quite a beer belly, a little top. He and Chen Feng is very familiar with. After all, Chen Feng buy things on his home. Here, buy something. Lu Dahai couldn't help but greet Chen Feng when he saw him coming. Take 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 ham sausages, and a box of white tarts. Get another Sprite, Chen Feng said as he swept the shelves. Okay, here you go. Lu Hai didn't even look at it, and pulled the item straight out of the bar. Having owned a grocery store for 20 years, it's safe to say he knows where things are with his eyes closed. Chen Feng picked up that mineral water and glanced at it, and could not help but sigh slightly. This also do not know which miscellaneous brands produced. The bottle is soft to a mold crunching sound. He wondered if it is the local irrigation of tap water. Solitaire bread and ham hocks are still decent. It was just that the Sprite looked a bit off. So Chen Feng picked it up and took a look. Sure enough. Silly bee. Take it aside. What the hell is this? I want Sprite. Why are you selling anything fake? Chen Feng returned the drink and said, Hey, the flavors are similar. This one is $2. Sprite is $2.50. You want Sprite? I'll change it for you. Lu Dahai took the rebel back, and replaced it with a bottle of proper Sprite for Chen Feng. Taking a plastic bag, Lu Dahai helped Chen Feng load all the things, and took a package of White Pagoda Mountain from the shelf and handed it to him. Your cigarettes aren't fake, right? Chen Feng said as he picked up the cigarette and took a look at it. He's not so good that he can tell fake cigarettes by looking at them. But the main thing is that the stuff Lu Dahai sells, you don't pay attention to all the cottage. Hey, this can't dare to talk nonsense. Selling fake cigarettes is against the law. Lu Dahai sniffed and shook his head, and then took advantage of the gang watching the fun to change a box for Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at his actions and rather breathlessly pointed at him, and Lu Dahai snorted and told him with the shape of his mouth that he had taken the wrong one. Peek, I heard you went to Han Jiangwo's place to buy a metal detector. You're going to pan for gold too? Lu Dahai asked as he leaned over the counter. Chapter 5, This news travels fast. Good lord, who did you hear that from? I just had a meal and it's all spread to you? Chen Feng said rather surprised. He still underestimated the village's intelligence group. The villagers had nothing to do all day, so they pulled some idle knocks. You fart at the head of the village and if someone sees it, it will reach the end of the village in less than half an hour. Especially in places like kiosks. It's a classic exchange of information, but it's a mix of real and fake, so you'll have to distinguish for yourself. Can that thing be panned? Why do I get the feeling it's not reliable? Thousands of dollars to buy a piece of equipment. If you can pan for gold, okay. If you can't pan for gold, just earn a few $100s a month, but also get up early in the morning and work late at night. Can't afford to do that. The key to our village since the popular gold panning. I have not heard of anyone panning what valuable gold. A gang of people half a month can pan 2 or 3 grams or good. On the contrary, it can give the old Mrs. Zhang, the rag collector, tired enough to collect scrap iron every day. Lu Dahai mentioned on the quite want to laugh. They can give the old Mrs. Zhang complete, the old Mrs. Zhang pick up a year of iron, but not as much as they half a month to explore. Can I try chanting? In case I get lucky, how much is the total? Chen Feng asked as he picked up the plastic bag. $2 for water, $3 for bread, $4 for ham sausage, $2.50 for Sprite, plus 1.8, for a total of $19.50. Lu Dahai opened his mouth. Small rural stores usually have very thin profits, so he won't even wipe 50 cents unless you buy more than 50, and then he'll wipe it for you. There's no 50 cents, so I'll give you another piece and take another bread. Chen Feng took out 21 and handed it to him. Well, I'll send you 2 more pieces of sugar. Tomorrow work hungry, pat it, and strive for more panning back. Ruhai took the money and took 2 pieces of sourdough from the box on the bar and threw them into the bag with the bread. Thanks, if I earn money, the first thing I'll do is spend it here with you, Chen Feng said with a smile as he gestured at him with his bag. Ha ha, okay, I'll wait for your good news. Lu Dahai was doubly happy to hear Chen Feng's words and stood up to speak. It took a lot of effort to get out of the bar, so he didn't send Chen Feng away. Those who were watching couldn't help but discuss it when they saw Chen Feng leaving. This kid's whole thing is kinda like that, and he's buying some food. Can he earn back the money for food? That's not true. Counting the cost of the road for food, the cost is more than 30. Can you earn 30 a day exploring with that crap? I don't think it can earn. People often panning for gold veterans, on average, did not hook on 30 a day. He a novice who has not done it. can still earn more than the veterans? That's right. I guess I'll just come back empty-handed by then. How I got there. Ha ha. Lu Dahai sniffed and frowned for a while. Most of the people in the village were like this. They liked to see other people's jokes, only as much as he didn't like to hear it. It was all customers and he couldn't say anything too deep, so he had to open his mouth at the bar, just in case Peak can pan out. And besides, Peak is better than he was now that he knows how to work, so at least that's a good thing. The villagers in the store sniffed non-committally and all smiled disdainfully. The stereotype of Chen Feng, the sneak, was sort of carved into their bones. They don't believe that Chen Feng can find gold, and they don't believe that Chen Feng can insist on doing it, so they should be discouraged after a few days of drying without harvesting. Once the 3-minute fever is over, the stuff is thrown away and you do what you have to do. Chen Feng quickly returned home. Lu Ping saw him carrying bags of things, could not help but ask, "What is this buy?" "Food." Zhang said he has to go for a day. There's no place to eat at noon, and with the big wild land, you have to bring something for yourself. Chen Feng said as he placed something on the table. "It seems like it has to be a day. I heard Lao Er's daughter-in-law say it, like she has to leave in the morning, right?" Lu Ping recalled. "Leave at 6 in the morning and head back at 6 in the evening." Chen Feng spoke. 6 o'clock on the go. Ah, then you do not have to get up at 5:30. I will give you some rice tomorrow morning. You eat before you go, otherwise a big day. You rely on the purchase of this stuff, shall not be hungry. Ah, Lu Ping said worriedly. "Alright, then you can make me some." Chen Feng did not push back and nodded. "Well, then you go to bed quickly. You can still afford it at 5 tomorrow." Lu Ping looked at the time and said, "Good, then I'll go to bed first. You go to bed early as well." Chen Feng finished speaking and returned to his house. The Kong Lu Ping has already finished burning, and the quilt is also laid. Chen Feng reached out and touched the hot. It's spring, and although it's not too cold during the day, you have to light a fire to sleep, and the temperature is still low at night, and a Kong is not as cold as a bed. Undressing and lying on the bed, Chen Feng thought about tomorrow's gold panning. Some can't sleep. Excited is on the one hand. On the other hand is afraid of what to do in case the panning can't be done. That's not the end of it. He kept tweaking the system panel back and forth, confirming that it really wasn't a hallucination before he gradually let go and fell into a deep sleep. At 5:20 the next day, Chen Feng's alarm clock went off, and he sat up in a daze. To be honest, he really didn't like getting up early, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he sat up and smoked a cigarette to clear his head before getting off the bed. Outside the house, Lu Ping didn't know when, had already made the meal, just waiting for him to come and eat. If Chen Feng didn't come out again, Lu Ping was going to knock on the door for fear that he would oversleep. "Quickly, wash your face and eat." Lu Ping spoke. "Aha." Chen Feng used the water basin to catch some water. A hand reached out to the tap. Water is cold. He also did not blend hot water, directly cupped a handful of water, rubbed his face hard, stimulated by the cold tap water. Chen Feng was considered completely refreshed. After washing up, Chen Feng sat at the table, and on the dining table was a pot of fried shredded potatoes, spicy cabbage that he had pickled himself, and 5 hard-boiled eggs. Eggs I didn't peel. You see how many you can eat. If you can't eat it, take it with you and eat it when you're hungry. Lu Ping admonished. Good. Chen Feng nodded, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. 10 minutes he finished the meal. At this time 5:53, Chen Feng began to clean up his own stall. Put the bag ready. Ready to go. Just waiting for Zheng Ping to call him. Not 2 minutes later, Zheng Ping pushed the door and walked in. Get up, Sister Lu. I came to call Chen Feng. The car is here. After greeting Lu Ping, he waved at Chen Feng. Good. Then you guys slow down. Lu Ping spoke. Alright, Mom, I'm leaving. Chen Feng carried his bag, grabbed his things and followed Chen Feng out the door. Outside the door parked a broken van that could pull a dozen people. The driver's name is Huang Fei, also from this village. Chen Feng took the tools and got into the car. Huang Fei is a dry and thin youth, 27 this year. He didn't like farming, so his family bought him a used van to haul people and goods. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to start panning for gold as well. Did you buy all the tools at Old Han's house? Huang Fei turned his head and spoke. Chapter 6, Carpet Sweeping. Well, this set is all of them. Chen Feng replied as he got into the car. That's the country way of saying hello. You know where you bought it and you have to ask where you really don't have much to say. When Chen Feng got into the car, he found that there were like 8 or 9 people in the car, all of whom were preparing to go panning for gold in one piece. After casually finding a place to sit with Zheng Ping and having a couple of words with a few familiar faces, the car started. Chen Feng looked out the window at the sky that had just brightened up and leaned back in his car seat waiting to reach his destination. It's about an hour's drive from that abandoned mine, and you don't get to the place until around 7. Chen Feng wandered around in the car. the spirit he had just raised all gone, and his eyelids began to fight. He didn't know why. Every time he sat in the car, he was sleepy, and he even thought that if he had insomnia one day, he would find someone to pull himself around twice, and he would be guaranteed to sleep well. Within a few minutes, Chen Feng was snoring in the car, and a few people in the same car also started to sleep. When Chen Feng opened his eyes again, it was Zheng Ping who woke him up. "Peek, we're at the place. Wake up." Chen Feng opened his eyes in a daze and looked out the window. It was a bare land, the ground full of stone rubble. "This is the abandoned mine." Everyone got out of the car with their tools, with Chen Feng at the end. When they all got out of the car, Huang Fei said and drove back, waiting until 6 o'clock in the evening to pick them up. "Will the machine work?" Zheng Ping asked Chen Feng as he put it on. "Will do. I went home yesterday and studied it." Chen Feng also began to dress. "When you say you're wearing it, you're really just putting on the headphones that come with the metal detector. Although a metal detector will go off when it probes something, sometimes the sound is too low to be heard if you are too far away. Wearing headphones ensures that even the smallest of voices can be heard and nothing is missed." Chen Feng was carrying a black bag, a long metal detector in his hand, and all-encompassing headphones on his head. Looking up, others at this time have been measured on, holding a metal detector on the ground back and forth to find, at first glance up, as if a group of engineers in the exploration of landmines. This scene made Chen Feng couldn't help but smile, and he didn't rush, but opened the system first. The system didn't give a hint that there were goods available, so there was no need to waste time here as Chen Feng walked forward. Just then, I don't know whose metal detector went off. Ooh-hoo. Everyone looked back in unison and realized that it was Zheng Ping's metal detector making the sound. Zheng Ping was also full of smiles when he saw this. Just opened the door and there were goods. It seems that today's luck is good. The closer he got, the louder it got, and he kept using the detector back and forth to determine his position. After an ooh-hoo he finally determined where the thing was, so he knelt down, pulled a small shovel out of his pocket and started digging. Chen Feng couldn't help but walk over when he saw this, wanting to see how he operated. It was different from his memory. It was just that after waiting for it to pass, Chen Feng's system didn't give any hints, and Chen Feng felt that if the system was right, there shouldn't be anything good left. He only saw Zheng Ping shoveling up a shovelful of soil at that identified location and then shaking it on the metal detector. If there is no sound, it proves that the gold is not in it. Raise the soil and shovel again, and repeat the operation. Finally, on the third spade of digging, the shovel went off as it passed over the detector. Ooh-hoo. Just this proves that the goods must be in this shovel of dirt. Zheng Ping carefully raised a little down, then over the detector. If it rattles, it means the goods are in the spade, and you have to keep raising the soil down and sifting it bit by bit. If it doesn't ring, it proves that the goods have been lifted out. So just look for the spade of soil on the ground that has just been lifted. When many people hear about gold panning, they think that gold and silver will be big, just like stone seeds, at a glance. That's not really the case. Many of the ones you find are golden sand grains, not much bigger than sand. You can't tell the difference unless you look closely. Finally, after a few yells, Zheng Ping found the thing in the spade that caused the metal detector to bark. It was a small grayish-white piece of iron that had rusted a bit on the outside, and he held it over the detector, which squawked. Seeing this scene, Zheng Ping sighed and undyingly passed the spade over the metal detector again. And sure enough, the detector didn't ring this time, proving that it was the small piece of iron that made the sound. "What is it? Is it gold?" the man next to him inquired, turning his head as he probed. "Fart, a rusty iron block," Zheng Ping said as he threw the iron into his bag and got up from the ground. The companion sniffed with some regret and continued to carpet sweep this mine. And seeing this, Chen Feng also took the detector and casually walked back and forth in the mining area. After a while, everyone saw Chen Feng holding a detector and not exploring, walking aimlessly with a walk, could not help but look up and say, "Peek, what are you doing? Why don't you explore? What's the point of you walking back and forth?" "It's fine. I'm looking for a feng shui treasure," Chen Feng replied, continuing to walk around. The crowd shook their heads at the words, and a kid who was also in his 20s but had been scouting for a year couldn't help but snort and whisper, "And feng shui? The whole thing seems like you're able to pinch and calculate. I think just according to his probing method, not to mention gold and silver, or even iron. He is afraid that he will not be able to probe one." The man who spoke was called Song Hui, and was full of the experience of those who had been there. "I think so, which is so probing. You will not be to ask those of us who have experience. On their own they're blindly messing. I see what you can get out." Song Hui sighed. "A person," sniffed the same disdain, said, "There was no point in probing anyway." So everyone probed in pairs of 3 or 2 and chatted casually. Just Chen Feng himself was alone, some distance away from them. The more Chen Feng walked, the more puzzled. "This is almost 20 minutes. They are going to walk all over the neighborhood. How their system has no hints at all. Damn if it isn't the system is simply fooling people, right? Just as he was thinking this, a prompt suddenly came from the system. There were precious metals within a 3-meter radius of Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng's face was delighted, and he hurriedly took the detector and kept moving back and forth back and forth. After all, a 3-meter square was not a close distance, and he had to first draw a 3-meter square through the system's prompts to make sure the goodies were within that range. Then take the detector and carpet this drawn 3-meter square, so that you can be sure that nothing will be missed because of haphazard detection. Just as Chen Feng was probing forward and backward, someone noticed his strange behavior and their eyes filled with inexplicable gazes. No, what's this kid doing? Dancing here? Why are you still measuring back and forth? If you don't find it, go ahead. Why do you always measure that area? Chapter 7 First Shipment. Yeah, we're walking in a straight line, sweeping the detector back and forth from side to side, and here he is, drawing circles. I don't know, how could he pan for gold like this? It would be weird if he could. Song Hui said with a face full of ridicule. A few people were talking here and there, and Zheng Ping was somewhat helpless after seeing Chen Feng's detection method. Thinking that Chen Feng is after all a novice and not very good at panning for gold, he has to go and teach him the right way. As a result, Zheng Ping had just walked up to him, and without waiting to speak, he heard a sound coming from the detector in Chen Feng's hand. Ooh-hoo! Hearing this voice, Zheng Ping suddenly glared slightly, not expecting Chen Feng to really detect the goods with this evil detection technique. He rushed forward and pointed to the place where it had just run out. Don't be in a hurry. Explore slowly. It seems like it was here just now. Chen Feng couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from grinning the moment he heard the sound of the detector. Taking the detector and slowly probing it, eventually determining the location of the cargo's presence based on the sound, he squatted down and tried to take the shovel out of his bag, and Zheng Ping directly handed him the shovel hanging from his bag and squatted down with him. Chen Feng looked up with a smile, took the shovel and shoveled up a spadeful of dirt and began to pass it over the detector. And those surrounding companions who were looking this way couldn't help but instantly stare at each other with wide eyes and some surprise after seeing both of them crouch down. Asterisk 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 what's going on? Did they spy something? Seems like it, otherwise why would they both be squatting? Look at them, aren't they shoveling? Asterisk 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 now. This kid is really a bit of luck. I haven't even found a single iron block until now, and he's a newbie who actually probed for something. Song Hui looked at the figure of Chen Feng. Two people could not help but eyes are also with surprise, said with a light humph, what is the use of finding, but also not necessarily out of the shipment it, so surprised why? The bystanders nodded at that. Indeed, it was a bit too early to be happy. They didn't know what it was yet. Ooh-hoo. The detector went off as Chen Feng held the shovel over the top of the detector. Take your time, pour less first, don't pour the goods out and not find them well. Zheng Ping looked at the shovel from the side and admonished, slightly raising the shovel. Chen Feng continued to pass over the detector, and after pouring it twice, the detector was still ringing. Chen Feng then held the shovel in his left hand and extended his index finger with his right hand, picking back and forth in the shovel. Zheng Ping was on the side also helping Chen Feng to look together. Suddenly he saw a somewhat grayish-white object. He was instantly happy, pointing at the shovel in Chen Feng's hand and said, there's the goods. Chen Feng also saw the small white pellet, and immediately picked up the pellet and passed it over the metal detector. Ooh-hoo. The sound rang out, proving that the goods were the thing. This isn't iron, is it? Chen Feng looked at the object in his hand and said to Zheng Ping with a hefty smile. Zheng Ping took that small grain and looked at it carefully and said happily, no, this is silver, and it doesn't look small, like it has to be 4 or 5 grams, and right now it's 400 for gold and $8 for silver. After removing 1/3 of the impurities, how can there be about 3 grams after refining? 380.24, that's $24. Because they panning gold and silver, impurities are more, is not pure gold, need to be taken to the selling point to let people refining into pure gold before people accept. Typical attrition is right around 1/3. Zheng Ping laughed and patted Chen Feng's shoulder, returning the small silver grain to him. Chen Feng's first shipment, but also happy, from his pants pocket took out the glass bottle that had long been prepared, put the small silver particles into it, and covered the lid. And everyone next to them heard them both laughing and couldn't help but look at them with some shock. What's going on? Why are they laughing so much? Did they really ship? I don't know. Can't be. Chen Feng really found something good? Asterisk 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 what's the situation? Lao Shang. What's wrong? All of these people put down their hands at this time and looked towards Chen Feng's side, and some of them could not resist the curiosity in their hearts and hurriedly shouted. Shipped. A silver grain. Not small nah. Worth a few dozen. Zheng Ping stood up and laughed, as if it was him who had shipped the goods. When the surrounding people heard these words, their eyes were filled with shock, and they looked at the Chun Fong who was shaking the vial in his hand with an unbelievable expression. Ha? Really? Song Hui looked at the two of them rather unexpectedly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just said that he would definitely not be able to find anything just like Chun Fong, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. This just came not even an hour ago. Chen Fong plucked silver grains worth tens of dollars. This luck is also too good. Mud. This kid actually really found a feng shui treasure. Coming up with the goods. No wonder he keeps probing back and forth there. Just doesn't go. Feelings this kid is hearing the sound. Rub. I said, why does this kid keep drawing circles? After all this time people have found something. The crowd looked at Chen Fong with some envy and jealousy as they continued to take their own detectors and began to sweep for mines. It's no use looking at others all the time. You can't make it your own even if you look at it for a long time. Open the door. You're so lucky. Cheer up. If you can make up 100, then you'll be shelling out today. Zheng Ping took the shovel handed by Chen Fong and said with a smile, ha ha, you too. It's still early anyway. There's no rush. Chen Fong picked up the detector lying on the ground and spoke similarly. Zheng Ping picked up the detector and began to probe low. Chen Fong still continued the routine from earlier, walking back and forth, looking for his feng shui treasure. Ooh-hoo. Someone finally detects something and with a long overdue smile on their face, they crouch down and start taking a shovel over the detector. Unfortunately, he did not have the same luck as Chen Fong, and after a few minutes, he sighed as he looked at the brass-like object in his hand. Let's just say it's better than nothing, better than a lump of iron. And brass can be worth a bit of money when you save up. After about 15 minutes, Chen Fong finally heard the system prompt again. He couldn't help but heave a smile as he started drawing circles around the spot. Circling a spot and then starting a carpet sweep. Ooh-hoo. Hearing the sound, Chen Fong couldn't help but grin as he hurriedly knelt on the ground and pulled out the small shovel in his bag. A shovel went down and over the detector and there was no cargo. Chen Fong shoveled another shovel hard and past the detector to find that there was still no goods. It had been a few shovels in a row of gouging, and he'd let a small mound of dirt form next to him, before the detector finally went off. Oh yo! Let's see what you've become. Kim. Chen Fong shouted with force from his mouth as he raised the soil downward. Chapter 8, you're younger than him, but you're more than him. After raising it a few times, and waiting until it passed the detector again, the detector had no sound. Chen Fong knew that the goods were letting themselves be raised, so he began to crouch down and carefully rummage through the small mound of dirt. It wasn't long before he saw a silver grain about the same size as before. TSK, it's not gold, but it's not bad. Doesn't that add up to $50 in hand? Chen Fong took out the small bottle and put the silver grains in. There were now a total of 2 small silver grains in the bottle. He now realized why Wei Jiangwo had to give him 2 small bottles, which turned out to be one containing gold and one containing silver. Earlier he had thought that it was purely worthless, afraid to give one away in case it broke. To bring a spare, beautifully putting the bottle away, Chen Fong began to probe back and forth again. However, in fact, Wei Jiangwo pressure is not so. He thought is not worth money anyway. Send a scene too stingy. In case of broken still have to come back towards him to ask. Trouble, simply send too good. As for taking 2 bottles and splitting the load, that's total bull *******. Who has nothing better to do than that? 10 days and half a month are not out of a gold. Even silver is not much. With a bottle sometimes in vain. Who will be fine with 2 bottles? Bam bam bam. It is also Chen Fong. As long as squatting on the ground and start digging a pit, 100% have the goods. Before there is a need to bring 2 bottles, he is purely overthinking. It was until noon, when the sun was shining directly on the crowd, and the temperature came up so that everyone was a little hot that they couldn't help but unbutton their buttons and come together to get ready to eat. Chen Fong looked at his watch. It was now 11:30, so he carried the detector and met up with them, ready to eat and rest for a while. His detector went off 3 more times in addition to the 2 little silver grains at the beginning. To his shame, the gold he had been hoping for didn't come. It was all silver grains. One of them is a bit small and looks to be about a gram. The other 2 looked a little smaller than the first 2, but not by much. Putting it all together, I'd estimate the morning's haul to be around $100. The harvest has been quite fruitful. By the time they got back, some of them were sitting on the ground, already digging out food. Chen Fong first unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go before taking out the bread and stuff. He had been walking non-stop all morning without even drinking any water, and he was indeed thirsty. Waiting for everyone to pull out something, Chen Fong realized that only he brought his own drink mineral water bread. Others are big cakes and buns and pickles. There are a few young ones with a ham sausage. After all, the fare is quite expensive. They usually can't afford to buy food like Chen Fong. They are all saving what they can. Water is also brought from home from the tap and a large cup is filled to the brim. Zhenping pulled out a few pancakes and scallions, rolled them together, and pulled out a small jar of his own home pickled dashi, opened the lid and dipped it in. You're lucky you shipped. If you hadn't, you'd still have to put bread and drink money on the line, and the gold diggers are unique in eating like you do. Songhui looked at the bread and ham sausage with Sprite in Chen Feng's hand, and did not know whether it was envy or jealousy. The words with a slight yin and yang said. For himself, he nibbled a bite of the somewhat hardened cold steamed bun and chucked a bit of savory down his throat. That can't be helped. Who let us have this luck? You do have to save a bit. You can't get much out of a day. And if you eat some bread, won't you hitch up more? Chen Feng chucked the ham sausage into the bread and took a big bite and smiled. Poof. Songhui didn't say anything as he sniffed. He could also hear the irony in Chen Feng's words. Hey, what did you guys get this morning? I just got a few iron blocks. Mud. Someone opened their mouth to inquire. I'm okay today. Found a small silver grain. Estimated $20 or so. At least I got my fare back. Someone spoke up. That's fine. I haven't gotten my fare back this morning. It's a pain in the ass. The man sniffed breathlessly. I have a good point today. I found a big silver grain. I guess I can sell it for $50. Ha ha. Zhenping said as he pulled out the small bottle in his arms and showed them. Asterisk 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 it's really not small. And you're kind of shelling out on it today. You can do that. It's worth it even if you don't get anything this afternoon. Which one is bigger than Chen Feng's one? Didn't you say that Chen Feng's one also sells for tens? Someone asked curiously after marveling. Mine isn't as big as his. Chen Feng sniffed and looked at it and shook his head. It's okay. Don't be discouraged. It's a good thing that you can find silver when you're just starting out. So take your time and don't talk about silver. You'll be able to run into gold sooner or later. Zhang Ping thought that Chen Feng was a bit discouraged, fearing that he was a newcomer with an unstable mindset, and couldn't help but encourage him. Before Chen Feng could say anything, someone coaxed. Fengzi, take yours out and compare it to see whose is bigger. That's right. Show it. Seeing that he couldn't shrug it off, Chen Feng could only pull out his own small bottle and show it to them. The big one at the bottom was just plucked this morning. It's really not as big as his. The moment the bottle was pulled out, everyone subconsciously stared in disbelief at the 5 grains of silver in the bottle. Asterisk 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 you've panned so much in one morning. You're not as big as his. But why don't you say you have more than him? How much is all this silver? I'll be damned. This could sell for $100, right? One day to earn a big red cow. Ilu a day. How can I not have this luck? Zheng Ping also looked at the small bottle with a shocked face. In fact, at the very beginning he was a little complacent in his heart. After all, he had plucked such a large grain of silver that he was probably the one who had made the most money today. For this reason, he even made a point of comforting Chen Feng, fearing that he would be irritated. As a result, I never thought that I was afraid of Chen Feng's stimulation here. But in fact, people have panned 5 silver, and they will be stimulated by a fart. Hopefully, it was purely because he had overthought things, and in the end, Chen Feng had not been stimulated, but he had been stimulated instead. What a concept for a newcomer to be able to pan 5 grains of silver in a morning. Even they, the old men, don't see a day in a month when they can find 5 grains of silver. Is it hard to believe that this is called the newbie protection period? This luck of Chen Feng's was really a bit heaven-defying. Song Hui is even on the sidelines are looking stupid. A long time to come back to God. Jealous hard bite a steamed bun. Lowered his head no longer to see. Mainly the more you look at the more angry. By virtue of what he is a novice who cannot even pan for gold. A morning can pan for 5 grains of silver and he, an expert gold digger, had nothing to show for his morning. So was the script taken the other way around. After eating 2 loaves of bread and 2 ham sausages, and picking up an egg, Chen Feng felt full, so he stuffed the garbage into the bag and prepared to smoke a cigarette and continue. He picked up 2 cigarettes and handed one to Zhang Ping, who grinned at the sight and took the cigarette to help Chen Feng light it. Chapter 9, The Double-Yolked Egg. Everyone sat down on the floor and most of them picked up a cigarette and smoked it, leaving some unfinished ones still being eaten. Some of the older ones smoked dry cigarettes, the kind you roll with your own paper. It saves a little bit. After all, the cheapest box of cigarettes costs a couple bucks, and they're addicted to cigarettes, which works out to be quite a bit a month. After 10 or 8 minutes, basically, they are about the same. Also enough rest. Everyone stood up and ready to continue to work. After all, it cost money to get here, and there's a road trip to follow, and every extra minute of rest feels inappropriate. Chen Feng put on his headset, picked up the detector and looked for a smooth direction and moved forward, drawing several circles back and forth before the system's beep finally sounded. Have a gold. Have a gold. Chen Feng chanted in his mind as he scratched the range on the ground. Once the range was drawn, Chen Feng began to sweep back and forth with the detector left and right, until he reached the center part. When the detector went off, ooh-hoo, Chen Feng placed the detector next to him and squatted down, pulling out his own small spade, shoveling up a shovelful of dirt as he went down, passing it over the detector. Ooh-hoo, Chen Feng could not help but show a smile on his face when he saw this. Look at our hand. The first shipment. Slightly shaking down, once again over the detector. A series of several shakes. The spade only half a spade of soil left. Chen Feng began to pick up back and forth. Just after smoothing out the sand in the spade, Chen Feng saw a not-so-small silver grain. Goo, this seems to be even bigger than Zhang's one. There must be more than 10 grams. Chen Feng wiped it with his hand and looked into the sunlight with a smile on his face. This one silver grain, at least can be worth 70 or 80 . Chen Feng smiled as he pulled out the small bottle and threw the silver grains in. Looking at the pile of small silver grains in the bottle, his heart was bursting with satisfaction. You call that a rip-off? Add it all up and you're at $200. Ha. Tucking the bottle into his pants pocket, Chen Feng casually raised the dirt in his spade over the detector and prepared to stand up and look for the next place. Just the spade went off just past the detector. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng had already raised the soil off at this time, and he looked at the detector as an afterthought, staring in shock, and then looked at the empty spade in his hand, and his mouth couldn't close. I've got a double-yolked egg? Chen Feng was still in a half-kneeling position, and when he saw this, he hastened to lie down on the ground and carefully searched for the shovel of dirt he had just raised off on the ground. While in a casual blah blah blah, Chen Feng saw on the ground that white-gray silver grain. With a grin at the corner of his mouth, he picked up the silver pellet. This silver grain wasn't as big as the one from earlier, but it wasn't small either, and it looked like it was worth 30 or 40. Yet, I've never even heard of such a thing. Panning for gold can even lead to a double-yolked egg. Ha ha. Chen Feng felt a bit dreamy himself, taking out the small bottle and throwing the silver grains inside. Mainly Chen Feng has never heard of. Who a spade down can produce 2 goods. If this spread back to the village, I guess they are enough to talk about half a year. No sooner had he packed up his things and taken a few steps than the system alert rang out again. Gee whiz, this place works. Chen Feng's smile had just retracted and instantly surfaced again. Looking around, he realized that his companions were all far away from him, and one by one they were spreading out, probing back and forth, and 2 others should have probed the goods and were picking at the ground. Gotta gouge before they come. Chen Feng sped up the movements of his hands, and in less than 15 minutes, 2 more silver grains worth around 30 were plucked out. Putting the silver grains into the small bottle, Chen Feng stood up. The long hours of squatting had caused his legs to go a little numb. To be honest, he now had the feeling of picking up money here for some reason. A squat is 20, a squat is 30, and it feels so damn good. No wonder gold prospectors don't want to do anything else even if they earn a few $100s on average. This thing is like a no-cost scratch-off. It's a real head-turner. It's just a shame that he hasn't popped gold until now. This would be awesome to pop a gold. Chen Feng walked back and forth around the area a few times, leaving with a face full of pity after realizing that the place had been completely dug up by him, and continued to walk towards the front. Ooh-hoo, another little silver grain. Ooh-hoo, this one is even smaller than the one just now. Ooh-hoo, this one's okay, it should go for 30 or so. It was not until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Chen Feng stopped walking and wiped the sweat from his forehead to sit on the ground, taking the mineral water out of his bag. He drained most of the bottle in one gulp and took a moment to catch his breath looking around. They're still sweeping for mines with their headsets on, and some of them are already far away. Chen Feng pulled out the vial and looked at it. He had already lost count of how many silver grains he had panned out. Anyway, most of the bottle. Why isn't there any gold? Marred. This place can't just be devoid of gold, right? Chen Feng muttered to himself in an extremely perplexed manner. It is reasonable to say that one has panned so many silver grains, and it is time to get out of the gold. You just have to have a guarantee for the raffle, don't you? No wonder he hadn't heard much about the gold panners in the village who had struck gold. You don't even talk about them. You can't even poke around with your own belt system, let alone them exploring blindly like headless flies. Chen Feng stood up and continued to drive on without dying. He just couldn't believe that he couldn't pan for gold and it would be all silver. The time was winding down to 5:40 p.m. And everyone was poking around in the direction they were going, gathering as they searched. Chen Feng pressed the point and continued to walk back and forth. Fengzi, it's time to head back. It's time. Zheng Ping shouted at the top of his voice to Chen Feng in the distance. Chen Feng was wearing headphones and didn't hear him at all, still looking down to find the gold. Fengzi. Zheng Ping took a few steps in Chen Feng's direction and continued to shout. Chen Feng vaguely heard someone calling out to him. He couldn't help but look back and realize that Zheng Ping was waving at him all the time. He couldn't help but take off his headset. Zheng Ping pointed to his wrist after seeing Chen Feng notice him. Chen Feng instantly understood what it meant and looked at his cell phone. It's already past 5:40? Time flies. Chen Feng looked at his cell phone and said unexpectedly. Chen Feng lifted his head and gave Zheng Ping an okay gesture and started walking back. Zheng Ping nodded his head, knowing that he understood what he meant. While walking back, Chen Feng counted his gains. Silver wasn't panned today. Nearly a vial, estimated to be worth around a 300 or 400. Honestly, that's a pretty good income for this standard of living these days. If you could make that every day, you'd be making over $10,000 a month. In the average salary of 12,000 now, the monthly income of more than 10,000. What is the concept? Equivalent to the previous life monthly salary of 60,000 or 70,000 levels. Although Chen Feng was quite satisfied with this income, he was still quite sorry inwardly. Chapter 10. It's ringing again. After a day of panning all silver, not even a shadow of gold. Don't care how big the gold is, just let yourself look at it. After all, today was his first day out in the gold rush, so it was logical to have an open door. Chen Feng looked at his companions who had already gathered together inside as he walked over. If you don't have it, you don't have any gold. But it's nice to find a bunch of silver. It's a good haul. Soon everyone was gathered together, chatting with each other about the day's catch. Not bad. I had a decent afternoon and panned out 2 little silver grains. I just panned one. I guess I'll make $12 or so today after I go to the fair. Hey, me too. Have any of us struck gold? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And they all shook their heads. Unfortunately, another day without gold. A man sighed with some regret. Zheng Ping looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but say curiously, "You've panned a total of a few grains of silver today. Although it's your first day panning for gold, you're afraid that you're the highest earner for us today. What a great luck. How many grains? There's no count. Will be a bottle of baba." Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Later on, everyone was going to go to the county town and sell their harvests together, so this kind of thing couldn't be hidden." And Chen Feng didn't think of hiding it, so he simply confessed. "Taking less? A vial." Zheng Ping stared at the words, even his voice tone changed a bit. He searched for Chen Feng to be even more lucky this day, and estimated that it would be like 7 or 8 grains, and that would be quite a lot. Never thought that this kid would have panned right into a vial, not even knowing how many grains. What kind of luck are you in the end? It is hard not to be. This is the legend of the birth of the gold rush holy body. I wipe blue. Peak, you're not kidding. You really panned a whole bottle? The companions beside him were also instantly stunned upon hearing this, and each of them looked at Chen Feng with disbelief. What's this fooling you guys for? Look, Chen Feng pulled the vial out of his pocket, and the vial that was almost filled with silver grains suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's a real bottle. My mother, how much must this be sold for? Not 300 or 400? Can 300 or 400? It must be over 400. I wiped out. In the end, how did you panning? We panning gold on the grain. UTM even on the bottle. What the hell? Songwei looked at the vial of silver and was so jealous that his eyes were on fire. How nice it would be if it were his. Then he'd be sure to buy a box of Jade Creek to celebrate when he got home today, with a couple of pig's feet on the side. Just as they gathered around Chen Feng in awe, Huang Fei pulled up in his van a little ahead of them. He rolled down the window to look at them in the huddle, eyes full of curiosity. In the past they had stood here honestly waiting for themselves. What was the situation today? Why was it different from usual? Did something good come out of it? He was also a good believer and immediately got out of the car when he saw it. What's up? What are you guys looking at? Huang Fei inquired as he squeezed in. Do you know how much silver Chen Feng plucked today? It's a whole bottle. Seeing him coming, someone spoke up in a hurry. What the hell? A bottle? Huang Fei was shocked when he heard this. He picked them up and dropped them off every day, and he simply knew their haul like the back of his hand. A day can pan a few silver. That is to be lucky. And Chen Feng's first time panning for gold, directly to a bottle, is what the hell? Really? Show me. Huang Fei hurriedly took the vial in Chen Feng's hand and looked at it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is all what you've plucked today? Huang Fei looked at Chen Feng with disbelief. Yeah, Chen Feng said with a smile. Good boy. You kid can born to do this line of material. The first time to come surprisingly can find so much. Huang Fei said in a tone filled with awe. Not bad, just lucky. Chen Feng took the small bottle and smiled. Holy, you're not generally lucky. This group of people poking around for a day doesn't seem to have gotten as much as you did, right? Huang Fei asked as he looked at the crowd. The people looked at each other and took stock of the situation. All shook their heads. This gang plus a piece is not enough for a bottle. Chen Feng himself a bottle. They cannot help but sigh with emotion. This gap between people is also too big. We all a piece out of the gold rush. Why are you so show? Alright, you've earned it today. Let's go back then. Huang Fei took the car keys and greeted them as they got into the car. I have to drive to the county seat today, and counting their sales, I don't expect to be home until almost 8 o'clock. Okay, go. The people have opened their mouths. Everyone is tired all day. The little thing they ate at noon has been digested almost all the time. They all want to go home and have a hot meal. Everyone was packing up as they walked, taking off their headsets and unplugging their wires and whatnot. Chen Feng was walking at the end, doing the same thing, wrapping the wires with his headset around the metal detector, ready to close up and get in the car. Only when he had just walked to the car, Chen Feng was suddenly stunned, raising his head with eyes full of surprise to look at his companions who were lined up to get on the car in front of him. This was because a sudden alert came from his system that there was a presence of precious metals in a 3-meter radius. Let's go Fingzi. Why are you frozen? Zheng Ping sat in the window seat and stretched his head to open his mouth to Chen Feng who was standing by the side of the car. I think I heard my machine ringing. You guys wait for me. Chen Feng finished speaking and directly opened the wrapped thread. Ready to work. He was sure he had the goods under his feet. Definitely not a faulty system. Because he had just tried. Everyone had more or less a bit of silver on them. But even if Chen Feng was close, the system would not prompt. The system will only hint at metals that are unclaimed underground. What the hell? Are you sure your machine rang and you didn't mishear it? Zheng Ping said with some disbelief. It's hard to believe that Chen Feng even found the goods again when he was about to get in the car and leave. The crowd heard Chen Feng's words at this moment, and one by one, they all poked their heads out. Peek, really? You talked about the goods again? I wipe Lu, you what luck ah? I just took the instrument in this talk half a day. How nothing? You come to have goods ah? Seeing that Chen Feng has already opened the machine and started to sweep, everyone can't leave for a while. Sitting is also sitting, so they all came down to see Chen Feng lively. Peek, where did it ring? Zheng Ping came down with a shovel and wanted to help him find it piece by piece. I forgot too. The sound is small and it's nearby. Chen Feng replied as he swept. After all, he couldn't say that it was the system that prompted the availability of the goods, so he started probing, and could only answer vaguely. Chen Feng probed back and forth and found no sign of the goods' existence. And every time he brought the metal detector close to the car, the metal detector began to ring, and every time he probed the car, he had to carefully distinguish whether it was the car ringing or the goods ringing, causing Chen Feng to frown for a while. Chapter 11, Out of the Gold. The crowd was originally excited, but when they saw that Chen Feng couldn't explore anything for half a day, they couldn't help but get a little impatient. Peek, is it possible you misheard me? There's nothing at all? Yeah, that's the sound you heard from the metal detector approaching the car, right? That's right. If there's really something there, it wouldn't have been scouted out long ago. It's just such a piece of land. Come on Peek, don't probe. There is none. If he didn't leave, there was no way for the crowd to leave, so they could only open their mouths to persuade him. Chen Feng pursed his lips and continued to explore. The system would not lie to him. It said that if there were goods, there would definitely be goods. Zheng Ping looked at the time, also could not help but open his mouth to persuade. Fingzi, should really be you heard wrong? You are back and forth to explore several times. Really have goods if it is impossible to miss. No, I'm sure there is when I say there is. I couldn't have misheard you. Chen Feng's words were incomparably firm. Taking a deep breath and looking around, he also wondered, just such a piece of land, where could something be hidden? At this time Song Hui sat in the car, impatiently stretched out his head and said, where are the goods ah? You are not today panning gold panning magic obstacle. If there are really goods, you come before we probe half a day. How can we not find? Get out of here. Don't make it sound like you're the chosen one. We're a bunch of blind people and you're the only one with sharp eyes. Chen Feng simply ignored him, put down the metal detector, holding his breath in his heart. He did not believe that he could not find this goods, a total of 3 meters range. You can hide where to go. Suddenly as if he thought of something, he slapped his head violently and went up to Huang Fei and shouted, move the car. Ha! Huang Fei froze at his words. What does this have to do with himself? Hurry up. The goods are under the car. Chen Feng urged again. Huang Fei itself does not want to move. To him, simply get on the car and go. But look at Chen Feng so firm. There is a momentum that he does not move. Chen Feng will not go. Huang Fei cannot help, so he had to start the car to drive forward a few meters. Next to the crowd of onlookers see this also cannot help but sigh. Chen Feng, this is what is wrong. Do you still have to turn this upside down? Mainly have goods you find line. This is no goods you find what here. Really hard to find ah. Chen Feng saw this and quickly picked up the metal detector. Went up and began to explore the location of the bottom of the car just now. Just a few sweeps back and forth. The metal detector issued that let the crowd shocked sound. Ooh-hoo. As soon as this voice came out, The crowd that had been somewhat impatient just a moment ago were instantly surprised, looking at Chen Feng with some incredulity. I wipe Lu, still really have goods Chen Feng really did not hear wrong. My god, this one turned out to be here. How did Chen Feng hear it? His ears are too good, the hiding is so damn deep. If it wasn't for Peek's insistence, we'd really be gone. Awesome. A crowd of people opened their mouths with exclamations, and a few people in the car, realizing that there was really something, also stuck their necks out, wanting to see what Chen Feng could actually dig up. Chen Feng squatted on the ground and pulled out a shovel. Zheng Ping also ran over when he saw this, holding a shovel in his hand to help him dig together so that he could hurry up. Ooh-hoo. A few shovel strokes down, and Chen Feng plucked the thing, casually picking at it a few times, and a somewhat yellowed thing was exposed in the shovel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Zheng Ping saw the yellowed thing, he immediately screamed in shock and covered his head with both hands, looking at the thing with Chen Feng in disbelief. The crowd instantly heard the sound and ran over, asking in surprise, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on? What are you yelling about?" Chen Feng also froze at this moment as he looked at what was in the shovel, looking at the small gold piece with disbelief and eyes full of surprise. He never thought that what he had been shouting about all day would pan out when he was finally all set to go. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng picked up the gold piece and steadily passed it over the metal detector, and an oh-oh sounded, proving that it was the right one. And the crowd also saw the small gold piece in Chen Feng's hand at this time. Each one of them instantly had their mouths open, staring at the small gold piece with wide eyes, their eyes almost glaring out in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gold! Such a big gold! How many grams does this take? Holy, what luck! Grass! I was just hanging around here for half a day. Why didn't I realize that? It's really gold. It's really out of gold. The crowd's words carried extreme awe, and one simply sucked in a breath of cold air. The few people in the car were also shocked when they heard the sound from this side, and one of them flew out of the car. What's up? What's up? Out of the gold? It's really out of gold. It's not brass, is it? It's not brass. Brass can tell. It's really gold. Huang Fei touched his head, looked at the gold piece in Chen Feng's hand, and dumbfoundedly opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I actually drove the car above the gold. I should have known that I panned myself. Song Wei looked at the piece of gold and also instantly dropped his jaw in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. He was full of just one thought. What kind of dog luck is this Chen Feng? How come a bunch of them didn't realize that he heard the sound as soon as he came? It's not like he's got a problem with that machine. Some kind of special edition. Is it? Brother Zhang, how heavy is this thing and how much is it worth? Chen Feng's mouth was grinning up to his ears. This was a complete surprise. Zheng Ping took it over and turned it upside down with his hand, and said with a face full of surprise, "It's not light. It seems to have 3 grams or so," and deducted the loss of at least $800 The crowd was even more in awe at the words. $800 It was unknown whether they would be able to find that much in a month. And Chen Feng had actually found $800 in a single day. Not to mention more than that, he still has a bottle of silver. Adding it all together, I'm afraid Chen Feng's income for the day would be over 1,000. I Lu a good boy. Daily income of more than 1,000. They are simply envious of death. Get in the car and get in the car. Hurry up and change it into money. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng took out the empty vial and filled it with the gold pieces. The gold piece dropped the bottle with a tinkling sound, which was simply the best sound Chen Feng had ever heard. He just said this bottle can't be brought for nothing. Ha ha. The crowd got into the car in a state of awe. They were a little tired, but now, fueled by the gold, no one was tired, and they were all discussing it. Soon after, with excitement in his heart, Chen Feng and his group arrived at the county town and came to the metal recycling store that he often went to. This place is not small. A dozen people walk in are very spacious. Inside is a middle-aged man with some gray hair. See them come at once opened his mouth. Goo, I counted the time for you guys to come. Ha ha, it's been a month, Zheng Ping said with a smile. Inside the counter was a large glass enclosure, just like a bank, except it wasn't completely sealed. There was a 30-centimeter gap. Chapter 12, The Surprised Shopkeeper. Zheng Ping handed over all of his harvests over the past month to Boss Bai, who took them, poured those silvers into a small crucible, and began to burn them fiercely with a spray gun. It's all done in front of everyone, seen clearly through the glass enclosure. There's no such thing as making a job, secretly weighing less or anything, waiting for the thorough cauterization. All the impurities inside were removed. Boss Bai poured out the silver, and when it cooled down a little, he put the silver nugget, which was round like the shape of a steamed bun, into the water to cool down. Finally it goes on the electronic scale to be weighed. 110 grams. Exactly 880. Boss Bai looked up to Zheng Ping and said, after deducting $300 for the fare, $500 a month. It's okay, Zheng Ping said with a shrug and a sigh. Ha ha, don't be discouraged. Didn't you pan for a gold grain last month? That's how gold panners are. Unstable. 1 month more and 1 month less. Boss Bai smiled and comforted. Took out cash from the drawer and started to count the money. My gold grain is only $370. I can't even touch it once in months. Zheng Ping took the money and shook his head helplessly. It's okay, you'll be able to pan for gold tomorrow. Boss White cheerfully said auspicious words and took the next person's bottle. The total amount burned. This villager's income for the month is 702. After deducting the fare there is still 402. They don't come out every day to pan for gold. There are times when the weather is bad or it's raining and windy. It's been out a total of 20 days this month, so it's a $300 fare. These villagers sold out a month's worth of goods, and the most one sold was only $920. This was still the reason why his income was so high, because he had poked at the beginning of the month and found a gold grain of about 1 gram. When it came to Chen Feng, he had just started pulling small bottles out of his pocket when a companion couldn't help but open up to Boss Bai. Hey, just look at him. He's got a lot. Oh, Boss Bai simply became interested all of a sudden. He looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but say, I haven't seen you before. Are you just starting out as a gold prospector? Well, I just started doing it. Chen Feng smiled and sent the 2 small bottles over. Boss Bai took the 2 small bottles and instantly raised his eyebrows, saying in surprise, Ooh, you've had a good harvest this month. This gold piece isn't small. It's got to be like 3 grams. You've kind of earned it. The crowd laughed at the words, and Chen Feng also had a smile on his face, looking at Boss Bai confused. What's the matter? What are you all laughing at? Is it hard to believe that this isn't a gold piece? It's copper? He poured out that gold piece and took a closer look at it, and couldn't help but look strangely at the crowd and say, This is supposed to be gold. I've been collecting goods for so many years. I usually don't look away. Zheng Ping smiled and spoke at this time. It's gold. Boss Bai, you're not wrong. Only the time is wrong. He didn't pluck this in a month's time. He plucked it in a day. Just today. Boss Bai's eyes glazed over at the words, full of disbelief. He hurriedly looked back to Chen Feng and said, What? You got so many goods in one day? Seriously, this can't be right? Chen Feng nodded and said, It was indeed panned one day today. I just started panning for gold today and bought the machine yesterday. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Boss Bai was filled with amazement and pushed the old-fashioned glasses on his nose. My goodness. I really haven't heard of anyone panning for gold in one day and getting this much stuff. You're kind of the first in all the years I've been doing this. What a history breaker. Young man, you have a future ahead of you. Chen Feng smiled and did not say anything. Boss White burned those silvers first and got on the scale to measure them. 97.3 grams of silver. That's $778.04. I'll round you up to 708. Alright, thanks Boss Bai. Chen Feng said politely. Boss White waved his hand, saying no thanks, then picked up that gold and started burning it. The gold began to become melted under the fierce heat of the gun, and finally formed a round drop of liquid. The liquid was golden and shiny, as if there was light flowing inside. Chen Feng was seeing alchemy with his own eyes for the first time, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. No wonder they say that true gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. It is quite a miraculous change for the gold to go from being a little dull and yellow and black at the beginning to being translucent today. Waiting for a while, the white boss will be that has not been cold through the gold particles thrown into the water. The water immediately issued a pricking sound. The white boss to fish out the gold carefully dry, and then placed on the electronic scale. Before the silver does not need to be rubbed, because even with a little water is not much money. Just rub it, but gold cannot. This gram is 400. More water maybe a few dozen out. 2.3 grams, that's pretty small. That's $920, plus the 708 before that, making a total of 17,000. With Boss Bai's words, the crowd let out a gasp of astonishment even though they were already mentally prepared. Boy, 17,000. I don't necessarily make 17,000 in 2 months. That's so cool too. I'm damn glad to hear it. The machine is making a good chunk of its money back. How come I don't have this luck? If I could make 17,000, I'd have to go home and buy some ribs and have a good meal. Huang Fei on the sidelines to see the heart is itching. He has been considering or else he also do this line of work. Over 1,000 a day. What are you doing? It's better than driving around in a piece of dash asterisk van every day. Even if he doesn't make 1,000 a day, he can make 100. Young man, do you want cash or a cell phone? Boss White inquired. Cash. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, although the cell phone was more secure and convenient, he wanted to make his mother happy, and when she asked him how much money he made in a day, he just pulled out a bunch of money himself. That impact is no more than a few digits on a cell phone mostly. Alright, no problem. Boss Bai pulled out a money box from under the counter and counted out $1,700 and handed it to Chen Feng. You count. Chen Feng took the money and counted it, putting it into his pocket. No problem, boss. Ha ha. Both of them laughed at the same time, and the group said goodbye to the owner and returned to the van, ready to head back to the village. When he waited for the car, Chen Feng also asked Zheng Ping who the fare was for. Zheng Ping said just give it directly to Huang Fei. You know him too. There were times when it was Zheng Ping who brought people who were not familiar with Huang Fei, so Zheng Ping was responsible for asking for money. But Chen Feng knew Huang Fei, so he dispensed with this formality just like that. When Chen Feng got on the bus, he stopped by the driver's seat and took out $15 from his pocket and handed it to Huang Fei. Here, you take the fare. Huang Fei turned his head and smiled as he opened his mouth to politely say, there's no rush. It's fine to give it back at home. Chen Feng also smiled at his words and said, take it, and forget about it again when you get home. Only after hearing this did Huang Fei take the money and put it in front of the car's dashboard. Chapter 13 Great Uncle Comes. And when they were heading home, Chen Feng's great uncle came to Lu Ping's house. Xiao Ming, why did you suddenly come? Lu Ping was burning the fire at this time, and said with some surprise when she saw Lu Ming coming, what are you doing, big sister? I'm fine, to take a look. Lu Ming was 1 meter 6'7" tall, with a flat head. The shoes on his feet were still sticky with mud. He should have been doing farm work in the afternoon. Chen Feng's great uncle was not in the same village as them, but 2 villages apart. Sit. Have you eaten? There are dishes in the pot for you to take a bite? Lu Ping inquired. Not eating. Where is little Feng? Lu Ming looked back and forth and did not find Chen Feng's figure. Went out to work. Not back yet. I guess it's almost time. Lu Ping looked at the time and said, work? What kind of work? Lu Ming's expression was very surprised upon hearing this. He's lucky he doesn't go out and get into trouble. But he's still working? Yesterday said to see people panning for gold is good. He also want to go and discuss with me half a day. I thought doing something is better than staying, so I agreed. Want to do what? Lu Ping said with a smile. Panning for gold? Lu Ming's brows immediately furrowed at the words. So he didn't have to buy the equipment. You paid for it? Ha? Lu Ping sniffed and turned her head and said, well, managed to ask me for $3,000, went to buy something, and left with Zheng Ping and the others early this morning. Lu Ming sniffed and rolled his eyes at her in a rather breathless manner. Not that I'm talking about your big sister. How come you let him do whatever he wants to do, and you don't say you'll stop it and give it to him if you want money? That gold panning is not pure bull ********. They've been panning for gold for so long. I haven't heard of anyone getting rich, one by one. Some of them don't fit in $500 a month, and they get up early. Might as well go up to Xiao Yang's and work as a security guard. $800 a month in a drought. And with Xiao Yang around you can still take care of him. Xiao Yang is Lu Ming's son, Lu Chaoyang. Lu Ping sniffed and stalled for a while and said, oops, the child does not want to go. What can be done? What is not dry? He is willing to go, let him try it. Lu Ming sniffed full of speechless. No good laugh, you can really see open. That is the money, big sister. That by $3,000. You sell as scrap iron price. Who want not a penny earned, and when the time comes to do the job, you'll lose 3,000. You don't know how hard it is to save $3,000 on your own, and you're too spoiled for him. It's not that I'm talking bad, just watch. If he doesn't get anything for 3 days and doesn't even bring it on the 4th day, the machine is just throwing it. Lu Ping sniffed and quickly spoke. No, little Feng is serious this time. It's not like a 3-minute fever. You're the only one who believes in that precious son of yours, who, after a year of heavy drinking at home, was allowed to go up to the field for 2 days' work, and threw up his hoe and went home before half an hour had elapsed. I've heard that panning for gold is even more tiring than going to the field, and in the summer it's so hot that it burns like oil, and he can't even go to the field. So you expect him to pan for gold? Really? Lu Ming simply didn't know what to say at this time, and was completely speechless to his own dear sister. He had wanted to come over to ask about letting Chen Feng work as a security guard, but he didn't realize that Chen Feng had suddenly gone on a gold rush. Now there is no way to force Chen Feng to be a security guard. After all, the machine has been bought. Can only wait for a few days to see. After Chen Feng does not pan for gold. What about your chicken? Is it enough to raise? I'll bring you a few more chicks. Lu Ming changed the topic and inquired. For the time being 30 or so is still enough to feed, mainly because corn is a bit expensive these days, and I've been going out into the wild every day to cut up wild greens to feed the chickens. So wouldn't that save a bit? 30 or so is enough. If there were more, I wouldn't be able to mow that many wild vegetables. If Xiaofeng was at home, I could ask him to cut some for me piece by piece, but now he's not at home during the day either. So it's just me. Lu Ping said as she filled the stove with a few pieces of wood. That's fine. Let me know if you don't have enough and I'll bring you back some when I buy the chicks. After Lu Ming finished, remembering the words of his big sister just now, he couldn't help but say with a light hum, you still expect Xiao Feng to go mow the grass for you? Heart is really big. Not to say that now there is no kung fu. In the past every day at home he mowed it for you a few times. Not or you go by yourself. Lu Ping sniffed and didn't say anything, pursed her lips and lowered her head to look at the stove. Because there is really nothing to say. The previous Chen Feng simply do not do these jobs. Just cut the grass with him once, but also went not to 20 minutes to call tired home. It was around nearly 8 o'clock before Chen Feng and his party returned to the village, and Huang Fei parked his car in the yard of his family car. There are living in the village entrance. Huang Fei will stop the car. Let them go down. If they live in the middle of the village, with Huang Fei to his home, and then a piece of the car to go back to their respective homes. Chen Feng carrying things did not go home first, but first went to Lu Dahai's house. He thought he was not easy to make money, to buy something for his mother. Otherwise, you expect Lu Ping to take the initiative to go to the kiosk to buy some food to go home to satisfy her craving. Dream on. She just wanted to eat again will not go to buy. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lu Dahai smoking cigarettes sitting in the bar. The store is much more lively than in the afternoon. There must be nearly 10 people Kardashian. 3 of them sitting at the table in front of the landlord. This is the village. Everyone has nothing to do after dinner at night, either casually on other people's homes to sneak around, or come to the kiosk, and do not buy anything, is to talk about the idle knock. As soon as the crowd saw Chen Feng enter the store with the detector, some couldn't help but open their mouths to greet him. Peek, when did you get back? Just came back. From Huang Fei's yard. Chen Feng replied, standing the detector by the counter and thinking about buying something to take home. Today's first day of gold panning. How's the harvest? Lu Dahai saw this and stood up and asked with a smile. At those words, the voices of the kanji in the room trailed off for a moment. They were also curious as to what Chen Feng and the rest of them had scrounged up today. Not bad. First battle. Chen Feng smiled and replied. Seeing his ambiguous answer, Lu Dahai also let out a laugh. Confessions are more open did not open in the end. Lu Dahai pursued. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing out there? You don't want to go home without panning for gold? Chen Feng opened his mouth as if bragging, and the people in the room laughed at his words. Agu I rub. This powerful blow. You quickly smoke a cigarette. You this mouth there is not a word of truth. Lu Dahai handed him a cigarette and laughed. Chen Feng took the lighter on the counter and lit it himself, then pointed to the back shelf and said, get me 2 bottles of canned goods. Make them genuine, and then get me a carton of pure milk. Lu Dahai raised an eyebrow at his words and brought him 2 bottles of canned food before moving towards the side of the counter and looking up to inquire about Chen Feng. Milk comes in 25, and 30 and 32. Which do you want? Chapter 14, Eat for yourself. What's the gift? 32. Your 25 isn't even pure milk, is it? Chen Feng can know too much about Lu Dahai this store. That 25 pure is milk-flavored drinks. Why not? They all drink the same. Lu Dahai, who had heard this technique Chen Feng did not know how many times, took a box of a certain brand of pure milk for Chen Feng and put it on the counter. Whose house are you going to string up when you buy this? Lu Hai asked curiously. What's with the skewering? Can't you eat by yourself? Chen Feng pulled out his pocket and asked how much money he had in total. 2 bottles of canned goods for 30, and a carton of pure milk for 32, adding up to 62. Lu Dahai replied. Chen Feng directly pulled out 100 to give him. Lu Dahai said while looking for money, pull back. Your family has no children, but also eat by yourself. Fooling who? So what? Pure milk is the only thing kids can drink, and adults drink it and die of medicine? Chen Feng said and laughed himself. It is not surprising that Lu Dahai would think that Chen Feng is going to visit the door. 2 bottles of canned goods and a box of pure milk is the standard gift. A bottle of canned food 15. Who wants to open a bottle of canned food to eat? Milk is a box of more than 30. If the family does not have children, who would buy their own to drink? Dead expensive. This guy, is he talking so tough now? It seems like he really got something today. Lu Dahai said as he handed Chen Feng the money and looked at him with a smile. Just kidding, I haven't been soft either. Chen Feng picked up his things and was about to leave. Hey, tell me the truth. Just how much money did you earn today? Lu Dahai asked with a heart full of curiosity. Didn't make much, just a small profit of 1,007. Chen Feng turned back with a smile as he carried his things, raised his head at him, and took his detector out of the store. He did not want to hide. There is nothing to hide, not to mention that even if you want to hide cannot be hidden. He earns 1,017 things a day. More than a dozen people know. I believe that in less than half an hour, the word will spread throughout the village. and it makes no difference if it's early or late. How much? 1,007. Lu Dahai said in sudden shock as he looked at Chen Feng's back. At this time, the room also instantly quieted down. Even the playing cards stopped for a moment, and they all stared back at Chen Feng's back with eyes full of disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? He actually earned 17,000 in one day? Someone said in an extremely marvelous tone. No. Is he bull asterisk 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 ting, or is he serious? Really making 17,000? Then if he earns 17,000, he must have struck gold. My god. Is this kid so lucky? A villager said in a rather unbelievable shock. They wanted to ask Chen Feng whether it was true or not at this time, but unfortunately, Chen Feng had already left the door, and they couldn't go after his house to ask. No. Why do I get the feeling he's just bull asterisk 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 ting? Kidding. Making 700 a day. Is that possible? There's never been a time when any gold panner could make 17,000 a day. And what a lot of gold that would be. One man looked back in awe and said with some skepticism. Everyone regained their senses at that, and after thinking about it, they all felt that it was somewhat impossible. That's true. I feel like Chen Feng is just talking for fun. I guess the Air Force is in today. Indeed. And you don't see him smiling like he's serious, so I guess it's just a casual remark. Everyone opened their mouths at this point, and Ruahai came back to his senses and couldn't help but skim his lips. Wipe. This kid Chen Feng. There really isn't a word of truth in his mouth. Everyone figured this out and continued to have fun and chat, looking at the incident as a minor hiccup. Who was present does not believe that Chen Feng really earned a day of 1,007. If you say Chen Feng earned 200 a day, that may still rely on a little bit, but you say 1,007. Wouldn't that be a pure tease for them? Chen Feng didn't wait to go for half a minute before Huang Fei came over, and as soon as he entered the door, he directly shouted to Lu Dahai, "Get me a packet of red Nanking." 12. Lu Hai turned back and took a box of cigarettes down and said. At this time someone looked at Huang Fei came, couldn't help but smile and asked, "Dai Fei, just now Chen Feng came to buy something. He said he earned 1,007 in one day. This kid is really able to pickpocket blind. Is there that much? After all, Huang Fei picked them up and dropped them off every day, and Huang Fei couldn't be more clear about how much money they made. Pickpocket blind? Huang Fei looked at the man who had questioned him, and even his voice pitched a few degrees higher. And pickpocket blind. People really made 1,017 today. I watched with my eyes, and finally I followed to sell. Point of money, I was on the scene. The whole room was shocked at these words. What the hell? You're saying he really made 700? The man was dumbfounded at the words, and even stood up for a moment in excitement, and he didn't know what he was so excited about. Nonsense. I watched it with my own eyes. It can still be fake. Huang Fei took Nanking and directly unwrapped and gripped one. No, you're not kidding. Why do I hear so mysterious? This kid went to pan for gold with you guys on the first day, and even made 1,007? Is it really that lucky? A seated woman, at this time, looked at Huang Fei with a face full of disbelief and said, "And luck, and not just any luck." Huang Fei lit his cigarette on fire and told it excitedly under the gaze of the crowd, and was in no hurry to go home for dinner. You are not watching other people panning gold on the grain. This kid on the bottle. As if TM stabbed the silver nest like, a whole day to pan a small bottle of silver. That bottle of silver sold for $780. After saying this, someone realized what was wrong and couldn't help but ask in a hurry. Well, isn't this 708? And didn't he say 1,007? Huang Fei inhaled his cigarette and continued. Listen to me. This kid said he heard the metal detector ringing when we were about to get on the bus, and we didn't believe him. He just had to poke around there and poke around and poke and poke and poke and poke, and there was nothing there. And we all hunted to see if Peek had misheard us, and then he just had to ask me to move the car. I don't see how I can do it. Move it, and guess what after that? Asterisk 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 now. He gouged out that big piece of gold in a few strokes. That piece of gold had to be more than 3 grams, and it sold for more than 900. You say he's a bull. That's a really good ear. I kind of admire him. The more Huang Fei spoke, the more excited he became, as if it was him who had struck gold. The crowd was listening at this point, their faces filled with shock. They were never expecting that Chen Feng was really earning 1,017 a day and was not joking at all. I wipe Lu, Chen Feng luck is too good. A day really earned 1,007. Then others a month are more. I Lu a good boy. No wonder he just so bold. Feelings are really good. And Lu Dahai at this time shocked mouth cannot close. How he did not expect Chen Feng turned out to be no joke. Said all the truth. So he really buys canned food for himself? Ruahai couldn't help but mumble. Chapter 15, your son didn't buy it for you. On the other hand, Chen Feng had already returned home with his things, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Ming sitting at the table. Little Feng is back. Why are you so late today? Didn't you say you'd be home by 7? Lu Ping stood up and looked at Chen Feng inquiring. Took a trip to the county seat to sell the goods together. Great uncle is here. Chen Feng opened his mouth to greet him. Well, I'm not doing anything this afternoon. Looking to come over to see you guys. Lu Ming spoke. Chen Feng stood the machine against the wall, then placed 2 cans on the table and the milk in the corner. Hungry, the rice is in the pot. I'll go serve it to you. Why are you still buying 2 bottles of canned milk? Who are you sending it to? Lu Ping asked while serving the dishes. Eat it yourself. For who? Chen Feng took off his jacket and sat at the table, handing Lu Ming a cigarette. After all, he was a pro-great uncle, and the proper etiquette should still be there. Great uncle took the cigarettes and lit them himself with a lighter. Mom, just open this bottle of canned food directly. Chen Feng picked up a bottle of canned food and handed it to Lu Ping and said, You child, this thing is dead expensive, why did you buy it? Keep it for the door. Lu Ping complained. What's to keep? Buy is to eat. Without listening to Lu Ping, Chen Feng directly turned the can upside down and knocked it, then opened it with a boing sound. Lu Ping saw the situation did not have a good look at Chen Feng, but the fight are open. Cannot stay, simply find a plate. All poured in the plate. When the meal was on the table, Lu Ping also took a set of bowls and chopsticks for Lu Ming. It's so late. Have a bite. Lu Ping advised. Really not hungry. You guys eat. The kid just came back. Lu Ming smoked a cigarette and looked at the canned yellow peaches, waved his hand and said, honestly, while he wasn't hungry, he was fine with eating a few pieces of canned food. He was just a little embarrassed about it. What's the matter? Today, did you find anything? I also told your mom that if you can't do it in a couple of days, you can go to your brother's place to work as a security guard, which is a good job and not a tiring one. Lu Ming inquired. Chen Feng took a bite of the potato stewed with bean curd before casually saying, It's not bad. I earn 17,000 a day. How much? Lu Ming's hand shook at his words, and the cigarette ash burned on his hand. He subconsciously stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, somewhat unable to believe what he was hearing. What? Little Feng, how much did you say you earned? Lu Ping couldn't believe it either. Her chopsticks stopped in midair looking at Chen Feng in shock. Good luck. Earned 17,000. Look, the money is still here. Chen Feng pulled out the money he had earned and placed it on the table, showing it to them. When the stack of red tickets came out, Lu Ping, 2 people instantly stunned. Shocked half a long time did not say out words. No, is this really what you earned today? Lu Ping had originally thought that if Chen Feng could earn 40 or 50 a day, it would be quite good, but she never expected that on the first day Chen Feng gave her a surprise, and even took back $1,700 directly. Was this real? Why did she feel so dreamy? Of course it's real, otherwise it could still be something I picked up, Chen Feng said with a smile. Huang Fei and the others are watching. We went to sell it piece by piece. I believe that after a few more trips, I will be able to pay you back for the machine. Lu Ping sniffed a mouthful of cool air, half a day before accepting the fact, full of relief, said, also what also? I give you did not want you to pay. You just do a good job, have a future on the line. She really wanted to cry and laugh at this time. The mood is extremely complex. This time Huan dared to say that his son has no talent. My son is better than anyone. Lu Ming that cigarette her almost burned to the hand he realized. He hastily smoked a few thrown on the ground stamped out, back to the tone of voice still marveled at the opening. No, you've really struck gold here? Well, plucked it, and quite a bit of silver. Otherwise it could be sold for so much money. Chen Feng looked up and smiled and said, Alright, as long as I can make money. Lu Ming said 3 rows of words in a row, pursed his lips and muttered, Now that you've earned your money, do a good job and don't fish for 2 days this time. All this old, it's time to grow up. Lu Ming said in a serious tone. Don't worry, it won't happen this time. I'm not making any money, so I'm buying a couple of cans to celebrate and a carton of milk for my mom on the way. Otherwise, if you refer her to buy it on her own, she wouldn't necessarily be able to buy it in her next life. Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Then he gave Lu Ming a piece of canned food into the bowl and said, Eat, big uncle, a piece of dip in the joy. Lu Ping heard Chen Feng's words, could not help but complain, buy what milk is dead expensive. In the future, spend less of this useless money, save a little more to stay to marry a daughter-in-law and build a house. I'm so old, drink what is also wasted. The words were so, but the smile in the corner of Lu Ping's eyes betrayed her. Her heart was really very happy that her son had gotten ahead and knew to buy things for himself. That's a first ever. Lu Ming nodded his head when he heard this and used his chopsticks to clip that canned yellow peaches and ate it. His expression was a bit silent, without the pride he had before. His son makes $2,000 a month. And he didn't say it was okay to buy him 2 bottles of canned goods and a carton of milk for him to drink. How much money is not important. The main people Xiaofeng have this hard no earn money the first time to buy some food for their mom. Look at other people's little Feng. And then look at your own son. Hey, okay, then you guys take your time to eat. I'll go back first. Little Feng is tired for the day. Go to bed early. Lu Ming finished the piece of canned yellow peaches and stood up and said, "You stay a little longer, big uncle," Chen Feng said as he stood up. "Not staying. You guys eat quickly. No need to send." Lu Ming hurriedly pressed with his hand and said, "Wait, Xiao Ming. Take 2 bags of milk back to your daughter-in-law." Lu Ping stood up and unboxed the milk, taking out 2 bags and handing them to Lu Ming. "Don't want it, big sister. She doesn't like it either. There's more at home." How could Lu Ming be so kind as to take these 2 bags of milk, and kept putting off not wanting them? The milk at home is bought by the sunrise. There is still more or less. Not more. Take 2 bags to go back and drink it. Chen Feng also opened his mouth to persuade. It's what he bought. There's still quite a bit left. Keep it. I really don't want it, big sister. Lu Ming pushed while walking out. Well, the sunrise is also fine, and also has the heart to buy you guys a carton of milk to drink. Chen Feng complimented. Yes, he's okay. Lu Ming said this, but he was a bit out of breath. Just what else could he say if he didn't? Could he say that Sunrise had never bought anything for the family since he had been working? That's not revealing your own shortcomings. If you really say that, you'll lose face even more. I'm leaving, you guys eat quickly. Lu Ming turned back and said as he exited the door and headed out. Okay, then come and sneak around if you're not doing anything. Lu Ping spoke. Good. Lu Ming replied. Lu Ping and the 2 of them watched him leave before they went into the house to continue eating. Chapter 16. You take it. Lu Ping put the 2 bags of milk on the table and picked up her chopsticks to continue eating. Eldest son, tell me the truth. You really earned this money. You didn't borrow it from someone else to deliberately piss off your great uncle? Lu Ping still couldn't believe it and opened her mouth to inquire. Mom, it's really me who earned it. So many people are watching. It's still a lie. Chen Feng let out a laugh at his words and said, Okay, it's okay if you earned it. Geez, I didn't think you could earn so much in a day. Do you all earn so much? Or is it just you? Lu Ping at this time, because of her happiness, she didn't even know that she was hungry, and continued to ask with her chopsticks. Just myself. They seem to be like 60 or 70. Chen Feng took a sip of water and said in retrospect, Holy cow, it's so much worse? Lu Ping said in surprise. Then you see, your son is lucky. That silver bottle by bottle digging can earn not more. Chen Feng laughed. Okay, since you're lucky, you have to do a good job. And don't spend the money recklessly. Don't squander it all if you earn it today. Your line of work is not stable. Have to usually save more. Today earn 1,007. Tomorrow earn how much still do not know. Lu Ping urged. Got it. Chen Feng completely understood this heart of his mother and nodded his head. You eat quickly. Especially this canned food. It will go bad tomorrow. Chen Feng pointed at the canned food and said, Okay, this is not a year not festival. Also open a bottle of canned food to eat. How to feel over so defeatist. Lu Ping chucked a piece of canned food and lamented. Then you'll have to get used to this life in advance. And you'll be like this every day from now on. Chen Feng said as he stripped his bowl clean. Go to the side. Don't earn some money on the drift. Save money to build a house. Later marry a daughter-in-law than anything else. Lu Ping laughed and scolded. Or if you don't want to be in the countryside, you can go up to the county and buy a building. They're all the rage now to go up to the city. Chen Feng finished eating and lit a cigarette and said, On what the city? The city is not much fun. And I have no job. Let's mix in the village for a few years before we talk about it. Know when the time comes to build a villa in the village. It's bigger than the village head's house. Chen Feng laughed. Then others do not know still think you are the village head. Just build 4 big brick houses on the line. The yard to get bright. This is quite good. Lu Ping said contentedly. You can eat all the leftover pieces. Don't keep them. I'll wash my face and lie down on the bed. Chen Feng put out his cigarette and said to Lu Ping. Okay, or you can have 2 more pieces. Mom can't eat that much. Lu Ping let go. In fact, which is not able to eat, is that she cannot afford to eat it all? Want to let Chen Feng eat more. I'm not eating. You eat. Chen Feng shook his head. Okay, then drink a bag of milk before you go to bed. Lu Ping admonished. Alright, you drink a bag as well. That was bought for you. Don't let it expire. Chen Feng nodded. When Chen Feng finished washing up, he took a bag of milk and returned to his house. Lu Ping finished cleaning up and sat in front of the table, picked up the bag of milk and looked at Chen Feng's closed room door. Her eyes were a little moist. The kid's finally getting old enough to know better. And Lu Ming returned to his home. His daughter-in-law Yao Li is making the bed. See, Lu Ming, so silent, could not help but open his mouth. What's wrong? Looks like Chen Feng did not do it, is not it? I don't know what big sister thinks. So big children squat at home, go to the sunrise, that's how good. Really? How much can you pay to go to Chaoyang? Lu Ming asked, raising his eyes as he sniffed. 800 ah. Before not said. Then how much he wants to earn ah? He would like to earn 2,000 a month. He is not that piece of material ah. Yao Li said with a straight face. Still 800. That child went out to pan for gold today. Earns 17,000 a day. You give 800 people can go? Now don't talk about being a security guard. You're just asking him to go to that corner of Chaoyang. I'm afraid he won't even be able to look at it. Lu Ming lightly grunted, sullenly lit up a cigarette and said, what the hell? Earn 1,007 a day. How is it possible? You are not bull ****** ting. Really? Yao Li froze at the word. Even the bed could not care about making it, and hurriedly asked after him. And fake? I was right there watching how fake it could be. The kid pulled out a bunch of money and put it right on the table. Made money and came back and bought his mom 2 cans and a carton of milk to drink. Chow he. You look at other people, that child. All no miss mom and dad. You look at you, that child. Several months do not call a phone. Hit is something. Lu Ming opened his mouth sullenly and took a sharp drag on his cigarette. OMG. That kid earns that much? Yao Li was still filled with disbelief and a stunned expression. Mainly his son only earned 2,000 a month. Chen Feng earned 17,000 a day. How could she not be shocked? Xiao Feng opened a bottle of canned food at night. I didn't even have the heart to eat it. He gave me a piece of it. And on my way out, big sister brought me 2 bags of milk. Lu Ming opened his mouth. What about the milk? Yao Li said as she sniffed and looked at the table. Didn't take it. People bought it for their own mom. How can you have the nerve to take it? Then give it to me. I didn't even take it. Lu Ming shook and said. Yao Li sniffed and couldn't help but grumble. Give you take ah. I happen to crave milk. That thing on the sea home to buy also dead expensive. You take it? Why so big face it? You do not have a son ah. Let your son to buy you ah. Lu Ming turned around and said in a bad mood. Chaoyang earns a little money is not enough to spend on himself. I heard that I just bought a cell phone recently and spent more than 8,000. And also buy you milk. Think about it. Yao Li sighed. Humph. We don't know what he's going to do. He earns $2,000 a month and buys a cell phone for more than 8,000. Lu Ming lit another cigarette and said. Okay. Stop it. A cell phone can be used for years anyway. Just buy it. Yao Li sniffed and advised. Yes. Or what? You can't control it. Lu Ming hummed and said. When I was leaving I even said it. I have milk at home. I won't take it. And Xiao Feng even asked me if it was bought by sunrise. Right? I said yes. After saying that I blush myself. When did the sunrise buy it? Lu Ming took a deep breath and said. That can't be blamed on others. You have to be dead set on saving face. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You have to say you do. Yao Li rolled her eyes and said. If you say you didn't buy anything, it's even more humiliating. Your son is out there to do a year's work. And then people ask your son to buy you what? You say nothing to buy. Hair did not see. Good to hear ah? Lu Ming angry turned his head to look at her and said. Who said they didn't buy it? Didn't people buy you a pound of sugar cubes last time? Yao Li sat on the Kong and said. That is I let him go to buy. Come back to give money he did not want. A total of only $4. I do not say he can go ah. Lu Ming extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and said. His house was newly built a few years ago and has tile floors in the house. So he doesn't usually throw it on the floor. Chen Feng's home is 20 years ago. The earth grass house. The house ground are earth rand. So there is not so much to talk about. Usually thrown to the ground. And then a moment to sweep up. Okay, don't flip your little intestines. Go to sleep. Yao Li said as she burrowed under the covers. Chapter 17, Father's Kindness and Son's Filial Piety. Lu Ming sniffed on the bed. Turn off the lights. But at this time he which have sleepy. Full of thoughts of Chen Feng tossing and turning cannot sleep. No. You pancakes on hold. Can you hurry up and go to sleep? Yao Li said impatiently. And pancakes? I want to pancake you. Lu Ming muttered without a good breath. Zheng Ping returned home. Received some water to wash his face properly. His wife Mao Min gave him hot dishes in the kitchen. When he had finished washing up and the dishes were hot, Mao Min sat at the table with him and opened his mouth to ask. What's up today? Not bad. Today panned a piece of silver that can be big. Sold 50 or 60. Zheng Ping dipped a little sauce and took a bite of half a small onion. Oh, that's good. How much did you make in total last month? Mao Min said with a surprised sniff. 888. Going to the fair I gave Huang Fei earlier. I made a total of more than $500. Zheng Ping pulled the money out of his pocket and handed it to his daughter-in-law. $500. Less is a little less. It's okay. At least it's a free body. Do not delay the work at home. Empty to go panning for a day. Mao Min took the money and counted it, sighed, reckoned and said, what about Feng Zi? Do you think he can work long? Does he have that gold panning look? Mao Min inquired. Before Chen Feng had been famous, she was curious if he could work long. Ha, him? You just let him go panning for gold on his own tomorrow. I'm afraid he'll go and won't even be allowed to go. Zheng Ping laughed and said, ah, does he like doing this job that much? I thought he would shout that he's tired and doesn't like it. Mao Min said rather unexpectedly, if you earn 1,007 a day, you also like to do this business. Is to go under the knife hate not all have to go. Zheng Ping pursed his lips and said, what the hell? 17,000? You're saying that Chen Feng earned 17,000 in one day today? Mao Min asked with eyes full of shock and a look of disbelief. That's not true. What do you think? That boy point really good a day panning a bottle of silver. On the way out of the car also panning a piece of gold. Holy, that gold is so big. It's got to be over 3 grams. First time I've ever witnessed someone panning gold that big. Zheng Ping stretched out 2 fingers comparing the length and said that even now when he mentioned it, he still felt incredible. My God. I didn't realize he was so rich in this business. Good Lord. One day is almost as much as you make in 3 months. Mao Min said dumbfounded. That's not true. We're all envious. I've been panning for a long time, but I've only found gold once, and it's only 5 grams. On their first day, people have panned more than 3 grams of gold. Where can you justify this? Zheng Ping stood up and added a bowl of rice to himself and said, okay, quite good. Don't care how much money he earns. He can work well on it. It's better than wandering around blindly before. Mao Min nodded and said, that's not true. Feng Zi is actually quite good, and also quite sophisticated. Just before the non-professional. We can't talk deeply before this. Can only persuade 2 sentences to pull down. Now that I see him like this, I'm kinda happy. Zheng Ping said with a smile. Well, you two do a good job this time. You also dip into his fortune, and strive to earn 200 more back next month. Mao Min revealed a smile and said, okay, I'll learn from him how to pan it properly. Why he can pan it so much and I'm just this much. Zheng Ping said jokingly, after all, there is no skill in panning for gold. It's all about luck. There is nothing to learn. And when Song Hui returned home, he flicked the metal detector toward the corner and sat at the table with a sullen face. What's wrong? Why are you falling all over yourself as soon as you get back? His dad heard the noise and walked out, draped in a green camouflage jacket. What the hell? How come the Chen Feng kid's dog luck is so good? And how come I don't have that luck? Song Hui cursed in anger. What? Did that kid find something good today? His father took a dry cigarette case and came over to him while rolling it. Do you know how much this kid made today? $17,000. Asterisk 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 up. What kind of dog luck is this? Silver whole panda bottle. Do you dare to believe it? Song Hui poo-poo said. How much? Song Hui's father sniffed his hand shaking as he rolled a cigarette. He couldn't even be bothered to roll a cigarette. He quickly looked up and asked. 1,007. Song Hui took the box of dry cigarettes and rolled it himself in passing. My goodness. This kid earns 17,000 a day. Wouldn't that make him rich? Song Hui's father sucked in a breath of cool air and said. He thought that Chen Feng's shipments, that is, a day to earn 200 or 300 to the head. That is quite a lot. Who would have thought that this kid would make 700? That's outrageous. I've never heard of anyone making more than 17,000 a day, even if they're gold diggers from all over the countryside. Who says it's not? I heard that just now. My family didn't even return home, and went directly to Lu Dahai's house to buy something. This is really earned. Song Hui said with rather sour words. What about you? How much do you earn? Song Hui's father inquired. 30. Treadmill. Song Hui cursed as he lit his cigarette up and took a drag. Hey, how people are so good luck. You are so back You did not ask him how to amass. Learn from others. Is there any special method Song Hui his father wondered. There can be any special method. His gold panning with a horse dance like, back and forth out of the skate. Who could people like him so gold panning? As a result, I did not expect. He just so back and forth skulking, but also really skulking to the goods. Really evil. Song Hui spat out a mouthful of green smoke and said, that's not some kind of formation he has, is it? I've heard of the 5 ghosts carrying wealth law. Isn't that the one? Song Hui's father said excitedly as he slammed the table. You'd better read less of your pirated books. You're at home every day transporting wealth, and I don't see what's being transported. I've researched online. Gold panning is all about luck and experience. What experience can he have as a newcomer? It's just pure luck. To say experience, I am his ancestor. I'll read the internet to say what terrain goods more to where to go. I did not tell anyone else. Song Hui hummed and said, you're so experienced. Why are you earning $30? Not still useless. Song Hui's father said unwillingly. Who made him say that all the feng shui he usually studied was useless? Song Hui was speechless with dislike and stared at his father. Hurry up and go to sleep. I have nothing to say to you. I don't understand anything. You'd better study your broken book. Song Hui waved his hand in an unfavorable manner and went into the house by himself. Sleeping is sleeping, and I don't see that thing you're studying working. Song Hui's father was halfway there when he turned back to take his dry cigarette case before returning to the house. When his father went into the house, Song Hui came out and boiled some water, took out 2 bags of huafeng sanchui noodles and prepared to soak and eat them. On the other hand, Huang Fei finally finished blowing his awesome at the kiosk and returned to his house with half a box of cigarettes. Chapter 18, 2 prices a day. How do you buy a box of cigarettes to buy so long? What Lu Dahai now give you a roll ah? Huang Fei his father rice are almost finished. Looking at the Huang Fei just entered the door said. Huang Fei's family all live together. In addition to Huang Fei's parents, there is also his grandfather and his grandmother, so it seems particularly lively. Chatting with them for a while, they had to ask me if it's true that Chen Feng earns 1,007. Huang Fei sat down at the table and picked up his rice bowl, which was a bit cold at this point. What? That Chen Feng kid made 17,000 today? Huang Fei his grandfather asked incredulously. That's right, I watched it with my own eyes. And wouldn't you say it's a coincidence that I just happened to be driving and crushed the gold under my car, rubbing it in. If I didn't have a detector, that gold would have been mine. Huang Fei said rather regretfully. That's people's wealth. It's useless if you just press it further. Huang Fei his father grunted and said, Father, this thing really earns money. 1,700 a day. I only earn 50 or 60 a day driving, or else I'll go buy one too, and forget about it with them tan. The fact that I can crush gold under my car proves that I still have talent for this business. Huang Fei said heartily. You quickly forget it. Can do something to do something? A day to drive a car is also quite good. Do not look at the person to earn money you moved. He earns 1,007 today. Tomorrow may not earn a penny. Isn't this business just unstable? Huang Fei's father disagreed. No, I'm just dropping them off at the place anyway. Isn't it just a matter of buying a detector to explore? And I don't have to take a fare compared to them. And make 15. Don't you think it's so reasonable? Huang Fei felt that his plan was seamless and perfect. In fact, it's fine. Or else you have to send them too. So follow them back together, and save running back and forth. Isn't it also quite good? Even if you don't earn that much, isn't it okay to earn an extra 500 or 600 a month? Huang Fei's mom did think it was feasible and nodded her head. You quickly don't support him on the side. Just he can do what is not a patience. To buy a machine to several thousand, when not waiting to make the machine money back to quit. Huang Fei's father had seen through Huang Fei's character long ago. This is to see that Chen Feng has made money. He is hot-eyed. If Chen Feng did not make money, you let him go he will not even bring. No, you don't believe me that much. I don't make even 20 more a day for nothing. No, I'll go buy the machine now and explore with them piece by piece tomorrow. Huang Fei couldn't resist the excitement in his heart, and directly put down his chopsticks to prepare to go to Hanjin country and also have a set of Chen Feng's same model. No, get back here. Discuss again to discuss How do you say this child to do what immediately have to do Huang Fei his father was angry. Holding chopsticks pointing to all to go out of the Huang Fei said. Don't worry about it. I'm sure I can do it for a long time. I'll fetch you a piece of gold back tomorrow. Huang Fei waved his hand, went up to the house and took the money and ran out. Wipe your ass. How did I raise such a beast as you? Huang Fei's father put his chopsticks down and cursed in a bad mood. Actually, it's not impossible as long as he can work long. Huang Fei's mom said as she searched for a while. I also know can do long line. That key your son is not dry not long. By then not to 3 days have to come back to sleep. You look at me this sentence. Huang Fei his father said with certainty. Not necessarily, the child is older. In case he understands. Huang Fei his grandfather also advised on the side. Wouldn't it be nice to know at least one more job? Your grandson will never bring understanding in his life. Huang Fei's father simply knew Huang Fei too well, skimming his lips and speaking. And Huang Fei at this time has come to Han Jiangwo's agricultural equipment store. The house 2 or 3 people are chatting. Han Jiangwo is also packing things. Looks like a little while later we'll go to bed. Old Han, bring me a set of metal detectors. It needs to be exactly like Chen Feng. Huang Fei shouted as he entered. What's the situation? Aren't you driving them? What's wrong with you wanting to pan for gold too? Han asked curiously. What's going on here lately? Why have these guys suddenly started all thinking about gold? That's a must. You don't know. Chen Feng earned 17,000 today. And that piece of gold was still found from under my car. You say I have no fortune. I was born to do this business player driving are buried for me. Huang Fei said excitedly. What do you mean? Chen Feng earned 17,000 today? Han Jiangluo instantly widened his eyes at the words and said with extreme surprise. Earlier, he also said that Chen Feng looked like he was not panning for gold, so he was probably just playing casually. Do you have any more machines like Chen Feng? Huang Fei urged as he looked at Han, who was filled with surprise. Yes. Come, you follow me to the warehouse, Han said with a wave to him as he sniffed back. Should not say. He also has to thank Chen Feng. If it is not Huang Fei see Chen Feng earn money itching, he really cannot sell one more set of machines. Look, this is the same machine as Chen Feng. Even the color is exactly the same. Han picked up a machine and said to Huang Fei. Huang Fei took it and looked at it. It did seem to be the same as the one from Chen Feng, so he nodded. Alright, the rest is the same as Chen Feng. Just bring me whatever he buys, Huang Fei said with a raise of his hand. Well, he also bought a backpack, black, and a small shovel. Both of these glass bottles are identical to him. This bottle is for you, Han said as he nimbly brought him all together and handed it to him. Okay. Huang Fei didn't even look closely. As long as it was the same as Chen Feng, the two of them carried their things back to the store, and Han took a calculator and began to calculate the price. 2006 for the probe, 102 for the backpack, counting 100 for you, and 10 for the shovel, 2,701 in all. Last time, Chen Feng spent a total of 2,603, while for the same thing, Huang Fei spent 2,701. Because Huang Fei buy things basically have no habit of cutting prices. To cut is also to ask a sentence, can be cheaper? Can't. And the conversation is over. It is reasonable to say that they are all from the same village, selling things at two prices, and it is not good for them to spread the word later. But Han Jiangluo does not care about those things. To earn money to hand is real, the future of the matter to be said later. Once Huang Fei heard that he also gave himself a cheap 20, he couldn't help but open his mouth and pull out the money and say, thank you, Aya. You're welcome. Han took the money with a smile on his face. Good luck panning for big gold tomorrow, Han said smilingly. Borrow your advice. Huang Fei spoke happily. When Huang Fei left, Han slumped over the counter, his gaze tinged with surprise. Chapter 19, the more rumors spread, the more outrageous it gets. I didn't think the kid could really get the goods. There's a bit of that point. Of course, he was envious, but even more envious he couldn't possibly go out and strike gold. He still had a store to look after. But it was good for Chen Feng to find something. After all, who did he take to sell the instrument to find the gold? Own it. Now you don't have to make things up every day yourself. Real examples are all around. It is estimated that with Chen Feng this battle, his own goods can sell a few more. Think of the old Han is beautiful. And the news of Chen Feng's panning for goods spread throughout the village with great speed. And the more it spread, the more evil it became. Hey, did you hear? Chen Feng went out panning for gold today and made 17,000 a day. That piece of gold is huge. It must be more than 3 grams. Dig it. Really? It's that big? Hey, you know what? That Chen Feng kid made over $2,000 today. A spade went down and panned that big of gold. It had to be as big as a section of fingers. Grip. Have you heard? Chen Feng made more than $17,000 a day panning for gold. My God. Found several pieces of gold. It's awesome. You don't believe me? You go to the kiosk and ask. Huang Fei said it himself. He was there and still doesn't know? The next day, Chen Feng stood in the doorway, looking at the sparse drizzle outside the window with a sullen face. Mud. Wasn't the weather forecast yesterday for a sunny day? Why is it raining today? I was thinking of doing it again myself to get my money back on the machine, but it looks like that plan is out the window. Had to stay home all day. After all, panning for gold must be good weather. Windy and rainy cannot pan. A shovel down all the mud, and back and forth to find goods in the mud trip, seriously affecting the efficiency, not to mention the machine, and then soak the water scrapped are not guilty. Just as Chen Feng was depressed at the door, a youth ran over outside, looking just 20, a little darker in length, and with a flat head. Upon seeing Chen Feng at the door, he couldn't help but blush and speed up his steps to run to the front and say, Brother, I heard you made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one day yesterday? Digging up a gold as big as your fist? Chen Feng fell silent when he heard this, and only after half a day did he speak. Which father did you listen to? I don't know. That's what they all say. I'm not here to ask you and probe for first-hand information. The youth hemmed and hawed. The youth's name is Lin Yan. Is Chen Feng's good friend. The two people always play together. Is considered a die-hard friend. He quit high school and was helping the family. Not that much. If I made hundreds of thousands of dollars I would still be so calm. I would have gone out and dashed around long ago. A total of more than 1,700. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Wow. That's quite a lot. Others don't make as much as you do in a day with a month's salary. Lin Yan's eyes lit up at that. It's not bad. Panning for gold is also unstable. I was thinking of continuing to go out panning today, but I didn't expect this ghostly weather. Chen Feng looked at the sky and said quietly, "It's okay, brother. It's just as well to go tomorrow." My father said, "The weather forecast is not accurate at all. It's all their blind filler to fool people." Lin Yan pulled out a crumpled box of red double happiness from his pocket, took out the only two inside, and handed one to Chen Feng. Red double happiness, a box of $4. Lin Yan has been smoking this. He does not have much financial resources. All rely on the family to give, or sometimes earn a little extra money. Get some pocket money. No cigarettes? Chen Feng said as he took the cigarettes and looked at his cigarette case. Nope. Hey, Lin Yan said as he took out his lighter and lit it for Chen Feng. Come inside. It's cool outside. Chen Feng greeted him and said, "No, my shoes are muddy. I should step on them and get dirty." Lin Yan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I have to go out in a while as well. It's time to bury the hatchet." Chen Feng pulled him into the house. Then he tossed him the large half box of white Tarzan on the table. "Take a smoke." Chen Feng didn't have a whole box left, or he would have just given him a box. Lin Yan has been very good to Chen Feng. There are times when the family down a little bit of food. Chen Feng home is not yet out. Are thinking of bringing to Chen Feng, and always bring a little bit of what is strange and weird things. Sometimes Chen Feng pocket no money. Lin Yan took their own only a few dollars. Buy a box of cigarettes, two people smoking. When the pocket money spent, Lin Yan only counted pull down. Hey, thanks brother. Lin Yan took the cigarette with a happy smile on his face. The white box of red Taschen were good cigarettes for him, and he couldn't usually afford to smoke such expensive ones. Xiao Nian is here. Come and drink a bag of milk. Lu Ping came out and saw Lin Yan and enthusiastically took a bag of milk and handed it to him. "Thank you, auntie. I don't drink." Lin Yan didn't have the heart to take it, shook his head and said, "Take it if it's given to you and drink it." Chen Feng also opened his mouth when he saw this. Thank you, auntie." "Thank you, brother." Seeing that both people were so persuasive, Lin Yan took the bag of milk and held it in his hand, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, when Lu Ping was here, Lin Yan was a little bit unable to let go, until Lu Ping entered the house. Lin Yan quietly said to Chen Feng, "Brother, when I came here, I heard old Wang's daughter-in-law cursing there, and discussing with her man that she would come toward you for money." Old Wang's house was the one where Chen Feng's original owner stole chickens, and Chen Feng frowned at the words. "Ask me for money. What money? Don't have a face," Chen Feng said with a cold snort. Originally, after Chen Feng was reborn, he was thinking about whether or not to return the chicken money to old Wang's family. After all, stealing chickens is not right no matter what. However, after learning that the old king's daughter-in-law did those things, Chen Feng, not to mention pay back the money, his family chickens are bleeding. Chen Feng are not relieved. No wonder Chen Feng turned out to be an asshole but never did anything to steal chickens or dogs. How could he suddenly steal a chicken from old Wang's house to stew? There's a reason for all of this. Lao Wang's daughter-in-law is a standard kind of rural woman who loves to pull her wife's tongue behind her back and start rumors about nothing. At first it was behind the scenes preaching about Chen Feng. What college students are nothing more than that, not also squatting at home. Later on, it developed into what Chen Feng his father why gone for so many years, just because found Lu Ping outside the wild man. In a fit of anger left home. Even rumors about why Chen Feng is not doing anything right now is that he found out that he is not biological. He is wild, so he is so revenge on his mother. Although Chen Feng did not know why his father suddenly disappeared when he was 6 or 7 years old, Chen Feng knew that it was definitely not like what old Wan's daughter-in-law said, because when he was a child he asked his mother why his father never came back. Lu Ping just sighed, shook her head and said, "Your father can't do anything about it." Later, when the old king's daughter-in-law let Chen Feng know this, Chen Feng was furious. But this kind of thing is never the more you describe it, and he couldn't go to the old king's daughter-in-law to argue. Can only steal his family a chicken to vent their anger? The beginning of Chen Feng is to want to directly in the middle of the night to point his family firewood stacks, and then still did not dare, afraid to make a big. Chapter 20, going out to make extra money. She's heard that I've earned money, so she wants to come over and ask for it, right? Chen Feng understood too well what she was thinking. Yes, I estimate that is the case. If I say brother you are still too merciful, deal with such, simply in the middle of the night directly to his home firewood stacks lit up forget. The black light who also do not know that you did it. Teach her a lesson that she has nothing to fool around with. If you're afraid of being discovered, I'll do it. I'll order them to definitely not think of it. Lin Yan said with confidence. Chen Feng smiled at his words and said, forget it, the whole village knows that you and I are on good terms, and when his family's firewood stacks are on fire, it's either you or me, so there's still room for guessing. Don't worry, there's plenty of ways to get her later. If she doesn't give an inch it's fine. If she dares to continue, or even come over to me, then don't blame me. Chen Feng in this life is the most annoying is this kind of tugging wife tongue. Nothing behind the back of your rumor people. This kind of person is pure toad lying on the foot surface. Do not bite people, disgusting people. After you get really pissed off and go after her, she denies that it's what she said and acts like it has nothing to do with her. What a thing this is. Okay, brother, I'll listen to you. Just say if you need anything. If not, one day it's okay to sprinkle some medicine on his chickens. Lin Yan pondered. Right, brother. If you're not going out today, let's make some extra money? Lin Yan remembered to say. What extra money? Chen Feng sniffed and inquired. Go to the river to touch the fish. If today's harvest is good, touch is 10 or 8. We can also sell $20 or $30. Lin Yan spoke up. Going to touch it on a rainy day? Chen Feng said doubtfully. Don't you usually wait for a dry day to touch it, when the water is shallow and easy to catch? Now it's raining to touch it. The river is bubbling, right? Can you catch it? Just go and touch it on a rainy day. I found out. When the rain is big, the fish all run down the river. We'll both just wait downstream and catch it. Lin Yan said more and more vigor. Cannot help but stand up. Alright, staying is staying anyway. Earning some is some. Chen Feng was also bored, so he simply went out with him. First, I changed into a set of work clothes, and then I took a plastic bag and put my cell phone and cigarettes in it, so that they wouldn't get wet later. Lu Ping couldn't help but be quite perplexed when she heard that the two of them were going to catch fish. I didn't want them to go, but I couldn't argue with them, so I had to remind them to pay attention to safety and come back early. The two of them got it done and headed for the creek outside the village. On the way, Lin Yan went back to his home and took a fish trap and a plunge net. And as for the sale of the fish he caught, he didn't have to worry about it. When the time comes to Lu Dahai's house, let him send to the group. Cheaper natural people will come to buy, although it will be more expensive to take it to the county to sell, but there is still the cost of the road to follow. It is better to save money this way. Look, brother, it's raining really hard today. I guess the creek is bubbling up. Before they could walk to the place, the two were doused with croaking wetness. Chen Feng wiped the rainwater on his face with his hand and couldn't help but feel some regret. The fish hasn't even been caught yet. They're both fish first. He didn't expect to make much, as long as he could make 2 cartons of cigarette money per person. When they got to the river, sure enough the river bubbled up a bit to the banks on either side, and they both came downstream, put the plastic bags on the bank, and went right into the river. The river was only 30 or 40 centimeters deep, so there was no danger. Look, brother, a real fish has been washed down. Lin Yan excitedly pointed at a fish and said, Holy, feelings you just guessed too? Chen Feng realized that this kid wasn't sure either once he heard this. Hey! Lin Yan wasn't embarrassed and grabbed the plunge net and ran after the fish. Chen Feng also picked up a plunge net and searched back and forth for fish in the river. A carp that was more than a pound heavy was right in front of Chen Feng, who slowly approached with sharp eyes and a sharp snap of the plunge net. The net was empty and the carp swished away. Continuing downstream, Chen Feng, he was tempted to say, rubbing, obviously depicted quite accurately, how the net once in the run, though he knew the principle, which was probably the refraction of light. The position of things in the water deviated from what you saw, but understanding is understanding, but exactly how to operate, Chen Feng really does not understand. He has never seriously caught a fish, used to be with Lin Yan out to play blindly, take a branch tied on the line, win the fishing rod, a day of what did not catch, and then the beauty of the home. Oh ho! An excited voice came from the side. Lin Yan held up the plunge net, in which a large carp was bouncing around, and he excitedly ran to Chen Feng's side. Look, brother, it's really not small. Indeed, put it inside the fish basket, don't run away, Chen Feng said as he looked at the fish. That's a fish that's got to be 1.5 pounds, and it's definitely selling for $5. Chen Feng took the plunge net and reluctantly continued to look for the target. This time he switched methods, placing the plunge net in the water first and then slowly approaching. It was a 3-2 or so carp that was swimming slowly in the water. After waiting for Chen Feng's plunge net to slowly approach, Chen Feng violently sprang forward. The water surface was turned up by him with huge splashes. The net was light, nothing was in it, and the fish had gone nowhere. Chen Feng looked at his nothing coping net and sighed drearily. He still prefers catching gold to catching fish. At least the gold won't run. Grandma. And at the same time, Lin Yan had already caught up another fish. Oh ho! Looks like we're both going to be rich today, Lin Yan said happily as he threw the fish into the fish basket. Chen Feng is tempted to say, it is not the two of us who want to get rich, it is you who want to get rich. I haven't gotten a single hair on my head so far. An hour later, the fish basket inside the size of the fish have 6 or 7. Chen Feng stood in the middle of the river. Take the net, look around the heart confused. Surprisingly he didn't get a single fish for an hour. The most promising time he got was when he got a half-2 carp. The result is copied up. but because the mesh is too big, the small carp struggled out of the eye. Chen Feng just stared at it, fell in the river. Whoosh, a shadow. It's not me. It's the net. It must be that my net doesn't work well. Lin Nian's one works well. That's right. Chen Feng looked at Lin Nian, who was grasping there with great interest, and couldn't help but comfort himself in his mind. Ha 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 ha. This one's big. Brother, it's got to be 3 pounds. Lin Nian's laughter came again. His hands holding up the plunge net. A large carp was bouncing around inside. In response, Chen Feng could only give a thumbs up. You're a natural-born fish-catching saint. You make a fortune with a net, don't you? Chen Feng was naturally not willing to show weakness, and he had already lowered the bar for himself. From making $30 in the beginning, I've been able to fish for a day and just stay out of the Air Force. Finally, after another hour, Chen Feng slowly approached a fish with a plunge net. Chapter 21, Can this place be stocked? It was a carp that had to be half a catty. Chen Feng held his breath and composed himself. The plunge net in his hand slowly approached, and violently snapped it down as he approached. Tears came to Chen Feng's eyes when he felt something struggling in the net. It's more exciting than if he'd struck gold. Lin Nian, look, I caught it. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng couldn't wait to hold up the net and show off to Lin Nian. He only saw Lin Nian holding a 5 or 6 pound carp in his arms, heading for the fish trap. Wow. Brother, you're great. What a big carp. Lin Nian raised his head, a simple smile on his face, although he knew Lin Nian didn't mean anything else. But with the fish in his arms, Chen Feng felt how it sounded like he was mocking himself. Both men caught their breath and were up on the bank, ready for a cigarette break. Taking cigarettes out of a plastic bag, the two men lit them up and just sat on the bank and smoked them. Brother, the two of us today harvest is really not small. Those fish I feel can be sold for $100. We can each share 50. Usually there are not so many fish. Is not the upstream reservoir bubbling? Run down? Lin Nian couldn't help but guess. Guess so. Chen Feng nodded and said, in the past, there would never be so many fish here. Half a day to see one. Otherwise this must be full of people. Not just the two of them here to catch. Right on, Yen. You don't need to share the fish when it's sold. Just take it yourself. It's all caught by you. I'll just take that carp home and stew it. Chen Feng spoke up. If he catches less and he catches more, it is fine for Chen Feng to follow and share the money. But the key is that Chen Feng is not catching less. He is not catching at all. These are the fruits of Lin Nian's labor, and he is embarrassed to share with this. So he will take one home and eat it. And he didn't come for nothing. What are you talking about, brother? We agreed to catch fish together and share them together. How can I take them all? What do you take me for? Definitely one person half. Not negotiable. Lin Nian sniffed and immediately made a stern face. Looking resolute, if he let him take it all he definitely wouldn't do it. Seeing that Chen Feng said this again, Lin Nian was going to get angry. Chen Feng smiled and didn't say anything, but pinched the cigarette and stood up and said, okay, then catch more. Martyr today to have a whole fish feast. Hey, okay. Lin Nian puffed on a few cigarettes, threw them casually, and continued to pick up the coping net, a smile on his face. This time the two didn't spread out in the river, but rather Chen Feng ran to Lin Nian's position. He thought that if he couldn't catch it himself, Lin Nian would still be able to help him make up for it, and he didn't believe that a fish would still be able to evade both of them. What's the matter? You're the lead fish. You want to back out. Upstream soon came down a big carp, slowly swimming past Chen Feng. Chen Feng slowly approached with a plunge net, holding the net high, ready to take it down. It was only at this time that a prompt suddenly came from Chen Feng's system. There are precious metals within a 3-meter radius. Chen Feng was instantly stunned. He had never expected the system to go off. What are you doing, brother? Quickly pounce. Lin Nian looked at Chen Feng holding up the net half a day without going down. Couldn't help but say anxiously. He was ready to fill Chen Feng's shoes. Wait, I think I see something. Chen Feng directly turned the net upside down, completely ignoring the fish that swam in front of his eyes, and gouged back and forth in the water with the net handle. There's something. What is it? As soon as Lin Nian heard Chen Feng's words, he didn't care about the fish and immediately ran to Chen Feng's side to follow and look. It's in stock. Not sure about the gold and silver. Didn't get a good look, but it's definitely there. Chen Feng frowned as he searched back and forth in the water, and in the end, he thought that the plunge net was not good enough to use, so he directly handed it to Lin Nian, and blindly touched back and forth at the bottom of the river with his own hands. What? Brother, you really saw it? There's really gold? Lin Nian was instantly surprised when he heard this, and excitedly opened his mouth. Gold and silver can be much more valuable than fish. If there is really gold at the bottom of the river, who still catch fish? Surely all come here to pan for gold. Really? Throw the net on the bank and come help me find it. Chen Feng tripped through the water and kept rummaging back and forth in the river. Lin Yan sniffed and ran straight back to the shore with a big stride, threw the plunge net to the shore, and couldn't wait to come back. What kind of gold? Is it big? Lin Yan followed Chen Feng's example of blindly touching the river, asking as he did so. I don't know. Anyway, whenever you see something different from a rock you pick it up and look at it. Chen Feng poked hard at the silt at the bottom of the river, wondering if this thing was buried inside the silt. This was Lin Yan's first time panning for gold, and his whole body was so excited that he kept picking at the silt at the bottom of the river as if he was tireless. Originally crystal clear river water, by the two of them gouge incomparably turbid, and with the two of them as the center is still spreading to the surroundings. Brother, our method is not right. You panning for gold is also so panning? Lin Yan keyed half a day. Felt were the wrong saying. Of course it's not so stingy. Who good people run the river for gold? Chen Feng stood up and swished his hands with the river water, pinching his waist and frowning at the murky river water. It's not a good idea to go on like this, and with the river so muddied, you can't see the gold even if there is any, and 3 meters plus the depth. The two of them in this unarmed key, with the needle in the haystack is not much different, simply cannot find. Fortunately the system alerts continued, proving that the cargo hadn't been washed away and was still in the neighborhood. Neen, go back and get the metal detector. Find a sturdy plastic bag, wrap your head around it, and get an umbrella. Chen Feng eventually spoke with a pursing of his lips. Alright, I'll go now. Lin Yan nodded and ran directly onto the shore, trotting like he was running towards Chen Feng's house. Chen Feng, on the other hand, continued to stay here to see if he could fish it out with his bare hands. Soon Lin Yan ran to Chen Feng's house, and when she saw that Lin Yan had come back like a drowned chicken, Lu Ping couldn't help but stare. Ha, Xiao Nian, why didn't Chen Feng come back together? Auntie, Feng is still in the river. He found the goods. We both fished for half a day but didn't come up. Feng asked me to come back to get the detector. Lin Yan said under his breath. Found the goods? Lu Ping sniffed with eyes full of surprise. There's still cargo in the river. He's not mistaken, is he? In all these years, she hadn't heard of anyone in the river who had struck gold. Definitely right. Brother Feng can't be wrong. He told me to find something to wrap the front head of the detector with, and then get an umbrella. Lin Yan was simply mesmerizingly confident in Chen Feng, and opened his mouth in succession. Okay, but take what things bag. The river is so deep. Lu Ping was a little difficult for a while. She also knew that the metal detector was not waterproof, and it would be troublesome if it broke. After wandering around the house for several times, Lu Ping thought of one thing, and she ran to her house and rummaged around for half a day before she found a raincoat. Together with Lin Yan, he wrapped the head of the metal detector with a raincoat, and to prevent accidents, wrapped the head with duct tape to prevent it from opening. Chapter 22 Chen Feng has found a gold mine. Then he took a big umbrella to Lin Yan and asked him to instruct Chen Feng to be careful. Don't fail to find the goods and then scrap the detector. Lin Yan carried the detector and headed out of the village with his umbrella. Just rural house to house. Some doors open. Sitting in the doorway to watch the scenery and chat, Lin Yan. This look naturally attracted the attention of many people. Lin Yan, what are you doing with a metal detector on a rainy day? A villager with an umbrella came over on his way, and seeing Lin Yan like this, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Catch fish, Lin Yan said and left at a quick pace. Naturally he wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he had found the goods, except that it can't be hidden at all either. Who catches fish with a metal detector? It's bull ***** at first glance. When Lin Yan left, the man came to Lu Dahai's kiosk and couldn't help but say curiously, did you guys see that? Lin Yan took the metal detector and headed out of the village. What's the situation? Many people were also filled with confusion when they heard this. Where does he have a metal detector? I haven't heard of it. I guess he borrowed it from someone for blind fun. That thing is so expensive. Who can easily lend it out? Especially on this rainy day. What if it breaks? Hasn't Lin Yan always been close to Chen Feng? That wouldn't be Chen Feng's detector, would it? Chen Feng? When the name came out, everyone took it a few times more seriously. After all, this was a contestant who made 17,000 a day, and his exploits were now spreading through the village, just when they were read. To say that when someone else takes a metal detector, they don't care, but if you were to say that it was linked to Chen Feng, then they would have to take it seriously. What's Chen Feng doing with a detector on a rainy day? It can't be that he's found the goods, can it? But we don't have any waste mines nearby either, so where would we get gold? That's still there. Otherwise how could Chen Feng take a metal detector? He's not stupid. Yeah, where is he now? Go over and see what's going on. Yes, a piece of it. In the kiosk Kardashian villagers heard this instantly cannot sit still. One by one good faith stand up ready to go home to get umbrellas, to go to see the fun. Even Lu Dahai was aroused by curiosity. Through the store to his daughter-in-law, took an umbrella and ran out, wanting to see what was going on. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, Chen Feng holding a metal detector spread throughout the village. Many people reigning were idly bored, and immediately came to be interested when they saw this. Even this spread to the end of the day. Even the news that Chen Feng had discovered a gold mine was extremely outrageous. What? Chen Feng took the detector and found gold near the village? Zhang Ping couldn't help but say in surprise after hearing his wife's words. Yes, they are also rumored. You go out to see what's going on. If he really found it, you also go to explore it. Anyway, idle, Mao Min said with a lively mind. Alright, I'll go out and poke around to see what's going on. Zhang Ping's movements were also quite sharp, grabbing his umbrella and heading out. At this time Song Hui's Han Jiangwo store stone melon seeds. Pu a mouthful of melon shells said, You say why Chen Feng can pan for gold? I cannot pan. Is not you sell me that detector is defective ah? Pull it down. Didn't you pick that detector yourself, and after buying it, you even turned on the light and burned me with paper ash. Han Jiangwo plopped down on the counter and said in a bad mood. That's true. Then you say I'll buy a big one if it can be better. Is there any difference in the size of your thing or not? Tell me the truth. Song Hui grabbed another handful of melon seeds and said, There must be. The big ones have a big detection range. When will we get a big one? Han Jiangwo actually do not know exactly what difference. Anyway, it is the purchase of goods manufacturers say so. Since the purchase of goods, basically no one to buy large. All figure cheap to buy small. He large are smashed in the hands. This would dare to be good if Song Hui could buy a big one. Just as the two of them were chatting, a man came in the door. Get me a packet of bean seeds. Song Hui, why are you here? The man came to the bar and spoke. Seeing Song Hui he couldn't help but be a little curious. It's okay to rain. What else can I do? Song Hui shrugged and said, People's gold diggers are now running outside the village. It seems like Chen Feng has struck gold outside our village. You're still here. Not in a hurry? The man said with a smile. What do you mean? Chen Feng has struck gold outside our village? Song Hui said with eyes full of shock and some disbelief at the words. After all, when they first started to buy detectors, they had nothing to do but probe inside and outside the village. Not to mention outside the village. In the end, they found nothing, or they had to go to the abandoned mine to get something. That's why they couldn't see anyone exploring outside the village, because they had already been cleaned out. Now that someone suddenly told him that Chen Feng had actually struck gold outside the village, how could he not be surprised? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We've explored the outside of the village a long time ago. There's nothing. Who did you hear that from? Song Hui said with a face full of disbelief. Who else did you hear about it? The village is blowing up. A bunch of people ran out to look for Chen Feng's gold panning place. You're the only one who's so calm. The man said breathlessly. Grip it. You're not bull asterisk 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 ting. They really all went? Song Hui couldn't sit still when he heard that. There wouldn't be that many people there to see what's going on if this was fake. Yes, you sit a little longer. People are digging it all up. The man smiled and took the bean seeds and headed for home. When he left, Song Hui and Han Jiangwo exchanged glances. And after a few seconds of silence, Song Hui directly grabbed an umbrella and headed out. Hey, remember to return the umbrella when you're done with it. Han Jiangwo opened his mouth and shouted from behind. Got it. Song Hui was already out the door with his umbrella. Han Jiangwo looked at Song Hui's departing figure and couldn't help but touch his chin. Really? Chen Feng can still touch gold outside of the village. This is too much of a stretch, isn't it? As soon as Song Hui went out, he could see people walking outside the village in twos and threes. And when he inquired, he found that all of them had heard that Chen Feng had pulled out the gold, and were ready to go and watch the fun. No, you guys don't have a metal detector either, so what's the point of you knowing the place? Song Hui looked at the two old ladies and couldn't help but say in puzzlement. What do you know? People say that the gold is thick. Grab a big handful. There is no what meter can also pick up. The two old ladies said the same thing is the real thing. Song Hui pursed his lips at his words and didn't speak, a snicker on his face. If there really is gold, it'll be the ones with detectors who will eat it. You expect to find gold with your bare hands. Dream on. At this time in the river Chen Feng, tired forehead sweat, he could not touch no matter how to touch. Simply can only give up. Walking back and forth in the river. Look at other places there is no gold. Just walking through the whole river. He didn't find any gold anywhere else but the very beginning. So he stood there, waiting for Lin Yan to come over. Chapter 23, the whole village is watching. Waiting for a while Lin Yan ran over with the detector and stood on the bank shouting, Brother, shall I come over now? Come here, be careful that the machine doesn't get into the water. Chen Feng beckoned and said. Lin Yan held the detector high and tripped over step by step. And when he approached, Chen Feng inquired, Is the package tight? It can't get into the water, right? No, Auntie wrapped it in a raincoat. It's explainable. And it's wrapped in duct tape, Lin Yan said as he handed the instrument to Chen Feng. To say that Lin Yan is furtive, Chen Feng is still a little uneasy. You have to say that it is his mom's package. Hanging the headphones around his neck, Chen Feng slowly stretched the detector into the water, while Lin Yan gave him an umbrella on the side. Chen Feng is not afraid of pouring. He has long been wet, just afraid that the machine is wet. When the time to malfunction is not good. Chen Feng had just launched the machine into the water when he saw several people suddenly chasing after him on the shore, and he looked at them with eyes full of suspicion. What's the situation? Are they here to catch fish too? Chen Feng slowly moved the probe and looked up to ask Lin Yan. I don't know. Lin Yan couldn't figure out what was going on. It's very hard to probe underwater. There is already a lot of resistance from the water, and with the entire head of the probe wrapped around it, the resistance becomes even greater. Moreover, Chen Feng was afraid of moving too much and splashing the water, so he could only move little by little, and his efficiency was worlds apart from usual. Less than 5 minutes. The shore around more and more people. The crowd look at Chen Feng is really taking the detector probe. Cannot help but mood excited a few points. After all, if Chen Feng didn't find something, it was impossible to run into the river and explore it for nothing. I just got here. What's the situation? Did you find out or not? Out of the shipment. So the shipment is in the river. I'll be damned. He's really probing. Why didn't I think there was a possibility of cargo in the river? Chen Feng, what did you find out? Someone couldn't resist his curiosity and shouted as he pulled his neck. Chen Feng sniffed his head full of black lines, ignoring the man and looking at Lin Yan. Did you lure the demons here? Brother, I didn't say you found the goods. I said let's catch fish. Lin Yan looked at the shore in wonder. He didn't say he found the shipment. How do they all know about it? Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Who would believe you when you take a detector and say that you came to the river to catch fish? He was to blame for this. He had given less of a warning to wrap up the probe and bring it over. I was thinking of getting rich by stifling my voice, but now the whole village knows about it. Just Chen Feng thought about it and it didn't matter. After all, the village was full of people, and it was unrealistic to want to completely hide it. Besides, what can you do if you see it? It doesn't affect you. This is the only place that has any goods, and I will take them away in a while, but there is nothing else, so go ahead and explore if you want to. I'm not the one who was tired anyway. Don't worry about them. Keep exploring, Chen Feng said, continuing to search back and forth at the bottom of the river. Zheng Ping, Lu Dehai and the others also rushed here at this time, and Song Hui was at the side with a puzzled face. He had thought that the goods were on the bank or something, but it turned out that he hadn't realized that Chen Feng and the others had actually explored the river. No, there are still goods when the river is gone. I have never heard of this. Song Hui couldn't help but look at Zheng Ping and said, I'm also puzzled, but I guess he still found out. Otherwise who would run into the river to explore for nothing? Zheng Ping also hesitated and said, did he probe or not? Who came first? Any letter? Lu Dehai said curiously. Both just came. As soon as they came, they saw them both in the river. But I guess they didn't detect anything. After all, didn't Lin Yan just come home and bring the detector? A villager analyzed. They were simply more nervous than Chen Feng at this point, all wanting to know if there was any gold in the river where they always took a dip. If this is true, doesn't that mean that you and others have been rubbing elbows with gold? Brother, what is it? Is there something? Lin Yan couldn't help but ask as he held up his umbrella. Haven't found it yet, but it should be soon. Mainly the river is too bad to explore. Ouch. The river was stirred up and muddy. Chen Feng did not pay attention and almost fell down when he stepped on the air and tilted his body backward. Brother, is everything alright? Lin Yan saw this and asked in a hurry as he held him up. Scratch that. It's fine. It's fine. Chen Feng cursed, stabilized his body, and continued probing. He now expected what was coming in a moment not to disappoint him, or he would have wasted his efforts. 10 minutes passed, and the people on the shore were even a little impatient to wait. What's the situation? Why is there no movement for half a day? Is it just not there? I'm skeptical too. Who pans for gold in a river? It's not a fool's errand. It's bull asterisk to be out here in the rain for half a day and not see anything. Song Hui frowned and couldn't help but grunt and say, does he really think he's some kind of gold rush saint body? That he can find gold anywhere? Who the hell said he found gold? Whoever likes to get poured on here can do so. I am going home. How could there be gold in the river? What a dream. Chen Feng doesn't seem to be awake. The ground didn't even get it, and you went to the river to get it. Laugh. Snorting. Song Hui turned around and was about to leave. There are quite a few with the same idea as him also want to go. The rain is getting bigger and bigger. Even if they don't go down to the river, their pants, legs and shoes will inevitably get wet. You can't wear it tomorrow if it's wet. Zheng Ping sniffed and pursed his lips. He always felt that Chen Feng would not run into the river for no reason. And he was not a little cutie who would run into the river for nothing to explore. Lu Dahai was holding his umbrella on the side, but he was in a state of mind to see what was going on, but he also thought it was unlikely. After all, if there was gold in the river, would it still be your turn as a novice gold prospector? Those old gold miners, I'm afraid they've turned the river over a long time ago. Just when everyone thought that it was impossible for Chen Feng to pluck something from the river, the detector in Chen Feng's hand suddenly went off. Ooh-hoo! Hearing this voice, Chen Feng and Lin Yan simultaneously showed joyful expressions and couldn't help but glance at each other. It's ringing, what should we do next? Lin Yan said in dry anxiety. Don't be in a hurry, don't move, the water is too muddy right now, wait for the water to clear a bit, then slowly pour through it, it's good to know where it is. Chen Feng spoke. The two just stood there in the water, not moving for half a minute. What had been murky gradually cleared up, revealing the underground as it was meant to be. You hold the detector still. I'll touch it. Chen Feng handed him the detector and bent down himself to carefully start touching it, not sparing anywhere, because they were too far away. The people on the bank could not hear the detector ringing, and could only see Chen Feng bending down and groping for something in the river. Hey, he seems to be touching something. What can I touch? The bottom of the river is full of mud. What can there be? Someone spoke softly, eyes full of disdain. Bending over, Chen Feng grabbed a handful of silt with force and sloshed the mud off in the river, trying to see if there was anything inside. After shucking the mud off, Chen Feng seemed to have touched something somewhat round, and he instantly beamed. Chapter 24 Shipment in the River. Shocking the whole village. Bringing the object in his hand up for a look, a yellow oval shape suddenly appeared in front of the two men. Grass. Brother, is this gold? Lin Yan's eyes widened when he saw this, and he felt like he was short of breath for a few moments. Yes, that's it. Chen Feng swished it around in the water and weighed it in his hand, even more certain that this was the one, and he couldn't stop smiling at the corners of his mouth. This looked even bigger than the last one I panned, like it had to be 4 grams, less than 1,000. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the happier he became. Who would have thought that they have nothing to do to catch fish? The fish did not catch, the result caught a gold. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, brother, we're rich. Lin Yan had never seen something so valuable before. He now had the feeling of winning the lottery. Lin Yan's laughter, which he simply couldn't suppress, reached the shore, causing those onlookers to stare for a while. What's going on? What's going on? Is this panning out? Asterisk. It looks like it really shipped. Chen Feng, what's the situation? A group of people have anxiously opened their mouths, and those who all walked out a few steps were suddenly stunned when they heard this voice, and then instantly ran back. Song Hui looked back at the agitated crowd, and his heart was shaken. Bad. It's not like this guy really panned out. No longer able to resist the impulse in his heart, he ran straight to the bank and stared blankly at the two people laughing in the river. What's the situation? Did he really get the goods? Song Hui hurriedly asked the people around him. How would I know? I just heard the two of them suddenly harumphing, and Chen Feng was holding something in his hand. The person next to him couldn't even turn around in time to speak impatiently. Hearing this, Song Hui's heart sank once again. I guess it was right. If it wasn't for the bargains, how could the two of them be so happy? When he thought of this, he was praying that the goods in Chen Feng's hands were not worth much, and that it was a dozen silver grains would be good, even if it was a few dozen. Don't ever be some kind of gold and sell it for another couple $100. That's the thing about people. There are times when watching someone else make money is worse than killing yourself. Zheng Ping couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and shouted loudly to Chen Feng. Fengzi, what did you find? A look of excitement appeared on Lu Dahai's face. He just expected that Chen Feng had really found something worthwhile, so that he could sell 2 more bottles of canned goods, and it was with incredulity in the back of his mind that a river that everyone frequented could actually be stocked. And it's too much of a ripoff that so many old gold diggers didn't find it. But let Chen Feng, a newbie, find it. Is it hard to believe that this is fate? Chen Feng held the gold in his hand and greeted Lin Yan on the shore. So big gold to hand. This is still catching a fart fish. Besides, the two of them had been soaking in the river for hours, and if they continued to do so, Chen Feng would be close to soaking his sack. Watching the two of them disembark, the crowd gathered around and rushed to speak. What did you find? Show us. Silver or gold? Ha? What's it like? How much is it worth? Looking at the curious gazes around him, Chen Feng didn't hide it. He couldn't hide it anyway. He would still have to take Huang Fei's car to sell it at that time. Solely just squeeze the piece of gold and show it to them. It's okay. I guess it's worth 1,000 or so, and it's bigger than the last one I panned. When that piece of yellow gold appeared in front of them, the crowd instantly filled their eyes with shock, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and their eyes turned a little red. Asterisk 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 now. I thought it was just a silver. Worth a few dozen would be very good. I didn't expect it to be a piece of gold. And so big. My goodness. Chen Feng, what a life you have. Yesterday you plucked a piece. Today another piece. You are considered to be rich. More than 1,000. My mother, I go to the county town to work for a month, but only $1,000. Ah. You move your hands, go up to the river casually catch to hand more than 1,000? Why is this gap between people so wide? Song Wei looked at the piece of gold and instantly his eyes went straight. How could he not expect that Chen Feng would actually pan out a piece of gold in the river? How is this possible? How can there be gold in the river? Does this make sense? Looking at the piece of gold, Song Hui's bowels were practically green with remorse. Who the hell said there couldn't be gold in the river? If he had known that there was such a big piece of gold in the river, he would have come to pan for it long ago, and it would still be Chen Feng's turn? He really had the heart to die. Why are all the good things Chen Feng's ah? Zheng Ping grinned as he looked at the gold in Chen Feng's hand and spoke. Grip grass Feng Zi. Your life is too good to be true. This is bigger than that gold from last time. You're too good to pick up gold even in this place. By the way, how in the world did you find out there was gold here? When this was said, the surrounding people looked at Chen Feng. Yes, who has nothing to do would take a metal detector to the river to explore. How in the world did you find out that there is gold here? Ha ha, it's also luck. We both came here today to catch fish, and when we were catching I saw a yellow thing, and then when I tried to pick it up, it was gone. I just don't believe it. Let Nian Zi Hui go get the instrument. I want to see what this thing is, and it turned out to be a real piece of gold. Chen Feng laughed out loud. This statement put to rest any doubt in everyone's mind that there was no wonder there was a plunge net on the shore. So they came to fish and happened to see it. Hey, this is the life ah. Playing a fish can come across gold. You're looking for who to say. This is also Peak's eyes are good. This is like me blind than like, there is a gold brick I can let go. So you didn't probe again to see if there's any more in the river? Someone couldn't help but warn. Such a big gold are fished up. It will not be the only ones right. Even get some silver will be fine ah. No more probing, no more probing. My hands and feet are soaking cold. They are white. If I keep soaking I should soak my sack. One piece of gold is enough. I'm not greedy. Ha ha. Chen Feng waved his hand and prepared to return home. And there were some lively-minded people around who heard this and immediately left quietly, ready to go home to get the instruments to explore, with no intention of greeting Chen Feng at all. After all, the river did not write the name. Only let you Chen Feng explore, not let me explore it. Whoever scopes out the stuff counts. So what if this place was discovered by you? Chen Feng. Song Hui's eyes rolled, and he also silently walked towards the village, ready to go back to get the detector and have a smothering. By the time Chen Feng went home and rested enough to want to come back, I guess he looked at the empty riverbed and couldn't even find a tune to cry. Ha ha. Lu Dehai on the side has also come over to Ham and Ha and laughed. Fingzi, you can this luck ah. A moment is not to come to my store to celebrate the celebration, and then buy 2 bottles of canned food ah. Ha ha. It's all trivial, but I didn't expect you to actually come. Just in time. A bit of work for you. Chen Feng unexpectedly looked at Lu Dehai, was worried about dozing off without a pillow, did not expect Lu Dehai to send it over. Chapter 25, take your time digging. There's nothing there. What job? Let me help you get the gold? Lu Dehai laughed at that. Even if it is not their own, take the hand to put a moment is also okay ah, said the gold transit. That wild gold. The transit is not more wild. Ha ha. Chen Feng heard the words and did not hang angry music, but also help me to get gold. You think can be beautiful. We caught some fish. We can't take it back now. It's just that we're going to take it to your house to sell. You and Lin Nian carry it back. Chen Feng said as he pointed to a fish basket by the river. As soon as he heard that he was not taking the gold, but helping to carry the fish, Lu Dehai's face collapsed. How much can there be? Still lifting. Lin Nian himself will be able to take it back, right? Lu Dehai took a few steps toward the shore and said, in his imagination, it was estimated to say 5 or 6 fish more, and that would be a pretty good harvest. As a result, when he went over to take a look, the pile of live fish in the basket instantly made his eyes widen. Holy, there must be 20 or 30 of these? You two caught all of this? Lu Dehai said in shock. It has to be. Lin Nian can't lift it alone. You lift it with him, Chen Feng commanded as he held up the umbrella with the detector. Lu Dehai sniffed the corner of his mouth straight twitching. What is this called ah? People come to see the fun. They come to still have to work. Come on, Xiao Nian, exert yourself. Lu Dehai rolled up his sleeves and lifted the basket of fish with Lin Nian. I'll go. This must be 60 or 70 pounds? Lu Dehai said in shock once again. It had to be. Or could I have let you two carry it? The crowd looked at this basket of fish once again issued a gasp. Just these fish can be sold for quite a lot of money. The two of them today is not out in vain. If they had known that there were so many fish, they would have come to fish for them too. In this way Chen Feng returned to the village like a general who had won a battle, escorted by a group of people. Carry the fish directly to your house. I'll go home and change my clothes before coming over, Chen Feng said to Lu Dahai. Okay, you go first. Lu Dahai nodded his head and carried the fish into his store with Lin Yin piece by piece. When Chen Feng returned home wet, Lu Ping quickly stood up and said, "You two just kept soaking in the river?" "Yeah." Chen Feng stood the detector against the wall, brought a towel and began to wipe his hair. "You should quickly take off your wet clothes and change into a dry set," Lu Ping urged. "Alright, I'll go inside first and change." As soon as Chen Feng entered the house, he realized that his kong was boiling hot. His mother had already thought about him long ago, just waiting for him to come back to be able to warm up. After taking off all his clothes and drying them off and changing into clean clothes, Chen Feng took a cigarette and walked out. "I'm going to Lu Dahai's house to take care of the fish first." Chen Feng spoke to Lu Ping. "Caught a fish? How many? Lu Ping inquired with a sniff. 60 or 70 pounds. I'll take back 2 to stew on later." Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Ma, why is it so much? There are 60 to 70 pounds? Lu Ping was quite surprised when she sniffed. "It's basically all caught by Lin Yen. I just caught one." Chen Feng laughed and said, "No, you take less. They are quite good friends. Don't take advantage of people." Lu Ping searched for a moment and said, "It's fine. I know it in my heart." Chen Feng squatted in front of the stove pit and roasted the fire and said, "What about the metal detector? Is there anything there or not?" Lu Ping brought the metal detector over and found a dry rag to start wiping the water droplets on it. Then it must have been found. Chen Feng went inside and placed the piece of gold on the table for her to see. Lu Ping saw this and walked over, and when she saw such a large piece of gold, her mouth couldn't close in shock. "My God, how this big? This is really gold?" Lu Ping picked it up and said with some disbelief, "Definitely gold. Can't go wrong." It took a long time to rummage through it. "My hands are soaked white." Chen Feng laughed. "How much is this worth? I didn't think there could be gold in the river." "You're a little too lucky," Lu Ping said in awe. "I estimate it to be over 1,000. Who knows exactly how much?" Chen Feng guessed. "Alright Mom, I'm going to Lu Dahai's house first. You wait for me at home. Do you need me to bring anything back?" Chen Feng turned around and asked. "There is no need to bring anything. There is no shortage of anything at home." Lu Ping sniffed and said in a hurry. She knew that as soon as she said she was missing something, it was time for him to spend money on it again. "I just earned the money, so I'd better save it." With a hung, Chen Feng took his umbrella and left the house, heading towards Lu Dahai's house. Just as I entered, I saw a number of people gathered around the pile of fish talking about it, obviously interested. And Lu Hai was spot on about dumping the fish in several large laundry tubs with water in them to keep them from dying. "That's really not small. That carp looks like it has to be 3 or 4 pounds. The carp aren't small. Many of them must be 2 or 3 tails. That's nice. I didn't expect." The two children went out and managed to catch so many fish, better than the adults. And the adults didn't say they could catch 60 or 70 pounds of fish back at a time. That's right. The key people also picked up a piece of gold, and it can still be worth more than 1,000. You say people this luck. How can I sell this fish? Is Chen Feng going to sell it? Lu Dahai took over on the side. He's coming soon. Selling is definitely selling. Just don't know how much he's selling. Lin Yan, how much are you two going to sell? Lin Yan listened to everyone's admiration from the sidelines, his face incomparably happy. For the first time he was so popular in the village, because Chen Feng had been talking at home. He came later than Lin Yan, who came right after he changed his clothes. Hearing the inquiry, Lin Yan hesitated and said, "I don't know how much to sell it for. Let's wait for my brother to come. I'll listen to him." Chen Feng walked in at this time, and when the crowd saw him, they turned around, their gazes converging on him. "Peak, today's harvest is fine. That's a nice fish. How much are you going to sell it for? The main character is here. Get out of the way." The crowd spoke jokingly, and Chen Feng also revealed a smile. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Feng set the price. "Carp is $2 a catty. Crucian carp is 4. I guess. It's definitely much cheaper than the county town." Under normal circumstances at the county fish stand, carp is $3.50. Crucian carp $6, caught by himself to sell in the village, certainly cannot be sold so expensive. This price is also fair and reasonable. The crowd nodded at the price, saying it was good and appropriate. "Carp is good. Give me one. I want half a catty of this. It's just right to get some soup on a rainy and cloudy day." A somewhat dark man, pointing at a carp, said with considerable interest, "What? You're going to breastfeed your daughter-in-law?" Someone next to him couldn't help but joke when they heard him say that. "After the milk so that you can drink." Afraid to give you this big son hungry. Hansi sniffed, also not at all spoiled. Make the house all laugh. The man smiled without embarrassment. The same smile. The village is like this. Anyway, whoever has a strong mouth can take advantage of a little. Are used to it. Chapter 26. Lu Dahai took out the scale and began to catch the fish on the weighing scale with Hansi. It's really almost half a pound. A little more. When Lu Dahai saw this, he looked at Chen Feng. This was not mainly his goods, and he couldn't make a decision for Chen Feng. Whether this bit of money counts or not depends on what Chen Feng wants. Seeing this, Chen Feng said unconcernedly, okay, just about the same. Let's count it as half a caddy. Doing business surely can not be every cent. Erase a little essential. Although Chen Feng did not do business, but this point of reason or no, the Hanyu also had a smile on his face when he heard this, feeling that he had gotten a bargain, and pulled out $2 from his pocket. Is this money for you or for old Lu? He looked at Chen Feng and inquired. Give it to my brother Hai first, he'll give it to me together then. Chen Feng signaled. Lu Dahai found a plastic bag. To the fish in the bag. Han took the bag happily, went home to stew fish soup. Many people see this situation or have to open their mouths. Choose their favorite fish. A time as to Lu Big C is busy enough. Have to buy goods he cannot care. Let his daughter-in-law out of the first sale. Chen Feng walked over to Lin Yan at this time, raised his head at the fish basin and said, take a few back and stew them with your master. Don't catch a fish once and eat it yourself before you fished it out. Okay, my master likes fish. I'll get off the scale and take it away later. In Lin Yan's consciousness, this is the fish he caught with Chen Feng. Surely can't just say take away. Have to get on the scale and count the money, then deducted from the share of the money. Still on a fart scale. Find a bag and hurry to take 2 to go. Don't a moment of good or letting people pick no more. A moment I also take 2. Chen Feng sniffed and slapped his head without any good reason and said, this kid is really a material for business. And his sense of boundaries is really clear. Only the sense of boundaries would be a bit much for both of them right now, and there's no need for that. Oh. Lin Yan sniffed and rubbed his head before picking up a plastic bag for himself and filling it with a large carp and 232 plus carp. Brother, do you think this will work? Lin Yan said as he brought it over to show Chen Feng. What can or can't? See what your master is willing to eat. If you are willing to eat carp, take 2 more back. Chen Feng saw that the carp was a little less, and could not help but open his mouth. No, this is enough to eat. You can't even finish it in one meal. I'll take it home first then, Lin Yan said, and carried the fish and sent it home first. In a short while, those fish were sold out by 1/3, which was a bit of a surprise to Chen Feng, not expecting it to sell so well. I guess I can sell all the fish today. Chen Feng thought so. And Helan, Lu Dahai's daughter-in-law, stood in the counter. Looking at Lu Dahai, who had been busy there, couldn't help but hesitate inwardly. Although Chen Feng was on good terms with them and had been going up to his house to buy things. But you say that Lu Dahai lifted and sold half a day, and his own home is still hitching a plastic bag. As a result, in the end, they can't get anything. They are all busy work for others. Helan thought of this. The heart is always a little uncomfortable. However, if you say that you directly open your mouth to ask Chen Feng for money for the sale of goods, she is too embarrassed to open her mouth, and she can't say it in a critical way, so it looks very bad. If you fish a fish back to stew it, Chen Feng cannot say anything. The key also seems to be too stingy, as if robbing the fire. Do some work to be paid. Just as Helan was tangled up in the counter, Chen Feng looked at the house to see that the fish buyers were gone, and after Lu Dahai was idle, he looked at the sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but open his mouth to laugh. Look at my big brother Dahai. He's all sweaty. Lu Dahai smiled at his words, wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, that's not true. This basket of fish is really not light. Carry it here from outside the village, and pour pots to put water in. Or you kid sharp carry a detector and come back. Why don't you say let me carry the detector? You lift the fish. It's not that I can't carry it. What can I do without Dahlia? Chen Feng grinned and took out a cigarette from his pocket, directly putting it in Lu Dahai's mouth and lighting it for him. Aha! There was water on Lu Dahai's hands, and he casually wiped it on his pants and took a drag on his cigarette. Any favorites? Fish them home and stew them at night, Chen Feng said as he signaled the fish pot to him. Lu Dahai sniffed and a smile appeared on his face all of a sudden, and said with some embarrassment, is this good? I'll just sell it to you and take one of your fish. Oops, what's wrong with it? All hit by themselves, and did not spend money to come? The guys eat. Then I can let others eat fish, you watch. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed and gestured at him once again. Okay, then if you say so, I won't be polite. It just so happens that there is no food at night. I'll fish for one to stew at night. Lu Dahai smiled at his words, holding a cigarette as he prepared to catch a carp. That one is big. I think that one will do. Chen Feng pointed at a large carp that had to be more than 3 pounds and said, "No, that one's too big to eat." Lu Dahai hand grabbed a more than 2 pounds of carp. With a bag on the hand to the counter, Helan let him first take the back of the water to raise on their own night to do. Helan took the fish and was inwardly delighted. Her previous entanglements were swept away, and she opened her mouth to Chen Feng and said, "Little Feng, you said how bad this is, so we'll help you sell the fish, and we'll take one more from you. It's fine, sister-in-law. Take it back and eat it. How big a deal?" Chen Feng said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll take the bag first." After Helan finished speaking, she went back to the back to look for pots, ready to raise them first. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng was also thinking about it when he came here. Lu Dahai really didn't help much. Lifting and selling the fish was all him, and there was no way he could make him work for nothing. But if you want to give him some money, the fish is not worth much, so you can't share it at all. Split a $10 or $20. Chen Feng 2 people in the river to soak in the afternoon. It seems to be able to earn these. A little guilty, but you have to say to share a $3 or $2. That is simply like cursing. Who can be worse than these few dollars? Lu Dahai is not likely to want. It is better not to give. Originally, when Chen Feng came here, he thought that he would buy more things this time, as a favor to return the favor and not let him work for nothing. Just changed my mind when I got here and saw the fish. It would be better to send him 2 fish. 2 fish is only a few dollars. So Lu Dahai is also very happy. Not in vain a busy. They also enjoy. Seem how good. If there is a place to use Lu Dahai in the future, he is also painfully happy. Isn't that how relationships are made? Chen Feng himself picked a 2 catty carp and a half catty Christian carp and sent them home. Then returned. When he came back, Lin Yan happened to come back as well. His face showed an incomparably happy expression. As soon as he saw Chen Feng, he couldn't wait. "Brother, you don't even know. My grandfather was so surprised when he saw the fish. He didn't even expect me to actually catch one. And when he heard that we had fished 60 or 70 pounds of fish, he had quite a look on his face, asking me several times in a row if it was true. Ha ha ha." Chapter 27, Listen to me. You don't go. Lin Yan was now quite proud that his master had complimented him several times in a row that he had gotten ahead. That's why he couldn't wait to share this situation as soon as he saw Chen Feng. "Ha ha, he thought you were just going to fool around." Chen Feng of course knew what his master was thinking and said with a smile. Chen Feng then walked to the counter and took 2 packs of White Pagoda Mountain with Lu Dahai and threw a box to Lin Yan. Originally said in the morning that the box of cigarettes to him. The results of the 2 went out to catch fish, and did not have time to buy. Has been smoking is that box of cigarettes. The final circle or back to his hands. Solely this time, he was given a new box straight away to take home and smoke. "Thank you, brother." Lin Yan put the cigarettes sparingly into his pocket. "Old Lu, then you can sell it here. Send it out to the group. We'll both go back first. Just call me when it's done." Chen Feng said to Lu Dahai. "Don't worry, I'll figure it out for you. I'll take care of it." Lu Dahai nodded and said. Chen Feng and Lin Yan returned to Chen Feng's house. Lu Ping was scraping the fish scales and couldn't help but smile when she saw Lin Yan coming. "Eat here at night, Nian." "No, auntie, my grandfather also cooks na." Lin Yan waved his hand and laughed, sitting next to Chen Feng. "If you're not in a hurry for this piece of gold, you can go to the county town tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to sell it again. If you're not worried, I'll go by myself, and I'll come back and share half of the money with you then." Chen Feng explained to Lin Yan. "I don't worry, brother, you found this gold. I didn't put in much effort. I just made an umbrella. So expensive. Don't give me a share." Lin Yan hesitated said. After all, the gold was seen by Chen Feng. He just took an umbrella, which was split in half. He was a little embarrassed. "Say what?" "Say good harvest 1/2 on 1/2. What you found I found. You kid is not trying not to share my fish money." Chen Feng joked. "That can't be right, brother. I'm not that kind of person." Lin Yan sniffed and quickly spoke. "Then I'm not that kind of person. Give you a share and you take it. Don't say anything else." Chen Feng laughed. If Lin Yan had agreed when Chen Feng said he didn't want the fish money before, that he would sell what he caught and not split it in half, then it was natural that Chen Feng wouldn't be able to share this piece of gold with him. It's just that Lin Yan is pure-hearted enough to share half of himself even if he just catches a fish. Then naturally, he himself could not be uncivilized, and while dividing the fish money of others, he himself put the gold in his pocket. Since we started saying half and half, it's half and half, how it's told. Whoever was good to Chen Feng, then Chen Feng wouldn't be mean to him, and whoever was bad to Chen Feng, then he wouldn't engage in any foolishness of repaying kindness with kindness. He always has been. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, Zheng Ping walked in with the detector, a smile appearing on his face upon seeing Chen Feng. He also wanted to go to the river to explore, so he thought to talk to Chen Feng in advance. or else he would sneak off to explore it himself. How bad it would look. In fact, there were already quite a few people who had gone to the river with their detectors, pressing on with no intention of talking to Chen Feng. "Peek, I came to talk to you. I'm thinking it's okay. I'd like to explore the river and see if I can find anything. Isn't this the place you found first? Going without telling you is a bit uncouth." Zheng Ping scratched his head and laughed. Lu Ping sniffed back, subconsciously wanted to say, "Want to go, just go. That big river, who can go?" and did not write the name. Just as the words reached her mouth, Lu Ping glanced at Chen Feng sitting there and swallowed again, continuing to pack the fish. It's better to leave this kind of thing to Chen Feng himself, so don't talk too much yourself. "Hey, just go. What kind of report are you making with me? Ha ha." Chen Feng beckoned to Zheng Ping to sit down. Zheng Ping saw this and walked over to sit down. His face relaxed quite a bit. He said that Chen Feng wasn't that stingy. He wouldn't just allow himself to go and not let others go. "Brother Zhang, if you believe me, go home and cook and rest." Chen Feng had a good feeling about Zheng Ping's behavior and smiled after thinking for a while. To be honest, the river is not written name. Whoever goes there, but after all, he was the first to discover that the river has gold. If you talk to him about it, it is okay. If you do not say it yourself and take the instrument to explore. Chen Feng always has some discomfort in his heart, and there is a feeling that his own things have been taken away by others. Since Zheng Ping had even made a point of coming to talk to him about it, he wouldn't hide it from him. As for those who left without telling me, soak in the water as much as you like. Take your time, get comfortable and then come out. If there is really something else in the river, it is still your turn. You don't even bring it out yourself. A person who likes to play smart, really take others as a little cute. Yeah, right. Zheng Ping heard this somewhat puzzled and said, "Fengzi, what is the meaning? Why, I did not quite understand it." "It means that there's nothing left in the river. Whoever loves to explore can do so. You don't want to go and soak in it. Even if you soak all night, there's nothing," Chen Feng confessed. "Ah, it can't be. Since the river is shipped, there has to be more or less something else, right?" Zheng Ping said with some disbelief. "It can't be that there's just one piece of gold in the river and it's gone when Chen Feng fishes it away. I probed with my instrument before you came, and there was nothing but this piece of gold, and if there had been I could have come back. If you don't believe me and still want to try, you go ahead." Chen Feng lost his smile and said, "What he should have said has been said. If Zheng Ping still does not believe it, there is nothing he can do about it, and he will not stop him all the time. Anyway, if you hit the wall, you'll believe it. It's just for one night. It's fine." Zheng Ping sniffed with a somewhat struggling face, and eventually pursed his lips after considering it and said, "Okay, Fengzi, I trust you. I won't go. I trust your judgment. And anyway, if you go now and guess they've got the jump on you, and there's nothing to be had, you might as well go home. Stay honest, and go to the waste mines for gold tomorrow. Ha ha, don't worry, I can't pick you. What are you going to make for dinner at night?" Chen Feng chatted idly. "Stew some meat with bean curd in the evening. Your sister-in-law doesn't like fish. Otherwise I would have bought a fish to go home. You two catching this fish is really good. It's all quite big," Zheng Ping complimented. "What else to buy? I'll give you one if you want to eat it." Chen Feng opened his mouth and said. Chen Feng is also polite and courteous. After all, so familiar. He said he wants to buy fish. He cannot say that I will sell you then. $2 a catty. He had no intention of buying it anyway, so he was polite. And according to Zheng Ping's character, even if he really wanted to give it to him, he wouldn't want it and would definitely pay the normal price. No. Your sister-in-law is picking beanstalks. Since I decided not to go, I'll go home and cook. Then Sister Lu, I'll leave first, Zheng Ping said and stood up. Let's go. Slow down, Xiaoping. Lu Ping turned around and greeted. Hey, good Lu, Sister Lu. Zheng Ping carried the detector out the door. Chapter 28, Why are you back? When Zheng Ping returned home, his daughter-in-law was looking at her cell phone on the bed and couldn't help but look surprised to see him coming back with something. Why did you come back? Didn't you say you were going to try to go to the big river? Did Chen Feng not let you go? Mao Min was very puzzled in her heart. It is reasonable to say that Chen Feng is not such a person. It's not that I'm not allowed to go. Peek said that there's nothing left in there, so it's futile to go. Zheng Ping put the instruments aside and prepared to cook. Ah, really? How does he know there's nothing left? Mao Min said in disbelief. He said that he had finished exploring. If he wanted something he wouldn't have come back. When I thought about it, Feng Zi certainly wouldn't have screwed me over. And if there was really something, how could he have come out? Zheng Ping couldn't help but say. Mao Min sniffed some disbelief. She did not think Chen Feng fooled him, just that the river was so big. She did not quite believe how Chen Feng could probe so accurately, saying that a piece of it was not there, and then a piece of it was not there? Just in case there's still a bit of a leak somewhere. Why don't you try again? You see, so many people in the village have gone. Chen Feng is in a hurry in the afternoon. I guess I can't say that a piece of it is not available, right? Mao Min said somewhat undeterred. Hey, Peek said that. Why should I go? Go as if I don't trust him. How bad would it be for him to know? Although Zhang Ping still has the intention to try, but since the words have been said, he is not going to go, peacefully cooking at home, and tomorrow go to the waste mine to pan for gold. Okay, it's the same thing. Mao Min was a little sad and turned off her cell phone to go down to cook with Zhang Ping. At this point in the river, there are no less than 10 people in the inside of the gold panning detector wrapped around a variety of plastic sheeting. Both sides of the river there are also more than a dozen people on the ground constantly rummage. Mud. I've been here for an hour. How come I haven't found anything? A man soaked in the river, very puzzled, said, Me too. The ice is making me poop and pee straight away. The river water in this afternoon is also too cold. It's still Chun Feng tip come in the morning. Another person also couldn't help but speak. Song Hui stifled his head to explore back and forth in the river, and after a long time of exhaustion, he lifted his head and couldn't help but curse. Mallory, how in the world did Chen Feng find that gold? It can't be that the detector doesn't work well into the water, right? Otherwise how could it be that for such a long time? I didn't find a single cargo, even if I found a piece of silver. Until now he believed that there must still be goods in the river. Chen Feng left only because of the expansion. It could not be because there were no more goods in the river. By the time the sun slowly set, there were still 7 or 8 people left in the water, undeterred in their quest, and only a few left on the shore, rummaging back and forth with flashlights. In their imagination, gold doesn't come out of the river for no reason. It must have fallen in from the bank. It pays to go directly to the source. Let's just say, to each his own. Those on the shore mock those in the river, and those in the river mock those who didn't come. It went on until the moonlight flooded the river, by which time there were only 3 or 4 men left still exploring, the others having given up and gone home. Don't know what time, Song Hui finally died and went ashore. The river was freezing and he was shivering. He carried the detector and cursed while walking home. Damn, broken detector. When I get rich, I'll buy a good one and smash this crap. After a night of no luck, he even kicked a passing rock. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Dahai's grocery store was almost dispersed, and he and his daughter-in-law were ready to go to bed. And before he went to bed, he sent a WeChat to Chen Feng. The fish are sold out. Come here for a minute. Chen Feng, lying on the bed, was supplementing his knowledge of gold panning, and after receiving the WeChat, he put on his shoes and prepared to go out. Why did you go so late? Lu Ping sat in front of the stove pit to burn the fire and inquired when she saw this. Old Lu asked me to come over, saying that the fish are sold out and to give me the money. Chen Feng put his jacket on. Come back and bring me a tube of 502 glue. Lu Ping turned around and said, Sticky what? Chen Feng asked, looking at Lu Ping. My shoes opened glue. Take glue to deal with wear. Lu Ping said, Sticky what sticky? Broken shoes thrown in the stove pit. Buy a new pair when the time comes. Chen Feng said as he was about to go out, not wanting to bother with her. Throw what throw? I want to throw you in the stove pit. That is workwear. Wear good shoes is not in vain. I have new shoes. Buy knee glue. Lu Ping shouted to Chen Feng, who had already walked out the door. Good. Chen Feng replied from outside the door. When I came to Lu Dahai's house, there was only Lu Dahai and his daughter-in-law left in the house. At the sight of Chen Feng, Lu Dahai suddenly began to laugh uncontrollably, laughing rather cheaply, making Chen Feng froze. What are you laughing at? Chen Feng said, extremely puzzled. Ha 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 ha. I'm telling you. Lu Dahai didn't hold back in the middle of his sentence and directly bent over in laughter, unable to speak at all. Big brother, what are you? Earn how much money tonight low like this? Chen Feng leaned on the counter on. Lu Dahai slowed down a bit, straightened up and stifled a laugh. Do you know how many raincoats I sold out today? How much? Chen Feng asked in obedience. 8 pieces, all leftover bottoms from previous years, the kind no one even wants. Rohai wanted to be happy just thinking about it. Chen Feng understood what was going on after a slight thought. He lost his smile and opened his mouth. It can't be that those people learn from me and all run to the river to pan for gold. Then they run out of things to wrap around the machine and come to you to buy it, right? You're right. That's it. Ha ha ha. Lu Dahai was practically laughing his ass off. I was never expecting this. I couldn't sell my raincoat on a rainy day, but I sold 8 when it cleared up. This man really doesn't know where he's getting rich. Your sister-in-law complained to me earlier that no one in the village buys raincoats at all, mainly because they're more expensive than umbrellas and they're a pain to pack. I didn't sell much of this last bit of stuff. It's getting so weathered from sitting around that I'm thinking of throwing it away. As a result, I didn't expect that $15 a piece, all sold out today. Just one left. Lu Dahai said happily. And you know what's the funniest thing? There were two people who couldn't spare the money, so they didn't buy it. They wrapped it in plastic at home, and it got soaked into the water in the river, and the machine was heard to be scrapped. Laughed me to death. Lu Dahai was so happy today that he broke into a fit of laughter, and her daughter-in-law looked out the window sheepishly as she laughed. You laugh softly so no one hears you again. Helan patted Lu Dahai and said. Chen Feng was also happy when he heard this, and he had no pity for these people at all. If you weren't so mindful, you'd actually come over and ask yourself how you could possibly watch you guys soak in the river all night. Since they don't even ask themselves, it has nothing to do with them, and who doesn't like to hear fun? These fellows, when they came over in the evening, hung their heads. I heard they had gotten nothing for nothing, and had spent the night in vain. You say how so evil, together with the river on a piece of gold, let you pick up? Lu Dahai now mentioned are a bit puzzled. Chapter 29, now I'll be able to sleep soundly. Then look, what do you mean by life? Chen Feng said with a smile, this is someone Xiao Feng's fortune. Why are you so bad at talking? Helan said with a glance at Lu Dahai. There is no other meaning, just quite puzzled. Right. Those fish all sold, a total of $79, are here, you check. Lu Dahai took out a pile of money and handed it to Chen Feng. Aha. Chen Feng took the money and casually looked at it before pulling out a piece and placing it on the counter. Get me a tube of 502, Chen Feng said. Lu Dahai took a tube of 502 back and handed it to him, then barked at him. 502 is now $1.50, so don't tell anyone that I sold you $1. Chen Feng froze for a moment at his words before pulling out two more pieces and handing them to him. Then just get me another tube. What else to take? Go. Lu Dahai stuffed the $2 into his hand and pushed him while delivering it. This was only because there was no one in the house and he could be like this. Otherwise he would be too embarrassed to push and shove Chen Feng like this. After all, Lu Dahai does the business of the whole village, and we are all quite familiar with each other. And it is your business to be on good terms with Chen Feng. But you sell Chen Feng $1. Sell me $1.50. Other people's hearts inevitably have a stigma. Lu Dahai cannot do business that way. It was only because there was no one in the house that he was able to be so polite to Chen Feng. No, don't you push me. Chen Feng stretched his head to go back, but Lu Dahai didn't give him a chance at all. You quickly go. 50 cents you and I pull what? Let you go. Lu Dahai half hugged him and pushed him out. No, that what? Chen Feng turned around and tried to speak, but he ended up being pushed so hard that he couldn't stand at all. Just 50 cents. You old give what? Can I be worse than you this 50 cents? Lu Dahai kept pushing Chen Feng to the door, looking to send him away. No, I gel. Rub. Chen Feng managed to catch a break and hurriedly pointed at the counter. Lu Dahai sniffed and looked back. The dollar heel glue neatly on the counter. He immediately face showed a color of embarrassment. He thought Chen Feng had been about to give the 50 cents, but it turned out that he had forgotten to give him the gum. Turning back to find a helpless Chen Feng looking at him, he couldn't help but dryly laugh a few times and walk back to get him the gel. Ha. Excited. I thought you had to give me that 50 cents. Lu Dahai handed him the gum and hemmed and hawed. How nice that you were so enthusiastic when I bought the milk. Chen Feng laughed. That won't work. Milk is too expensive to get in. Ha. Lu Dahai also laughed at his words. Okay, I'm off. Chen Feng is also joking. After all, people also have costs in. Take the gum swing, and go back. When he got home, Chen Feng handed the gum to Lu Ping. How much for a tube now? Lu Ping inquired. $1.50 now. He sold me $1. Chen Feng said as he sat on a stool and lit a cigarette. These days, the price of everything goes up. Even the glue follows. Lu Ping opened the box and took a look at the glue, determined that it was previously used, and put it back. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders at the words and did not say anything. He'll see if there are any good working shoes for her when he goes up to the county seat. At night, Zhang Ping's two families have closed the light to sleep. Zhang Ping has something in his heart. Tossing and turning, cannot sleep. Mao Min looked at the delay in sleeping him, thought he had other ideas, could not help but look at the curtains and said, why have you been not sleeping? The whole what? Zhang Ping sniffed. Mao Min couldn't help but give him a blank stare at his words, reaching close to him to tease a small object. You tell me. Maureen pursed her lips and laughed. No, I wasn't thinking about that. Zhang Ping shook his head at the sight and said with a sigh. Then why did you stay up in the middle of the night? I thought you were afraid of letting people hear you too early. Mao Min asked in disbelief as she withdrew her hand. Do you think those people panned in the river or not? Zhang Ping said hesitantly. Who knows? Mao Min sniffed and was also a bit torn. You said that if someone else had found something, then the two of them must not regret it to death. Why don't you go out and ask around? Mao Min suggested. But it's so late, the kiosks are all closed. Where can I ask around? Zheng Ping was somewhat distressed. Or else go up to Song Hui's house and ask around. He definitely won't go to bed that early. Mao Min suggested. Okay, I'll go ask. Zheng Ping said he would do it, climbed up and put on a piece of clothing and headed out. Of course he wasn't stupid enough to stick his neck out and ask people if you've gotten anything. He wandered around the kitchen, made his excuses, and went to Song Hui's house. Song Hui had finished changing his clothes at this time. His hair was still half dry, and he was eating the dishes his father had left behind, when he heard someone knocking on the door. As soon as he opened the door with his chopsticks, he realized that it was Zheng Ping and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brother Zhang, why are you here in the middle of the night? This is not your sister-in-law. The middle of the night had to say hungry. Let me take the eggs to give her some noodles. I have no eggs in this house. Come to see if you have any at home. Lend me two first. Zheng Ping walked in and said helplessly. Yes, in the kitchen. Take it yourself. Song Hui pointed to the kitchen and didn't bother going there himself, so he opened his mouth. Good. Zheng Ping went into the kitchen and took 2 eggs. He saw the detector standing by the wall with water droplets on it. He had a guess in his mind and was ready to lean the topic towards the river. So he walked out and inquired, why are you still washing your hair at night here? When Song Hui heard this, he was furious and said, scratch that, don't mention it a few times. It's not like everyone is going to the river to fish for gold. I'm going along with it. As a result, the horse soaked half the night, nothing to get up, to their own freezing shivering. Zheng Ping raised an eyebrow at his words and continued to open his mouth and inquired, how many of you went? Is it hard to believe that not a single one of you found anything? There have to be more than 20 people. The river bank, all white play. Rub, you say Chin Fong Point is so good. The river is a piece of gold. Let him fish away? Song Hui said extremely puzzled. Who knows? Zheng Ping echoed his words. I don't know why. When I heard they didn't fish up anything, Zheng Ping heart extremely happy. A night of tangled all swept away. The mood was unbridled. Although Zheng Ping felt as if it was a bit wrong for him to be in such a state of mind, he just couldn't help but laugh, and kept forcing the corners of his mouth so that Song Hui wouldn't be able to see the difference. By the way, why aren't you there, Zheng? It was only at this time that Song Hui realized that something was wrong, and in the past, this kind of thing must be less than Zheng Ping. Hey, it's not looking for rain, and did not want to move. Your sister-in-law also let me cook at home. I think about it even. Zheng Ping pulled the reason to say. Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Song Hui that it was Chin Fong who knew there was nothing in the river and wouldn't let him go. You did the right math by not going, Song Hui said with a wave of his hand. Chapter 30 whole. Alright, then Song Hui, you eat first. I'll go back and lay noodles for your sister-in-law. Zheng Ping took the eggs and was about to leave. The main thing was that if he didn't leave again, he was really afraid that he would burst out laughing. Good, then take your time and go up to the waste mine tomorrow, right? Song Hui inquired. Look at the sky. If it doesn't rain, go, Zheng Ping said and walked out the door. The moment he walked out the door, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise upward, trying to suppress his laughter. It was only after he had returned to his house that he dared to laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. When Mao Min was in the house, she heard Zheng Ping's laughter outside the house, and it was not until Zheng Ping entered the bedroom that she could not hold back her curiosity and inquired, what? Why are you smiling so much? Zheng Ping quickly undressed and went to the bed, laughing as he said, you don't say. It really made Feng Zi right. There's nothing in that river. It's a waste to go there. Song Hui and his 30-odd men, the river and the riverbank fished for a night, and they didn't even get any hair. One freezes to death and ends up carrying his stuff home. Mao Min was surprised and couldn't help but say, so many people, really nothing? That's for sure. Would Song Hui still lie to me? If he fished something out, he wouldn't have that droopy expression. I'm afraid he'd be staggering more than anyone else. Zheng Ping lowered his head and hemmed and hawed. Feng Zi is really powerful. When he said there is nothing, there is really nothing, not even iron. Fortunately listen to him, or else wouldn't you have to soak in the river for a night? Mao Min nodded his head in hindsight, his tone tinged with awe. That's for sure. I told you that Feng Zi wouldn't screw me over. Zheng Ping laughed with a smug smile on his face. Look at how happy you are. Now you can sleep soundly? Mao Min couldn't help but laugh when she saw his appearance. More than being able to sleep soundly, I'm even a little too happy to sleep right now. Zheng Ping didn't even hold himself back when he finished speaking. He realized how he seemed to have turned a little bad. Then can't sleep, you don't stir me. I'm sleepy. Mao Min at this time is also a big stone in the heart landed. Know that they did not get anything, she is relieved. Turn around and ready to sleep. What are you sleeping for? You can't celebrate such a happy event? Zheng Ping directly flipped Mao Min over and got himself together. Just now I asked you and you didn't want it. Now you're tossing me around. Mao Min said without a trace of anger. That's different. Zhang Ping laughed. Mao Min wrapped her arms around Zhang Ping's neck and closed her eyes and hummed softly. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up at 5 o'clock, and he sat up looking at the nice weather outside. It looks like he can go out and pan for gold today. He's really itching for a day without panning for gold. It's all money. Why are you up so early? Lu Ping had just come out and saw Chen Feng who had come out to wash up. She couldn't help but ask curiously. This is not anxious to earn money cannot sleep. Chen Feng hit the basin waterway. Hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but be filled with relief that her son had really gotten ahead. He couldn't even scream. When has he ever been so aggressive? Then I'll heat up the leftover fish from yesterday for you. Lu Ping didn't wash up either and directly warmed up the food for him. Has been to more than 5:50. Chen Feng have finished eating early. Even at noon to eat the meal went to Lu Dahai home to buy good. The door car did not come to pick up. He glanced at the time and lit a cigarette. Not in a hurry. After waiting for a few minutes, it was Huang Fei who came in and didn't see Zhang Ping. Let's go, Huang Fei said as he came in and snorted. Brother Zhang is in the car? Chen Feng asked casually as he picked up his things. In what car? He used to be the first. Who knows what's going on today? Overslept. Right. Let's both go to his home to call him. Huang Fei beckoned and said. Alright, Mom, I'm leaving. Chen Feng turned around and said. Good. Lu Ping nodded and sent them out the door. The two of them got in the car and drove it to Zhang Ping's house. And just as they stopped the car, they saw Zhang Ping with a steamed bun in his mouth, running out in a hurry. What's the situation? Why are you still oversleeping today? Huang Fei opened the car door and looked at Zhang Ping who was carrying something onto the car and laughed. Overslept. Luckily, I wasn't late. Zhang Ping got in the car and let out a long breath and said, You went to the river to pan for gold yesterday as well? Chen Feng said as he looked at him suspiciously. It would be normal for you to say that you panned for gold until midnight and got up late this morning. But I thought he said he wasn't going. Why is he up late? No, I didn't go. I forgot to set the alarm clock. Or your sister-in-law pickpocketed me and called me up. Zhang Ping took a bite of the steamed bun and said with a wink to Chen Feng. The two of them pretended that they hadn't discussed it yesterday. But the people in the car didn't notice anything unusual. Oh, it was normal to not set an alarm clock. So Chen Feng didn't take it seriously. When the car didn't drive out for 5 minutes, Chen Feng's old problem came back. His eyelids fought straight, and he soon fell asleep. Only this time he felt it when the car stopped, and without Zhang Ping calling, he got up himself. Let's start a pleasant day. Chen Feng got out of the car with his things and stretched out looking at the rising sun, shaking the wires off the probe and putting the headset on. He was just about to look for a place to probe when he turned around and realized that the van wasn't driving away. Huang Fei is still not home. What are you doing here? People are coming down. Before he could think much about it, he saw Huang Fei walk down with a set of detectors the exact same color as his, and then put his headset on like that. This scene startled Chen Feng to the point where his eyes went wide. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the situation? Why did you even get a set of machines? Chen Feng inquired. Ha ha, it's not like staying at home is still staying. Might as well explore with you guys. Huang Fei laughed as he carried the probe. Although he didn't say it, Chen Feng could figure out on second thought why Huang Fei had given them a car for more than a year and hadn't even bought a detector, but suddenly bought it in the present. It must have seen him ship out, and his hands got itchy and greedy, and he wanted to follow suit and explore. In response, Chen Feng could only smile helplessly. I did not expect that in the end. I shipped my own goods, but also Han Jiangwo, the grandson of a success, and these days it is estimated that several more sets of machines will be sold. You know how to probe, right? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, it will. It's been so long that I've seen it all, Huang Fei said confidently. Alright, then find a smooth place to explore, Chen Feng said casually. When Chen Feng finished speaking, Chen Feng was surprised to find that Huang Fei had taken the detector to probe around the van. Upon realizing there was no cargo, he also moved the car forward a bit and then probed under the van. Chen Feng. Zhang Ping was also dumbfounded when he saw Huang Fei's behavior. Good guy. You are looking at Chen Feng's gold out of the bottom of the car. There is an after effect. Right. When Huang Fei finished probing, some of the crowd couldn't help but let out a laugh and asked, Huang Fei, under the car probing did not probe something Chapter 31, Don't follow me, big brother. Scratch that, the car wasn't allowed to drive this time. Huang Fei wasn't discouraged and grinned. The crowd smiled at the words and all began their own work, taking the detectors and starting to sweep for mines. Chen Feng also to a direction of a random sweep forward. Although knowing that there is nothing, you do not also have to pretend. Cannot be with the opening of the positioning as if the detector is put on the goods. And Huang Fei followed Chen Feng, sweeping along his route. So a rather comical situation arose. The two of them were just like a gluttonous snake. Chen Feng was in front of Huang Fei. And no matter which way Chen Feng turned, Huang Fei was right behind him. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng turned around and looked at Huang Fei with a helpless expression. Huang Fei lowered his head and concentrated on probing, not paying any attention to the fact that Chen Feng had already stopped. And a few seconds later, he directly crashed into it. Holy, why don't you move forward? Huang Fei said as he raised his head and looked at Chen Feng. I'm walking my ass off, Chen Feng said without a trace of anger. No, big brother, what are you always following me for? Chen Feng said extremely breathlessly. Huang Fei sniffed embarrassed and scratched his head, and said, this is not your luck. I think with you behind, pick up some leakage can also be ah. Chen Feng smiled and covered his face as he looked at him slyly and spoke. Big brother, have you ever thought about it? I mean if is there a possibility that I'm in front? And even if there's something, I'm the one who probes it first, and it has nothing to do with you in the least. And you're behind me, probing all the places I probed to make sure there's no cargo. You'd have to be blind for me to pick up a hunk of iron, let alone goods. If you followed me like that in a situation like this. Huang Fei sniffed and froze. Half a day before coming back to God to say, I wipe Lu, you have a reason to say ah. Am I not poking around here for half a day for nothing? Chen Feng just looked at him as if to say, are you Ru Ag? Then where are the goods that are plentiful? Huang Fei looked at the desolate surroundings and couldn't help but wonder, how am I supposed to know? If I knew I was still going, would I have told you? Chen Feng said helplessly. Feel free to explore? Panning for gold is all about hitting the big time. See which direction is good and explore there. Chen Feng casually pointed him in a direction. Alright, I'll listen to you. We'll head this way today. Huang Fei looked at the direction Chen Feng was pointing and gave a forceful nod of his head, full of vigor. However, you really don't say. Before Chen Feng could take 2 steps, Huang Fei's instrument rang. Ooh-hoo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Feng Zi. Shipment. When Huang Fei heard his instrument ring, he was instantly excited and shouted to Chen Feng who was not far away. HM? Chen Feng turned around and raised an eyebrow as he walked over. He remembered that the system there did not prompt will not really let this kid pick up the goods. When he walked over, Chen Feng instantly shrugged his shoulders. Let's just say the system didn't prompt for it, so I guess it's an iron block or something. However, seeing how excited Huang Fei was, Chen Feng didn't have the good sense to discourage him, and couldn't help but say with the same excitement, Quick Tan, you're really lucky, coming up with the jackpot. Let's just say I have a life of gold digging. Huang Fei hemmed and hawed, full of smugness, and then followed Chen Feng's example, pulling out a small shovel and passing it over the detector shovel by shovel. Ooh-hoo, 2 shovels down. He shoveled the thing, Huang Fei excitedly picking at the shovel. Chen Feng just watched from the side. By the time Huang Fei saw the flash of dark yellow, he was so excited that he hurriedly called Chen Feng to come over and said, Fengzi, is this gold? Chen Feng looked at the dark yellow thing, stroked his chin and said, actually, I have a feeling. This seems to be brass. Hearing brass, Huang Fei, as if splashed with cold water, stared at the dark yellow particles and said, can't be, so yellow can be brass? If he's not yellow, why would he call brass? Chen Feng simply felt like he was talking nonsense literature. Judging from my experience, gold would be a bit lighter in color than it is. It's that light yellow, while this one of yours is too yellow. It's practically yellow and red, not quite like gold. Chen Feng shook his head and said, whatever it is, put it up first and then say, in case we both look away. Huang Fei is still a little undaunted. Said, alright, go find someone to judge by the evening. Chen Feng didn't discourage him, but went along with it. Who cares what it is? Shipping anyway. This direction you pointed out by peak is really good. I'll head this way today. Putting away the vial, Huang Fei said firmly. Refuel. Chen Feng took the instrument and looked for a direction with fewer people. Chen Feng just carried the instrument and casually walked forward, and had been walking for 7 or 8 minutes before the system rang. Oh yo, let me see where you are, Chen Feng said as he took the instrument and drew circles back and forth to determine the orientation. It was just that after finally circling the directions, Chen Feng stood in front of the withered tree that had to be a meter thick and fell silent. The dead tree had fallen, its branches falling all over the ground, and that dead tree was right in the middle of the circle drawn by Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the shovel in his hand that was no more than the size of a palm, and then looked at the huge withered tree. At this time, he realized what it meant to move a mountain with a fool. The goods mustn't be pressed under the tree, or else I'll have to just pick at this tree for a day today. Chen Feng prayed up in his heart. He really didn't want to have a Chen Feng moving the tree. Chen Feng took the detector and probed back and forth, finally reaching a position 30 centimeters away from the tree trunk before the detector finally sounded. He set the probe down beside himself, crouched down with a small shovel and began to pick at the dirt. The first shovel went down, and Chen Feng saw the roots of the tree that had been coiled underground and withered. Scratch that, what do you think you're growing so big for? Chen Feng squatted on the ground and picked at the roots of the tree, cursing as he took one step to pick. Suo Xing tree had already died, and those roots that grew out, Chen Feng broke them off with a hard shovel, yanking the roots to the side with his hands before continuing to dig on the ground. It just rained yesterday and the soil on the surface has dried out. The inside is still very wet and digging it out is wet and straight black. Gouging off several roots, Chen Feng only finally shoveled up a shovel full of dirt and passed it over the detector. Ooh-hoo. Hearing this voice, a smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Only this time, the soil was all clumped together because it was wet, so I couldn't just shake it and drop a layer like I usually do. Chen Feng could only use his hands to slowly peel down, and then pass over the detector when he felt it was almost done. Having been picking at it twice, with the detector still ringing, Chen Feng carefully rummaged through the shovel. Soon a grayish-white particle appeared among the dirt. Picking up the silver grain, Chen Feng blew on it with his mouth and laughed out. This silver grain is about 6 grams or so, and is worth a good $30 or so. Taking out the small bottle, Chen Feng threw the silver grains in, and the bottle let out a dangling sound. Chen Feng stood up and picked up the detector, patting the dead tree in a good mood. I think you're great. Proceed to grow a little bit. Also too thin. See how people are so thick. Reflect on yourself, whether you're trying to grow or not. Don't blame the environment for everything, okay? The environment has always been like this, okay? Chapter 32, Another Gold Run. After teasing the dead tree, Chen Feng took the detector and continued to walk forward. Zheng Ping watched him from a short distance away and opened his mouth to say, "What's the situation, Peak? Have you found something?" "A small silver grain. Not worth much," Chen Feng said as he shook the bottle in his hand at him. Zheng Ping sniffed with eyes full of surprise. He had just seen Chen Feng squatting down and knew that he had probed something, but wasn't sure what it was. Thought it might be an iron block. After all, the guys didn't even have their detectors going off. It's outrageous for you to come up here and open the hooch. However, he didn't expect that Chen Feng would actually come up and open a hoo, probing a small silver grain, even smacking his tongue a few times and sighing at Chen Feng's good fortune. Zheng Ping turned back and continued to probe up. What Chen Feng did not know was that those companions who had gathered in 2s and 3s were idly bored at this time and were all discussing Chen Feng. "Ugh, what do you guys say? How many goods can Chen Feng get today?" A man opened his mouth to inquire. The bystander hesitated for a moment at his words and estimated, "I have a feeling it might be a little more than us. 1 or 200. After all, he's been really lucky lately." The other man sniffed with some disbelief and said, "No way. Is it hard to believe that he can still have that much every time? Who's to say it isn't? I feel like it's his Air Force turn for once." The crowd felt the same way, thinking that it was their turn to get rich anyways. They couldn't just let Chen Feng pan for all the gold. And Zhang Ping, who had just come back from prospecting, listened to the words of the crowd and couldn't help but laugh and say, "Then I'm afraid you guys are going to be disappointed. I've just come back from Chen Feng's side, and the others have already opened up their hoo-has and scouted a small silver grain. I have a feeling that if this trend continues, another daily revenue break of 1,000 is not out of the question." The crowd's eyes were filled with surprise at the words, and someone said in awe, "Really? That Chen Feng kid came up and opened up? What kind of luck is that? I'm Ed. What the hell? My machine didn't even go off and he came up here and shipped? This kid couldn't have been a sucker for iron in his last life, could he?" Song Hui sniffed and squinted at Chen Feng's back in the distance, spitting viciously. "Grandma, what a load of luck." Chen Feng didn't know what they were talking about, and was single-mindedly sweeping through the area, and 10 minutes later, the system prompts rang out again. This time it wasn't a dead tree, it was a flat area, only with more rocks on the ground. Draw a circle as usual, then take the machine and probe slowly. Put up a gold, put up a gold. Chen Feng probed as he chanted. "Ooh-hoo," a beautiful voice rang out, and with a smile on his face, Chen Feng casually drew a small circle around the detector with his foot, squatted down and pulled out a small shovel, and began to shovel the soil. Shoveling up a shovel of soil, passing over the detector. The detector did not ring. Chen Feng raised the soil to the side and shoveled up a shovel again. It kept shoveling for 4 or 5 spades, and by the time it was over the detector again, the detector finally went off. "Ooh-hoo." Chen Feng learned the sound made by the detector and used his hand to gently pick at the soil layer by layer on the shovel. The detector stopped ringing when it was 1/3 of the way through, proving that the goods had already been stripped down by Chen Feng. So Chen Feng got down on the ground and searched back and forth in those dirt he had just stripped off. Soon, Chen Feng found a golden grain in the black soil. "Holy, it's really out of gold?" Chen Feng said as he lifted the small gold grain up and rushed towards the sun with eyes full of surprise. The small gold grains are much smaller than the previous ones. as if they will be able to have a gram. Presenting an irregular flat round shape, Chen Feng looked at the small gold grain and smiled, taking out the bottle that was specialized in gold grains and throwing it in. That little gold grain goes to attrition and can be sold for like 200 or 300, which is a lot cooler than panning for silver grains. We, the people, are so happy today. Chen Feng stood up with a hum, grabbed the detector and continued on his way. It was just as if that little gold grain had used up all of Chen Feng's luck. For half an hour in a row Chen Feng's system did not ring again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Chen Feng frowned as he looked at the large sun in the sky and pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking back, he realized that he was already far away from his companions because he had been walking forward, and Chen Feng decided to walk back diagonally. Don't get so far into it that you can't go back. Of course, there is no danger of going any farther in this waste mine. There is a signal here, and when you call with your cell phone, you will know where you are, and there is no possibility of losing your connection. But there are some great gold prospectors who go to some deserts to pan for gold, where the harvest is plentiful but the signal is not covered and people are rare. That would be the end of it if we lost contact and got lost. Chen Feng was walking along carrying the detector when suddenly the detector rang. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng suspiciously turned his head sideways and looked at the location where the detector was ringing. And the fact that his own system did not prompt it proved that there was no good stuff there. I tried the detector again, and it made the woo-woo sound again. Although he knows that there is nothing, Chen Feng still wants to see what is buried underneath. Human curiosity. So Chen Feng squatted down and casually pouted the soil with his shovel. Not as cautious as he was when panning for gold. It's not worth anything anyway, so I'll just throw it away. 7 or 8 shovels went down, and Chen Feng suddenly realized that he couldn't pout anymore, as if he had run into something hard. He took a closer look inside and the object showed a corner of what appeared to be a piece of iron. He continued to plow down. The thing grew longer and longer, surprisingly more than 40 centimeters. Chen Feng took a lot of effort to pick it out. A large piece of horn iron? Chen Feng lost his smile as he looked at the object. This is presumably something that used to be used in the mines and was thrown away by some miner, carrying the angle iron. I found that the thing had to be 7 or 8 pounds heavy, and could be sold for about $10. Chen Feng was simply a bit speechless as he looked at the angle iron. To be honest, to be able to pick up a 7 or 8 pounds of angle iron in this waste mine is no different from panning for gold. The probability is all the same low. That's a different kind of luck. It's just that Chen Feng is a little hesitant. You have to say that if you don't take it, the $10 will be wasted. But you have to say take it. This thing is also really heavy. Chen Feng is really a little lazy to send back to the car. Forget it, let's just take it. Chen Feng searched for a moment and eventually decided to take it. It does seem a bit of a waste not to take it. Loading the angle iron into the backpack, the pack visibly sank straight down. Now Chen Feng doesn't want to go back to his companions. He can't carry a 7 or 8 pound piece of angle iron to pan for gold. Now Chen Feng knew why some people said that gold miners fee backpacks. You carry a bunch of iron and copper back and forth every day to grind. What a good package for a long time does not wear leakage. In the end, it was cheaper for Han Jiangwo. The old boy really didn't sell a lot of these things. Chapter 33, not today, just this. On the way back, Chen Feng's system finally gave a hint. Grandma, old brother has waited so hard for you. Chen Feng's spirit lifted and he began to draw circles. While drawing, Chen Feng was still talking to himself. If this could be panned for a piece of gold as big as a hornbeam, I'd go home now and have enough for the rest of my life. However, Chen Feng calculated in his heart. It seems that it is not enough. 8 pounds of gold went to attrition. It seems that it is more than $1 million, and the rest of his life is almost meaningless. Marred. One has really drifted. Not even a 10-gram gold has been panned. So one seeks up 8 pounds of gold. Chen Feng himself couldn't help but laugh. Ooh-hoo. The sound of the detector pulled Chen Feng's rambling mind back. He set the probe on the ground, pulled out a small shovel and began to go over the dirt. 2 shovelfuls down and the detector went off. This time, though, he didn't need the probe to prompt him. He himself saw the grayish-white grain of silver that peeked out of the corner. Worth a 20? It's a bit small, but even a small fly is meat. Chen Feng pursed his lips and threw the silver grain into the bottle with some disgust. If his companion heard this, he would probably have a death wish. Grandma, it's good to have the goods, but you still think it's too small? We haven't even gotten the little ones yet. Just a few steps after picking up the detector, Chen Feng's system once again sent out a prompt. Holy? Chen Feng did not think that this stuff is actually still continuous, so he beautifully continued to start drawing circles. Taking the detector, he probed back and forth in the circle, and finally, in a slightly recessed area, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo. Awesome. Even the pit is ready for me, isn't it? Chen Feng took out a small shovel and squatted down, picking back and forth in the pit, not even shoveling. You really don't say. Under this back and forth, he really pulled out the goods. Look at it. It's bull asterisk 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 or not. Chen Feng grinned and took the silver grain out of the dirt. This one's bigger than the last one. It's got to be like 4 or 5 grams. Pulling out the bottle, he tossed in the silver pellets and put the lid back on. Holding the detector, Chen Feng continued to walk forward. I thought that this place had let him pan out almost, but I didn't expect that after walking a dozen meters, the detector actually sounded again. I blew a wipe. I am stabbing the nest, is it? Chen Feng hemmed and hawed and continued to draw circles on the ground. If you can't go back one day today, this has been squatting on the ground and picking out the pit. How many goods must be picked out? I'm afraid that 2 bottles can't be loaded. Then he took a small shovel and went over the soil. Several shovels in a row, before the detector went off. Honestly, it's just not a good idea to explore after this rain. Usually with a gentle shake of the hand, the sand will fall a layer, which also have to use their hands a little bit down to pick up. So full of pitch black hands. After picking off a few layers, Chen Feng's fingers felt something hard. He reached out and picked at it. A flat silver piece appeared in his hand. Quite a chic look, old brother. Chen Feng smiled and threw it into the small bottle. Chen Feng continued to walk forward, hoping to get a quadruple shipment. But unfortunately, the system didn't ring even after walking for half a day. He was undeterred and turned back and forth. The system still didn't ring, so he had no choice but to give up. Looks like the place only had 3 loads, all of which he emptied. Walking back in circles, it was now almost 10 o'clock, and there was only Huang Fei with another companion by the car. The 2 of them couldn't help but be a bit surprised after seeing Chen Feng walking back. Isn't it true that Chen Feng doesn't like to explore in close proximity? Why did he come back today? What are you doing back here? Hungry? The companion asked loudly. No, scouted a big treasure. Send it back and talk about it. Chen Feng got into the car after saying that. That companion stared for a moment at what he heard. The great treasure that Chen Feng had said. It must be quite valuable. He could not help but walk back with a face full of curiosity. And when Huang Fei heard this, he ran his ass up to the car to see what he had found. When the 2 of them got into the car, they saw Chen Feng squatting in the aisle of the car, pulling out a large piece of angle iron from his backpack. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's so big. Where did you pick it up? The companion said in shock. They've been poking around for so long, but they've never seen an angle iron this big. After all, when this mine was abandoned at the time, the valuable stuff was sold first by the insiders, and then by the group of miners under them. Subsequently, those who pick up rags Moncler outlet, when their turn, indeed nothing, can pick up a piece of 1 or 2 tails of rebar that is the luck of the draw. An angle iron that big, that's no different than winning the lottery. It was right over there, and it took half a day to pick it out, and I didn't realize it was so big and dead heavy. It's not a matter of getting it back. Chen Feng threw the angle iron into the car, took a bottle of water out of his bag and took a sip and said, much easier this time. How much is such a big piece of iron worth? Huang Fei didn't care about this at all before, so he didn't know the price. My companion came up and weighed the angle iron and spoke. I guess it's going to be $10 or $8. Ow, I thought it had to be dozens. Then you're still so excited. Huang Fei sniffed and lost interest. After all, any piece of silver was worth that price, and the iron looked just like that to him. Ha, you have a big mouth. This thing would be fine if you could pick it up every day. You think you're Chen Feng, you can ship it every day. The companion said somewhat breathlessly. Huang Fei, this is the newcomer with a filter. Not understanding at all what kind of existence the gold rushers really had. Thought everyone was Chen Feng and had the goods right out of the gate. Don't talk about it. I pawed the horse for a morning. What nothing is somewhat wire iron block. Chen Feng, you pawed the goods, no? Huang Fei inquired with some discouragement. Amassed, $100 or $200. Chen Feng didn't say too much. Saying more seemed like deliberately stimulating Huang Fei. I don't know. Spare this 200. But also Huang Fei stimulate enough. What the hell? You're 1 or 200. Show it to me. Huang Fei was originally sitting on the car seat, but when he heard this, he stood up directly in shock. 1 or 200. It's just 10 o'clock and you've gotten that much? His companion was also surprised when he heard this and looked at Chen Feng. Just this. Chen Feng took out the silver bottle. Not the gold one. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's still a point. That's a lot. How much is a lot? That's what I call a point. The companion looked at the several grains of silver in Chen Feng's bottle and couldn't help but take out his own silver bottle and said, inside the silver vial he was holding was just one pathetic silver grain that could be a gram or so. Chen Feng bottle must have more than 20 grams. The 2 bottles together. The contrast is simply a world of difference. Cannot look at all. It's okay that you have a point. I didn't even look at a point. Huang Fei said with a sigh as he looked at the 2 bottles. Here's the worst of it. Chapter 34, Such a Big Angle Iron? It's fine, this is just a few points. I guess we'll have a good deal in the afternoon. Chen Feng comforted. Well, keep exploring. It'll be dinner time in a little while. The companion chimed in. Huang Fei sighed and followed them out of the car as the few spread out to continue looking for the goods. This time, Chen Feng's luck wasn't that good, and it took 20 minutes of shopping before the system rang. Give me another big one so I can pay off my debt. Chen Feng chattered as he held the probe. When he first bought the detector, he borrowed the money from her mom, although her mom never intended to ask for it, as long as Chen Feng did a good job. But Chen Feng will not do this. Said that what is borrowed, only to give the money to their own peace of mind. Spend their own earned money is comfortable. I made over $1,000 last time, and I still have a few hundred to share with Lin Nian for the piece of gold I prospected. So as long as I prospect another $1,500 this time, that's enough to pay back the money for the machine. Ooh-hoo. With the sound of the detector, Chen Feng crouched down. A few shovels went down and did not overrun the detector out of the goods. And then a shovel went down. Did not wait for Chen Feng and the detector over it. Saw the pit of grayish-white silver particles. In passing, he passed the spadeful of dirt over the detector and lifted it off to prevent any double-yolked eggs. Then reached down and picked up the silver grain. The silver grains were uneven and dull, and looked like they were worth about $30. Nice. Chen Feng threw the silver grains into the bottle, patted the dirt on his legs, picked up the detector and continued on. Not counting that gold grain, Chen Feng's harvest this time was also more than last time. Last time it seemed like only 4 or 5 grains in a morning. He felt that 15,000 was just around the corner. When it was also time to eat after plucking another silver grain, Chen Feng walked back while exploring. This time, I didn't have to get winded and eat in the sun because the van was there. One by one, the group returned to the van and pulled out the food they had brought with them that morning. When Chen Feng went back, 6 or 7 people in the car had eaten, and some hadn't returned yet. Sitting next to Zheng Ping, he still had the classic pancake and onion roll in his hand. First, take a scallion and dip it in some sauce, then smear it on the pancake, and finally put the scallion on the pancake and roll it on both sides. Today line ah, before eating a meal sun sweating, which sits in the car to eat more laborious. Huang Fei, you are considered to come to the right, a companion said with a smile. Look then, you all have to thank me. It's not too much for me to take one of your scallions, right? Huang Fei walked over from the front, hemmed and hawed and took a small onion from the man's plastic bag. Alright, tomorrow you come back and I'll give you back small onions to eat. The man laughed. Small onions are all homegrown. Worthless. Who brought more bring less. Everyone share a point, no problem. Mad. Don't mention it. The whole I have no confidence. How I am a morning what also did not panned. Chen Feng, you are not what know how did not say ah. Why else would you have so much stuff and I don't even have any hair? Huang Fei said as he ate half a scallion in one bite and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng this time to buy the kind of sliced bread. Out of the 2 slices of bread, sandwiched between the ham sausage small onions. A mouthful is also quite delicious. Belong to the combination of Chinese and Western. Taking a bite of the homemade sixmingji, Chen Feng looked up and said, what's the trick to that thing? Just take your chances. As for why it's called a six-pack, a sandwich is bread cut in half, and he didn't cut it, so it's a six-pack. How much did you get in one morning? Zheng Ping inquired curiously as he poked Chen Feng with his arm. He remembered that the last time he ate at noon, Chen Feng had panned 4 or 5 grains of silver, and this time, he wouldn't be so lucky as to have 4 or 5 grains again. About the same as last time. Chen Feng is also too lazy to take out his pockets, and put the mineral water with his legs, and opened it with one hand and said, you've plucked 4 or 5 more silvers? A companion on one side of the aisle said with surprise at the news. Aha! Chen Feng finished his homemade 6-minute sandwich in a few bites and pulled out his bread to roll another. Holy, how come your luck is so good every time? How big are all the silver grains? A companion in the back seat exclaimed. Chen Feng poured a mouthful of mineral water, then pulled out the vial in his pocket to show them. They're all about the same size, and there are no particularly large ones. Chen Feng spoke, as the crowd watched Chen Feng take out the bottle. One by one, they stretched their necks to look at it, and when they saw that there was clearly more goods in the bottle than last time, some couldn't help but be surprised. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you call this about the same as last time? This is clearly more than last time. I lu ago. You this what luck ah. I am in the morning to find a grain. Not as big as your bottle. Zheng Ping couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly even as he looked at the bottle. He thought that Chen Feng would be lucky if he could harvest the same as he did last time. Never in a million years did he expect to gain more this time than he did last time. Hey, that's a lot for you guys? Huang Fei said as he stood up in front of him, carrying the angle iron on the ground. Look, this is my Feng's biggest catch of the day. Just tell me if it's big. The crowd laughed at the words. but their tone remained somewhat incredulous. Even though iron isn't as valuable as silver, it's rare to find such a large piece of angle iron. Wipe. This angle iron can be sold for $10 or $8. I would be satisfied if I could pick up such a large angle iron. I thought Chen Feng's hand was hard goods, without these worthless things. Chen Feng smiled at the front and said, sometimes they miss. Ha ha. Listening to Chen Feng's words, Song Hui rolled his eyes without any good reason at the end and hummed, sour and jealous. By the time they had almost finished eating, the rest of the group had returned one after another. Usually you can only sit on the hard ground, but now you can take a nice break at noon. Everyone who came in was slightly surprised when they saw the angle iron on the floor. Oh grass! It's not good to touch such a big iron. Who has such a good life today? Who else could it be? You peek. The man sniffed and looked at Chen Feng in surprise, and could not help but joke, Fengzi, pick up some gold and silver. This broken copper and iron also leave us some. You don't want all the big and small ones, leave us a mouthful to eat. Chen Feng heard this and said rather helplessly, I can't help it. You can't just not want it when he rings. The man walked backward and said with a smile, next time if you think it's too heavy ask me to get it for you. I don't think it's too heavy. You're such a great guy to pick this up. How much space it takes up. Okay. I'll call you the next time I run into you. Chen Feng pulled out a cigarette and laughed, handing Zhang Ping one. The two of them lit it and smoked it in the car, enjoying a moment's rest. Huang Fei at this time also finished eating, lit a cigarette in front of the opening, said, Rub. How to sit down to this also sleepy it. So you take a nap? Someone in the back joked. That won't do. I'm asleep gold not all picked up by you guys. Huang Fei opened the window a crack and said, Chapter 35, the deeper you bury, the bigger the gold. In the car rested for a while. Everyone rested enough people get tools off the car. Some did not finish eating still continue to eat. After Chen Feng had rested enough, he also picked up his tools and got out of the car. I don't blame Huang Fei said. Get up so early, and then eat hot and full to the car a sit. Really sleepy ah. Get out of the car while you're sleepy, or else you might fall asleep. Drawing circles back and forth in the mining area aimlessly like this. Chen Feng's good fortune seemed to have run out as if it had all been used up in the morning. It had been 3 hours before he found 2 small silver grains, and by then it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He frowned straight at the silver grains that would be but half a bottle. He remembered that the last time this time are half a bottle. This time the difference is also too much point. According to this, 15,000 certainly cannot come together counting that gold grain. It seemed like today's haul was only like 500 or 600. Martyr, what's the situation? Why is the afternoon so backward? Chen Feng muttered, frowning as he walked towards the front. After walking for what must have been another 20 minutes, the system alert sounded. Let's have a big one. Let's have a big one. Chen Feng first drew a circle, then took the detector and slowly swept it around the circle. Sweeping to the center, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng held his breath, squatted on the ground and pulled out a small shovel. Even shoveled 7 or 8 times before the detector rang. Picking at the soil on the shovel without saying a word, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse after seeing the downright small silver grain. Tramp. That silver particles are simply small pathetic. Chen Feng, if the eyes are not good at all, cannot see. It is estimated that the appearance of a gram went to the loss of $4 or $5. He really wanted to throw the silver grain away in a ritual sacrifice to heaven. But in the end he thought about it and put it in the bottle in the spirit of the principle that even the smallest fly is meat. Hey! Chen Feng stood up and sighed, taking the probe and continuing onward. It's not going to be like this today, is it? Chen Feng thought in wonderment in his heart. Another long 30 minutes passed, and as Chen Feng was about to hold back his curses, the system's prompt finally sounded again. Come on, come on. According to the principle of bonding, this should be the big one, right? Chen Feng drew a circle on the ground. The old rules began to detect. This time it was very smooth. Not a few steps the detector rang. Yeah, that's it. Chen Feng squatted on the ground, holding a small shovel with eyes full of anticipation, shoveled up a shovelful of dirt and passed it over the detector. The machine did not ring. Chen Feng forcefully raised the shovel of soil to the side, as if to raise all the bad luck away. Jin Lai! Jin Lai! Chen Feng shouted hard with every shovel. 4 or 5 shovels down, the detector issued a oh sound. Chen Feng carefully picked the soil in the shovel. I hope to see a splash of gold color. Just after picking a few times, when the grayish-white pellet appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes, Chen Feng instantly sat down on the ground like a deflated ball. I rub your sisters. How to get smaller and smaller silver is fine. You are bigger. Chen Feng simply want to vomit. What the hell is this? You can't pan for gold, and the silver is still getting smaller and smaller, and this one is about the same as the last one, and it's only worth about $6 or $7. Chen Feng threw the silver pellet into the bottle with force, and without any goodwill, he put it into his pocket and sighed sullenly. Martyr. God is not as good as the last name of Ma. The last name of Ma still no to give some guarantee it. An afternoon this is not playing for nothing. It was now after 5, and it wasn't time to go home yet, but everyone was starting to poke their way back. Chen Feng glanced at them and started walking back as well. Everyone was not far from each other as they panned for gold around the van. About 50 meters away from the van, Chen Feng was walking forward listlessly when the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Chen Feng slightly lifted his spirits. Having goods is a good thing, but Chen Feng let the silver grains in the afternoon make him a little less confident. He took a deep breath and began to draw a circle with the detector in his hand, circling the range and then beginning to detect it gradually. Chen Feng's expression wasn't even as excited as it was in the morning this time. After all, it was a few dollars of silver grains every time. It was hard for anyone to get excited. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng casually kicked the location of the ring with his foot to sort of mark it, then squatted down and pulled out a small shovel and started shoveling. Shoveled a shovelful of dirt and passed it over the detector. The machine did not ring. Chen Feng Yang dropped and shoveled another shovel. This spade still didn't ring. Chen Feng indifferently raised off and then shoveled. Just after 7 or 8 spades in a row, Chen Feng was a bit nonplussed. No, why isn't this shoveled yet? Chen Feng is somewhat incomprehensible. In the past, this time should have been shoveled out long ago. After shoveling several more shovels in a row, the detector still didn't move, and the ground had been plowed out of a pit by Chen Feng. Holy, I didn't miss the shipment, did I? Chen Feng pulled the detector over, wanting to know if the goods were still inside. Ooh-hoo, the detector had just been pulled over and made a sound. Chen Feng looked at the small pit. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The people around him also saw Chen Feng squatting on the ground to pan for goods, and seeing that he didn't pan out for half a day, 2 of them curiously walked over. What's going on? I see you've been digging around here for half a day. You've plowed this deep and you haven't seen anything yet? I don't know. The shipment seems to be buried a little deeper this time. Chen Feng proceeded to cross the soil one shovel at a time and opened his mouth. Zheng Ping was not far away and came over when he saw the situation over here. Shipped or not? Zheng Ping took out a towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead, coming over to inquire. No, the peaks are digging this deep and we haven't seen the goods yet. The man replied. Isn't it probing the wrong location? Zheng Ping couldn't help but speculate. No, I just measured it again, and it's right here, Chen Feng said as he crossed the soil. Zheng Ping was afraid that he was a novice and was a little uncertain, so he took his own detector and probed on it in passing. Ooh-hoo, the detector did go off, proving that Chen Feng hadn't buttoned up the wrong position. Holy, it's really that deep. That looks like a big load. Zheng Ping was surprised. Chen Feng raised his head curiously at the words. How so? The deeper the cargo, the bigger the cargo. This is a saying that has been circulating in the line. Zheng Ping replied. After saying that, even he got a little excited. It was the first time he had seen goods buried so deep. Yes, I've heard that too, and it does seem to be true. The bystanders heard this and spoke up in agreement. Chen Feng carefully recalled, as if this line is there this sentence, the specific principle of what he did not understand. Maybe it's just because gold is heavy and loves to burrow in the dirt. Asterisk. So Feng Zi, you've shelled out on it, the man said excitedly to Chen Feng. Chapter 36. Is this a gold-covered stone? Whether it's a big shipment or not, we still have to wait to see it. Chen Feng was not as dull as he was at the beginning at this time, and was also a bit excited. Another dozen spades went down. Still nothing, and that pit got bigger and bigger. Some of the people who were a little farther away couldn't help but come over after seeing them all gathered here, wanting to see what was going on. What's going on? Why are you digging such a big hole? There's goods. Peak digging half a day yet. I guess it has to be a big one. Holy, deep pit out of a big load. Can I peek? Listening to the words of the people around him, Chen Feng was unmoved as he continued to push hard over the dirt. In this way, a series of digging for 10 minutes. The pit was dug by Chen Feng must have more than 10 centimeters deep, 3 palms so big. The goods are still missing. At this time everyone came to see Chen Feng digging a pit, even blocking the sunlight at one point. Chen Feng raised his head and told them to lean to the side. Couldn't be a faulty machine. I haven't seen anyone panning for gold digging a pit this big. Yeah, a little more digging is going to put me in. These are the later ones. Not knowing that Zheng Ping also verified it, Huang Fei stroked his chin on the side. This would be fun if he dug for half a day and ended up digging out a wire. That's right, wages on the line. Someone chuckled and whispered. Song Hui couldn't help but smile disdainfully as he listened to their words. What, the deeper the pit, the bigger the goods? Are just comforting themselves? There are really people who believe it. As the crowd listened to his words, They did not say anything, and Chen Feng ignored him. After squatting for almost 20 minutes in a row, Chen Feng's legs were numb from squatting. He took a deep breath and stood up, easing his legs. No digging for Lafonzi? Someone inquired as they watched him stand up. I'll move around a bit. Chen Feng moved around a bit, then squatted down and said. It was only when another shovel went down and passed the detector that the detector finally made a sound. Ooh-hoo. With this sound, the crowd was shocked, and Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. After waiting for half a day, it's finally here. Chen Feng was carefully picking and pulling at the shovel. Everyone saw this and even breathed a little less, all wanting to know what kind of goods this thing hidden in the pit was. After even picking up several layers of soil, Chen Feng saw a dark black thing and couldn't help but frown. The bystanders even couldn't help but say, this can't be a rusty iron nail, can it? Chen Feng tried to bring the thing to the detector, and the detector immediately made a sound. Ooh-hoo. When this voice came out, the crowd sighed and the expectation in their eyes instantly disappeared. Hi. That's it? What the hell? Everyone always digs and instantly recognizes what it is. It's a rusty nail. My god. After half a day of digging, this is the asterisk. I thought Peak was still digging for gold. Pull back. Gold is not that easy to dig up. You really think you can have it every day? Some we saw the situation more cannot help but laugh. I said what came. What pit the bigger the goods. Our bull asterisk. You still do not believe. This time believe it? The crowd couldn't refute what they heard. Indeed, there was no shipment this time, so they could only let Song Hui be arrogant for once. Let's go. Let's go. It's about time. Let's go home and eat. Get in the car and get in the car. If I had known there was nothing there, I might as well have sat in the car for a while. As the crowd looked to disperse, Zheng Ping also picked on Chen Feng, signaling him not to be too disappointed. Chen Feng squatted on the ground and squinted at the iron nail, not moved at all, and continued to dig. The system prompts are still there and the system is not going to prompt this crap. That proves that the goods are still down there. Peek, don't dig. This is all very normal for gold prospectors. You can always come across it. Zheng Ping squatted down and advised. He knew that anyone who dug a hole for half an hour and found it to be a broken nail at the end wouldn't be happy about it. Chen Feng didn't say anything, and directly pulled the side course detector over. As soon as I pulled it over, the detector made an ooh-ooh sound. Ha! There's more at the bottom. What this voice represented Zheng Ping was more than clear, and his eyes widened when he heard it. Everyone hadn't gone far at this point, and when they heard Zheng Ping's words they instantly froze, and then one by one they ran back. What the hell? There's stuff under there? Seriously, why did I just hear the detector go off? It's not that spike, is it? Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Chen Feng plowed out an object with his first shovel. The object was a dark yellow color and lay still in the pit. Kim, asterisk really shipped. Pick it up and look at it. The crowd gathered around instantly exploded their camps, and each one of them looked at the things in the pit with extremely shocked tones and said. Chen Feng's eyes also glazed over after seeing that thing in the pit, and he reached out to take that thing out. The thing wasn't small. It had to be the size of a small stone, except that half of it was gold and half of it was stone, and the two things melted together. It's impossible to guess how many servings there are, but it looks like a couple grams at least. Mud. I've finally found you. Chen Feng held the gold and looked back and forth. The corner of his mouth finally lifted up and he couldn't help but laugh. Let's just say it's been padding all afternoon. Something big has to come out of it. What the? Is it really gold? It's so big. I'll go. Song Hui. People said the bigger the pit, the bigger the goods. But you didn't believe me. Now you believe me. Song Hui had just walked back at this time, staring blankly at the piece of gold in Chen Feng's hand, filled with dullness. How is this possible? Wasn't it still an iron nail just now? How did it turn into gold now? You're kidding me. Huang Fei looked at the piece of gold in Chen Feng's hand and was filled with awe. My god. Chen Feng, what kind of luck are you having? Really just a piece of gold a day? That's too much of a stretch, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Okay. It's a shame that half of it is still stone. This would be great if it was all gold. Ha ha. Chen Feng played with the gold in his hand. Happy. Today's haul is definitely over 1500. So it looks like I'll be able to pay it back. Ha ha. As the crowd listened to Chen Feng's words, they forced themselves to resist the urge to beat him up. This piece of gold is worth almost 2 months of their income, and they're still not satisfied. And it's all gold. You're really in need of a beating. As Zheng Ping, who had witnessed this from the beginning to the end, he slowly stood up at this time, his face full of shock, no longer knowing what to say. No wonder it is said that Chen Feng can find gold. Really, luck and persistence are indispensable. If this were him, at the moment when he panned out the iron nail just now, he would have already left. That would still continue to pan. In that case, don't you also miss with the gold? Thinking of this, Zheng Ping had no reason to feel a pang of remorse. How much gold did he miss in the past? Starting today, he's going to make it a good habit to pan the bottom again, no matter what, just in case there's still something in there. Chapter 37, What's your day job? In the midst of a gasp of amazement, everyone got into the car, and the gold-encrusted stone was passed from hand to hand before it finally returned to Chen Feng's hand. Soon the car to the county. Usually they are half a month to come to the county. This is really thanks to the blessing of Chen Feng. 3 days to 2 trips to the county. After all, they didn't have anything to sell, but Chen Feng did. It was the same old place, Boss White's gold store. And when the crowd walked in, Boss White was surprised for a moment. Wasn't this just 2 days ago? And coming back today only proves one thing. Someone got a great deal and can't wait to exchange it for money. Looks like you guys had a good harvest today. Who found the big one? Boss Bai asked as he looked at the crowd with a smile. This time no one with Chen Feng first. After all, one hand on $10-20 of goods. How good to go forward. Me. Chen Feng took out 2 small bottles from his pocket and came forward to say, You again? You were the one who struck gold the day before yesterday, weren't you? Boss Bai stared slightly in disbelief when he saw that it was Chen Feng again. That's right, the boss has a good memory. Chen Feng smiled and handed over the 2 small bottles. Boss Bai took the small bottle and looked at the half bottle of silver with the 3 gold pieces and instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, he shook the small bottle and said to Chen Feng with a shocked face, Don't tell me you plucked this all in one day. Being a gold store and panning for gold, he has seen it. He had seen those bigger than Chen Feng, but he had never seen anyone who could collect so much for 2 days in a row. This luck is unbelievable. Which people have struck gold in a row? No, you've got it wrong. It wasn't panned in a day. That gold flake in the gold vase was touched up in the river yesterday. That gold-clad stone with that little gold grain is only the one that was just plucked today, Chen Feng said in a hurry. As for Zheng Ping and the others in the room, they were filled with shock when they heard Chen Feng say that there was another small gold grain, feeling like he didn't just strike a piece of gold today, but that he struck a grain of gold in the morning and just didn't tell them about it. They people are completely numb. Double gold out in one day. What the hell is this in the end? White Boss heard this and calmed down a bit. Not a day out on the line. If this is all a day out, that is also too shocking some. Just before he pulled out the gun, he suddenly reacted and stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes. Wait, you're saying you found this gold piece in the river? For a moment he wondered if he had heard wrong. How there was gold in the river? It's in the river by our village. I went to catch fish in the river and ran into it. Chen Feng laughed. Really? We all watched at that time. And then there were people in the village who went to the river to pan for it. And nothing came up as a result. Zheng Ping was afraid that the boss did not believe it. Added at the side. Boss Bai sniffed and opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say anything and could only nod his head. Man, you're really born to be a gold digger, aren't you? What kind of luck is it to go to the river and catch fish and find gold? And even if you go to this piece, this is still a lot of harvest. Or even on the other hand, if you go to the river to catch fish and come across gold, isn't that even better than panning for so much gold in one day? Boss White pursed his lips and poured those silver grains into the crucible and began to burn and melt them. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been running a gold store for many years and had always dealt with gold miners, he would have wanted to ask Chen Feng where he had panned for gold, and whether he wanted to take his chances as well. Soon the silver was fired, and Boss White poured him out, and when it had cooled a little put it into the water, and took it out when it had cooled. After wiping it off with a small towel that I had on hand, I placed it on the electronic scale. 52.4 grams. That's $419 in total. Let's give you 402. Boss Bai looked up and said, Good. Chen Feng nodded and replied. When it came to the main event, the gold, Boss White poured out the gold, looked at the gold-clad stone, and took a hammer out of the drawer, put the gold-clad stone on the table where it was placed and slammed it several times. Large chunks fell off and what little was still left on the gold didn't matter. It's gone as soon as it burns. Boss Bai, you burn it in 2 batches to separate that gold piece. Seeing this, Chen Feng opened his mouth and reminded. The gold piece was the one he had panned with Lin Yen, and half of Lin Yen's, so if it was burned together, he couldn't tell how much. Boss White sniffed with some confusion and said, What's the matter? Why do we have to burn them separately? That gold piece was picked up by me in partnership with someone else. Chen Feng explained. Oh, got it. Boss Bai nodded his head and burned up the piece of gold-clad stone with the gold grains first. Soon the gold became molten under the searing gun, and the tiny bit of stone turned to flying dust. The golden liquid gradually fused together and shone with a golden light. Boss White poured it out, and the golden liquid naturally formed into the shape of a bean. And when it had cooled a little, Boss White picked it up with tweezers and threw it into the water. there was an immediate rip in the water, and after waiting a few seconds, Boss White took it out, toweled it off, and headed for the electronic scale. The electronic scale shows 5.5 grams of gold. That's $2,200. Boss Bai's words caused a crowd of people to spread gasps of surprise. Even though they were prepared, they were still inwardly shocked after hearing the exact number. Holy, over 2,000. That's quite a bit higher than last time. It's really not small. I don't think I've panned this much gold since I've been panning. Who says it isn't? In our villages, we've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Chen Feng sniffed the corner of his mouth, also hooked up, not expecting that this one time directly far more than 15,000, and even have some left. Boss White put the gold aside and started refining that gold piece again. And after one operation, Boss White put the smaller gold bean on the scale. 3.1. It should be 1,204. Boss White said after doing some math. I'll add it up. 402 plus 2002 plus 1,204. Boss White pulled out a calculator and chanted as he pressed it. Equals 3,806. The crowd was in an uproar when this number came out, and they couldn't help but look at me and look at you, making almost $4,000 a day. What the hell? It's almost as much as they make in half a year. Are you panning for gold? Or have you come to rob the gold? You don't make as much from robbery as you do. Boss Bai put the goods together, then looked up and inquired Chen Feng, cash or cell phone? Chen Feng thought about it for a moment and still chose cash. His own mother could use a cell phone, but she still wasn't very proficient, and the money, besides being in the bank, was just sitting in her hand, which wasn't much anyway. It's better to pay her back in cash yourself. When you make money again later, you have to Microsoft. Who every day with so much cash hanging around? A lot of people. Chapter 38, Earning Your Detector Back in a Day. Receiving the thick pile of money handed over by Boss Bai, Chen Feng slipped it into his pocket. To be honest, $4,000 was really thick. Chen Feng's wallet couldn't even fit in it. No wonder some people said that it was because of the digitization of cash that caused everyone to have no concept of money. In the past, Chen Feng had also rushed 648, although it was heartbreaking, but that was all. But if you tell him now, take out 7 of them now and exchange them for a couple of lottery chances, Chen Feng would never be able to part with them. That's real money, the kind that's in your hand. Who'd give it away? When Chen Feng stepped back, everyone also stepped forward and took out their harvest for the day, handing it over to Boss Bai. Boss White had just been burning silver by the heap, and now that he took a second look at the small amount in their bottle, he was a little unmotivated. What's the point of burning one? It's better to have a bunch of them. Only one man had the best haul of the day, picking up 2 silvers worth $40. Everyone else's won, and that's about the size. As for Huang Fei, he could only watch them burn from the sidelines with pursed lips. He is not probing anything today and is also backed up. $7. 41. 8 pieces. Boss White burned himself all sigh. This is not enough money for their guns. That a can of gas is still $3. Finally all done. Everyone got in their cars and drove home, and it was getting dark. Chen Feng got off the bus and returned home. Lu Ping had already made the meal and was waiting for him to come back. Quickly wash your hands for dinner, Lu Ping said as she saw him come back and gave him a basin of water. Aha! Chen Feng took off his backpack, washed his hands and sat down at the table. Today Lu Ping made a mushu pork and mixed a gazpacho. After taking a bite of the food, Chen Feng pulled out the money and placed it on the table. When Lu Ping saw such a thick pile of money, her entire body instantly stared in disbelief. This what? Lu Ping said dully. That gold yesterday, plus today's harvest. Chen Feng said with a smile. Why is this so much? Lu Ping said with some disbelief. Luck. I was born with the life of a gold digger, Chen Feng said as he poured himself a cup of boiling water. My God. Other gold diggers are not that a few $100s a month. How come to you this is not the same at all? Lu Ping marveled. It's not good to make money. I can return the money I borrowed from you today, and there are a few $100s in here that are lin yens, and it's not that much, Chen Feng reminded. Lu Ping froze and took a bite of her meal, still feeling incredible. Even if you remove a few $100s, that's still a lot of money. Making 3,000 a day. Who would believe it? I don't want it. You save up. Don't be generous when you earn money. When the time comes to build a new house and marry a daughter-in-law, it's better than anything else, Lu Ping admonished, fearing that Chen Feng would start being as generous as before once he earned money. No, I'm just how old? What's the rush to get married? It seemed that the older generation was obsessed with getting married. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. When the meal was over, Chen Feng pointed out 3,000 and handed it to Lu Ping, who eventually took the money and helped Chen Feng save it. Sitting on a chair, he lit a cigarette and called Lin Yan with WeChat. Not long after, Lin Yan pushed his way in. Auntie, Brother, you're looking for me. Lin Yan greeted Lu Ping, sat down on the chair and spoke. We sold a total of 79 fish, counting 80, and that gold sold for 1214, 606 for one. Chen Feng did some math and handed him the prepared money. Lin Yan looked at the money, full of excitement and incredulity, and couldn't help but raise his head and ask, Brother, just that little bit of gold can be sold for that much money? What do you think then? Why else would there be so many people panning for gold? Chen Feng laughed. Take the money. Chen Feng shoved the money into his hand. Lin Yan got so much money for the first time. The whole person was a little unsure of what to do, excited and hesitant. Brother, otherwise I'll take 200 and forget about it, and give you the rest. After all, you picked up that gold, and I'll be satisfied with a small head. Lin Yan said as he drew out 2 red tickets and tried to hand the rest to Chen Feng. Don't talk nonsense. Give you take. Said 2 people go out to engage in extra money? The money earned equally. I now take the lead again. That became what people. Chen Feng pressed hard and made him take it without a second thought. Lin Yan eventually couldn't argue with Chen Feng and still put the money away, saying with excitement on his face, Brother, next time you go out panning for gold, take me with you, okay? I don't want money, just play along. Chen Feng searched for a moment and said, It's not impossible, but the key is that you don't have anything, so it would be a waste to go. There's a chance for that later, I guess. Let's see if we can get the whole machine. Now let Lin Yan follow the gold rush. Obviously not a good time. He has a system to have goods every day. Lin Yan does not have a system. Go is also in vain. We'll talk about it later if you want to play. Okay. Lin Yan didn't force the issue and said with a forceful nod. The 2 of them tugged at each other for a while before Lin Yan went home. And when he arrived home later, Lin Yan's grandfather walked out with his clothes on. What's wrong? What did Chen Feng call you about? Lin Yan couldn't suppress the happiness on his face when he sniffed, and even came back just now all the way back with a trot. Cents, Lin Yan said as he dug into his pocket. Oh, it's the money from the last fish sale, right? Grandpa Lin Yan remembered and said as he sat on the stool. Look, Lin Yan took out the pile of money from his pocket and rubbed it open to show him up. Grandpa Lin Yan thought it was just $12, and when he saw the several red tickets he froze, his cloudy eyes widening instantly. No, how much is this? Why is it so much? How many fish did you 2 catch here? Grandpa Lin Yan stood up in excitement for a moment. Fish on a few $dozen. The rest is the gold share of the money. Originally I sought to take a small head on the line. The results of Chen Feng brother does not allow. None said one person half. That's a total of $660. Lin Yan hemmed and hawed. Gosh, he really gave you a share of the gold money? Grandpa Lin Yan said incredulously. He did know that the 2 of them had struck gold. But Lin Yan's grandfather also knew that it was all Chen Feng's doing and had nothing to do with Lin Yan. He did not expect to share half. After all, people have to be reasonable. Lin Yan grandfather is also a honest crop farmer. Honest people all his life. As a result, I didn't expect that Chen Feng would still give Lin Yan half of it, which is a huge amount of money. I told you brother was good to me, right? You can have this 600, and I won't give you this 60. I'll keep the pocket money for myself. Lin Yan gave the whole money to his grandfather and left the change for himself with a smile. Alright, Chen Feng is really good. You really didn't make this friend in vain. If this was put on a second person, I guess he wouldn't even share you. Grandpa Lin Yan understood things and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 39, No Canned Food? Brother has always been good enough. It's the village people who always chew Feng's tongue. Lin Yan grunted and said, and Chen Feng finished eating, ready to go up to Lu Dahai's house to buy a pack of cigarettes. Just as soon as he entered the door, Net heard countless people's exclamation. Peak. You made over 4,000 today? My god. You're getting rich. Peak, how the hell do you poke? Teach me. Yeah, is there a trick to it? Chen Feng couldn't help but have a bit of a headache as he looked at the dozen or so people in the room looking at him at the same time. This news travels fast. The FBI intelligence department would be remiss not to recruit you. It's just good luck. Traitorous luck. Calm down. Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling that they could sit down. Coming to the counter, Chen Feng spoke to Lu Dahai. 2 packs of White Pagoda Mountain. Lu Dahai looked at him with a big smile and said, You've earned more than $4,000. Don't you want to celebrate by rapping Huazi? Forget it, smoke that and cough. Chen Feng laughed and said, Then it's okay to take a bottle of canned food. Lu Hai joked as he handed him his cigarettes. Who eats canned food every day? And then give me diabetes. The last time I bought those 2 bottles still have 1 bottle left. Chen Feng took the cigarette and said, Should not say. You kid is really a bit then every day several thousand. Go out and have goods? Lu Dahai wondered. Nonsense. Then go out and do what to go. Not panning a few pieces of gold road costs are not all hitched? Chen Feng leaned on the counter. Unpacking said. I rub. Boast you 2 sentences you still gasp on. So many gold diggers. I did not see who went out with gold. Or you kid line ah. Lu Dahai laughed. It can't be helped. I also want to keep a low profile. My strength doesn't allow it. Chen Feng handed the money to Lu Dahai, waved his hand and prepared to leave. Hey, Fengzi, do you accept apprenticeship ah? I have a nephew also want a pan for gold. You teach him ah. Not let him give you some tuition is okay. An older woman at the door stopped Chen Feng and discussed with him. Auntie, actually, I've only been doing this for 3 days full time. Who am I going to teach? Chen Feng said rather helplessly. It's fine. Then you have experience. It's all your nephew. Isn't that your brother too? Do me a favor. I'll have him come over tomorrow. Big Mom said she was going to make the decision. You can pull back. Don't ever come. I don't take on disciples. I don't know anything. I'm going home to sleep. Chen Feng said and was about to leave. This is not crazy. Himself and you just know. Usually are not familiar. Let alone your nephew. Which he him. Feng Zi, you see how you are so petty. Just bring a few days of things. Just tell him how you are poking around. That's not very easy. Big Mom stopped at the door, not letting Chen Feng go at all. Chen Feng was a bit annoyed by what she said, and frowned as he spoke. You're so good at talking, so you can teach. What else do you want me to teach? The Big Mom waved her hand and spoke. It's not that I don't know how to do this. You know how to do it. You're the expert. Chen Feng sniffed lightly and said, I think you are the expert. The sky blah 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 blah. I can't. Chen Feng finished picking her aside, not even caring about her, and left on his own. Big Mom was peeled aside, stood in place for a while embarrassed. At Chen Feng back cannot help but chatter, this child. You just teach can what? How big ah? Lu Dahai couldn't help but snorted his words and didn't say anything. Why do people teach you? Why do you have such a big face? It's like they owe you. The corners of the mouths of the people in the room couldn't help but smile when they saw this, and they should play and chat. Just for the evening, the village must have had one more interesting thing to talk about, and Huang Fei returned to his own home. His mother could not help but wait to ask, what is it today? To find what? Huang Fei's father took one look at Huang Fei's wilted appearance and knew it was for nothing. He couldn't help but grunt and didn't say anything. Nothing panned. Today's time is not right. Just look at Chen Feng panned in that cuckoo. Huang Fei grumpily sat down at the dining table, picked up his rice bowl and said, then how? How nothing ah? Huang Fei his grandfather wondered. Chen Feng eats meat, you can't even have soup? Do what no long? Can pluck what? I guess tomorrow should be at home to sleep, right? Huang Fei his father said in a bad mood. $3,000 for a machine. I guess that's a waste of money. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm definitely still going out tomorrow. Who says I don't have the guts? Huang Fei said unconvincingly. It's fine if you don't get it in one day. Take your time. No one can get something on the first day. Except for Chen Feng. Huang Fei's mom comforted. Huang Fei's father didn't believe in Huang Fei's words at all. He knew this kid's character too well. Huang Fei knew what his dad was thinking and naturally held his breath. He had to make a show of it to show his dad. Old Wang's family was downright sour and jealous when they heard that Chen Feng had amassed another $4,000. And old Wang's daughter-in-law threw her chopsticks away and grunted and said, how is it that Chen Feng is so lucky to find something every time? What the hell? She had a large mole at the corner of her mouth, and she was the one who had been pointing and cursing outside the door when Chen Feng woke up. Old Wang sighed and said, people just have that life. What kind of life? What kind of life can a ing widow have? I see. That money may not be he plucked. Maybe it is which his mom looking for a wild man to give. He is embarrassed to say just. Old Wang's daughter-in-law grunted and said. Old Wang heard this is simply quite speechless. Cannot help but open his mouth. You cannot go out again blindly said. When people looking for wild men? Every day you make rumors. You have a big mouth. That Chen Feng is a dilettante. Why do you keep messing with him? Upon hearing this, the old king's daughter-in-law immediately came on fire, slamming the table and shouting, Surname Wang, you fart. When did I start a rumor? If he, Chen Feng, doesn't steal my family's chickens, I'm talking about him? You're a wimp. Nothing. Why don't you dare to find Chen Feng to do a fight and get your chicken money back? The old king said in a bad mood. Why did he steal your chicken? Did not steal other people's chickens? You say a few of you old ladies. Nothing to rumor Lu Ping this and that, as if you saw it. Can someone's son not be angry when he hears it? If you're so capable, why don't you go ask Chen Feng for chicken money? Asterisk 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 you. Nothing. You're a man. You're not even as good as that good old. Waiting for tomorrow I'll go to find Chen Feng to ask for chicken money. You watch. Earn money and not give me. You see how I preach his. Old Wang's daughter-in-law scolded angrily. Old Wang is a bronchitis. Cannot control his daughter-in-law at all. Sniffing a sigh and waved his hand. You can do whatever you want. You can't hide from yourself. The weather forecast for the evening shows that tomorrow will be cloudy and there may be light rain. Zhang Ping, a group of people together, or decided to look at the sky and then say, not to go to the waste mine first, and do some farm work at home. Chapter 40, You're really fighting? When he got up in the morning, Chen Feng looked out the window, and it was really a bit cloudy, so he couldn't help but shake his head and fell down to continue sleeping. Can't we just let him make one more day's worth of money? It was about 9 o'clock before Chen Feng got up and saw Lu Ping tidying up the house. You're up. Are you hungry? Eating now or in a while? Lu Ping inquired. Mom, are you done eating? Chen Feng inquired as he glanced at the table. I still ate at 7 in the morning, and seeing that you were sleeping, I didn't call you. Lu Ping replied. The older generation had the habit of eating breakfast. Chen Feng usually didn't eat breakfast. He wasn't too hungry anyway, so he shook his head. I'll wait until noon to eat together. Chen Feng washed his face, grabbed a box of cigarettes and went out, ready to find Lin Yan. See if there is any way to earn extra money, not just go outside and sneak around. It's better than being bored at home. When I passed by Lao Wang's house, I saw Lao Wang's daughter-in-law getting high on melon seeds and chatting with a few women in the yard. Chen Feng this over. The old king daughter-in-law also saw him, cannot help but clear his voice shouted, Humph, what earned money that money still do not know what is going on. You really believe The woman next to her smiled and inquired with an extremely cooperative smile. It's not earned, so how did it come about? You know? Old Wang's daughter-in-law came to her senses and said in a loud voice, who goes out every day and can make so much money? Have you ever heard of it? That money? Maybe it's from some little father. Sorry, cover it up. If you really earned it, can you pay me back the money for the chickens you stole from my house if you can? What is it? Net do some steal chicken and dog hook. So many little father. You go to them. Woe to me for what? Your mom, gave birth to a bad son. Your mom steals and you steal, right? She had this shrill voice, a voice that shouted out the left and right neighbors. Originally everyone was fine. There is a hustle and bustle certainly want to see. Chen Feng stood outside her door and narrowed his eyes, his fists clenching slightly. Just the dumbest can hear who she's talking about. Neighbors came out in 2s and 3s, have whispered up. The old Wang daughter-in-law belongs to the village shrew on behalf of the almost no one dares to mess with. The broken mouth you really can't scold her. No wonder your father ran away. Anyone with that many green hats can't stand it. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, several of the women hemmed and hawed, with old Wang's daughter-in-law laughing the most happily. Chen Feng turned his head, kicked open the door of old Wang's house, and directly walked in with cold eyes. Who the are you talking about here? Chen Feng stared at old Wang's daughter-in-law and asked. Say who? Say who knows. Old Wang's daughter-in-law hugged her shoulders and said disdainfully. You Malagobis. Your mouth cheap cannot control. Have to be here every day spraying feces is it? Your mouth so can pretend. Your family still repair what toilet? Directly to your mouth to pull it. Chen Feng was not spoiled at all and directly pointed at her nose to start cursing. The old king's daughter-in-law was scolded and froze. She was never expecting Chen Feng to dare to scold her like this, and immediately blew up her hair. You little pussy, who are you cursing here? You don't want to give your face, do you? Who doesn't know your mom is a broken shoehead? How did you get that money? You don't have any idea in your own heart. Did you pan for it? How come you're so lucky to have gold every day? I think it's all from those little daddies of yours. Old Wang's daughter-in-law snorted coldly and also said with no trace of politeness. In terms of cursing, she is the ancestor of Chen Feng. Let's see who can curse who today. She must curse Chen Feng to see her in the future to hide. Asterisk 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 mud horse. I'll let you spew rumors here. I'll rip your tongue out today. I'll let you pull your wife's tongue here every day. Pop. Chen Feng roared, stepped forward and directly slapped. The sound was so loud that the people around him could hear it clearly. At this moment, the left and right neighbors were all dumbfounded. They never expected Chen Feng to make a direct move. And even this slap was not light. Asterisk 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 you. Go ahead and curse. Old Wang's daughter-in-law stared at her eyes before she could react and felt a fiery pain on her face as she pointed at Chen Feng with a hideous expression. You. Pop. Pop. Chen Feng didn't even wait for her to open her mouth, and directly swung out 2 more slaps, slapping old Wang's daughter-in-law to the ground. When the surrounding people saw that Chen Feng had gotten really angry, they rushed forward to pull Chen Feng. Don't fight, don't fight. Get over it. Can't do it. Peek, peek. Several people came up to pull down Chen Feng who wanted to go forward, Chen Feng struggled madly and wanted to go after and beat up the old king's daughter-in-law. You Malagasy! I'll treat that mouth of yours today, Chen Feng roared. Old Wang's daughter-in-law fell to the ground and cried out as she slapped the ground. Murder! Murder! If you don't come out, Mr. Wang, your wife is going to be beaten to death. Lao Wang came out of the house in a panic at this time, looking at his daughter-in-law who fell to the ground. And Chen Feng, who was full of madness, was somewhat at a loss. He was also a little angry in his heart. After all, it was his wife who was beaten. No matter how Chen Feng did it, it was also his fault. Chen Feng, you're still moving. I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my family's chicken. Old Wang pointed at the pulled Chen Feng and shouted. Asterisk 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 you. Now you know to come out. Why didn't you come out just now when your daughter-in-law was being rumored by me? Damn it! Chen Feng was pulled by a group of people. He broke free and looked around, saw a shovel, and copied it with his hand. Asterisk 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 mud horse. Aren't you mouthy? You keep cursing. Chen Feng directly a spade to the old king's daughter-in-law body swing. This time to the old king's daughter-in-law are scared silly. How she did not expect Chen Feng to really, a time even cried and forgot. Frightened, he hurriedly crawled backward, pointing at Chen Feng with a shiver of fear. Quickly pull him murder! A spade slapped against the ground with a clanging sound, and the eyes of those around him jumped as they watched. If this shot is really taken, it will probably not be able to get out of bed without 10 days and half a month. Some people saw that things had gotten too big and rushed to find the village chief, while old Wang was also scared and pointed at Chen Feng and shouted angrily, Chen Feng, what are you doing? Asterisk 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 mud horse. Didn't you say that I stole your family's chickens? Let's settle old scores and new scores together today. I'll send you two adulterers to hell. Chen Feng said and directly swung a spade at Lao Wang, who was scared and quickly ran backward, hiding behind others. Several people cannot stop the crazy Chen Feng at this time. The old Wang daughter-in-law was even pulled up. Let her hurry to go. Seeing that more and more people are stopping, Chen Feng cannot get up. The old king's daughter-in-law also has a bottom, pointing at Chen Feng angrily. Marred, you little bastard. Still dared to hit me? I don't blackmail you today, pants can't wear. I'm not a person. Your mother is. You are also. Chapter 41, The Mayor's Coming. Originally, Chen Feng was pulled, has not been able to break free. He is not ready to continue. One did not expect the old king daughter-in-law also dared to scold. This instant Chen Feng came to the fire. Are you mad? I'll let you curse. Chen Feng threw down the shovel, broke free directly, and ran to old Wang's daughter-in-law in 2 steps. The old king's daughter-in-law did not expect him to come rushing over again, scared and shivered, and hurriedly ran back. This run did not pay attention, directly fell to the ground. Chen Feng stepped forward to hold down Lao Wang's daughter-in-law, and his mouth frantically slapped Lao Wang's daughter-in-law's face. Slapped 4 or 5 in a row. Slapped. The old king's daughter-in-law cried out. Cuss, cuss, you, whose? Chen Feng was furious. Grabbed the old king's daughter-in-law will not let go. Let several people behind the tugging will not help. Help, help. Old Wang's daughter-in-law held her head in her hands and shouted at the top of her lungs. Old Wang pulled hard on his daughter-in-law, trying to separate them. To be honest, when the crowd saw Chen Feng slapping old Wang's daughter-in-law with his big mouth, they all screamed inwardly, quite relieved. Martyr, you said that you honestly stayed to get. Would have been all right things. You have to provoke Chen Feng again. Why? These several mouths received really not wrong. How so mouth? Have to say is it? It was with great difficulty that the crowd was able to pull apart Chen Feng and the old king's daughter-in-law. The old king's daughter-in-law did not dare to stay here this time. Crying and running back to the house, the old king also locked the door, for fear that Chen Feng barged in. Asterisk 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 you. Come out. Aren't you pretty good? Chen Feng saw them enter the house and directly chased after them, kicking the door several times. Peek. Okay, peek. Stop fighting. Something's really going to happen later. Chen Feng pulled his neck at the window and said angrily. You come out. Weren't you quite capable of cursing just now? Seeing the old king's daughter-in-law as a shrunken head turtle, Chen Feng was not relieved to pick up a brick on the ground and chiseled directly to the glass of his house. Wow! The glass shattered in response to the sound, and old Wang's daughter-in-law in the house was shocked by the sound. He's not going to come in here. Do something. Old Wang's daughter-in-law kept shaking old Wang and said, You know you're scared now. What did you just do? Old Wang turned around and roared, casually copying a broom and staring intently at the door. He was truly afraid of Chen Feng rushing in. See how the two of them do not get out. Chen Feng picked up a shovel. His home around the glass all knocked broken. Any bunch of people around the pole is not helpful. Every time the glass rattled, old Wang's daughter-in-law shivered in the house, and she now had several slap marks on her face, which were hot and painful. She really didn't expect that Chen Feng would really dare to make a move. The usual Chen Feng is to avoid him to hide far away. Heard also dare not return the mouth. How today with a changed person? Police? Police? Come quickly. I'm going to be killed. Old Wang's daughter-in-law shouted with her cell phone, stabbing all the window glass of his house. Chen Feng's anger was half gone, throwing the spade and retreating to the door under the pull of the crowd. Lu Ping hurriedly ran over at this time. She just realized that Chen Feng fought with the old king's daughter-in-law and hurriedly put down the rag and ran over. As soon as she arrived, she saw Chen Feng, who was being dragged by a group of people, with the courtyard that was full of wreckage. Where is old Wan's daughter-in-law? Did you two really fight? Lu Ping rushed forward to pull Chen Feng and said, hiding in the house as a shrunken head turtle. How to scold not come out. Chen Feng grunted and said, this child, how can you do it? Lu Ping said with a complaining sigh, what's going to happen now? How is this going to end? Old Wang's daughter-in-law was not a good person. Chen Feng had beaten her. She would not let it go. Without waiting for her to think about it much, the village chief came over from the distance. The village chief was a man of about 50, with a shaved cadre head and a somewhat dark complexion, and his name was Ma Liang. What's going on? What's the damage? Everyone saw him coming and made way for him, and the village chief frowned at the crowd. The man was in the house and slapped several times. Someone replied, call out the person first. I'll take a look. Ma Liang glanced at Chen Feng and frowned. Soon someone went into the house to inform the old king's daughter-in-law. Heard that the village chief came. They can find support. The old king's daughter-in-law cried out, village chief, you must decide for us. Chen Feng, this little boy. She wanted to say small, but looked at the cold eyes at the sight of Chen Feng or did not dare. Changed the name and continued to complain. He came up here and hit me without saying anything and slapped me with a shovel. That's proper intentional homicide. The mayor of the village sniffed, his eyebrows are wrinkled together. No good mouth said, you speak properly. Don't cry and howl there. I didn't hear anything. Where did the shovel shoot you? It didn't shoot. Luckily I ran fast. Old Wang's daughter-in-law replied. Not tapped, then what are you talking about? Look up and I'll see the face. Ma Liang said in a deep voice. Old Wang's daughter-in-law sniffed and raised her face up, pointing to the slap marks on her face. Look at you, look at me. It's disfigured me. How hard this kid hit me. My head hurts now. I need to go to the hospital. The mayor ignored her remark and inquired. Did you call the police? Reported it. The police will be here soon. Old Wang's daughter-in-law grunted and looked viciously at Chen Feng and said. She had to make Chen Feng go in and squat for a few days. This matter in the village. What's the point of reporting it to the police? Your daughter-in-law doesn't know anything. You don't know anything either, do you? The village chief looked at Lao Wang without any good humor and said. Old Wang was stunned at the words and pointed to the glass with some defiance. Look at him smashing the glass in my house and taking a shovel to shoot us. This is still not calling the police? I'm still alive. And I'm calling the police for just a couple of mouthfuls? Then you talk to the police. I don't care about this. The village chief was filled with anger at his words and turned around to leave, being pulled back by a few villagers in a hurry. The old Wang two families also panicked when they saw the situation, and did not know what to do for a moment. After all, the village chief is the one who has the final say in all matters big and small in the village, and no one wants to offend him when possible. Seeing that the village chief was actually angry, the two of them were a bit at a loss for words. Chen Feng, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes from the side, many questions welling up within him. He didn't have much of a friendship with the village chief, and this seemed like he was helping himself. Lu Ping was beside her. She hadn't said a word since the village chief came, and there was still a strong distaste for the village chief hidden deep in her eyes. Don't village chief. We listen to you. Then what should I do after I've reported this to the police? Old Wang hurriedly stepped forward and tugged on the village chief's arm, opening his mouth to say. The village headman turned around at that, pondered for a moment and said, let's wait a while, until the police come. Hearing the village chief's words, everyone quieted down. After all, the entire village was headed by him, and his words still worked quite well. The mayor walked into the courtyard, checking out the old Wang family's losses. The old Wang daughter-in-law followed him around, still blah 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 all the time. What a heavy loss, headache and so on. Only the village chief has been unmoved. Chapter 42, you negotiate first. Lu Dahai rushed over at this time, and after seeing Chen Feng hurriedly looked him up and down. What's going on? All beaten up like that? Are you okay? Lu Dahai looked at the wreckage in the yard and said with a straight face. It's fine. I smashed them all. What can I do? Chen Feng said indifferently. As a matter of fact, he actually had a sense of proportion at the moment he laid his hands on it. Don't look at that shovel shot heavy. In fact, he also shone at the old king's daughter-in-law's ass. Even if these people can't pull him, they can't break him. It just hurts for a few days. If I don't turn old Wang's family upside down this time, Old Wang's daughter-in-law will definitely have to rumor about herself behind her back in the future. His own dilettante persona had to be stabilized, which would save him a lot of trouble. Besides, Chen Feng was really angry and smoked really well. He knows in his heart, even if the police come, he will only go in to squat for a few days, pay some medical bills and blast money. No harm no foul. So he wasn't afraid. It was just the village chief's attitude that made him a bit confused. If it was true that he was helping himself, then now that the police hadn't come, it was perfectly possible to call the police and tell them not to come, and that he, the village chief, could handle the village's affairs. But then he didn't say that, but acted like he was angry. If he doesn't want to care, he can totally play dead and not come. Just pretend he doesn't know. Chen Feng hugged his shoulders with thoughts in his mind and decided to wait and see what happened. Old Lu, go get me a bag of bread. I'm hungry. Chen Feng turned around and told Lu Dahai. Next to a group of villagers heard simply, good boy. The police are coming. You are not afraid at all, is it? The heart can be really big, ah. And pumping the old king's daughter-in-law for half a day with a swollen face didn't even cry out for hunger. And you're still hungry. But think about it is also true. After half a day of fighting and half a day of work, even a pig should be hungry. What? Tired of smashing glass? Lu Dahai snickered and said, nonsense. A bunch of people pulling me. You think that glass so good smash ah? Also is the old king daughter-in-law life. I did not reach her. If I reached her, I have to tear her mouth. Let her every day behind the back of the talk on me. Grass mud horse. Chen Feng said looking around with a vicious expression. Before a few with the old Wang daughter-in-law a piece of women. After seeing Chen Feng looked over. One by one have lowered their heads. Do not dare to meet Chen Feng. Some are even directly scared to go home. For fear that Chen Feng ran to them. Okay, wait and I'll go get you some bread. Lu Dahai ran home and a few minutes later, took a bag of bread with a bag of milk. Here, eat up. I hear the number doesn't care about food. Lu Dahai thought that he was afraid to go in without anything to eat, and pulled out 2 more ham sausages from his pocket, whispering to Chen Feng, asterisk 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 off. What's with that? Chen Feng blankly glanced at him, took the stuff, sat on the tractor in the yard of old Wang's house, and began to eat. When Chen Feng was halfway through his meal, the police came over in a police car, and under the guidance of the villagers, they came to the front of old Wang's yard. Old Wang's daughter-in-law was agitated when she saw the police coming, and was just about to shout for help and complain to the police, when she saw old Wang pull her and give her a look. Old Wang's daughter-in-law glanced at the village chief when she saw this and also quieted down. Who called the police? 2 policemen came down and walked into the courtyard and said, I reported it. Old King held up his hand. What's going on? The policeman inquired as he looked around the yard. Old Wang first glanced at the village chief and saw that he didn't react before organizing his thoughts and opening his mouth. Soon the police heard what was going on. Who hit your daughter-in-law and where is the man? The policeman inquired. Here, Chen Feng said as he jumped down from the tractor. Ham in his left hand and milk in his right. The policeman glanced at Chen Feng from top to bottom and couldn't help but wonder a bit. I haven't seen such a calm suspect in all my years on the force. You've got food and drink. What's wrong with you? Do you recognize what he said? The policeman inquired. Mostly recognized, but he was the one who provoked me first and cursed me first. I only moved in passion. Chen Feng replied. And you know about crimes of passion and know a little about the law? The cop said with a slight raised eyebrow. It's not bad. I learned a bit when I went to college. Chen Feng said with a smile. You went to college? The cop couldn't help but ask when he heard this. In this village, like Chen Feng's age, junior high school dropouts abound. College students are really quite rare. Been on it. It's just an ordinary heavy book. It's not worth mentioning. Chen Feng waved his hand and said. The police sniffed and once again scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe. The heavy book is not ordinary, which is so good as Chen Feng said to take the test. That does qualify as a talent. Know the law and still do it. College students don't break the law by hitting people, do they? The police educated. That's not true. It's really because she curses too hard, making rumors about me every day. You know these long-winded women in the village. Chen Feng explained. I didn't. You. Old Wang's daughter-in-law tried to deny it when she sniffed, and the village chief glared at her and shouted. Shut up. This moment directly caused old Wang's daughter-in-law to hold her next words in her mouth and not say them. The police in the county, who are too familiar with the village, can sometimes get reports of women who have been beating up another piece of the family. The reasons are all simple too, and it's all because of this broken mouth. Comrade police officer, in a case like Chen Feng's, what is the normal way to deal with it? The village chief walked up and inquired. The policeman knew Ma Liang, the mayor of this village, and he searched for a moment and said, try to reconcile if you can. But if you can't, this little comrade will inevitably have to come with us. If the injuries aren't serious, you'll have to pay for the medical bills and get a few days in jail for punishment. If it's serious, you'll have to go to the hospital and have your injuries evaluated. The police also talk out of both sides of their mouths. Anyway, it can be big or small. You guys watch. Off what off? It's just a little fight in the village. Smashing some things. In this case, comrade police officers, you guys get in the car first. I'll mediate first. Ma Liang discussed. Okay, then you guys mediate first and call us afterward. The police officer sniffed without saying anything more and went back to the car first. When the police left, the village chief called Chen Feng together with Lao Wang's family. First of all, it is definitely wrong for Chen Feng to hit people, especially to old Wang's daughter-in-law whose face is swollen. You recognize this medical fee, right? The village chief looked at Chen Feng and said. Chen Feng didn't say anything and nodded. And then there's the glass money. I just looked and it's only $200 for 4 pieces of glass. What about that face of yours? Put some ointment on it and it'll be fine in a few days. No big deal. Let's make it $300 in total. See if you agree? The village chief looked to old Wang's daughter-in-law. Only 300? Only 300 for me to be beaten like this? Old Wang's daughter-in-law immediately quit upon hearing this. Chapter 43, think for yourself. I'll get at least 1,000 for being beaten up like this. And there's glass. Add it all together and it's 12,000. Not 1 point less than 12,000. I can't take this beating for nothing. Old Wang's daughter-in-law screamed. 12,000 1.0. $300 you ing love or not? Chen Feng sniffed and poo-pooed and said. Then you squat and go. The police arrest him. Old Wang's daughter-in-law said angrily. Lu Ping saw this and quickly pulled Chen Feng. Let him not be so hard. Rather break the money to avoid disaster. But also cannot go into squat ah. Chen Feng gently pulled Lu Ping behind her back, signaling her to keep quiet. Alright, all stop arguing. Ma Liang frowned. Old Wang daughter-in-law. You also do not hold aggrieved. Chen Feng, why did not smash my family glass? Why he did not scold me? If it wasn't for your broken car mouth, people would be able to hit you for no reason? Ma Liang said without saving face at all. The old king's daughter-in-law's face immediately reddened at the words. Anyone who has said so in public, also embarrassed. They were both just about to speak when the village chief pulled them aside. Let me tell you too. The other police can say, even if they arrest Chen Feng in, they will just squat for a few days and then come out. You can't get a penny at that time. And you two think about it. Chen Feng is a dilettante. You two let him go into squat. Can he come out and stop? If you two aren't afraid that Chen Feng has been taking revenge on you two behind your back, you two should just report the case normally. Ma Liang whispered as he looked at the two of them. Old Wang and old Wang's daughter-in-law looked at each other, both in some difficulty. Honestly, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. If Chen Feng really holds a grudge against the two of them, one day he will give them some drugs for their chickens and ducks, and they will not be able to catch anyone. Moreover, the two of them were absolutely convinced that Chen Feng could do such a thing. When that happens, there will really be no peace. They have a home and business. There is a child in school. Chen Feng and her mother too barefoot, really forced who can provoke awe. Then I got this beating for nothing? So many people are watching. I'm losing face. Old Wang's daughter-in-law touched her still hot face and said unconvincingly, I'll give you some more money and ask him to raise it so you two don't lose out. $400 is quite a lot. How many jobs do you have to go out and work to earn it? Those few pieces of glass can be worth a few dollars. Don't you two have any idea? More than $100 tops the sky. The money to get the hands is the benefit. What is the use of locking him up? The key if the time is long is also okay. Lock up a few days has no use. The village chief advised. The two men looked at each other at the words, searching for a moment before finally nodding their heads. Seeing this, the village chief nodded, led them both back, and said to Chen Feng, in the end, although you have extenuating circumstances for doing it, but we are all from the same village, and it's not right for you to lay your hands on them so heavily. Give $400, plus 100, for the sake of you being a child. Your Auntie Wang won't bother with you in general. Chen Feng sniffed and his mother glanced at each other. Lu Ping was simply anxious at this time, just afraid that Chen Feng's temper came up, not even willing to give 400. Okay, then what can I say since Uncle Ma gave the word? Chen Feng lifted the village chief up a bit as he spoke, meaning that your words work and I will listen. It could be said that in front of so many people, it gave Ma Liang enough face. The mayor nodded in satisfaction when he heard this, and went himself to the police car and knocked on the window, which the policeman rolled down. Children don't know any better. Small conflicts in the village. I'm done mediating, so I don't need you to bother. Both of you go back. The mayor spoke and gestured with his hand in the car, signaling that it was crowded now and that there would certainly be an indication afterward. Okay, then if it's really okay we'll go back. Neighbors are in harmony. Where there's so much hatred, The policeman stretched his neck and said. Seeing that none of them had any objections, he also drove back. When the police left, Ma Liang turned to Chen Feng and said, "Don't trust that money, just give it today. I heard you haven't made a lot lately, so it's not that bad." "Alright, if Uncle Ma has said so, I'll definitely listen to Uncle Ma. I'll pick up the money and send it in a while." Chen Feng laughed. "Good." Ma Liang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, and went back to tell old Wang's two families a few words of instruction, so that old Wang's daughter-in-law would not be so broken-mouthed in the future. Old Wang's daughter-in-law pursed her lips and didn't say anything, while old Wang nodded his head repeatedly, assuring him that he would control his daughter-in-law in the future. "Alright, don't even look at it. Hurry up and should go home. Disperse." Ma Liang waved his hand, letting the onlookers villagers hurry home. "Don't gather around here." Everyone gradually dispersed at the sound of that, and there wasn't much more to see anyway. Chen Feng went back home with Lu Ping, and Lu Dahai couldn't help but say on the way, "Fingzi, you're really lucky. $400 to get rid of this. But Peek, you'll have to think about what's involved." "I can't say much." "What? Do you mean the village chief has something to ask of me?" Chen Feng couldn't help but open his mouth as he heard the meaning in the words. "I didn't say that. You discuss it with Sister Lu yourself. I'll go back first. I still have to watch the store." Lu Dahai waved his hand and returned to his store. When they would arrive home, the two Chen Feng sat down. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng thought his mother will first count down some of him, but did not expect Lu Ping did not mention this crop, but first opened his mouth and said, "You later away from the surname of Ma far away. He is not a good person." Chen Feng heard this somewhat strange, carefully thought about it, as if this time he really is helping himself. He did not suffer a loss, could not help but say, "What in the end? Where is the problem?" All Chen Feng knew now was that Ma Liang had sold out in this instance. He obviously could have kept the police from coming earlier, but he didn't. Instead, they wait for the police to arrive and then try to work things out in their favor. Chen Feng understood that he was using the mouth of the police to express just how much of a favor he had done for himself, as well as putting himself in his debt. And the price of the favor is that the old Wang family is less to gain a little benefit. Anyway, it is not he who suffers. He does not care about that. I can only say that the village chief is really a human savant, a thing that obviously has nothing to do with him, but let him reap the benefits from it, and not only himself. I'm afraid that the old Wang's family is going to be grateful to him. Neither end is offended. At the same time, both sides have to thank him. This is really staggering to deal with the world and the mind. It just seemed like no matter how you counted it, Chen Feng hadn't suffered a loss. Humph, that old guy is a human being. Do you think he doesn't know the police station? There's no such thing as a free lunch. He wouldn't help a useless person for no reason. Besides, only he knows how much he's really gotten out of it over the years. He's gotten quite a bit of the village's land alone. You'll suffer sooner or later when you deal with people like this. Lu Ping hummed and said. Chapter 44. I know. He must be up to something or he wouldn't be helping me for no reason. It's not like I'm losing out anyway. Let's see what he wants. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and said. And then again, if you just think he's not a good person because he's greedy, then how in the world can there be a clean official? Not all of them. It's understandable that people don't do it for themselves. Lu Ping sniffed and rolled her eyes and said. I can warn you. His background is not small, not clean. Don't get involved with him. You pan for your gold honestly, and you don't listen to anything he tells you to do. Chen Feng heard this and couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, I'm not stupid. I can still do whatever he tells me to do. It's just that he helped me this time. Don't we have to send him something to pass the favor? Otherwise it won't make sense. Over my ass. Who let him idly help you? Lu Ping said without any good humor. Chen Feng felt a bit wrong looking at his mother. According to the usual words, even if Chen Feng himself did not have that intention, she would let himself buy something to show the village head's house. Why are you so resistant this time? Mom, what's going on? Why do you look down on Ma Liang so much? Chen Feng said in disbelief. I don't give a damn about him. When our family divided up the land, he wouldn't even give us a good share, but had to give us the ones by the trench, which has been washed away by water over the years. What the hell? Lu Ping was furious at the mention. Chen Feng heard this and sighed helplessly. This land matter is really a piece of his mother's heart disease. Every time he mentions it, he has to scold the village head. It's also true that the land is really bad, and after so many years, the land is getting smaller and smaller by the water, and it's going to be cursed by anyone who divides it up. One size doesn't fit all. Didn't he at least help me this time? He has to go and take a look as a matter of course. Chen Feng advised. Lu Ping also knows that things are so also acquiesced to Chen Feng's behavior. Send it. And Chen Feng had some doubts in his heart. Couldn't it be that the village head was helping him this time just to ease the relationship back then? It's reasonable to say that a person as big as the village chief doesn't have to do this, right? Chen Feng decided to keep an eye out for what was going on when he went to his house in the afternoon, took the money and went to the house of Lu Dahai. Just went in, and the voices of the people in the house were much smaller. Their eyes were full of gossip, wanting to ask Chen Feng what was going on, but not daring to do so. Get me a case of beer and 2 more rasher. The village chief has smoked this cigarette all his life. It's useless to buy a good one. 102 total. After Lu Dahai finished holding it for him, he asked Chen Feng in a mouthful of whispers, to deliver it to the village chief? Chen Feng nodded at the sight and did not hide it from Lu Dahai. Okay, it's something that needs to be looked at. Lu Hai nodded. Chen Feng found out $520 and handed it to Lu Dahai. Later, you can go and deliver the money to old Wang's family. I won't go. Lu Hai took the money and nodded that it was fine. Chen Feng left holding something. The people in the house could not help but open their mouths when they saw this. Chen Feng is really ruthless. That guy gave old Wang's daughter-in-law a beating. His face was slapped and swollen. The glass is all dry and broken, and it scares me to look at it. Lu Dahai laughed when he heard this and said, old Wang's daughter-in-law thought that Chen Feng wouldn't make a move. But I didn't realize that Chen Feng didn't even compare more with her. What's the use of being able to talk any more than you can talk your mouth off? Everyone laughed when they heard that. Indeed, the old king's daughter-in-law still thought that no one could scold her, but she didn't expect Chen Feng to not speak of martial arts and virtue, and came up and directly took action. That's something you who can stand. Lu Dahai told her daughter-in-law to come out and look at the store, and he himself was ready to send the money to Lao Wang's family, took the money to the old Wang's house, and found that the old Wang's 2 families were packing up broken glass, and after going in, the old Wang first raised his head and opened his mouth. Old Ru is here. Well, I'll send you the money here. The money Chen Feng gave you. Lu Dahai took out $400 from his pocket and handed it to old Wang. Old Wang's daughter-in-law grunted and said, Mard, let Chen Feng this kid pick up a bargain. If not for the village chief stepping in, I'd have to let him go to the number to squat for a few days. The little is still against him. She was just trying to save face for herself, or else her face was just too big a loss. Lu Dahai smiled and said, that's true. After all, Chen Feng is understandably young. Shun loved to say good words. Lu Dahai can still go to choke the old king daughter-in-law at this time. As he spoke, Lu Dahai purposely looked at old Wang daughter-in-law's face. Those slap marks were clearly visible now, and he couldn't help but mentally tisk his tongue. Chen Feng is so ruthless, but it's time to say no. Well done. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lu Hai was about to leave and said, I'm off then. You guys call me if you need anything, haha. Okay Lu, you slow down Old Wang greeted and said. When he left, the old king's daughter-in-law looked at the shattered window glass and cursed. Tramp, smash my window. If you have the ability to smash me. What a thing. Old Wang rolled his eyes extremely breathlessly at her words and simply ignored her. You are so powerful. Just now you run what stand and let Chen Feng smash What about the window? Who do we get to fix it? Old Wang's daughter-in-law said as she looked at old Wang who didn't say a word. I'll just wait until tomorrow when I go down to the county and get a couple pieces of glass back and buy myself some glass glue to beat it up. How much did you tell them to come? This will save a lot. The old king did some math and said, fine, if you want me to say it, I'll have to have Chen Feng come and fix it for me. Treadmill. Old Wang's daughter-in-law said indignantly. You go talk to him. Old king said as he headed out the door with some broken glass in a basin. Hey, what do you mean? I wouldn't dare would I? Old Wang's daughter-in-law flipped her hair at that, pointing at old Wang and saying in a shrill voice. You dare. I didn't say you don't dare. Where is there anything you don't dare? Old Wang said flatly in the courtyard. Lao Wang this look of words, can give the old king daughter-in-law angry enough? Hate to directly throw the glass on him. Asterisk 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 Nima. You wimpy, hard-ass thing. Your own wife got beat up and you don't even dare to with them. Why did I marry a loser like you? Nothing. The old king was deaf to the tirade in the courtyard, treating it as if he was singing. He was used to it. On the other hand, Chen Feng arrived at the village head's house holding his things. The village head's house is really big. Other people's yards are compacted with earth. The better ones are paved with bricks, while he is plastered with cement. For big tiled houses with a second floor, the warehouse next to it alone was bigger than the average family house. And there was $100,000 plus sedan parked in the yard. Auntie, is uncle home? Chen Feng walked into the house with his things in his arms and saw the village head's daughter-in-law sweeping the floor in the house. Little Feng is here. Quickly enter the house. Your uncle is at home. The village chief's daughter-in-law looked up and gave a smile, then walked back and called out to the inner room. Old Ma, Little Feng is here. When he finished, he heard the sound of a man walking in slippers. Chapter 45, The Unexplainable Village Chief. Little Feng, why are you here? The village chief walked out and smiled at Chen Feng, saying knowingly, it wasn't thanks to uncle's help in the morning, or else the old Wang family could have let me go that much. I know you love to drink here, so I'll buy you a case of beer, Chen Feng said as he hugged the stuff. Just come, what else do you take? The whole thing is so outgoing. Come and sit. The village chief took a look at the stuff and greeted. Chen Feng placed his things at the door and sat down on a chair in the kitchen with the village head. Come, have a cigarette. The village chief took out a cigarette and handed one to Chen Feng, who took it and helped the village chief light it. Well, it's not that I'm talking about you. You did get a little impulsive this time. You said you gave someone a beating, and this is me going. If I didn't go, you wouldn't have to squat for a few days. Old Wang's daughter-in-law is just a broken mouth, so I can't be bothered with her in general. The village chief took a drag on his cigarette and said, Indeed, it's a bit impulsive now that I think about it. Chen Feng said with a snort. The money was sent to the people? The village chief inquired. Sent it? I had old Lu send it. How embarrassing for me to go. Chen Feng said. Okay, just get someone to deliver it, and the money will be fine when it's delivered. The village chief took a deep drag on his cigarette and said. The two people casually chat a little gossip. The mayor of the village casually asked, Your family planting or your mom planted it yourself? Did not find someone to help what? Chen Feng smelled a pause. He always felt that the village head of this sentence a little something else. Slightly thought for a moment and said, Yes, or she herself. There are times when busy can call my great uncle, but my great uncle is busy too, and can help a little not much anyway. The village nodded at his words. Indeed, there isn't much land anyway. Plant it slowly, and can't you still help out with the busy work? Can. This is all trivial. Chen Feng laughed. What about your father? Is there usually any contact? The village chief asked. No, who knows where all the years have gone? Chen Feng said indifferently. Well, he's probably out working, so don't take it too hard. He can't say he'll be back in a few years. In all these years, he hasn't come back once? The village chief asked. No, haven't seen him. Maybe people have become big bosses out there. Chen Feng laughed. That's possible. The village chief smiled back. The two casually chatted for a while. Chen Feng realized that the village head was chatting about idle knocks and had absolutely no intention of asking him or what he was going to do. Alright then, uncle. You go ahead and get busy. I still have some things to do at home. I'll leave first. Chen Feng stood up and said. Good. Come over if you have something to do. We are all from the same village, not outsiders. The village chief stood up to send Chen Feng off and said. Alright, I'm leaving uncle. Chen Feng waved his hand and left the place. When Chen Feng left, the village chief's daughter-in-law whispered. His father hasn't come back once in all these years? Is it not going to come back? The village chief was silent for a moment and said. Who knows if he's telling the truth or not? He probably doesn't dare to come back. Chen Feng was still searching in his mind as he walked back. He had thought that the village chief was helping him because he wanted himself to bring any of his relatives to pan for gold as well. After all, there wasn't much of himself worth looking at for him, except for the fact that he knew how to do this. But it seems like the village chief didn't mean it at all, which is really strange. When he got home, Chen Feng repeated everything he had talked to Lu Ping. He just talks a good game, and then when you really come to him, he can't do it. So good at talking. Why don't you move our land to a different place? Lu Ping said disdainfully. Aren't all officials like that? Chen Feng smiled, not caring. It's better if he doesn't ask for my help. I'm looking for a clean slate. Say if he really asked me to bring his relatives to pan for gold, and he's just finished helping me, do you think I'll say yes or no? Chen Feng stretched his back and said, Brother Feng, I heard that you fought with old Wan's daughter-in-law. What's the situation? Lin Nian stormed in. He had gone to the field with his master in the morning to gather grass, and came back to find out what was going on. It's fine. Small problem. I guess you won't dare to blindly compare me this time. Chen Feng laughed. I heard that you beat the old king's daughter-in-law up. Even the glass is dry broken. The police are here? Why don't you call out to me? Lin Nian said as he sat over. What? So you can beat her up with me? Chen Feng lost his smile. Just don't do it. I have to help the field in case you lose out. Lin Nian said with a simple mind. That's not so bad. I originally wanted to look for you to earn some extra money, but it turned out to be a fizzle today. Chen Feng said with pity. Not only didn't earn, but also ride 400. You can't be so impulsive in the future. Lu Ping added on the side. Then I can't listen to her beeping me all the time. It's still worth spending the $400. Chen Feng laughed. That's $400. It's worth. Thinking about $400 makes Lu Ping's heart ache. This point is not much extra money. Is the next village someone is recruiting labor? Tomorrow seems to say that the groundweed, 60 a day. Do you go, brother? Lin Nian inquired. No go. Good men don't make money that counts. Gripping grass for a day only gives 60. I might as well go to the waste mine. Chen Feng shook his head. He was trying to make the kind of money that you take chances on. And the more you do it the more you make. Or at least the motivation to do it. Like this arm grips fly also day also 60 work. He is not love to do. After pulling a few moments with Lin Yan and seeing that Chen Feng was fine, Lin Yan went home. At night, Chen Feng went to Zhang Ping's house. Brother Zhang, where are the seedlings planted? As soon as Chen Feng entered the house, he saw pots of soil all over the floor, and Zhang Ping's two families were pressing seeds into them to water them. There are some crops that the temperatures are not right to plant right now, so they will plant them inside first, then wait a while for the temperature to be right before transplanting the seedlings out so they can grow faster. Here Peek, have a seat. Zhang Ping beckoned him in, beat the dirt off his hands and gave him a cigarette. Feng Zi, what's the situation in the morning? You and old Wang's daughter-in-law got into it? Mao Min asked curiously. She has a cheap mouth. Chen Feng didn't say much. She does have a good point, and she's hit a tough spot this time. Mao Min nodded with deep appreciation. Brother Zhang, are you panning for gold tomorrow? Chen Feng inquired. Tomorrow. Zhang Ping pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, searching for a moment. It shouldn't be too much. Tomorrow is still cloudy and the weather forecast still says there will be rain. You want to go? Zhang Ping laughed. That's not true. There's no point in staying at home. Chen Feng said. Let's see the day after tomorrow. I reckon the weather will be fine the day after tomorrow. Zhang Ping thought about it and said. Alright, then let's talk about it the day after tomorrow. Then you two get busy first. Chen Feng said as he walked. Okay, take your time. Zhang Ping sent him out the door. When he left, Mao Min couldn't help but speak. Peek is addicted to poking around. That's true. If I were like him and had thousands of dollars a day, I'd be addicted too. Zhang Ping sighed as he planted the seedlings. Chapter 46, Going for Gold on Your Own. Chen Feng waited until he reached home and couldn't help but touch his chin, calculating in his mind. Now the whole village knows that he's 1,000 at a time, which isn't really a good thing. The trees are big. Chen Feng still understands the principle of not revealing one's wealth, but before he went out with everyone and sold goods together, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Soli did not hide. Tomorrow the weather is not good. I guess they are not going to pan for gold. This is an opportunity for himself. He could have chartered Yellowfly's car alone to go to the waste mine and struck gold on his own. When you come back, find a reason to go to the county seat and sell the gold secretly. Back to the village to say that he did not find anything. The road all took the money. So that can also be a little bit to dispel the curiosity of the village people. Prove that you're an average guy too. And before that you were just lucky and had Air Force moments out of the gate. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and Chen Feng decided to do just that. He came out to pack his backpack, and Lu Ping saw it and casually asked, What? You're going to the waste mine tomorrow? Well, I'll pack Huang Fei's car myself tomorrow. Chen Feng said as he threw a carton of cigarettes into his bag. Go by yourself? How can you go by yourself? They don't go. Lu Ping said with surprise at her words. They don't go. The weather is bad. Chen Feng replied. You're still going in bad weather? Lu Ping didn't understand what Chen Feng meant for a moment. Chen Feng turned around and explained to her before Lu Ping understood what was going on. That being said, it's too eye-catching for you to earn several thousand each time. Lu Ping also said with some concern. I'll go by myself this time. No one knows how much money I'll make. Just come back and say Air Force. Make these mother asterisk heirs happy. Chen Feng smiled and said. He knew that countless people in the village were waiting to see him laugh. And if this spread the news that he had hitchhiked his way, there would probably be a lot of people bloating. Line is line. The key to the wild mountains of your own. There is no one to take care of. Can there be any accidents? Lu Ping said with some worry. It's fine. There can be no accidents. I've been there a few times and I'm familiar with it. And don't I still have a cell phone? Chen Feng reassured her. After Chen Feng finished packing, he wanted to go to Lu Dehai's to buy some food in advance. But once he thought about it, he couldn't do that. With so many people at the grocery store, they must have known they were getting ready to go for the gold tomorrow when they made their own purchases. Also cannot be fixed in advance with Huang Fei. Once fixed, Huang Fei will certainly tell others, when they hear that they went. It is estimated that some people, even if they do not want to go, they have to follow them. One would have to go on an impromptu basis to prove that one is impromptu and not prepared. After the plan was finalized, Chen Feng was ready to wash up and turned around to see his mother was there with glue to stick her shoes. The sole of the shoe was cracked from the center and both sides were also open-edged. Chen Feng couldn't help but look at it and ask, can that be glued? It seems like it's a bit stuck together. The crack is too big. Lu Ping sighed and pressed her hand against the upper of her shoe, hoping it would stick together. In the end, almost half of the tube of glue was used before the shoe was barely glued. but Chen Feng estimated that he would not be able to wear it for long and it would still have to crack. Forget it, I'll go to the county town tomorrow and buy you a pair, Chen Feng said. Lu Ping also knows that the shoes cannot wear for a long time, nodded and said, then you do not buy too expensive. Just buy a $8 on the line. Work do not want to be good. Okay, I got it. Although Chen Feng wanted to say, buy a cheap shoes to wear a month or two by the time it is not still bad. But in the end he did not say it. Lu Ping is just pain in the heart of the money. He understands in his heart. When the time comes to buy what you want, just don't tell her how much. When he finished washing up, Chen Feng went to bed. The weather today was really bad, and the night was especially cool. You could hear the wind blowing outside. Chen Feng rolled the quilt, or the quilt is warm, and the small Kong of burning rolled hot. On the other hand, Lao Wang and his wife were lying on the bed. The wind was blowing in through the broken window, and the house was like an ice cellar. Old Wang's daughter-in-law covered the quilt with force, freezing and cursing. Grass his grandmother. Damn Chen Feng, what are you doing smashing my glass for? Your mom's leg. It's freezing. The old king sighed, his entire body shrinking under the covers. It was so cold in the house that he had just set up a wood stove so hard that half of it would normally be enough to burn. This led to the fact that the Kong was now so hot that it was even a little hard to lie down, while outside it was still freezing cold, with a chilly wind blowing coolly on the head. Can you find something to block up the window first? It's going to blow all night and there's still good? Either let the Kong scald you to death or let the wind blow you to death. Old Wang's daughter-in-law kicked Old Wang hard and said in a bad mood, take what to block This kid chiseled the window to pieces. The house does not even have that big plastic sheet. I want to stick cannot stick. Old Wang sighed and said, then just let the wind blow and blow your mom to death. Old Wang's daughter-in-law cursed. Old Wang rolled up the quilt and said impatiently, go to sleep. You won't be cold if you fall asleep. After all, it's all because of your stupid mouth. Otherwise you'd be freezing tonight? Only that was something he dared to think about, not say out loud. God damn it, can't you get better weather? You have to hurry up and change the weather when I don't have a window. Old Wang's daughter-in-law felt the whistling gale and couldn't help but shrink and curse. Damn Chen Feng. Damn God. It's all. Old Wang was simply distracted by what he was hearing on the side. He now wanted to take a dipper of water and throw it in his daughter-in-law's face, and then throw her to the window so that her mouth would freeze and stick together. The world would be a much cleaner place that way. I don't know whether God heard his daughter-in-law's words or not, but a fierce pull of gale force wind blew into the house and rattled the house. Grass, why are you still talking more and more vigorously? Old Wang's daughter-in-law buried her deep head in the comforter and said with her mouth unoccupied, just shut up. What if it rains later? Old Wang said with a deep sigh, if it rains again with this wind, the house will be a waterfall by midnight. Then blame me. It is not your fault. If you stop a little Chen Feng he can. The old king's daughter-in-law did not say okay, said more vigorously, mouth like a machine gun beep 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 up. Old Wang buried his head directly into the quilt, not going to listen to her. Being under the covers was suffocating, but it was better than being machine gunned. Finally, I don't know how long it took before the two drifted off to sleep. By the time the middle of the night, the old king's lower body was hot and sweaty, and his head was frozen and shivering, too sleepy to keep his eyes open. He climbed out of the covers, fumbled with a cotton hat on the counter and put it on his head, then burrowed back under the covers. What are you doing? Old Wang's daughter-in-law asked as she was awakened by him and opened her eyes forcefully. It's fine. Find a hat to wear. Freeze your head, Old Wang said, sleepy and fell asleep again. Chapter 47, Are you sure you're going for gold? Early the next morning, Chen Feng washed up and ate his dinner, sneaking to Huang Fei's house. Uncle Huang, where's dinner? Where's Huang Fei? As soon as he entered the door, he saw several members of old Huang's family eating. The only thing that was missing was Huang Fei's shadow. Yo, little Feng is here. Huang Fei is sleeping in the house, Huang Fei's father said as he pointed to the house with his chopsticks. What do you want with him? Huang Fei's mom inquired curiously. Nah, I have something to find him, Chen Feng replied. Then you go in the house and grip his comforter, Huang Fei's father said casually. Chen Feng nodded at his words and walked into Huang Fei's house, where he was lying on all fours on the bed, half covered by the quilt and huffing and puffing. Chen Feng sat on the Kong and couldn't help but smile at Huang Fei's appearance, stretching out two fingers and gently tracing his thighs. Huang Fei pickpocketed Chen Feng in his sleep, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Chen Feng used two fingers to travel up his thighs, and when he reached the root of his thighs Huang Fei was startled into sitting up violently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the? Yellowfire sat up in horror and hastily swept down his thighs. He thought it was a rat getting under the covers and instantly fell asleep. When he saw Chen Feng looking at him with a smile on his face, Huang Fei let out a long breath and laid back down again without any goodwill. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Feng zi you scared me to death. I thought the rats were on the bed to take out my anus. What's the point of sleeping in the morning? Help me out. Chen Feng slapped his thigh and said, out of the car. What are you going to do? Huang Fei asked with his eyes closed. Going up to the waste mine. I want a pan for gold. Chen Feng replied. Up the waste mine? Huang Fei sniffed in some confusion. Didn't Zhang say yesterday that he wasn't going to go today? Why have your plans changed again? He didn't inform me either. Huang Fei sat up and scratched his head in confusion. If they don't go, I'll go by myself. I can't stay here, and I've been searching all morning that I might as well take my chances in the waste mine. Chen Feng explained. Just going by yourself? Huh? Huang Fei looked at him with great confusion. Yeah, Chen Feng laughed. Huang Fei was a bit surprised to hear this, and sat down and hesitated for a moment. Peak, as you know, I charge per head here. I usually make slightly more with 10 people, and less than that isn't enough to pay for gas. You're going alone here. How am I going to charge you? It's too expensive for one person to charter a car. Can't afford it. Why don't you just wait for tomorrow? Tomorrow I guess Zhang should be contacted to leave. Chen Feng sniffed generously and said, it's okay Da Fei. You say a number on the line. Almost all can be. And today I have to go to the county. I search for the county you're going. Might as well go directly to the waste mine to try it. It's too late for tomorrow. Huang Fei looked at him so firm, pursed his lips and searched for a moment and said, one to come and one to go. Just you alone will need at least $100. If you really want to go. No, I'll get a couple more. That way you're still out of pocket less. No, just 100. I'll go by myself. Let's go now. Chen Feng nodded his head and agreed. Alright then, I'll get dressed and have a bite to eat. Wait for me for 20 minutes. Huang Fei looked up and said, after all, on a temporary basis, Chen Feng did not have any urgent matters. How could he not have a meal before leaving? Alright, then try to hurry up. I'm going to Lu Dahai's house to buy something. Chen Feng stood up and said, alright, there you go. Huang Fei took out his pants from his hand and put them on. Chen Feng came to Lu Dahai's house and bought some bread and sausage as usual, as well as a few bottles of mineral water. What are you doing here? Preparing for tomorrow? Lu Dahai inquired at the sight. No, I'm going to the waste mine in a bit. I'm getting up in the morning with nothing to do, so I might as well go to the mine and sneak around. Chen Feng said. Ah, you go panning for gold by yourself? Ah, how much money would that cost for the road? Can it be combined? Lu Dahai couldn't help but worry when he heard. Da Fei didn't ask for more, just $100. I happen to have to go to the county town today. Once I thought about it, I might as well go straight to the mine, and with a bit of luck I can still earn my way back. Chen Feng laughed. Lu Dahai slightly totaled straight staggering. $100. Not much. Key, that's not a crime. Carpooling is only 15. That's just you. A second gold digger wouldn't bring that kind of money. Not to mention 100. Even 20 they do not bring dry. Only earn a few dozen a day. All to the road. Chen Feng laughed at this and said, isn't this just going to the county town as well? Just on the way. There's no point in staying at home. How much is the total? Lu Dahai did some math and spoke. 12 in all. Chen Feng pulled $12 out of his pocket and paused just as he handed it to him. Did I still owe you money for the bread and milk yesterday? Chen Feng inquired. Yesterday fight hungry. He also let Lu Dahai to get him food. As if he did not give money. Not much money. Don't want it. Lu Dahai laughed. Pull back. Just say how much. That's still free. Chen Feng urged. Lu Dahai thought for a moment and said, just give another $8 to make up a whole. Chen Feng took out 20 and handed it to Lu Dahai, who should have asked for 1 or 2 pieces less. Chen Feng calculated in his heart. But since he said so, Chen Feng did not insist. He knows how to do it, and he can always make up for it later. Let's go, Chen Feng said as he carried the bag. Well, wait until you come back to buy canned goods. Lu Hai joked. The meaning of Lu Dahai's words is to wish Chen Feng to find gold. After all, only if he finds gold, Chen Feng will buy canned food to celebrate. Alright. Chen Feng didn't turn around and waved his hand out of the store. Lu Dahai daughter-in-law He Lan heard Chen Feng left, came out in the kitchen. At this time too early. The store, in addition to the two of them, there is no one. Did Peek pay for the bread yesterday? He Lan inquired. Oops, gave. He just forgot for a moment. Otherwise it could be worse than your bread money. Lu Dahai said helplessly. Yes, I know he's not an errand boy. The key, I'm just afraid he'll forget. You said a few dollars and no way to remind. As if chasing after it. He Lan wiped his hands, face a little difficult to say. One size doesn't fit all. And if he usually forgets to pay for things, I can manage to ask him for it. But in a situation like yesterday's, there's no way you're going to open your mouth and ask him for it. Even if we're not running a grocery store, Peek managed to order food for you in that situation. You can still ask for money. I wasn't even going to ask for it. I didn't think he'd think of it. Lu Dahai said as he lowered his head and put the money into the money box. Lu Dahai is more generous than Helan, and often doesn't care so much, which is why his house is the most popular of the 3 kiosks in the village. Thing is, the key that's a few dollars better. How much do I make in a day? Helan muttered and returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Lu Hai rolled his eyes at her words and ignored her. If she were to open her own grocery store, it would have to be yellow. Chapter 48, Departure. Huang Fei follows. Huang Fei climbed up to get dressed after Chen Feng left and casually washed his face before sitting at the dining table to eat. Although Huang Fei is lazier, but in this aspect of the car absolutely no pick. You say what time to go, I will be what time to your home. Absolutely no delay a minute. Do not have to worry about because of him to miss work. What's the situation? Why do I seem to hear Peek saying he's going to pan for gold? Huang Fei's father was outside listening in. Well, Peek is going on his own. Let me pull it over for him. I'll have a bite to eat and then I'll go. Huang Fei said as he took a sharp bite of his meal. By yourself? Then how much are you charging him for the fare? It won't be a ride, right? Huang Fei's mom inquired with a frown. It's never too expensive to go alone, so you can't afford to not only not make any money on this trip, but also take a ride, right? $100. Can't get a ride. Huang Fei replied. Oh, that's okay, although I earned less, as long as I didn't lose any money. Huang Fei's mother nodded with relief when she heard $100. Peek's son is also. This is poking addicted. Themselves also want to go. Wait for tomorrow, we all go together. How good. Have to save how much money? Huang Fei's mother added. After all, we all have to live. The relationship is one aspect, then they also have to eat, is not it? Huang Fei's mother's worry is nothing wrong. Huang Fei was thinking of pulling over for Chen Feng and coming back to catch up on his sleep, but on second thought, if he went and came back, he would surely let his father give him a scolding, and spend 3,000 to buy a detector and throw it away for nothing. One must make an example of him. Mom, you fill up some rice for me. I'll pan with Feng Zi. Huang Fei opened his mouth with his rice bowl. You also go? Also right, it happens to be on the way. Otherwise you still have to make a trip for nothing. Follow the Tao Tao. Earn a little is a little. His mom heard and immediately stood up, looking for a lunchbox to Huang Fei loaded meals. Huang Fei's father raised an eyebrow at his words and didn't say anything. Soon Huang Fei finished eating, with a lunchbox on the car. His tools are in the car. Did not take down, but to save the toss, drove to Chen Feng's house and honked at the door. Chen Feng knew he was coming when he heard the horn and went out to the car with his backpack. This time the car was just the two of them and seemed quite spacious. Chen Feng took the first row seat and put his tools in the aisle. The two people wandered toward the village outside. Huang Fei casually opened his mouth and said, You want to go to the county town to do what? What's the matter? Your aunt's work shoes are broken. She still can't afford to buy them. They're not even worn anymore. I'll go to the county town to buy her a pair of shoes. Chen Feng leaned back in his seat and said, Hey, you said it earlier. My mom still has a few pairs of work shoes there. So let's give Auntie a few days to wear them first, and then go to the county town on the way tomorrow to buy them. The whole you also deliberately spend a lot of money to charter a car to go to the county town today. How criminal. Huang Fei said helplessly at first hearing. It's fine. Sooner or later I'll have to buy it. It just so happens that I can't be idle, can I? Chen Feng laughed. Right after they both left, about 7 o'clock, old Wang, freezing and sniffling, came to Huang Fei's house with a cotton hat at the urging of his daughter-in-law. Uncle Huang, is Huang Fei at home? I want to use a trip to the county to buy glass. Old Wang wiped his nose and said, Yeah, you said it earlier. Huang Fei left to go pan for gold with Chen Feng in a waste mine. Father Huang said regretfully, This, if I had known, is not to let Huang Fei piggyback on the old king but also can earn more money. Old Wang's expression was like eating a fly. He was afraid that something would happen to Huang Fei today, so he came at 7 o'clock, but he didn't realize that he was still one step late, and Huang Fei had already been called away by Chen Feng. Hey, that's fine. I'll go ask someone else. I'm going, Uncle Huang. Old Wang waved his hand and said, Good. Why are you wearing a cotton hat this early in the morning? It's so cold outside? Uncle Huang said while sending him off. Don't mention it. There's no glass in the house, and my head freezes when I sleep at night, so I got up in the middle of the night to find a hat to put on. Old Wang hugged his shoulders and tucked his hands into his sleeves and said, Huang Fei's father almost didn't laugh out loud when he heard this, and forced himself not to laugh out, sending him out. Lao Wang finally had no choice but to go to Lu Dahai, let him drive his sedan, take himself to the county to buy glass. To be honest, he wondered if Chen Feng had done it on purpose, knowing that he was going to buy glass and purposely sending Huang Fei away. Mad. When I entered the door, Lu Hai had just finished eating and was leaning on the bar to smoke. Old Lou, why don't you give me a ride out? I'll go to the county town to buy 4 pieces of glass. Old Wang approached and spoke. Buy glass? You find Huang Fei ah. His car is big and good to pull. My car is too small to pull. Lu Dahai hesitated and said. His car is a few years ago just bought a new car. Spent more than 30,000 it. Lu Dahai baby. Usually never used to haul goods. Only pull people to the county. Nothing he always wiped the car. Get shiny. I can't. Huang Fei was called away by Chen Feng to go panning for gold in the morning. I don't know when he'll be back yet. Last night on the window no glass. The wind straight into the irrigation. Our frozen head. No way to midnight I find a cotton hat with. Old Wang straightened the hat on his head and said. Seeing that he said so, Lu Dahai again unwilling cannot be excused. Can only open the mouth said, that's fine. A trip to the county town and back 60. Okay, then you start the car and let's both go now. Old Wang said in agreement. Aha. Lu Hai nodded and turned around to go to his family's warehouse. After rummaging through a pile of clutter, I turned out some soft foam to pad the glass later. He is not afraid of the glass shaking broken, but afraid of the glass to cut his car out of the mouth. This if really cut out of the mouth, then he must be how heartbreaking. On the other side, Chen Feng and his 2 men also arrived at their destination. Huang Fei woke up the confused Chen Feng and said, Feng Zi, see if this location is okay. If it's not, I'll just drive a bit further. After all, the main character today is Chen Feng. I'll stop wherever you say. Chen Feng sat up and looked around, feeling about right. So he nodded. Alright, this is it. Chen Feng stretched and said. Huang Fei parked the car, and the 2 of them packed up their tools and got out of the car, carrying the detector. Chen Feng took a breath of refreshing air as he looked at the abandoned mine that could not be seen in front of him. For the first time, he felt what it meant to have a wide world with great possibilities. From here on out you go west. I'll go east and never look back. Chen Feng laughed and teased Huang Fei. Asterisk. That mustn't explore Siberia? Huang Fei lost his smile and knew that Chen Feng was joking. The 2 of them found a smooth place to start working. And Chen Feng didn't have many goals today. He would be satisfied if he could make 1,000. And he would be very happy if he could make 1,500. Slipping aimlessly through the ruined mine, he pulled up the system panel and glanced at it as he walked. There were 3 upgrades he could make right now. 1 for detection range and 1 for depth. There is one other feature. For the time being, detection types cannot be upgraded and require prerequisites. Range and depth are both upgradable for 10,000 points. And he's closest to both targets. Chapter 49 Huang Fei's first shipment. For other features, you need 100,000 points to unlock them. He also knew from his research that unlocking other features gave a random ability. To be honest, it's not too cost effective for the time being. And it takes too many points. 100,000 takes ages to save up. He's just hesitating on range versus depth right now. It would certainly be more efficient to go with a range. And the depth would ensure that you try not to miss any goods. After all, like the last time that gold-encrusted stone, it would be stuck at a depth of 20 centimeters. And if it had been any deeper, one would have missed it. And it also occurred to him that the detection range thing, it seemed like it wasn't the bigger the better. There had to be a proper range. After all, if the detection range is too large, say 5,000 meters square, the system did suggest that there were goods. So one couldn't explore all 5,000 meters in a radius. Could one? How long would that take? Instead of compromising efficiency? In Chen Feng's current plan, 5 to 10 meters was a good range. No more. After thinking about it, he decided to wait until he had enough points to upgrade his depth first, and not leaking goods was the most important thing. And the deeper the cargo, the bigger the cargo. It's all good stuff underneath. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng was awakened by the sound of the system and fixed his feet. When I looked back, I realized that I had walked a long way without realizing it. If this system doesn't squeak, one might as well be walking to Siberia. Chen Feng let out a laugh and roughly drew a range, holding up the detector. Chen Feng carpeted it like a voracious snake. Ooh-hoo! The sound of the detector rang out, and Chen Feng swung the detector back and forth, determining the exact location of the cargo based on the sound. Waiting until the detector was at its loudest, Chen Feng paddled with his feet and squatted down to put the detector down, backhanding himself and pulling out the small shovel from the back of his backpack. It's worth mentioning that after Chen Feng had panned for gold a few times, he realized that by putting the shovel in his bag, he had to take the bag off and unzip it to pull out the shovel each time he used it. It's just too much work to put it back after use. So he got himself a piece of elastic at home and sewed the elastic on the side of the backpack. This makes it incredibly convenient to stick the shovel in the side of your backpack, pull it out with a backhand when you use it, and tuck it back in when you're done. He wondered why the other gold miners hadn't changed it like this. How convenient it would be. But think carefully, Chen Feng also understand. They cannot earn a lot of money a day. I guess there is not much brain power. A shovel down over the soil. The detector did not ring. Chen Feng then digged the second shovel. The second spade went down, still didn't ring. But Chen Feng found half of an earthworm on the head of his spade. Still writhing. Looking down, the rest of the half is in the mound. Chen Feng. He sighed and raised half of the earthworms in his shovel to the side, grumbling at the remaining half. You said you'd avoid it. You can't see a shovel this big? Chen Feng then used a shovel to shovel up half of the earthworms in the pit and threw them to where the half of the earthworms were just now. Two-halved earthworms should be able to attach themselves, right? You can really tell, too, that it's been rather cloudy and rainy lately. Otherwise, earthworms are usually in a very deep position, not this shallow. A few more shovels went down, and Chen Feng actually shoveled out another half of an earthworm. He silently threw the half-worm to where the worm had been before. 3 half-worms will make a 2-star composite. Another shovel went down and waited to pass the detector when it finally went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng picked at the soil in the shovel and couldn't help but chant. It can be considered to have rung. If not, I guess I can synthesize a 3-star earthworm in a while. Peeling off a layer past the detector once. On peeling it off for the third time, Chen Feng saw the grayish-white particle. 20-something. Not bad. Chen Feng did not have any mood swings because it was silver. And after estimating the price, he pulled out a small bottle and threw that silver grain in. Covering the lid, he glanced back at Huang Fei, who was at the far end. Looking down there and exploring, Chen Feng turned around and continued to walk forward. About 10 minutes later, Chen Feng's system rang again. Drawing a circle as usual, Chen Feng took the probe and swept it bit by bit. It was during this time of boredom that it suddenly occurred to Chen Feng that it would be great if he was similar to Magneto. At that point, who's going to be sweeping around here with a stupid detector like it's a minesweeper? Once you reach out, all the gold in the ground floats out by itself. Just take a sack and leave the mouth open yourself. When the time comes, move a chair, hold a glass of red wine in your own left hand, flick your right hand up, and watch untold amounts of gold head for the sack. Holy, Chen Feng is cool just thinking about it. Elegant. That's so elegant. But on second thought, he had become Magneto himself, so he was still panning for a chicken's gold. What's better than this? Chen Feng helplessly rolled his eyes. He was really thinking like a poor man. What's the difference between that and even knowing how to instantly transfer and as a result thinking that this delivery is finally not overdue? Ooh-hoo! The sound of the detector rang out, stopping Chen Feng's rambling thoughts. Drawing a circle with his toes, Chen Feng squatted down and backhandedly pulled out a shovel from behind his back. Just as he was about to lay the first shovel, he heard an extremely excited voice from behind him. Asterisk 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 peek. Peek, I finally got the goods. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Chen Feng turned around, he saw Huang Fei in the distance, who was as happy as a monkey king coming out of the world. Flying towards him, holding something up in his left hand, he carried the detector in his right, stiffening it to look like a large knife. He froze slightly and looked back at the circle in front of him, his mind racing. If he waited for Huang Fei to come over and see that he had gotten the goods, he would be staring at himself curiously to see what had come out. And once he lets him know that he's out of stock, when he goes to the county seat at night, he'll make himself sell with him. By then it would all be revealed and his plan would be lost. If he waited for him to pretend he hadn't shipped, he wouldn't have gotten too far away and would have been right there poking around. One can't keep standing still when one knows there's something here and can't dig. After walking around for a while, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember this place. What if there's a nugget of gold under here? Wouldn't you lose a lot of money? Chen Feng thought of this without the slightest hesitation. His left hand shoveled up a shovel of soil, and his right hand carried over the detector. The shovel arced over the probe and was lifted straight to one side without a pause in between. Almost 2 seconds out of a shovel. Chen Feng has to use the fastest speed to pluck out the goods, and then hide them, pretending that nothing has been plucked. Chapter 50 Gold under the mine. So big? Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Feng's hand was almost swinging out of the phantom, and shovel after shovel of earth was lifted and flown. All connected. 7 or 8 spades later, Chen Feng finally heard the sound of the detector. Ooh-hoo. Because Chen Feng did not pause in the slightest, the moment Chen Feng heard the sound, the spade of soil in his hand was also lifted out. Chen Feng heard the sound and gave a sudden lurch. The shovel was casually thrown to the side, and not caring about any image, he directly propped his hands forward, right there in the little pile of sand he'd just tossed. His eyes quickly flicked back and forth, looking for the rattled load. 3 seconds later, Chen Feng saw the small gold grain floating on the pile of sand, didn't even bother to take a closer look, directly grabbed it and stuffed it backhanded into his backpack, didn't even have time to put it in the bottle. This series of operations in one fell swoop silky smooth, until the gold particles put into the bag. Chen Feng was at ease. He could not help but take a long breath to sit on the ground, looking back to Huang Fei, who came running. Huang Fei was less than 10 meters away from him at this point. Peek, look at this load of mine. It's huge. Ha 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 ha. Huang Fei was so excited that he couldn't even catch his breath and rushed over to spread out his palms to show Chen Feng the silver grains he had plucked out. That silver grain was indeed not small, and Chen Feng estimated that it had to be worth $40. I'll go. Daffy, you can do it. This really isn't small. It's this big on the first shipment. Awesome. Chen Feng looked at the silver grain and slightly marveled. Ha 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 ha, I'm really great. Coming up here and finding such a great deal. Huang Fei was divine at this moment, standing proudly with his hands on his waist. Only after taking a few ragged breaths did Huang Fei react to how it seemed like Chen Feng was also panting softly. No, I'm running. What are you panting for? You're not even moving here. Huang Fei saw that he squatted here to pan for goods, and could not help but say with amusement, just a few swipes of the shovel and you're tired? It's fine. Squatting is numb. Chen Feng stood up and kicked his legs to hide it. Are you kidding? Do you know what it means to be a thief? Don't talk about me. This is a set of extreme operation. You also numb. Right. I just watched you poking around here. What did you find? Huang Fei said as he put the silver grains very sparingly into the small bottle and looked up curiously to inquire about Chen Feng. Nothing panned out, just a broken wire. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, So you haven't opened the who today? Huang Fei asked in surprise. That's not true. It rang twice all broken. Damn it. Chen Feng kicked the hole he had just dug to show his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Huang Fei was even more pleased in his heart. Simply happy. Even Chen Feng, who was known as the Saint Body of Gold Rush, had gotten his own goods first when he hadn't even gotten his own goods yet. Wouldn't that mean that he was even more powerful than Chen Feng? Let's just say you have a talent for doing this. Huang Fei beautifully put the bottle into his pants pocket, and then took the detector grinning, said in the posture of a person who has been there, Peek, you have to cheer up this way you do not let me overtake. Chen Feng bent down and picked up the detector, sighed and said, Indeed, why are you so lucky today? Coming up with a $40 silver grain, I don't even have one. The two men pulled a few strings and began to continue panning for gold. As expected, just as Chen Feng had guessed, Huang Fei smoothly poked around the neighborhood, and the one he had just plucked was really gold. If this was missed, Chen Feng would not regret it. Huang Fei was at this time full of excitement and vigor, and did not notice that Chen Feng was getting farther and farther away from him. To be honest, Chen Feng was now filled with that gold grain just now. He just wanted to hurry away from Huang Fei and then pull out his bag to see what color that gold grain just now was. Only after waiting 70 to 80 meters away from Huang Fei did Chen Feng quietly look back at Huang Fei, squatting on the ground and taking his bag down, digging around inside. Soon he saw the grain of gold and picked it up for a closer look. This gold grain is really small. Chen Feng estimated that at best there can be 1 gram, and even the probability of the chicken is less than 1 gram, goes to attrition, and it's like $200. But then again, the gold grain is a little small, but that's $200, so it's worth a lot of money. Taking out a small bottle to put the gold grains in. This time Chen Feng did not split the bottle, but the gold and silver were all in one bottle. He was going to empty a bottle and show it to Huang Fei in a moment to prove that he really hadn't gotten anything. As for everyone not being 2 bottles, where did Chen Feng's other bottle go? Forget to bring it at home. How simple and rough reason. Chen Feng grew up homework is not written, has always used this reason. Never did not write the time. Don't ask. To ask is to forget. Putting the bottle away. Chen Feng put his bag on his back and continued on. I have to say, it's actually quite nice to pan for gold on a cloudy day. There's no sun and the air isn't stuffy. It's quite refreshing. As long as it doesn't rain, everything is fine. If this had been a sunny day, the sun would be up to temperature by now, and there's no place to hide if you want to in the endless wasteland of a mine that's bare everywhere. Half an hour will give you sun sweating. Hot. Even the mineral water in the bag is hot. The back of the backpack wet that is more normal. Chen Feng walked forward, casually carrying the detector in his hand, not caring whether there was gold under his feet or not. If other old gold miners saw this, they would definitely curse. Is this a gold rush or a walk? Where is the appearance of a little gold rush? Unfortunately, this was the way Chen Feng struck gold. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng gently shook his shoulders when he heard the sound, the corner of his mouth rising as he began to draw circles on the ground. After drawing, Chen Feng held the detector with both hands and swept backwards line by line from the beginning, ensuring that he did not miss a single place. Of course, you can push and sweep forward squarely if you want to, and the way Chen Feng detects depends largely on mood. Sometimes square and sometimes upside down. Just make sure it doesn't leak. After drawing a third of the way, Chen Feng's detector went off. He squatted down and put down the detector, backhanding it and taking out a small shovel. Shoveled a shovelful of dirt and passed it over the detector. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice. The first shovel shoveled out the goods. Not bad looking. The top layer of soil wasn't too wet, so Chen Feng didn't need to rake it down. Just shake it gently. A shake was a layer. And every time he shook some down, Chen Feng passed the detector. Although the shipment was quick, it took a while to find the goods instead. Chen Feng shook 7 or 8 times in a row, and the goods were all still in the shovel, and he was about to shake Parkinson's. Finally, when there was just a little bit of soil left in the spade, Chen Feng reached out and saw the silver grains in the center of the spade, picked up and gently blew. This silver grain is not small. Chen Feng estimated that it must be worth nearly $40. Taking out the small bottle and placing it in, Chen Feng backhanded the shovel back into the side of his backpack, patted the dirt on his hands, and stood up carrying the detector. When he looked up, he saw a large slope in front of him, with a dark hole in front of it. That's the mine. Chapter 51, This can't be buried for me, can it? This was the first time Chen Feng had ever seen a mining pit. Some of them were so deep that they were heard to be nearly 100 meters inside. Some were tens of meters or a few meters. Curious, he headed toward the pit to get a closer look at what was going on there. The public pits are supported with steel frames, so they won't collapse even after a long time. And the average personal pit is a wooden frame, because it's cheap, but generally as long as the wood is of good quality, it will be fine. Only those small workshops or black mines will take nothing, or just take some rusty steel frame with rotten wood support. That's why sometimes you just hear news reports about where a mine has collapsed again. This waste mine is the mine of a private person a long time ago. Chen Feng approached and stood in the doorway to take a closer look. The inside is supported by taking wooden cubes. The cave entrance is shady and cool, full of debris and some garbage, as well as mineral water bottles that have been trampled. Chen Feng is not going to go in, just ready to look at the door. This abandoned for many years of the mine. The danger is self-evident. You know when he collapsed, the wood may be rotten inside. Chen Feng pursed his lips and had just stood in front of the cave entrance and looked up at the bracket on the roof of the cave in preparation for his departure when a voice caused him to instantly widen his eyes. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng was silent for a moment, looking at the black hole. His heart was literally 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. This system's voice unexpectedly appeared when Chen Feng least expected to hear it. Are you kidding me, big brother? You're not teasing me, right? Chen Feng walked to one side and said as he gently pressed the wood supporting the mine with his hand. If this wood sinks when pressed and falls off the slag when touched, then Chen Feng will not go in even if he kills himself. Mud. You don't say there's gold in there. Even if there's diamonds, it's useless. The money is good. You have to have a life to spend it. If this really collapsed, one would certainly be hardened in the mine without saying a word. I can only say that it is okay. Chen Feng tried that wood. The wood is still very hard. It is just that it feels a little bit bad when it is blown by the wind, proving that the boss at that time was quite conscientious. Chen Feng looked at the dark cave entrance, took a deep breath, and still chose to explore outside the cave first. If the goods were outside, that would solve everything and save the risk of going into the cave. It was strange to say the least. It was reasonable to say that if Chen Feng took a step forward and the system prompted that there were goods, that proved that the goods must be at the edge of the position in front of Chen Feng. But Chen Feng tried many times, and there were times when he even probed the goods at the foot position. Not at the edge at all. It was as if there was a delay in the system. One had taken several steps before it remembered to alert. Chen Feng had wanted to card a bug, so that the efficiency of probing the goods will be even faster, which still need to minesweeping type of probing. In the edge of the scratching a circle is not out. Unfortunately, the system had fixed this bug, completely cutting off the possibility of Chen Feng playing smart. And Chen Feng also had an idea before. If you get a car, just huffing and puffing on the waste mine, when it rang their own parking, pawing the goods and then come up, the efficiency is simply unbeatable. A month's time could pan the waste mines on its own. But unfortunately, Chen Feng realized that the system would only take effect when he put his feet on the ground. The system didn't work at all when he was in the car, and the system never rang when Chen Feng was in the car. Soon, Chen Feng finished sweeping the cave, but unfortunately, the detector he was expecting never went off. It was awfully quiet. That proved that the goods were really in the mine, and Chen Feng had to walk in and give it a try if he wanted it. Chen Feng stood right at the entrance of the cave, took a deep breath, and murmured softly, "Blessed by the system. Don't let the mine collapse. At least not now. If you finish scouting safely on your own, I'll buy you canned food when you get home and I'll eat it for you." Chen Feng gently gritted his teeth and took a step into the mine. As soon as he went in, Chen Feng felt a pang of chilling coldness that chilled his body. He placed his footsteps extremely lightly, afraid of any accidents due to the vibration, and carrying the detector in both hands. He explored from the cave entrance one layer at a time. He was highly focused now, and his usual cheeky demeanor was completely gone. Ears perked up with a thief's sharpness, listening to the various sounds coming from the surroundings, scouring for anything out of the ordinary. But whenever he heard a hint of a strange sound coming from the surroundings, he directly just scattered his legs and ran away, without even looking at it. It is not that Chen Feng is too wimpy, but the danger of the mind that has been abandoned for many years is really great, and once it collapses the little life will immediately be accounted for here without any accidents. Gently sweeping through the 3 rows of caveland, the detector still did not ring. Chen Feng slowly took a step inside and continued to detect. Without realizing it, he had already gone more than a meter in, and just as he was about to continue sweeping the next line, a creaking sound suddenly came from the cave. Chen Feng instantly stiffened and was covered in cold sweat as he subconsciously turned back and prepared to scamper away. Only when he was just about to run, Chen Feng realized that the sound didn't seem to be a friction sound coming from the wood, but rather a living thing, and it was coming intermittently. Rat? Chen Feng instantly understood what was screaming. After reacting, Chen Feng let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He's completely terrified right now, and the slightest unusual sound causes him to overreact. He took a deep breath, adjusted his position with the probe, and continued to probe forward. Under extreme pressure, the detector finally let out an ooh. The sound was accompanied by the sound of rats on the wind, echoing through the mine. Even hearing this voice, Chen Feng could not avoid a slight shock in his heart. Breathing softly, he crouched down and slowly lowered the probe to his side, pulling the small shovel from behind his back. Even when shoveling soil, Chen Feng did not pout hard before as he did before. Instead, it was inserted diagonally, with an even and steady force, fearful that because of their vibrations, any of the pillars would come loose. The first shovel went down, over the detector. Nothing. Chen Feng dumped the soil on his side, followed by a second shovel. The second spade still had nothing. Chen Feng's expression did not fluctuate. And then the third spade. In fact, his attention was all around him now, not on the spade at all. After digging 20 spades in a row, there was still no shipment. Chen Feng was not anxious and urgent, still so stable spade by spade digging. After digging dozens of shovels again, although Chen Feng's expression did not fluctuate in any way, his heart was already slightly surprised and excited. The script, it's almost exactly the same as the last gold-wrapped stone. Is it hard to believe that this time there is going to be a big shipment? Chen Feng once again moved his hand to shovel up a shovel of wet black dirt and passed it over the detector. And this time the detector finally made an exciting sound. Ooh-hoo! Hearing this sound, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth finally couldn't help but raise as he reached into his shovel to pick at the soil layer by layer. Chapter 52 shocked Chen Feng. For every layer of raking, he went through the detector again, and kept raking half of the soil in the shovel. And the detector was still ringing, so Chen Feng reached out and raked it up back and forth in the shovel. Soon, Chen Feng saw something different. His brow furrowed slightly as being within the mine, with his back to the cave and little light. He had some trouble seeing if it was a rock or something. He gently turned around with the shovel in his left hand, facing the mine, trying to get the sunlight to shine on the shovel. Once the sunlight hit the shovel, the object immediately blossomed into the dark yellow color it was meant to be. At that moment, Chen Feng even became a little short of breath as his eyes instantly widened, his right hand subconsciously covering his mouth as he was filled with shock, for no other reason than the fact that this one is just too big. This was also the reason why Chen Feng couldn't decide if it was a cargo or a stone when he first saw it. The dark yellow gold lay so still in the shovel, set off by the black dirt around it. Chen Feng froze for several whole seconds before coming back to his senses full of disbelief. He didn't even look closely as he grabbed the probe with the shovel in his left hand and the probe in his right and ran straight out of the cave. Only when he was out of the hole could he look at the goods in peace. The moment he exited the cave and took a breath of warm air, he felt so good about the world. After only a few steps, he dropped the detector on the ground and picked up the gold for a closer look. This gold was about the same size as the last gold-covered stone. The only difference being that this time there were no stones whatsoever. It was all gold. With such a large piece of gold, Chen Feng even estimated that it had to be at least 10 grams. It was the biggest haul he'd ever gotten. The most conservative estimate is worth $3,000. Chen Feng simply had the urge to let out a wild laugh after estimating the value. When he came here, his prediction in his mind was that it would be good to make 1,000, and if he could make 15, he would be satisfied. But he never thought that this just 10 o'clock. The value of the pan goods is far beyond 15,000, and even more than double. Ha 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 ha, who says you can't poke around in bad weather? I'll just come on a TM cloudy day from now on. It's the cloudy days that make the big stuff. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng played with the gold, simply loving it, gently tossing it up with his hand, then grabbing it, pulling out the small bottle and opening the lid, putting the gold in. Looking back, Huang Fei was panning for gold at a great distance, and was squatting on the ground to dig, not noticing him at all. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng's heart was so free and happy that he couldn't help but pick up a cigarette and light it, puffing out a mouthful of green-colored smoke. Cool. Counting the previous shipment in the bottle, it should be almost 300 or so. So let's gas up today and see if we can get over 4,000. Records are meant to be broken. Casually searching for a target on the ruined mine, the system's voice sounded just after the cigarette was finished. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Hearing the voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Understanding. Still knows to wait for me to finish smoking before ringing. Flicking his cigarette in a graceful arc, Chen Feng walked and drew a circle, then began to probe line by line. This time, when he explored the second line, the detector rang. Chen Feng squatted down, backhandedly pulled out a shovel, and directly and fiercely shoveled. Whether he can shovel or not, the momentum cannot be lost. Cannot shovel also can scare the bottom of the goods half dead. Before a shovel went down even past the detector, Chen Feng saw that where the pit was shoveled out, there was half a grayish-white object in the innermost part, and the remaining half was still buried in the soil. Putting the shovel's dirt casually over the detector to raise it off, Chen Feng reached down and picked up the silver grains. More than 20 to hand. Easily. Chen Feng smiled and put the silver grains into the bottle. Standing up and carrying the detector forward, Chen Feng's eyes drifted around, trying to find if there were any iron pieces of wire or anything on the ground. Otherwise, a moment to go back in Huang Fei how to say it is not possible to squat on the ground all morning to pick half a day. Even a wire or not? That wouldn't be realistic. Not to fool the cutie. It was a pity that Chen Feng had taken the detector and carefully swept it for half a day. And Chen Feng did not even see an iron wire. Chen Feng. Really? How come it's so hard for me to find some scrap iron, when it's gold and silver? So annoying. Glancing at the time, he had been sweeping for half an hour. Chen Feng could not help but sigh. Forget it. I usually don't have the habit of picking up wire anyway. And the angle iron I picked up last time is still in the yellow flyer. Chen Feng was also too lazy to sell it. And Huang Fei didn't rush it, so he just kept putting it away. Fooling the cutie. Just fool the cutie. I think Huang Fei will believe it, right? As he swept and walked back, Chen Feng's system rang again. This place is not very good to sweep. All are big stones. Chen Feng roughly determined the direction, then put the detector on the stone to start probing. Let's scout out the goods first. Chen Feng stepped on the stone, probing left and right. Not stable at all, but when he swept to the center, the probe rang. Chen Feng squatted on the ground and first threw those rocks aside, making a spot to reveal the dirt underneath. Then take a small shovel before you start shoveling. The dirt underneath was all moist because of the rocks in the way, and there were a few ants crawling around. Chen Feng realized that this place seemed to be an ant's nest, with a small hole where ants were moving in and out. Blowing hard, he blew all the ants to the side, preventing a shovel from going down and shoveling out a 2-star ant. Before Chen Feng started to go down on the shovel, the first shovel nothing. Chen Feng began the second shovel. It took several shovels in a row for the detector sitting on the rock to go off. Chen Feng pulled his hand through the moist soil and found a silver grain of about $20 to $30 inside. Putting the silver grains into the bottle, Chen Feng stood up and looked back at the pit on the ground, casually kicking a few stones back with his feet to restore it to its original shape before Chen Feng left carrying the detector. He intended to help the ants restore their original environment, but Chen Feng realized that there seemed to be a stone pressing down on the ants. It is said that an ant can move things hundreds of times bigger than itself, so it should be able to move the rock by itself, right? It would definitely work. Chen Feng believed in them anyway. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Feng also headed towards the car, ready to eat something and rest. Just as he returned to the car, he saw Huang Fei opening his lunchbox with an excited face. Asterisk 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 Fengzi. You know what? I just found another piece of silver. Look at how much it's worth. Huang Fei couldn't wait to take out the small bottle and hand it to Chen Feng. The smaller one on the left is. Chen Feng took a look at the small bottle, nodded and said, about $15? Wow. It's worth 15. Huang Fei happily took the bottle, quite content. Chapter 53, Sell the goods yourself. What about you? You wouldn't have gotten nothing all morning, would you? Huang Fei inquired. Nothing, not much luck today, Chen Feng said as he sat on the car seat, took off his backpack and picked up the food that was sitting on the car seat. Huang Fei also did not go, and Chen Feng was too heavy to carry the food, so he threw all the food on the car and carried a bottle of water. What's the matter, Peek? You're not in good shape today. I've been poking around and you haven't even opened your hooch yet? there's no wire or iron. Ha! Huang Fei said as he picked up his lunchbox and took a bite of his food. Didn't take it, threw it all away. Chen Feng ripped open a bread bag and said, why don't you take it? Save more and also sell some money. I see them all take it. Huang Fei said, too lazy to save. Chen Feng shrugged and said, the two quickly finished their meal. Huang Fei took out his cigarette case, handed Chen Feng a cigarette, and took one himself. He was really in quite a good mood at the moment, with a good day's income. Sleepy. Huang Fei inhaled a cigarette and leaned on the driver's seat, turning back to Chen Feng and smiling. You are sleepy after eating. Chen Feng laughed. Mostly I got up too early in the morning and didn't prepare for it before you pulled up. Huang Fei had wanted to take a break and then go back to panning for gold, but it was warm in the car, and with the seat down slightly, it was real comfortable to lean against. It's time to reward yourself for taking a break since you're making so much money anyway. Peek, I'm going to take a nap, so you can poke around if you need to. Huang Fei said as he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes comfortably. Alright, you sleep. After Chen Feng rested for a while, he grabbed his things and prepared to get out of the car. Take another look at Huang Fei, sleeping with a whimper, old and fragrant. Chen Feng smiled, took his things and quietly got out of the car without disturbing him. This time, Chen Feng walked in the opposite direction, no longer going to the same place he had been in the morning. And sure enough, he had made the right choice. Just a few dozen meters away, the system's prompt rang out. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng fixed his eyes and realized that there was a pit on the ground. The pit he was more than familiar with. It was the traces of gold panners panning for gold. Chen Feng had some doubts in his mind. He walked over and swept with the detector. The pit did not ring. Instead, it was the side of the pit that rang. He crouched down and looked back and forth, and saw a small rusty piece of iron on the ground. And the system prompt remains. It wasn't panned by Huang Fei. He didn't come to this place in the morning. This is probably a pit left by other gold panners. Chen Feng roughly guessed the situation. Generally speaking, gold prospectors avoid this place and go to other locations whenever they see traces left by others, because the fact that there are marks here proves that it's been panned, and it's a waste of time to go any further. Chen Feng he was never expecting that there were actually goods hidden in the places where the gold miners had panned. Since you didn't find it, I'll just laugh it off. Chen Feng smiled and began to draw a circle, carpet sweeping back and forth. Finally at the edge of the circle, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng backhandedly took out a shovel and squatted on the ground, knocking on it and starting to go over the soil. 7 or 8 shovels down, Chen Feng's hand came out with an extra not-so-small silver grain, probably worth about 40 or 50. Chen Feng looked at the silver grains in his hand and honestly simply felt like laughing. He was also wondering why the last gold panner had been able to accurately avoid the correct answer in favor of panning out the iron and leaving the silver in the ground. Perhaps it was fate, but if he had probed a meter further to the side, the silver grain would have been his. After bottling the silver grains, Chen Feng carried the detector and continued forward. The afternoon passed quickly. Chen Feng took out mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed it and took a sip, glancing at the time. It's after 5:20 now. His little bottle was full, and he had probed quite a few silver grains all afternoon, and although he hadn't been able to get any more gold out of it, he was quite content, still having to go buy shoes for his mother. Chen Feng was ready to return to the car and tell Huang Fei to go home. When Chen Feng carried something to the car, he found that Huang Fei was actually still sleeping. His mouth was open and his eyes were closed, looking fragrant. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng gently poked him and spoke. Da Fei, it's time, don't sleep. It took several stabs in a row for Huang Fei to wake up. He was shocked to see Chen Feng and subconsciously picked up his cell phone and said, Yeah, how long have I slept? I even forgot to pan for gold. I'll get out of the car and pan for gold when I slow down a bit. Chen Feng sniffed out happily and said, No need. You can drive home when you slow down a bit. It's 5:30 and poking around. Huang Fei looked at the time on the cell phone. A pat on the head, some incredulity. Yawned and said, My God, I actually slept for such a long time. I feel like just half an hour has passed. Chen Feng sat down on his seat, took off his backpack and put it aside and said, Coincidentally, I feel the same way every night when I go to sleep. As soon as I opened my eyes it was dawn and I thought I had just fallen asleep. Huang Fei was dumbfounded at his words, as if that was the case. Okay, it's a full day anyway, so it's okay to go straight home for dinner. Right Peek, what about this afternoon? How much did you pan? Huang Fei put the car up and only then remembered to inquire. Air Force, ham money is on the line. Chen Feng lit a cigarette, then handed one to Huang Fei. Ah, that bad? Huang Fei said unexpectedly, taking the cigarette and holding it in his mouth. Yeah. Chen Feng looked away and said that in Huang Fei's perspective, Chen Feng's mentality was not bad. It's okay, Maybe next time you'll be able to pan for it. The gold rusher's Air Force can be all too normal. Today is just the wrong orientation. Come back tomorrow. Huang Fei comforted. Well, it's fine. I didn't even take it seriously, Chen Feng said indifferently. Huang Fei quickly drove the car to the county, and the two got out of the car together. Peek, should I accompany you to buy shoes first? Or should we both go to sell the goods first? Huang Fei asked. What am I selling? I'm not even poking at what I'm selling. Go ahead and sell it. I'll just go to the mall next door, buy a pair of shoes and come back. If you're sold out, you can just wait for me in the car. Chen Feng lost his smile. Huang Fei thought it would be fine, so he nodded. That's fine. I'll go sell the goods first. Call me if there's anything. Okay, there you go. After the two finished, Huang Fei headed towards the gold store he frequented, while Chen Feng stood on the street and looked back and forth as he walked into a relatively large shopping mall, went in and went straight to the women's shoe store, to a store of unknown brand. Hello, are you picking out women's shoes? A sales clerk who looked like she had to be in her 40s came up and inquired. Well, a pair of shoes for my mom. The kind she wears now. Okay, how about you take a look at this kind of sneakers? Lightweight and durable. If you're not satisfied, there are also leather shoes, the salesman introduced. Leather shoes won't do. Chen Feng shook his head. His mother was going to work and go down to the ground to wear. Leather shoes were also too tiring. Just this kind of traveling shoes would be good. Chapter 54, The Stunned Gold Shop Girl. Chen Feng picked a pair of black ones and inquired. How much are these shoes? Original price 150, now on sale for 80. The salesman replied. Find a pair of 38 and wrap it up. Chen Feng pinched the upper of the shoe and felt that the quality was good and quite soft, and said painfully, okay. The salesman also did not expect Chen Feng to be so quick, smiled and walked towards the warehouse to find him shoes. After all, in a small county, haggling is practically ingrained in your bones. Soon the salesman came out with a shoe bag and handed it over to Chen Feng, saying, you have a good eye. These shoes can be popular now. Going out to wear them is not at all out of fashion, especially fashionable. She doesn't go out and wear them either. It's just that my mom's work shoes are broken, so I'll buy her a pair for her to wear while she's gardening. The two walked towards the collection counter. Chen Feng sniffed and said, if you really keep it to go out and wear it, Chen Feng will buy her a good one, and the working one doesn't have to be too good, just about the same. Work off the floor where? That auntie was shocked at what she heard. How wasteful it must be to wear such good shoes for work. But this sentence she still did not say out loud. It may be that people's sons are more filial. It is not bad, this money. After all, no matter who you let look at it anyway, with the economy as bad as it is right now, $80 is equal to several hundred in a previous life. Anyone who hears of a pair of shoes costing several $100s for farm work in the countryside is afraid to say that it's a luxury. Chen Feng paid the money, carried the shoe bag and went out the door. The store was not bad, and gave Chen Feng a pair of socks on the way out. When out of the store, Chen Feng did not go back, ready to find another gold store in the county to recover today's goods. If you are still on the previous white boss that home, then all that has been done can be wasted. The white boss and then Xi Jinping is sure to tell this thing out, cannot hide. After walking quite a distance, Chen Feng saw a newly opened gold store and walked in. The room wasn't too fully stocked and there was no one there, just a girl sitting at the counter playing on her cell phone. Hearing someone come in, the girl stood up and looked at Chen Feng with a smile on her face. Hello, you collect gold here, right? Chen Feng inquired. Ah, collect. The girl paused for a moment, nodding with some surprise. She had just gotten slightly excited, thinking she was about to open for the first time. Turns out I didn't realize he was here to sell his goods and got excited for nothing. Is it gold jewelry or broken gold? The girl inquired as she walked back to the counter. Broken gold and silver, Chen Feng said as he pulled out the small bottle. Oh, so you're a gold digger? The girl said with some surprise. She was a first-time recipient, but had watched along with her parents long enough ago to see it all, though she hadn't actually done it. A little scrap of gold and silver. No problem. Chen Feng pulled out the small bottle and handed it to the girl, who subconsciously took it. Her eyes instantly widened when she saw the filled bottle of gold and silver. This is all? The girl said incredulously. Aha. Chen Feng nodded. When the girl used to collect with her own dad, the gold diggers were a few grains away, and to have a third of it in the bottle was considered a bumper crop for the month. When have you ever seen a bottle so full? And there's more than just silver in this bottle. There seems to be a very large piece of gold. I'll go. How much is this worth? The girl looked halfway back and forth at the bottle and said in an extremely shocked tone, you plucked this in a month? Aha. Chen Feng nodded and didn't retort. It's really outrageous. Your luck is simply heaven-defying. Plucking out so many goods in a month. I won't be able to touch this once in a few years. The girl staggered and sat down. She was not expecting to run into a big job on her first collection. Even if your own dad has been collecting coarse goods for 20 years, it's hard to run into a gold digger with this much luck, isn't it? Chen Feng looked at the girl's shocked appearance, could not help but smile. A month on this, shocked into this? If I told you myself that I found this in a day, your jaw would drop. The girl dumped the goods into a tray, put all the silver into the crucible, took out a gas cylinder, and fitted the musket nozzle. This set of things, Chen Feng could tell that it was all new and hadn't been used at all. It seems that this gold store has really just opened, and I guess I'm the first customer. Truth be told, the girl was thrilled with herself as she sat down to collect the goods for the first time, following her father's example of setting the gun on fire and giving the crucible a good roasting. When the silver was half melted, the girl was sweating a little on the brain, holding the gun in her right hand and fanning herself with her left. When the silver had melted completely, the girl murmured with some uncertainty, "That should be about right, shouldn't it? It's okay to burn it a little longer." Chen Feng slightly raised an eyebrow as he listened to the girl's words. "So you're a half-assed racket?" Although the girl was a bit uncertain about her timing, she could tell that her technique was quite professional, not much different from Boss White's silver refining. When the girl felt that it was almost time, she poured out the silver water from the crucible, and when it had cooled a little, she held it with tweezers and tried to put it into a glass of water. Only just as the girl was about to throw the silver in, she realized she had no water in her water glass. Yikes! I forgot to pour the water. The girl hurriedly put the silver back, took a bottle of mineral water and gulped and poured most of it down before pinning it up again and throwing it in. When she threw it, the girl also subconsciously moved away from it, as if she was afraid of being splashed. This maneuver made Chen Feng dumbfounded as he watched. When the silver nuggets were almost cool, the girl took them out and dried them, placing them on top of the electronic scale. "This scale is new to me. You're still the first person to use it." The girl smiled at Chen Feng and said, Why it's not working well?" The electronic scale didn't show any numbers at all, and the girl pressed it several times in a row without response. "What's going on here? I remember this being the switch?" The girl flipped around and studied the electronic scale. "Did you get on the battery?" Chen Feng asked with a wink. "Don't all new electronic scales come with good batteries?" The girl asked back with eyes full of surprise. After saying that, the girl snapped open the back cover and there were indeed 2 button batteries inside. Chen Feng also stood up and looked inside the counter. "See? I told you there were batteries." The girl proved to Chen Feng that she was not a cutie. How could she forget to put on the battery? Chen Feng took a closer look and reached out to take off the plastic sheet between the 2 batteries. "This thing, I guess, it has something blocking it from being energized," Chen Feng explained. "Oh." The girl sat down a little awkwardly and turned on the electronic scale with a light cough. "I don't know what the plastic piece in the center of the battery is for, and it's not in the manual." "Wow. 60.3 grams, multiplied by 8 is 482.4, the girl said as she fiddled with the computer. "Tell you what, I'll round you up to 482.5. Chapter 55, you're 50 cents short, aren't you? When Chen Feng heard that she wanted to make up the whole, he thought it was normal. After all, 20 is not good to give. But it never occurred to me that the girl who came up with the whole thing would give an extra dime. Ha! No girl, you're also a bit too stingy. You're short of that 50 cents. Chen Feng really didn't hold back, crying and laughing. The girl didn't strain herself to hear it, and covered her mouth and giggled herself. "That's a lot of 50 cents. So I'll give you 483. The girl herself thought it was funny how she thought of giving someone a whole just to make up a dime. She picked up the 2 remaining pieces of gold and looked them carefully back and forth. It was literally the first time she had ever seen such a large dog's head of gold, and the boy's luck was indeed absolute. Putting the nugget into the crucible with the grains of gold, the girl picked up the spray gun and continued to bake. It was baked until the golden liquid glowed, and then the girl stopped and poured it out, forming a golden bean. When the surface of the gold liquid lost its luster, the girl dropped it into the water, took it out after a while, dried it and put it on the electronic scale. 10.1. Holy, you're kind of rich this time, the girl said with eyes full of surprise. Chen Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his face when he saw this kuchong. 4004 plus 483 equals 4883. Cash or Microsoft? The girl asked. Looking up. WeChat. Cash is not good. Chen Feng took out his cell phone and said, "Fine. I don't have any cash if you want it anyway. Just WeChat." The girl couldn't help but laugh a little. Chen Feng let out a laugh while adjusting the collection code. "You're asking me if you don't have any cash? Are you kidding me? Make it up, girl." 4809. Chen Feng said as he faced the girl with the collection code. "Okay." The girl thought for a moment it would only be a few dollars, and with such a large shipment this time, she could make do, so swept him over 4899. "Alright, then I'm off. Chen Feng received the money and waved his hand and said, "Bye. Call me next time you have something." The girl said as she sent him a few steps away. "No problem. You're so generous, you'll definitely look for you next time." Chen Feng finished speaking and left the door. The girl walked back and looked at the gold beans and silver nuggets on the counter with a smile on her face. "It's nice to receive such a large shipment," the girl said as she played with the golden bean. "Just playing." She suddenly reacted. "Make up the hole or because the cash is not good to find." Then he swept the WeChat. "But also make up what hole ah? Good boy for snubbing me," the girl said with a soft grunt as she looked towards the door. No wonder he agreed so readily when he asked him to come back another time. Hoping that it's because other people are not good at fooling around, is it? But at $7? The girl didn't really care enough to give it. When Chen Feng returned to the van, he saw that Huang Fei was already sitting in the driver's seat. "Finished buying shoes. You're pretty slow here. Where did you buy them?" Huang Fei car playing DJ music said. "Just next to that mall. There are quite a few shoe looks in there. Pick them out for a while," Chen Feng said as he placed the shoes in the aisle. "Cheap?" Huang Fei inquired as he put the car in a beat. "It's okay. It doesn't seem too cheap. The mall after all," Chen Feng said after thinking back. "That's right. The mall is like that. It's a bit more expensive but the quality is okay. Unlike the stalls, they wear out in a few days." Huang Fei hit the left turn signal and merged toward the road, ready to go home. When the two of them left, the girl took the gold and silver and couldn't wait to get to a gold store, drilling right inside the counter. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to watch the store? The door is locked?" the boss said somewhat helplessly at the sight. "It's locked. I got the big one, specially to show you," the girl said as if showing off. "Got the goods." "What goods?" the boss said with some surprise at his words. He also did not expect. His daughter just opened the store, not yet set up the hole, actually can receive goods. And this boss is no other than Boss White himself. Look at you, look at you, look. That kid is really lucky. It's amazing that he's gotten so many goods in a month. In all the years you've been collecting goods, you've never run into anyone with such good luck, have you? The girl said as she handed him the goods to look at, receiving the silver nuggets and gold grains. Boss Bai looked at them, his eyes full of surprise. After placing it on the electronic scale and weighing it, he couldn't help but nod his head. "Indeed, it's not small. Did you refine all this yourself?" "That will have to do," the girl said with a flourish of her head. "Okay, I thought you couldn't even understand how to use an electronic scale, but I didn't expect it to be really good," Boss Bai said with a smile. He had wanted to wait for the store to officially open before properly teaching the girl how to alchemize gold, but he didn't expect her to actually look at it. Surprising Boss Bai. At the mention of the electronic scales, the girl's face immediately looked a little embarrassed, but she quickly covered it up. "How's that for luck?" the girl said with a smile. "Luck is indeed possible. So many goods a month is indeed quite a lot, but if you want to compare with me, it's still not quite enough. You've only gotten this much goods in a month. I ran into a guy when I was collecting goods earlier, and he basically got these in a day." Boss Bai brought it up and said with a smug face. The girl sniffed rather incredulously, not believing it at all, and said, "How is it possible that you can get so many goods in one day? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of luck would it take to do that?" As soon as Boss White heard this, he immediately sat up straight and said, "Hey, don't believe me. I'm not fooling you. That kid came over a few days ago, with the people in their village. Not to mention me, even the people in their own village were shocked. The silver is all panned by the bottle. A piece of gold a day. Even that boy can pan for gold in the river. You say you're awesome? Just awesome." After saying that, Boss Bai said smugly, "Although this client of yours is powerful, but if you compare it to me, it's still almost meaningless." The girl didn't believe what her father said at all, but seeing as he said it like it was, she figured he wasn't lying to her, and grunted, "Che, if you're capable, next time we'll see which one of them pans more. I can't believe that customer of yours pans so much every day." When these words came out, Boss Bai couldn't help but touch his nose. That's true. Just now their village people came, and Boss Bai even made a point of asking about the guy from before. The man said that the guy was unlucky and didn't find anything today. He hasn't been out poking around for the past few days. So when he comes in a few days, I'll show you what he looks like. Boss White put the goods away and said, "Didn't panhandle? I guess it's not poking around." The girl had a look on her face that saw right through her dad. People just have things to do. What they didn't pick up, Boss White said slyly. The girl didn't believe her dad's words at all. Full of disgust, she took the key herself and went back to the newly opened gold store. Soon, the two Huang Fei returned to the village. Chen Feng got out of the car and pulled out $100 and handed it to Huang Fei. "Daffy, here's your fare." Chapter 56, Chen Feng Air Force? Huang Fei took the money with some hesitation, and took out a 20 from his pocket and handed it to Chen Feng. saying, Feng Zi, you didn't make any money today. I'm okay, you can give 80. If Chen Feng had gotten the goods today, then he would have taken the $100 neatly. The key Chen Feng today's luck is too bad. A penny did not earn, or chartered a car out, which lost a lot of money at once. Today, he was lucky, and he was in his good graces, or else he wouldn't have gone out to pan for gold for no reason at all. Charge him 20 less. Let him lose less. Chen Feng looked at the $20 that Huang Fei handed over, and after a moment of silence, he went up and patted his shoulder and pressed his hand, telling him to put the money away. Daffy, I appreciate the thought, although I didn't make any money today, but didn't I make some the other day? Keep the money. That's what you're counting on to get by. To be honest, Huang Fei's action really made Chen Feng feel a little touched inside. He was really not expecting Huang Fei to take the initiative to give him $20 free. Chen Feng remembered this favor. Although Huang Fei is usually a bit lazy and has a big mouth, but he is a real righteous person, and there's really nothing to say about that. Huang Fei wanted to say something else, but Chen Feng's resolute attitude made Huang Fei swallow his words. Alright, I'll keep it then. Huang Fei nodded. Well, rest early. I'm going back for dinner. Chen Feng spoke. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Huang Fei couldn't help but laugh. Still resting for what? I'm not even sleepy after sleeping all afternoon. I can't help but be spirited. Both of them laughed at that comment, and Huang Fei covered his mouth as an afterthought, glancing sheepishly toward his house. If his dad heard that, he'd be nagging him later. After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Chen Feng carried his things to his home, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Lu Ping cooking. Ugh, why are you back so early today? Lu Ping was quite surprised to see Chen Feng come back, and thought that she was late in cooking, purposely looking back at the wall clock. Well, I'm a bit tired so I'm heading back half an hour early, so you cook dinner first and I'll go to Lu Dahai's house. Chen Feng took off his backpack and said, okay, you go, the meal will still be a while. Lu Ping nodded. Chen Feng came to Lu Dahai's house with a cigarette in his mouth and organized his expression outside before pushing the door and walking in. The people in the room looked at Chen Feng's return with sideways glances. Take 2 boxes of cigarettes. Chen Feng pulled a face and said, what's wrong? Why don't you look happy today? Lu Dahai couldn't help but ask as he could tell that Chen Feng wasn't as jovial as he usually was. Wipe his ass. Don't mention it. I didn't even get any chicken feathers today, and I've hitched a ride on the road. Chen Feng leaned on the bar and said in a bad mood. When these words came out, all the people in the room were shocked and couldn't help but look over, even forgetting to play cards. How could they not expect that Chen Feng would also have a day in the Air Force? They had previously guessed how much money Chen Feng would make today. The final conclusion was that 500 hit the bottom and 1,000 was reasonable. No one would have expected that a half-assed guess would actually lead to this result. What the hell? You didn't get anything today? Really? Lu Dahai asked incredulously. That can still be false. Huang Fei went with me. I should have known not to go today. Chen Feng took the cigarette and took a deep breath and said, how could this happen? Was the place not chosen well? Lu Dahai couldn't help but speculate. Just my point back. People Huang Fei today are panned to the goods, but also not small it. Have to be worth a few dozen. This can be the place has a problem. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, Huang Feidu has gotten the goods? Lu Dahai said in surprise. To be honest, everyone is not surprised by whoever of these people plucked the goods. The only one is Huang Fei. Everyone is really a little bit of disbelief. That kid usually what kind? Simply notorious. Who would have thought that today Chen Feng Air Force? He actually opened the who. It's a real reversal of the Big Dipper. You're pulling no punches. If I had known you might as well not have gone. $100 for the road. A little more for food and drink. And half a carton of cigarettes. Today you take a day of tiredness and still write 102. Lu Dahai sighed. That's what I said. Rub it in. So damn bad luck. Chen Feng threw down $20, took the cigarettes and waved his hand out the door. When Chen Feng exited the doorway, the room instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 Chen Feng didn't get anything today? That's right. Look at his face. Can it be fake? If he really found something, he would have been happy. How can he still look like this? I told you how could Chen Feng get a great deal every time? That's simply impossible. Also chartered a car to go out to find goods, which gave him a good time. Make some money do not know how to be good. This loss of 102 to stop. That's right. The first few times were nothing more than traitorous luck. Everyone joked about him being the gold rush holy body, and he even took it seriously. Joyful me. I don't know why I'm so worried. Can it be true that I didn't find anything? This is not really what. If he is light himself, there is a possibility of lying. He went with Huang Fei, a piece of Huang Fei. Huang Fei is not blind, but also can be hidden from Huang Fei? That is to say, if you don't believe me, Ask Huang Fei when the time comes. Won't you know what's wrong? As everyone was talking, Huang Fei walked in. As soon as he came in, the crowd was instantly silent, all staring at him, causing Huang Fei to be baffled for a while. A large bottle of iced tea, Huang Fei said as he pulled out $7 and placed it on the bar. Someone couldn't wait to ask at this point. Huang Fei, just how much money did Chen Feng make today? When Huang Fei heard this, he hesitated and shook his head. I don't know. Didn't pay attention. Some people look at him this obvious lying answer. Cannot help but poke through. You are still here for him to hide it. People just said themselves. Today's Air Force. A point did not earn. The road is hitched. Is not true ah? Huang Fei was a bit surprised when he heard it. Did Peek really say that himself? That's true. You two went back and forth. You came right after he left. Someone else added. It was only after hearing Chen Feng himself say it that Huang Fei spoke up. AI. Feng Zi is unlucky today. It's all broken wire. The day was kind of wasted. Hearing this from Huang Fei, the people in the room instantly boiled. This is right. All have Huang Fei testified there can be false? Chen Feng is really Air Force today. Huang Fei, I heard that you got the goods today. Point Kana. Lu Dahai smiled and spoke. When he mentioned this, Huang Fei couldn't help but be happy. Better luck. Right. Plucked 2 silver grains and sold them for more than $60. Ha 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 ha. Huang Fei carried the iced tea and laughed he 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 he. A day to earn more than 60 is indeed quite a lot. The people in the househerd are some envy. Not to mention that he also have out of the car fiat. They go to the waste mine also do not have to spend money. 1 to earn more. After Huang Fei left carrying his things, the people in the room opened their mouths to discuss. Chapter 57, How much are these shoes? Ha ha, see, Chen Feng is really Air Force. Someone gloated. I thought he was bull ting, but I didn't realize it was true. I told you how could someone be so lucky and still have more than 1,000 every day. This time the dog is finished. Nothing to do a day to lose more than 100. Laughed me to death. But also chartered cars. This time the package is not chartered? These people heard that Chen Feng lost money. Simply more happy than they make money. Even playing cards are energetic. Before Chen Feng make money, can make them I read bad. This time, when he heard that Chen Feng had lost money, his heart finally balanced out a bit. Lu Dahai didn't say anything when he sniffed, but just inhaled softly, preparing to admonish Peek next time. Don't come out and say it even if you're losing money. Save these people from gloating and hating and laughing. When Chen Feng went back, the dishes were stewing in the pot, and Lu Ping sat on the stool with her free hand. Mom, take a look at these shoes and see if they're okay, Chen Feng said as he entered the door and handed her the shoe bag. Lu Ping saw the shoes that Chen Feng had bought for her and smiled out of the corner of her eye, pulling the shoebox out of the shoe bag. The packaging is still weirdly good. I used to buy shoes in a crappy shoebox and nothing else. It's a nice shoebox for a few things, too. After taking the black sneakers out, Lu Ping looked back and forth, pressed the soles, and was a little surprised. These soles are so soft, they seem to be of good quality. How much did you pay for them? Chen Feng paused for a moment and said, 25. 25. Lu Ping sniffed some heartache. She still feels a little expensive. 20 is okay. 25 will do. But you really don't say. Expensive really have expensive benefit. This is then I bought that 15 strong quite a lot. Really a penny. Lu Ping sighed. That's not true. Tomorrow you'll wear it to work. The old shoes hurry up and throw them away. They can't even be glued on. What else to wear? Chen Feng poured some water and said, wear what to wear? First deal with 2 days before saying it. So good shoes. Down to the ground to work is not a waste. Lu Ping said with some reluctance. You quickly pull down. Your broken shoes rain all into the water. Are almost slippers. What shoes wear before not new? Chen Feng could not help but directly throw the pair of bad shoes on her floor into the stovepit fire. He knew that she couldn't afford to wear new shoes until the bad ones were gone. Hey, you kid. Lu Ping saw this and hurriedly got up to pull Chen Feng, wanting to bring back the shoes, but the result was that Chen Feng's hand was fast and threw it directly, not pulling it at all. You dead child cub. You rather take out my insoles? The insoles are freshly painted. Lu Ping slapped Chen Feng without any good humor and rolled her eyes and said. She was almost pissed off by Chen Feng, saying throw away you should say in advance your insoles have been there for months. What more do you need? And these new shoes have air cushions inside. No need for insoles. Chen Feng said as he pulled out the cushion in his shoe and showed it to her. Okay, it's just a pity that such a good shoe goes on the mud. Lu Ping was still a little reluctant to give up. Shoes are just for wearing. What's the pity? Chen Feng said as he sipped his water. You go to the county town. Why didn't you say to buy yourself a pair of shoes? It's almost summer. Lu Ping inquired. Forget it. I have something to wear. There's no rush. Chen Feng said casually. Next time you go to buy a pair, buy a good point. Cannot buy a few $100s? Do not buy cheap. Cannot wear. Good shoes are not stuffy feet. Cheap shoes cover the feet. Summer heat. Lu Ping admonished. Okay. Chen Feng is not in a hurry. And now there is also online shopping. Cannot be bought on the internet on it. Chen Feng does not love to buy things online because the village is too remote. The courier cannot reach. Can only mail to the county express point. Then wait for when Lu Dahai has time. And then stop by the county to pick up the courier. A courier $1 handling fee. If you don't need to fetch it from Luhai, you can go yourself. This back and forth a rip. Express 7 days can arrive or fast. Usually 10 days and a half months. Compared to the previous world several days or even next day delivery. The speed is a little too slow. So Chen Feng does not love to buy things online now. It's still convenient for the county to buy and carry it back. Soon the dishes are stewed. Lu Ping served up. Chen Feng took a bowl to serve rice. And the two people sat down to eat. By the way, how are you today? Lu Ping did not expect Chen Feng to be able to more than 1,000 every day. As long as today can earn 100 or 200. Did not take a ride on the road on the line. Make do with what you've got. Over $4,000. Chen Feng pursed his lips and Versailles said. What? More than 4,000? Lu Ping instantly widened her eyes at the words and exclaimed with a look of disbelief. How can so many Lu Ping has been a little unable to understand. How this daily money with a dream. Go out is several thousand Are you out panning for gold or picking up money? I got lucky today and found a large piece of gold in a mine. And I sold that gold alone for over $3,000. Chen Feng said with a smile. Although Lu Ping was surprised, she still noticed something and couldn't help but frown and open her mouth to ask. You went to the mine? Well, it's not far. Right at the door. Chen Feng added. That won't work either. Don't go next time. That mine has been there for years. You don't even know when it will collapse. What if it buries you? In the future, don't go even if you know there's gold inside. Hear me or not? Lu Ping said with a straight face and some huffing. She did want her son to excel, but she didn't want it to be in exchange for her son's life. If the work is dangerous, it would be better to stay home and farm with her. It's fine. I purposely pressed it before I went in and realized it was fine before I went in. Chen Feng wanted to say something else, only to unconsciously retract the latter half of his sentence when he met his mother's sulky, worried gaze. Not going next time, Chen Feng said honestly. Only when she heard him say this did Lu Ping's face ease up. You put that money away? Don't go out blindly and lose it. Lu Ping admonished. It's fine. It's all in the phone. Chen Feng laughed. By the way, Mom, don't ever remember to leave this out. I just went to the commissary and made a point of putting the word out about my Air Force. I guess they're bloating right now. Chen Feng said with a light laugh. Don't worry. I definitely won't say anything. Lu Ping still understands this point. And Huang Fei family is eating. Huang Fei's mother looked at the beautiful Huang Fei could not help but inquire. What's wrong with you? How come since home has not stopped music? Huang Fei's father had already guessed what was going on and couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say, earned money? Otherwise what's with the constant smiles? It's like eating bee. Huang Fei's mother was a bit surprised when she heard this, and hurriedly looked at Huang Fei and said, really? You found something? He. I plucked 2 silver grains today and sold them for over $60. Ha ha. Huang Fei said rather proudly, unable to stop the smile on his face. Chapter 58, You're good again with glass. What? You scored over $60? Really? Huang Fei's mother said with a shocked look on her face. She was how she never thought that her son, who was hanging around all day, could really get the goods. Over 60. That much? Huang Fei's father was also a bit shocked at his words. He thought his son was just poking around for $10 and $20, but never expected to find out $60. That's more than most gold diggers make. That must be. You don't look at who I am. Let's just say I have this life. Born to do this line of material. Huang Fei dried the iced tea in one gulp and wiped his mouth with a hefty laugh. My goodness. That's quite a lot. My son is good. Huang Fei's mother complimented. Even Huang Fei's father couldn't help but look at Huang Fei in a different light, which was indeed out of his expectation. Thought Huang Fei cannot find goods is ready to give up it. Did not think it really did not lazy. Pan so many goods. Great grandson. You're awesome. I told you your father underestimated you. Grandpa Huang Fei said with a grunt, glancing at Huang Fei's father. I kept saying I couldn't do it before. How about it? Can I do it today? Huang Fei said as he couldn't wait to look at his old man. Huang Fei's father didn't say anything and nodded with appreciation in his eyes. Hey, what about Chen Feng today? Did he have to poke around quite a bit again? Huang Fei's mother inquired curiously. Huang Fei sniffed and pursed his lips. Sighed, he has a bad point today. Nothing panned out. The Air Force. It's a shame. I didn't even earn my fare back. I might as well not go today. Ah, he's so good at panning for gold. But he didn't even earn his fare back? Huang Fei's mother was a little disbelieving. Chen Feng had been mythologized by them as the reincarnation of the landlord a few days ago, and he didn't expect to be in the Air Force today. This line is luck. No one can not luck every day so good. Every day several thousand earn. Very normal. Huang Fei's father was quite understanding. That can't be a point to earn a lot of even Huang Fei have panned the goods. He didn't even pan? Huang Fei's mother was still a little disbelieving. Mom, what do you mean? Huang Fei was instantly furious when he heard this. All speechless. You're too much of a downer. Himself and Chen Feng difference in which he did not a few days ago on a day several thousand. He is not also dozens of it today. The gap is not very big Well, the gap is indeed a bit big. Chen Feng's one day of work is enough for several months of his own work. This business does depend on luck. Huang Fei's mother sighed. Just a few days ago, I was earning over $1,000 a day. And today I'm even hitching a ride. So it's true that there's a huge gap between the before and after. By the way, you don't pluck to the goods 2 days fresh. After a few days no goods don't want to do it. You have to insist Huang Fei's father urged as if he could see through Huang Fei. No, am I a halfway person? Huang Fei said with a raised hand. Ever since you were a kid, you've been halfway through fewer things. Even peeing sometimes you can pee halfway back. Huang Fei's father said as he narrowed one eye at Huang Fei. Yellow fly. That was when I was a kid. Why do you still bring it up? Don't worry, I won't. Huang Fei reassured them by saying. On the other hand, the matter about Chen Feng's Air Force spread throughout the village like a typhoon, spreading faster than if he had made money. That really should be the old saying. Good things don't go out the door. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. And everyone likes to eat melon and watch the fun. Hey, did you hear? Chen Feng was in the Air Force today. He didn't find anything. He even took a ride on the road. Ha ha ha. Really? He's so back today. I said he is not good to get, but also chartered cars out of the gold rush. You see so many gold miners. Which people chartered cars out of the gold rush? Which then loaded? Now stop it. Joyful me. Today you are not seeing Chen Feng that way. Talking not as condescending as 2 days ago. Good loss. Ha ha, that money is still all for him alone. And Song Hui went crazy with joy when he heard the news at home. Wahahaha, you Chen Feng also have today Aren't you the gold rush saint body? Aren't you able to pan for gold even in the river? Why don't you pretend? Ha ha ha. Song Hui at home happy straight pat thighs. Heard Chen Feng Air Force he is really relieved. Recently has been suppressed mood swept away. Then he dug up the gold is still happy. His father came out of the house with an army green hat and clothes on and said, What are you laughing at? What do you know? It's all because of my 5 ghosts lucky wealth law. And to say that the book I read didn't work. Did it work this time? Song Hui's father shook his clothes and said with a proud face, Father, you are really powerful. I did not think it was really spiritual. The day before, but also several thousand earned. Today the Air Force. Not a hair. Really have your Song Hui thumbs up compliments. Humph. All this fortune has been transported to you by me. So when you next pan for gold, you'll surely reap a full harvest. You kids learn. The older generation has enough wisdom to last you a lifetime. Song Hui's father sat down and rolled a cigarette, and he really had that godly look. Father, are you serious? I'll be able to reap a full harvest next time I pan for gold? Song Hui was excited to hear this. So what do you say? Do you really think I'm joking about my 5 ghosts carrying fortune method? Song Hui's father said with a cold snort, clearly unhappy that his son doubted him. Okay. If I can really reap a full harvest, I'll buy you pig's feet to eat. Song Hui laughed. And when old Wang's family heard the news, old Wang's daughter-in-law laughed so hard that she was close to going out on the street and banging a gong to celebrate. Ha ha ha, this day should have come a long time ago. I told you that he, Chen Feng, is not a good fighter. How is it? My words have come true? Old Wang's daughter-in-law sat on the gong, laughing her ass off. Old King was glazing under the window, and it took him a long time to get it right before he finally had to finish. And this was the last piece of glass. The house is full of pungent acidic odor because of the freshly applied glass glue, which made the old king frown and did not have the time to answer his daughter-in-law's words. You speak, old Wang. Are you happy? Old Wang's daughter-in-law couldn't help but urge him when she saw that he wasn't speaking. I'd be happy if you came to glass glue, the old king said with a tightly wrinkled nose. Humph. This is the price Chen Feng pays for daring to mess with me. God forbid he should make any money. Old Wang's daughter-in-law said smugly. Old Wang skimmed his lips when he heard this and didn't say anything. That's not what you said about God yesterday. You've got a new glass and you're all worked up about it. You can keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. Old Wang finally finished the glass glue and turned back to say breathlessly. Here, what's wrong? He Chen Feng deserved it. Can't earn money, still don't let others say? The old king's daughter-in-law is not afraid to say. The old king turned the light off, not wanting to bother with her. Chapter 59, Chen Feng turning the ground? Flipping gold. And the news of Chen Feng's air force even reached the next village. Did you hear? The guy who was doing thousands a day before went out today and didn't get anything. Which one? The newcomer with the exploding luck. The one from the next village? Yeah, that's him. Let's just say he can't be that lucky every day. Really? Dog luck moments happen to everyone. Don't take a moment as permanent. Lu Ming was planting seedlings at home with his own daughter-in-law and also learned of the news. Chen Feng didn't get anything yesterday. And it's all spread to our village. Lu Ming's daughter-in-law, Yao Li, with a scoff on her face, heatedly said to Lu Ming. Really? Is it Chen Feng? Lu Ming was a bit disbelieving. That can still be false. The gold digger who can make several thousand a day has no one else but Chen Feng. Yao Li rolled her eyes and said, before I heard that Chen Feng made a lot of money, but to Yao Li hard. Today heard Chen Feng finally lost once. To her happy. There are times when your own family, more than outsiders, want to see you laugh. Let's just say that thing is not reliable. Purely based on the luck of things. Big sister still think Chen Feng several thousand a day quite happy. I see after a while can't find goods how to do. This time Chen Feng has made big money. Small money is estimated to look at it. Don't see that he didn't earn much the other day. This time, all year round, he probably can't earn more than Sunrise. Lu Ming said with a hum. That's not true. The Sunrise said he's doing a good job. The boss gave another raise, $100. Now he can drive 2001 a month. 2001 a month. That's quite a lot. These children of relatives around us, counting Chao Yang earns the most. Yao Li said with a smug smile on her face. That's true. And it's a stable job. Which is like Chen Feng, eating meat today and starving tomorrow. Lu Ming said as he pressed some seeds into the flower pot. Are you going to turn the land for Big Sister tomorrow? Yao Li inquired. Well, Big Sis asked me to find some men to go and turn her land tomorrow. She simply can't do it herself. If she waited for her to slowly turn it herself, it's estimated that everyone else has planted the ground and she's just turned it halfway. Lu Ming spoke up. Okay, anyway, we only help a few times a year, so let's go. Tomorrow our land should be turned over. Yao Li said. Well, I have it all planned out. Li Ning nodded and said. The next day, Chen Feng woke up early in the morning on the bed, and I don't know if it's because he's been getting up early lately, but he's already habitually waking up naturally at 6 or 7 o'clock, regardless of whether he's alive the next day or not. I can't pan for gold today. Yesterday, Wang Fei told him that his car was already lined up for the night. There are several families hiring people for farm work tomorrow, so he'll be asked to drive back and pick up and drop off people. And recently it is the time of spring planting. Zheng Ping they all work at home. No one to pan for gold. Chen Feng can only nod helplessly at this. This is the disadvantage of not having a car. Want to pan for gold but also to see if people have time. He's already contemplating buying a car for himself, and then he can go out and strike gold without having to beg anyone. You're not going gold panning today? Lu Ping inquired as she looked at Chen Feng who walked out. Not going. Huang Fei's car is fully booked, so I guess it'll have to be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chen Feng stretched his back and said, well, then are you going to rest at home, or are you going to turn the land with me? Lu Ping asked. Our family is turning over the land today? Chen Feng said with some surprise. Well, I set it up with your great uncle yesterday so he could get a couple of guys to come over and work together. I thought you still had to go out to pan for gold today, so I didn't tell you. Lu Ping found a few pairs of gloves. Then I'll go with you. It's better to stay at home. Chen Feng spoke. Okay, then you find a set of ragged clothes. The good clothes are dirty from working. Lu Ping admonished. Looking at the figure of Chen Feng turning into the house, Lu Ping heart a burst of relief. Before the Chen Feng cannot do these jobs, are at home to lie down and sleep. Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at Chen Feng's house with 7 or 8 people. Big sister, have you finished packing yet? Lu Ming came in and spoke. Finished packing. Just waiting for you. Lu Ping stood up with her tools. Lu Ming looked at Chen Feng also holding a tool and couldn't help but say curiously. Fengzi, you're going too. You didn't go gold panning today? Didn't go. Huang Fei didn't have time today and couldn't go without a car. Chen Feng said, carrying a pickaxe. Okay, it's okay to do work at home. Lu Ming nodded, and a few people headed out. As the group of people walked towards Lu Ping Tiandi's location, Lu Ming chatted with Lu Ping, all of which were about parents. What's up with Fengzi lately? Did you earn any money from panning for gold? Lu Ming looked back at Chen Feng who was carrying a hoe and asked. Went there yesterday. Didn't find anything, and the bus fare was all on the line. Chen Feng said casually. Mama, then how did not amassed? How? Lu Ming asked with feigned surprise. In actuality he knew about Chen Feng's loss yesterday. Bad luck, Chen Feng said with a smile. Okay, take your time poking around. Maybe next time. Lu Ming said with a smile. Where's Chiang? What are you doing now? Lu Ping couldn't help but ask. Sunrise is okay. There's not much else to do in that job. It's just standing around every day. A few days ago the salary went up again. By 100. The boss said good job. Lu Ming couldn't stop the pride on his face and said, raising wages is a good thing. Quite good. Lu Ping did not feel much about this, which if compared to the past, perhaps she would still be a bit unable to raise her head. But now, Chen Feng several thousand a day. She has no fluctuation at all for the sunrise to increase wages. Seeing Lu Ping so calm, Lu Ming was a little surprised, and a little hard to bear. His own big sister should not be this expression. Chen Feng a day all the way on the road. His own son also increased his salary. Shouldn't you be bowing your head in some embarrassment? How can you be so calm? It was uncomfortable for Lu Ming to be somewhat pretending to be in an empty place. Chayan that is still hiring. If things he wants to go he can still go. He is now on good terms with the boss. I heard that he even had dinner with the boss 2 days ago. The boss even said that he would promote him over if he opened a branch. Lu Ming laughed. Chen Feng is not going to go first. Let Chayan do a good job. And in the future, it is quite good to take root in the county and buy a house. Lu Ping nodded and said, joking. Now Chen Feng several thousand a day. How can go to be a security guard? So Lu Ping directly cut off Lu Ming this idea. Lu Ming, who had wanted to pretend to be a pussy, felt very uncomfortable and awkward after hearing his big sister's words. How is it that her own big sister doesn't seem like she's complimenting the sunrise, but instead has a feeling of instructing? That's not right. She used to be the one instructing her. Why is she instructing herself now? How is this that the roles are still suddenly switched? Lu Ming was depressed for a while and simply didn't mention this. I guess it's the confidence that Chen Feng earned money a few days ago that gave her the confidence. And in a few days when Chen Feng sits on his ass, she won't be like this. Chapter 60, Gold in the Ground. What luck! The villagers who had been hired by Lu Ming to do the work also looked at Chen Feng, sizing up what he had to offer. They had heard of Chen Feng's great name. It was a pity that after looking at it for half a day, other than feeling that Chen Feng was quite handsome, he didn't see anything else special about it. Maybe it's just that he's just more lucky. After all, he was in the Air Force yesterday too, which they all know. Soon after arriving at the field, they began to spread out and turn the ground with hoes. Chen Feng followed their example and swung his pickaxe. A few hours passed quickly, and the ground was also turned over quite a bit by the big guy. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to continue onward. It was only then that the system suddenly went off. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. This voice caused Chen Feng to instantly freeze, his eyes widening as he looked around. How could he not expect to come out and turn over the ground and still come across gold? He plowed the ground a dozen times harder to see if he could get the gold right out, but unfortunately the range was just too big to get it out that way. Fengzi, that place is fine. Move forward. Lu Ming couldn't help but remind Chen Feng as he watched him keep plowing a piece of ground. Good. Chen Feng finished speaking and continued to plow a few times. Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head when he saw it and ignored him. If you can't even do a farm job, what will you do in the future? Chen Feng threw the hoe at his feet, then shouted to Lu Ping. Mom, I'm going home. I'll leave my hoe still. Okay, got it. Lu Ping didn't ask what he was up to and nodded and said, Chen Feng is going home to get the detector and find the goods. He also thought of not staying at night to look for, but on second thought not at all. Although his family land is not much, but the range is still very large. Every piece of land is the same. The night pitch dark, cannot distinguish. If you can't find a place at night, it's even more of a loss. So you might as well find it now and see it when people see it. Seeing Chen Feng give up, Lu Ming hummed disdainfully. He guessed that Chen Feng couldn't work for long, and he would have to go back in a while shouting that he was tired. He's not letting anyone touch his hoe. I'll see when you're back. Big sister. What did little Feng do? Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked. Went home to drink water. Who knows? Lu Ping said carelessly. Elder sister. Xiaofeng, this character cannot be this do what no long. A moment is too tired. This you do not talk about him? Lu Ming habitually started to lecture his big sister. If you are tired, just go home and rest for a while. He has never done it before. It's normal to be tired. It's fine. Lu Ping said. You're such a big boy. Why don't you go home and rest if you're tired? Why don't you get tired? Lu Ming frowned and said. Look at Chaiyang. Standing and working every day is also tired. But you have to be able to hold on otherwise, the boss can give him a raise. Not or he did a good job. Lu Ming couldn't help but compare. Lu Ping pursed her lips at her words and didn't say anything. Seeing that Lu Ping didn't say anything, Lu Ming continued to speak. This is your own family's work. If you don't do it, who will do it? And you expect to hire someone? You hire one less person. Not just pay $50 less. All year-round farming can earn a few money. According to his this dry all hired. Lu Ping continued to plow the ground and couldn't help but say, "It won't be. I guess I'll be back in a while. Humph. Just wait. I'll see when he can come back." Lu Ming skimmed his lips and said. Chen Feng went home and put on his equipment and set off. This time he took the small road and went straight to his family land. Although this wind will also get out, it's better than having dozens of people standing around you when you're panning for gold. Chen Feng could think that if the village people saw him leaving with the equipment, there would have to be a lot of people coming over to see what was going on in less than a minute. Soon enough, Chen Feng arrived in the field, and when he appeared in front of the crowd with a full outfit, everyone was stunned. "What are you doing?" Lu Ping asked with glaring eyes. "Just now I seemed to see goods in the ground, but I pouted for half a day and couldn't find any, so I thought I'd take an instrument to probe." Chen Feng came to the position of his pickaxe and said. Lu Ming also walked over when he saw this and asked with a frown. "What are you doing? There can still be gold in the ground. Are you kidding me?" "I don't know. Just try it." Chen Feng put on his headset and began to probe low. Lu Ming rolled his eyes on the side. He felt that Chen Feng just didn't want to work and was using this as an excuse. If there was gold in the ground, who would spend a fortune on transportation to go so far? They would all be at home exploring the ground. Those who were working also stopped what they were doing when they saw this, and looked towards Chen Feng's side with eyes full of curiosity. It was also the first time they had seen someone panning for gold on sight. They had only heard about it before, and this time it was all a novelty. "Can there be gold in this ground?" a man whispered with some doubt. "Who knows how? Just watch," the man next to him said with a soft chuckle. Lu Ming looked at Chen Feng sweeping around and couldn't help but speak with some disdain. "What are you sweeping?" Chen Feng ignored him and continued his carpet probing. Lu Ping believes that his son will not detect for no reason. It must be like the last time in the river. Is to see something to do so? Just as everyone's hearts were in a bit of disbelief, a voice came into everyone's ears from the detector. "Ooh-hoo." Everyone instantly widened their eyes when they heard the voice, and Lu Ming even looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of disbelief. "It's, how? Did he really get the goods? The point is that in all these years, I've never heard of anyone prospecting for gold in their land. It's really loaded, ah little Feng." Lu Ping spoke in surprise. "I'm not sure. Let's see what it is." Chen Feng squatted on the ground and pulled out a small shovel from his backside, because it was just this one item and he didn't have a backpack. When he rang, the people around him instantly moved closer to see what the goods were. Lu Ming was even more complex. Pursing his lips tightly, shoveled up a shovelful of dirt, passed it over the detector. Nothing, casually raised off, shoveling the next shovel. A few shovels down, someone couldn't help but whisper, "I seem to have seen it all." "Humph, what's the point of looking at the club? You have to have the life that people have." The person next to him snickered. If panning for gold was really so simple, it wouldn't be just Chen Feng earning thousands of dollars a day. And they still understand this point. Isn't it a broken iron block? There are always these things in the ground. Someone guessed. Of course they didn't dare to be too loud for fear of letting Chen Feng and the others hear them, as if cursing Chen Feng. Who knows? But I feel that it is also those things. Half to what life land can pick up gold. This is no different from God send money, ah. The bystanders staggered. 7 or 8 spades went down in a row, and finally the detector went off as it passed. Ooh-hoo. The crowd couldn't help but be energized at the sound of the voice, and they understood even as amateurs that the goods were in the spade. Chapter 61, There's Really Gold? Chen Feng, in full view of everyone, grubbed at the soil layer by layer, and after grubbing away a third of it, a somewhat dark yellow object floated out. Without waiting for Chen Feng to reach out, someone exclaimed from the sidelines, asterisk 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 asterisk, out of the gold. Seems to be really gold. Pick it up and look at it. It's really gold, it seems. It's not small. Chen Feng reached out and picked up the small gold piece, wiping the dirt off of it and passing over the detector. The detector made an ooh-ooh sound, proving that it was the right one. Is this really gold? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen it. I'll be damned. It's the first time I've seen wild gold. It's dog-head gold, isn't it? When Lu Ping saw what Chen Feng was holding, she couldn't help but say with a face full of surprise, "Fengzi, is this gold?" Chen Feng nodded at his words and said, "Yes." He had explored so much gold, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Not to mention that there was a system to help corroborate it. Hearing Chen Feng's affirmative answer, the crowd gasped again. "It's really gold. Now you're rich. Such a big gold. How much must it be worth? Mustn't it be thousands? My goodness. You can pick up gold when you work on the ground. Where can you justify this? Peek, how much is this worth?" Chen Feng sniffed and pawed and said with a smile, "About 1,230 looks. This kind of dog's head gold has to go to the gold store to burn. The loss of about 1/3. So not as valuable as you think." The bystanders heard a sigh of relief, and someone couldn't help but stutter. It's still not worth much. 1,230. Oh my god. That's right. You need more bicycles. That's a lot. I'd be happy to see a couple hundred in gold. Lu Ming was watching from the sidelines filled with complexity. He hadn't said a word since Chen Feng's detector went off. Earlier, he also said that Chen Feng took the detector just to hide from the work. And where did the gold come from in the ground? As a result, he didn't expect that there was really gold in the ground, and he really let him probe it. 1 is 1, 233. His son's salary for most of the month. His son's increased salary was nothing compared to this gold. Although Chen Feng was in the Air Force yesterday, he made back yesterday's today. While the crowd was still marveling around the gold, Lu Ming picked up the hoe in his hand and silently began to work. He no longer knew how to face Chen Feng with his big sister. The main face hit came really fast. Think about it, all feel embarrassed. He can't wait to dig a pit to bury himself in now. Chen Feng put the gold securely in his pocket, took the detector and spoke to his own mother. Mom, you guys work first. I'll look elsewhere to see if there are any more goods. He borrowed this mostly from talking to his own mother for others to hear. After all, those people are hired at 50 a day. What's the point of you blowing me off here for not working? Isn't the money wasted? And he did want to look elsewhere. One might lead to a second. Okay, you go. This job doesn't need you. Lu Ping's mouth couldn't close up with her smile. Who would have thought that there could still be gold in her land? It was a miracle. And when those people beside him heard Chen Feng say so, they all consciously picked up their hoes and spread out to start working. After all, no one is stupid. Can hear the meaning of Chen Feng's words? Are here to rest for half a day? Quite enough. Chen Feng took the detector and pretended to probe back and forth from side to side. But in fact, he just kept moving forward, waiting for the system to give him an echo. Around the ground, Chen Feng constantly walking back and forth. It can be said that so many people he is the busiest. Unfortunately, after walking for 2 hours in a row, Chen Feng's system didn't ring, and when it was more than 12 noon, Lu Ping beckoned. I'll go home and cook first, and I'll call you guys when it's ready. The crowd nodded at the words and all said it was fine. Besides, they were all hungry early after working all morning. That's the way it is in village recruiting. It's usually just a midday meal. No matter what happens at night, Chen Feng was also a bit tired of walking, and was ready to go home to help his own mother cook. After all, a meal for more than a dozen people was not a small number. Before leaving, he came to his great-uncle and said, "Great uncle, go home and rest. Lu Ming is here to help. Pro-siblings do not want money, so Chen Feng seeks to let him rest." "No, Peek, you just go home and help your mom cook. I'll with them for a little while longer." Lu Ming looked up and sniffed and said in a hurry. He really didn't want to be alone with Chen Feng and the two of them right now. It was embarrassing to think about it, and it was better here. "Alright, then I'll call you when the meal is ready in a bit," Chen Feng said as he pulled out a cigarette and lit one for his great-uncle. Lu Ming took a drag on his cigarette and nodded, signaling him to go back. Chen Feng put away his cigarettes and headed back, soon arriving home back and forth with Lu Ping. "I smothered rice first. You go to the vegetable store to buy some dry tofu cucumber. A moment to mix a cold dish. I then stewed some potatoes and beans, put some meat. 2 dishes on the line." Lu Ping disked. "Okay." Chen Feng unloaded his equipment and took a drink of water before taking the cash and preparing to go to the food store. Although WeChat had money, he was going to spend the cash before he said anything. Cash was too much of a hassle to carry around. Before leaving, Chen Feng deliberately put that piece of gold into their own small bottle, set aside to the house. Don't a moment to pull out the pocket to fall out can be ruined. Soon came Lao Zhang's family, who owned a small vegetable store in the village. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Lao Zhang sitting in the small bar, and all around the room were all kinds of dishes. "Peek is here. Isn't it usually your mom?" Old Zhang greeted with a smile. "She's smothering dinner at home. I've come to buy some groceries." Chen Feng looked around to see where the cucumbers were. "Fine, just pick whatever you want," Old Zhang said with a wave of his hand. "Give me 10 sheets of dried tofu and 4 bags of pulled pork." Chen Feng saw the cucumbers and walked over to get the bags while picking them up. "Buying so much? You have people coming to your house?" Old Zhang sniffed curiously. "My great-uncle got someone to come and turn over the land for my family," Chen Feng replied. "Oh, no wonder you buy so much. Not to mention, you guys with the agreement as if, how all today to turn the ground. If you had come a little later, the dried tofu would have been sold out." Old Zhang counted out 10 sheets of dried tofu and laughed. "Who knows?" Chen Feng walked over and laughed. Everything was weighed, and Old Chang counted and said, 13 in all. After saying that, he brought Chen Feng another handful of cilantro as a gift. "Good." Chen Feng took out the money and handed it to Old Zhang, carrying the vegetables back home. "Let me help you cut it." Chen Feng washed his hands and took out the dried tofu in preparation for shredding. "Just leave it for me to mix after cutting." Lu Ping was afraid that Chen Feng's men would be inaccurate and the seasonings would not be placed well. By the way, your great-uncle just thought you were going to run. This guy just gave me a talking to. Lu Ping chose vegetables and laughed. No wonder he didn't give a single sound just now. So the reason is here. Chen Feng let out a light laugh. Chapter 62, The Great Gold Rush in the Village. That's right. He thought you hadn't changed as much as you did before. Lu Ping laughed. Just now I asked him to come back for a break and he didn't even come back. I plucked out a piece of gold and didn't expect to inspire him to fight. Chen Feng joked. Estimated embarrassed chanting, but also really mysterious. How can there be gold in the ground? You do not say that he, if this matter is set out, others will not believe. Lu Ping sighed. Hey, you probe again this afternoon to see if there are any more in our family's land. Lu Ping looked up and said expectantly. That definitely needs to be explored again, but I don't feel very hopeful. Chen Feng pursed his lips, not holding much expectation. Half an hour later when the meal was ready, Chen Feng called his great-uncle. Great-uncle, the food is ready. All come back to eat. Chen Feng said. The person on the other end of the phone sniffed and spoke. Okay, I get it. Not long after, Lu Ming led the group of them back to Chen Feng's house. Big sister, first give us a basin of water to wash our hands. Lu Ming looked at his hands and said. Good. Lu Ping was getting a bowl. Seeing this, Chen Feng gave them a basin of water. The table at Chen Feng's house could not accommodate so many people, so the family heirloom Kong table was moved out and another table was set up on the Kong. Not to half an hour. We all finished eating, smoked a cigarette and rested for a while. The crowd continued to pick up the tools on the ground. Chen Feng also took the equipment to go with them. By the afternoon, Chen Feng had almost walked through his family's land and had not explored another shipment, so he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems like this thing is pure luck, and unlike waste mines, it's only a matter of time before you find gold. Returning home at night, Lu Ping settled their wages. Lu Ming did not have the heart to go directly, under the strong request of Lu Ping, have a meal here at night. After all, people did a day of favor did not ask for money, and to help find people, do not eat a meal to say no. Lu Ping added 2 small hairy vegetables in the evening, and Chen Feng opened the leftover bottle of canned food. I forgot to return the wish to the system last time I said it, so I'll make up for it this time. Almost got it, big sister. Enough to eat. Lu Ming looked at Lu Ping who was still busy and greeted her. It's done. Eat up. Lu Ping said as she came over with the last plate of food. Peek, you'll have to go to the county town to sell that gold. Is it good? Lu Ming inquired. Good sale. The county can many gold stores to collect. Chen Feng chucked a piece of canned yellow peaches and said. Okay, as long as it can be sold. Lu Ming nodded, holding his rice bowl and eating with his head down. Eat up, don't pretend to be fake. Lu Ping couldn't help but admonish him as she saw that he was distracted. I can't, how can I pretend to be fake here? Lu Ming smiled back and chucked a chopstick of food. After a meal, Lu Ming didn't stay long, and said he was going to leave. What's the hurry to go? Take a break. Lu Ping stood up and said. No way, big sister. There's still work at home. I'll go back first. Lu Ming shook his head and said. He hesitated a bit, but ultimately didn't say anything. Lu Ming wanted to borrow Chen Feng's detector to see if there were any goods in his family's land, but in the end, it was not a good idea. After all, Chen Feng couldn't say if he was going to go panning for gold tomorrow, and if he was going to go panning for gold, he wouldn't be able to borrow it himself. Let's talk about it later when we're sure Chen Feng won't go out. Then take your time on the road, and call me when you flip the ground one day. Lu Ping sent him saying. Okay, I'll call you one day when I flip the ground. Lu Ming nodded and walked out of the house. Chen Feng opened the refrigerator and prepared to eat a popsicle, and as soon as the popsicle was taken out, Chen Feng realized that something was wrong. I wipe, how this popsicle is soft, to melt. Chen Feng said as he tore open the package. The popsicle was now melted and couldn't be held. Even the stick was directly drawn out. How come? Lu Ping sniffed and walked over in disbelief. Chen Feng thought that the refrigeration did not open too much, but opened to see that it had been opened to the head. This refrigerator was still bought when Lu Ping got married. Chen Feng studied it back and forth and said, it's finished, the refrigerator is broken. It can't be, is there something wrong? Lu Ping was a bit undeterred and was still going back and forth trying to fix it. After all, when something breaks it's money, whether it's fixed or replaced it's a lot of money. How can this be done? Broken tomorrow to find someone to fix it? Lu Ping said as she looked at the refrigerator with a headache. Still repair what? This refrigerator is older than me. There is no value to repair. Directly buy a new one. Chen Feng said with a pull pouting in the bag melted ice cream to eat. Then how much does it cost to buy a refrigerator? Lu Ping frowned a little distressed. I remember that whoever bought one recently, Like it was only $700 or $800 new. But isn't this thing just like a cell phone? It's all divided into high and low grades, depending on how good you want to buy. Chen Feng said. Just buy one almost. Make do. Lu Ping said with a sigh. Let's eat the popsicles first. I guess they'll all melt in a while. Chen Feng took out all the popsicles in the refrigerator, estimating that there had to be 5 or 6 of them. He couldn't eat it himself, so he had to make his mother eat a piece of it. The two sat at the table and ate ice cream. Chen Feng searched for a moment and said, no way to buy a better one directly. One step at a time. Otherwise buy $1,000 or $800. Good or bad. Not enough to build a new house in the future. Sell it is waiting to lose money. I'll go up to Easton and see if I can buy it directly online. Lu Ping couldn't help but open her mouth and say, is it reliable to buy online? Reliable. Donzi delivery. Rural areas are fine, and online can be a little better than the physical store. The physical store water is too deep. I cannot grasp. Chen Feng said and took out his cell phone to look online. After half a day's selection, Chen Feng has a favorite 3-door refrigerator. This one is just fine. Big brand, over 4,000. He said as he showed the phone to his mother. More than 4,000. That's too expensive, isn't it? Lu Ping winced at the price. It's okay. If you want to buy one that's almost the same, save the trouble of changing it later. This can be used all the time. Chen Feng said. No, wait until you build a new house in the future and then buy such a good it. First buy a second hand to deal with the use? Lu Ping suggested. Can't afford to make a mistake. Used ones cost hundreds of dollars, and when it comes time to sell them for a couple dozen, dry out and lose money. I'll just buy this one. Just wait for me to go out tomorrow and get a refrigerator back for you, Chen Feng said as he made up his mind. Seeing that Chen Feng had made up his mind, Lu Ping nodded and said, okay, then I'll listen to you. If you can get a refrigerator back tomorrow, then we'll buy this one and be extravagant for once. Chen Feng smiled cheekily as he sniffed. A total of 4,000 for the fridge. I also shelled out a piece of gold today. Removing this piece today, another 3,000 would be enough. It's easy to make 3,000 a day, isn't it? Lu Ping sniffed and rolled her eyes and said, you don't want to blow it? I'll see what you do when your cowhide blows through tomorrow. It's bound to be impossible. I'll let you use the new refrigerator the day after tomorrow. You'll see, Chen Feng said confidently. Chapter 63, Buying a refrigerator is just a matter of panning for gold for a day. After saying that, Chen Feng took a melted popsicle and left the door, ready to find Zheng Ping and ask him if he had any plans to pan for gold tomorrow. Came to Zheng Ping's house. Chen Feng pushed the door and walked in. Just went in and saw Mao Min getting those flower pots on the ground, and did not see Zheng Ping's figure. Sister-in-law, where is brother Zhang? I'm looking for him for something. Chen Feng stood in the doorway and stretched his neck to look back and forth inquiring. Feng Zi your brother Zhang has gone up to the ground. I'll call him and tell him to come back? Mao Min straightened up and saw Chen Feng and couldn't help but reply. Going to the ground? What's the point of going to the ground at night? What can you see in the dark? Chen Feng sniffed for a while, puzzled. Hey, it's not that they heard that you dug gold in the ground. These people couldn't sit still. Each one of them ran into the ground with a detector, all wanting to try their luck. Mao Min helplessly laughed. Ah, you all know? Chen Feng said with thoughtful surprise. Those who helped the laborers were from the next village. Chen Feng was how did not expect. Just such a short period of time. The news can be transmitted back from the next village. Good lord. You guys are a little off the wall with your intelligence network. Hey, we knew before it got dark. Come in and sit down. I'll tweet him to come back, Mao Min said as she picked up her cell phone. Chen Feng sniffed this before entering the house. Mainly if Zheng Ping was not ready to come back. He was ready to go directly without entering the house. It's fine in the daytime, but it's a little too nice to go in the house by yourself when it's just Mao Min at home at night. Mao Min finished tweeting before looking up at Chen Feng, and with some incredulity in her eyes, she said, you really turned out gold when you were turning over the ground? To be honest, Mao Min was a bit disbelieving when she first heard the news. Mainly this is also too exaggerated a bit. Year after year we all turn over the ground. I have not heard of anyone turning over the ground can be turned out of the gold is also too outrageous. Then she heard so many people talk about it with a sense of humor that she dared to believe it was true. It was mainly because the person who had struck gold was Chen Feng that she was willing to believe it. Anyone else, she would have believed it to death. Chen Feng was now as if no matter where they struck gold, they subconsciously felt as if it was quite normal. Anyone else? No way. Chen Feng, reasonable. It was when I was turning over the ground that I thought I saw gold, and I wasn't sure, and I didn't turn it over. And then I went home and fetched the detector before I found it. I didn't expect it to really be a piece of gold either, Chen Feng said with a smile. You are really lucky. Turning over the ground can turn over gold. I have been turning over the ground for more than 10 years. How come it's all some trash? Mao Min lost his smile. Not until then. We'll be able to turn it over when the time comes. Chen Feng smiled at his words. How long has Zhang been gone? Chen Feng inquired. There must have been more than an hour. You do not know. These people know that you and the ground turned up gold after all bombed the temple. One by one are rushed to carry the detector to their own land, just afraid of their own gold in the ground for others to turn over to go. I heard that there are a few just about to eat. Heard about this did not even eat. Directly put down the chopsticks on the go. Mao Min think about it all feel funny. That outrageous? Chen Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard Mao Min's words. He was also not expecting that the matter of him panning for gold in the ground could cause such a big stir. Seems like the last time he was panning for gold in the river, he drove a bunch of them to take a dip in the river as well. This time, too, we went to the field to pan for gold in the middle of the night, and we weren't afraid in the dark. The countryside is not like the city. There are no street lamps without all kinds of lights. The dark sky is really dark. Cannot see the fingers of the kind. More than outrageous. It was quite outrageous. And there were some money-grubbing old men and women who went digging in the ground without a detector, just to see if they could get lucky and pick up gold too. It's funny to think about. Mao Min shook her head and laughed. So has anyone scouted it? Chen Feng asked curiously. It's really there, but it's a little grain of silver, like it's worth $12, and spare the man enough joy. I guess with this piece of silver as an incentive, I can't even go home to sleep tonight. I have to dig all night. Mao Min shrugged and said, there's really something, so it wasn't a waste of exploration. Chen Feng said with some surprise. Hey, you don't want to think about it. How many people have gone out to explore? And after exploring for such a long time, it only adds up to 1 silver grain, and it's still a lot of harvest. Mao Min rolled his eyes and said, it's better than the last time we went to the river. Last time we went to the river these guys didn't even explore a single cargo, and in the end the detectors were scrapped for several. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh when he mentioned it. That's true. This time it's just taking a bit of a beating. At least the probe will be fine. But speaking of which, I have to thank you. If you hadn't warned your brother Zhang, he would have had to soak in the river for the night as well. Mao Min said with extreme approval. You're welcome, sister-in-law. It's only Zhang who is willing to listen to me. If I tell anyone else, they'll think that I'm not willing to let them go exploring and cut off their financial path. Chen Feng said as he threw the finished popsicle into the trash can. Sitting for 10 minutes, Zhang Ping pushed the door in, came in inside. Chen Feng did not have to ask. Also know that he did not explore anything. What's up? Have you scoped out the goods yet? Mao Min inquired when she saw him return. Don't mention it. I didn't even see a piece of iron lumps. The black light made my heart straight to the bottom. When you sent me WeChat scared me a jolt. Zhang Ping said breathlessly. Or old son that then got lucky and found a silver grain. He was also a little carried away and said it straight away. This is good. He was afraid that he went to sleep. His own family land quietly probed. All the family all mobilized. Vowed not to finish the exploration of the land will not give up. Zhang Ping put down the probe and said with amusement. Alright, a large number of people will save you from being scared. Chen Feng grinned. That's true. Now there is no need to be afraid. What's wrong, Fengzi? Find me what's going on. Zhang Ping sat over, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Chen Feng. I'm not thinking that you haven't gone gold panning for a few days. I want to ask you if you're going tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Chen Feng took the cigarette and said, I was looking to contact someone in the evening, but I didn't think you'd come straight over, and odds are I should be going, because the fields are turned over and it's okay to stay. A few days without probing. One's hand is a little itchy. Tomorrow Huang Fei should not be so busy. Wait a while, I will contact him. Zhang Ping said as he took a drag on his cigarette. Alright, then let me know when you're done contacting. Chen Feng said. No problem. That's for sure. By the way, Peek, how big was that gold you panned in the morning? I heard it was as big as a stone? Zhang Ping said with some incredulity. Which is not true. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's about the same size as the one plucked from the river last time. And it's still as big as a stone. How much would it have to be sold for? Chen Feng lost his smile. Chapter 64, Your fortune transporting method is also useless. That's not small. The last piece you had in the river sold for over 1,000 as I recall. Zhang Ping grinned straight at his words, sighing at Chen Feng's good fortune. Just lucky. Then I'll leave first. You rest. Don't forget to tell me what's going on tomorrow. Chen Feng stood up and said, okay, it's okay for you to stay a little longer. Why are you in a hurry to go home? Zhang Ping similarly stood up and said, no, go home and clean up. I'll go buy some food later. Chen Feng waved his hand and pushed the door out. Out of the door, Chen Feng went straight to Lu Dahai's house to go. Looks like the probability is set to go panning for gold tomorrow. First prepare some food to say. As soon as Chen Feng entered Lu Dahai's house, someone in the house looked towards the door, and as soon as they saw that it was Chen Feng who had arrived, they couldn't wait to ask, "Peek, you really did find gold in the ground. What's the situation?" "Yeah, we still hear from people in other villages." "Really?" The crowd looked at Chen Feng, who walked in and leaned against the bar and said, "Really? It's just a small piece of gold. You guys are really well informed." Hearing Chen Feng admit it to himself, the crowd gasped in awe. There was no one else for such an outrageous thing to happen to Chen Feng. This panning for gold. "You mustn't come with some goodies?" Lu Dahai joked with Chen Feng. "What good goods do you have? It hasn't been all these things for years." Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Take 2 boxes of white towers and then," said Chen Feng, looking straight at the counter. He was really tired of eating bread and ham sausage every day, and there was nothing to bring along for the key. "And then come what? You're going to pan for gold tomorrow?" Ruhai inquired. "Well, odds are it's going to go right. Zheng and the others are fine." Chen Feng nodded and said, "Then let's have some bread and milk, and a few ham sausages." Lu Dahai said in his usual manner, "Is there anything else? I'm going to vomit." Chen Feng heard the bread and straightened his stomach. "There's not much left then. How about some cookies?" Lu Dahai said with the same searching look at the shelves. "It's better to bread, ham and sausage. Cookies are worse." Chen Feng compromised, nodded helplessly and said, "The reason he doesn't like to bring food is because he doesn't like cold food, and if he can heat it up for lunch it's okay. But in the middle of nowhere, there was no place to heat up, so Chen Feng didn't bring it. Here's some new bread with meat loaf for you for a change," Rudai said as he held it up. "Okay." Chen Feng nodded his head. It was better to change some flavors than not to rob. "By the way, Peek, I don't have a detector either. Why don't you go to my family's land and explore it to see if there's anything there? If the goods really come out, we'll split it 50-50. Lu Dahai also said with some enthusiasm. "Pull back. Your family has so much land. I'd have to explore it for 5 or 6 days by myself, and I wouldn't necessarily be able to find anything. I'd better go to the waste mine." Stable. Chen Feng simply did not want to take care of this Lu Dahai. Moreover, Chen Feng also knew that the probability that there was nothing in the ground, completely inferior to going to the waste mine to the real. "Hey, let's talk about it. How about I take care of the meal at noon?" Lu Dahai said undaunted. "I'm not going. Otherwise you can hire me. 300 a day. Chen Feng changed his terms and said. Lu Dahai heard immediately stopped talking. What a joke, 300 a day. He had to sell how many fake goods can earn back. Really think it's that easy to sell some fakes? How much in total? Chen Feng inquired as he pulled out the money. 100. Lu Dahai said in a good humor, sort of retaliating against Chen Feng and joking. I'll buy anything for 100. You give me a good talk, or I'll leave. Chen Feng carrying things pretending to go. Lu Dahai saw this and hurriedly pulled Chen Feng. Hey, brother, you're my brother. 30 in total. Lu Dahai softened and said, that's more like it. Chen Feng pulled out $30 and handed it to Lu Dahai, carrying his things out the door. When he was gone, someone in the room said with some skepticism, do you think this can be true? Why does it sound so mysterious to me? It can't be Air Force Chen Feng, afraid that we'll laugh at him, deliberately burying the gold in the ground himself, right? The bystanders sniffed in agreement and said, I feel it's also possible, and it's a bit too mysterious to dig out gold from the ground, isn't it? Our village has been farming for decades, and we've never heard of anyone picking up gold in the ground. Is he, Chen Feng, that lucky to pick up gold in the ground? Others, on the other hand, were in opposition saying, no, how can this be fooled? That scene is said to be full of people who saw him pull it out with their own eyes. How can it be fake? One blind, all blind? I think it's Chen Feng's Air Force yesterday, saving all his luck for today. Some people just can't see the good in others in their hearts, so they would rather believe that Chen Feng is faking to make a fuss than to believe that Chen Feng has dug up gold. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Feng would be filled with disdain if he heard them. He can't wait for people not to know about his money-making now, so how could he intentionally fake it to give himself a boost? If you were shocked by a piece of gold shaved out of the ground, then if Chen Feng had told them that he didn't actually have an Air Force yesterday and earned almost $5,000, wouldn't you still be shocked to death? I'm afraid I'll be up half the night with a red eye. On the other hand, Song Hui came back from the field carrying the detector, tired of not being able to catch his breath, entered the house and directly threw the instrument on the ground, angry and cursing. What coin stuff? Where is the gold in this field? What bull *********. Stepped on my feet of mud. Nothing. I think Chen Feng is stepping on the horse to deliberately trick us by releasing this wind. His father heard the sound and came out of the house, sniffing and frowning straight away. He said, what's wrong again? What are you arguing about? What do you think I'm quarreling about? You had to make me go to our land to see if there was any gold, and I've been probing deep and shallow for hours. and I haven't seen any gold. You also what the 5 ghosts transport wealth law. You transport a egg. If you transported, why I did not panning. Chen Feng today out of the gold. Song Hui looked at his father in a bad mood and said. Song Hui his father heard this full of doubt. Some wondered. Will not I learned really, surely succeeded. Otherwise how Chen Feng yesterday Air Force. By rights you should have panned out today. It shouldn't have been like this. Song Hui's father was still wondering where his metaphysics had gone wrong. And Song Hui waved his hand with a look of impatience. Get over it, I should never have trusted you. Every day you study those broken books. And the other day you studied on the art of piercing the wall. What are you going to do? Piercing the wall of Widow Li's house? You don't get stuck in the wall halfway through and I have to plow through it to save you. If you're pleased with her, just go to her and study these useless things every day. Plant some land without going to weed. And think every day about psychic so that the worms don't eat your seedlings and eat other people's. How come you're so good? You're going to heaven? Chapter 65, I'll beat you to death. You son of a. Hearing Song Hui's words, Song Hui's father was furious enough. Perhaps also being poked into his true psychology. Don't you dare talk nonsense. I'm innocent with Widow Li. We're in pure friendship. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. You brat. Song Hui his father said copying things to beat him. Song Hui saw this and quickly stood up to hide. Then disdainfully said, yes, Li Widow is innocent with you. With other old men are not clear. Other old men go every day can still figure what? You are nothing to get. The last night to go also with the old Zhang head old Wang head 2 people bumped into. You say you 3 embarrassed not embarrassed. Or get together with Li Widow to play mahjong forget it. Come or here. And then come back at night and tie 2 small people. Write the name of the old Zhang head and the old Wang head. If your thing is really good, half of the old men in the whole Toon Mun would be dead. This old man in Tunzi is not enough to keep Widow Li busy. And you still have your eye on her. Your heart is quite big. Why don't you just tie up a little person for Widow Li to save you old men from thinking about it? One widow isn't enough to share. You. Song Hui's father copied his own cloth shoes and threw it over. Song Hui dodged and ran straight back to his house, locking the door behind him. You open the door to me. You see if I beat you to death. Little brat, I see you going crazy. Song Hui his father yanked the door handle angry to go in. Nay, Song Hui dared not open the door. Song Hui his father at the door scolded half a day can only give up. Their own alone sulking. Lao Wang's house. Lao Wang daughter-in-law sat on the bed, smelling the unpleasant smell of glass glue in the house straight wrinkled nose. Did not have a good voice? Said, can you think of a way? This smell is too unpleasant. It's making my sniffles come out. Old Wang just burned the fire back, sniffed and rolled his eyes and said, how do I get? That new glass glue just smells. You have a way you get Screw you. Can't do anything? What's the use of having you? Old Wang's daughter-in-law cursed. It's all Chen Feng's fault. He had to smash my glass. And if I'm poisoned, all of them will have to compensate me for my loss too. Old Wang heard and did not say anything, undressing and preparing to lie down to sleep. How do you think that thing got so lucky? And the heavens were not open to him, and he was able to find gold in the ground. Bull asterisk 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 God. Why don't you make me rich and let me pick up a piece of gold? Old Wang's daughter-in-law cursed indignantly. Didn't God give you new windows? Old King had a rare moment of humor. Asterisk 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 nigga. That's what God traded for? That is my face for. I now face is still a little swollen it. Nimas. The old king's daughter-in-law heard on the gas. On the foot directly kicked the old king a few feet to relieve the anger. Why don't you sacrifice a little more? I want to change my house. Old Wang smiled and said, go to hell. You directly change a daughter-in-law, but also change a house. The old king's daughter-in-law copied the pillow and began to whip the old king. Whip the old king holding his head and scurrying. Fighting also enough. The old king turned off the light to sleep. Before going to sleep he found a mask in the cupboard to put on. He can't stand the smell either. Especially when the windows are closed and the house is not ventilated. Wearing a hat in bed the day before yesterday. Wearing a mask in bed today. What's up with that? Old Wang sighed and said. And after Zhang Ping contacted the people, he sent Chen Feng a WeChat. Peak, tomorrow at 6 sharp. Done. OJBK. Chen Feng replied back with a Weibo. What? Go panning for gold tomorrow? Lu Ping inquired when she saw this. Usually Chen Feng doesn't eat breakfast, so usually Lu Ping just muddles through in the morning and has something to eat. But if Chen Feng pans for gold, Lu Ping will have to get up and make him breakfast. So he can't fool around. Well, tomorrow is set. Still leaving at 6. Chen Feng nodded and said, okay, I know. Eldest son, you said you eat bread every day. That's not healthy. Why don't you bring some rice to eat? Lu Ping said worriedly. Bringing rice is cold by noon, and there's no way to heat it up. So let's eat bread for a while and figure out how to be able to heat it up later. Chen Feng took a light breath and said, "Alright then, let's talk about it later." Lu Ping also knew that cold rice wasn't good, and that rice was hard once it was cold. Lu Minghome has been in the warehouse to pack things, and so into the home. Yao Li out of the impatient asked, "What is the situation? I heard the village are rumored crazy. Chen Feng in the ground planing to the gold. Really false?" She has been hearing about this in the village, and sent Lu Ming a tweet and he didn't return it. Her curiosity couldn't be suppressed for a long time, so she saw him come back and immediately came out to ask. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took off his shoes and said, "Well, planing into a piece of gold. It's worth 1,000 or so." Receiving a definite answer, Yao Li was instantly filled with astonishment and some disbelief. "Worth that much? Are you sure it's gold? How did he get so lucky?" "Then people are just lucky. Don't mention it." Lu Ming didn't want to talk about it at all. Fengzi plowed the ground halfway to run home. "I thought he was hiding from work again like before, and I said half a dozen times to him. And big sister said that Chen Feng wouldn't be like before, and I didn't believe her." As it turned out, after waiting a while, Pete came back with a detector, and we didn't understand what he was up to, and he said he'd seen gold and wanted to pan it. I say it's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Can there be gold in the ground? As a result, I didn't expect Chen Feng to dig 3 times and 2 times, but he really got out a piece of gold. My God, you know I was almost groundless. This face slaps. Li Ming sat down remorsefully in front of the table, picked up the cigarette case and smoked a cigarette. "Did big sister talk about you?" Yao Li couldn't help but inquire as she felt embarrassed thinking about that scene. "No." "Then you are also embarrassed." "Ah, who would have thought that Chen Feng luck is that good? You do not even know." At that time, a group of us all looked silly. Who has seen this gesture? Ah. Li Ming lit his cigarette and took a deep breath and said, "I was bragging to my big sister that Sunrise got another raise, and now I'm doing a great job. Stable, better than doing anything else." As a result, Chen Feng directly panned out a piece of gold, worth more than 1,000. Compared with others, the Sunrise wage increase is nothing, and even the big sister began to lecture me. Let the Sunrise do a good job, buy a house in the county. Think about it, is really disgraceful. Chen Feng dry a month as if Sunrise dry a few years cannot earn. Lu Ming said with a sigh. At their age, there's nothing left to compare yourself to a child, although they are relatives. But who does not want their children to be successful? They follow the face. Who do not want to be compared? It's not like Chen Feng can pan for gold every day. Why are you so angry? How stable is the Chaoyang job? Yao Li comforted. Indeed stable 2001 per month. Not a single point more. Lu Ming skimmed his lips and said, Chapter 66, a crowd full of fiery hearts. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up from the early morning. The sky was now getting brighter earlier and earlier. He remembered that before this time, it was still pitch black. It's getting light now. Mom, what's cooking for dinner? Chen Feng said as he walked out and yawned. Steam some egg cake for you. There's not much food in the morning. Lu Ping stirred the eggs with her chopsticks. Okay. Chen Feng nodded and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. After the two of them finished eating, Zheng Ping came to Chen Feng's house to call him. Let's go peek. Zheng Ping hadn't even been to the waste mine for a few days. He had been watching Chen Feng pan for gold, and he was still a little excited to leave today. Chen Feng carried his things to the car and found a seat. Only after he sat down he realized that there seemed to be a few less people today than yesterday. Someone's not going today? Chen Feng looked back and forth, unable to help but say curiously. Ha ha, the one who was missing his old son. That guy was poking around in his own field until dawn yesterday. Not to mention him, his wife and kids couldn't stay up in the latter part of the night. His father is even sitting directly on the ground asleep. Pure simmering old man it. I'm at home today catching up on my sleep. I can't make it. It's so funny that some people can't help but laugh at the mention of it. The rest of them are also the ones who poked around until midnight last night and couldn't get up today. I had an appointment to pan for gold today, but I couldn't get through to Sleepy's phone in the morning, so I said I wouldn't come. The bystander added a few words, also full of smiles. Chen Feng could not help but shrug his shoulders when he heard this. This can have nothing to do with him. You guys have to poke around yourselves. However, in contrast, the old son also a little gain. Others really no gain. Pure white simmer. Not to mention them, even I'm sleepy. I had to pick up and drop off several families all day yesterday after turning over the ground. And then I went poking around in the field for 2 hours in the evening. If it weren't for the fact that I've made an appointment for you to go gold panning today, I'd say nothing but to get up and sleep until noon. Huang Fei yawned in front of him. We're sleepy all right. Don't be sleepy. Don't scare us. Someone saw this and hastily reminded. It's okay. You say this thing is also strange. To say not to turn over the ground a family do not turn over. To turn over altogether. Watching other people turn over makes me anxious too. Huang Fei said helplessly. That's true. That's not how it works, the man sitting behind him said. Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, ready to come to sleep. Hearing them talk all the time made him sleepy. By the time Chen Feng opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the place. Come, Gold, here I come. Someone got out of the car with an instrument full of energy and said. The crowd had gotten out of the car and selected a location to open the Tao. Chen Feng also came down, ready to pick a smooth direction. It was just that Chen Feng hadn't taken more than a few steps when he saw a pit on the ground that had been dug by someone. Chen Feng frowned as he walked over to take a look and determined that it was traces left behind by other gold prospectors. And unlike the last one, where there were leaks to be picked up, this one really has nothing. Chen Feng changed the direction in walking a few steps, and after walking out for 7 or 8 minutes, he found another pit. Holy, what the hell? Chen Feng squatted on the ground and touched the pit. It didn't feel like it was a long time ago, it was newly dug. As Chen Feng walked back with the instrument in his hand, he saw that others had also discovered the problem. It's not going to work. It's like this place has been explored all over. Mud. What the hell? This must be the work of the surrounding villages. It's got to be a different place. People have dug it up before. What else can we dig up? Everyone gathered together and spoke up. And Huang Fei also realized this. This place won't work. We need to go deeper. Huang Fei told everyone to get in the car and prepare to change places. Soon Huang Fei drove everyone to a different place, and even saw a few people panning for gold on the way. Continuing to drive farther, everyone in the car stretched their necks to look out and make sure no one had dug before asking Huang Fei to stop the car. This is it. It's okay here. Gold diggers are on the rise these days. Who knows how it all started in this business? Probably because they've heard that Peak is making money and they're all thinking of trying it. Chen Feng sniffed without comment, but it was undeniable that since the news of Chen Feng making a lot of money had spread out, more and more people did move to pan for gold. They all felt that they were the chosen one. If Chen Feng could, so could they. And with the number of gold diggers around, and so many people watching, it feels like it's only going to get bigger. It looks clean here. No signs of panning. So here it is. Everyone looked around to make sure it was okay and got out of the car. Chen Feng carried the detector and similarly got out of the car, choosing a direction that looked okay and walking towards the front. Today's luck was okay, and just after walking out for a few minutes, Chen Feng's system rang. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng drew a range with his eyes and began carpet probing, probably because he had done it more. Before Chen Feng had to draw a circle back and forth around the place in order to determine the location of the 3 meters in a circle. Now he could determine the position with a rough sweep of his eyes, and did not need to sway back and forth like before, like twisting rice paddies. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng stopped when he heard the sound and backhandedly pulled out his shovel, placing the detector on the ground, shoveling up a shovel of soil and placing it over the detector. It didn't go off, so let's get another shovel. On the third spade the detector went off. It hadn't rained for a few days and the ground was pretty much dry, so no need to pick at it, just shake it gently. Every shake over the detector, shake off half a shovel of soil, found that the detector is still ringing. Chen Feng and the shovel pick up. A silver grain quickly appeared in front of Chen Feng, probably worth a $30. Refrigerator fragments times 1. Collect 130 of them to exchange for 1 refrigerator. Chen Feng put the silver grains into the bottle and laughed. Chen Feng packed up and headed forward. He was far away when he realized that there was a bulging hill in the distance and decided to head there to see what was going on. After 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Feng's system rang again, and Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Seems like a really good direction to go with this. Lots of goods. Carrying the detector, he swept left and right, and halfway through the sweep, Chen Feng's detector rang, so he squatted down and pulled out a shovel, first skimming the surface stones to one side to reveal the sandy soil underneath, before Chen Feng began to lower the shovel. The first shovel Chen Feng didn't shovel down. It was blocked by a dry grass root. Chen Feng raked back and forth with the shovel, then reached out and gripped the grass root straight out. Do not grip, do not know. Chen Feng thought not much long. The results of a grip on the hand. The grass roots have to be half a meter. Drag the dust flying. Chen Feng straight side head to hide. With a final forceful tug, the entire grass was gripped out, and Chen Feng threw it to the side. It looks like the grass was buried in the ground by the wind and sand after it died and fell. Chapter 67, You Can't Go in This Hole. Blah blah blah. Chen Feng spat out a few mouthfuls of the sand floating in his mouth and picked up a shovel and shoveled hard. After going over the lower soil and realizing it wasn't loaded, I raised off and shoveled again. In this way, shovel after shovel, Chen Feng even shoveled a dozen shovels. The more Chen Feng shoveled, the more excited he became, and changed his position to continue. The deeper the goods, the bigger the goods. But Chen Feng remembers it. It's not like the refrigerator door is here. is it? Chen Feng accelerated the movement of his hands and plowed a pit out. Finally, under Chen Feng's mind, the detector rang. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice and started shaking the dirt with a smile on his face. I wish the shipment was bigger and came right up with 2 refrigerator doors. Or a compressor would have been fine. Chen Feng shook it several times in a row, and seeing that the detector was still ringing, he couldn't help but fiddle with it with anticipation in his shovel. Soon after, Chen Feng's smile froze when he saw something. A tiny grain of silver lay quietly in the shovel, none of which was estimated to be more than $10. Chen Feng is simply speechless. Said that the deeper the goods, the bigger the goods. You are teasing me, right? You deserve to lie so deep for a $10 grain of silver? It's a real reversal of the Big Dipper, putting the silver grains into the bottle. Chen Feng rummaged through the pit again without dying, and finally stood up with a sigh. Chen Feng looked into the distance, his eyes pondering as he remembered a classic saying, life is like that. You never know exactly what the next gold will taste like. I think that's what it says. Picking up the detector, Chen Feng continued to walk forward. He was actually very curious about that dirtbag now, so he wanted to go over and take a look. It always had a feeling that there would be a big shipment at that place. On the way towards the dirtbag, the system didn't go off for a second, so soon enough, Chen Feng walked to the place where the dirtbag was. Only when he got closer did Chen Feng realize that he was all too familiar with this dirtbag. Isn't this just another mine? It was only at that time that Chen Feng was at the back of it, so Chen Feng didn't see it. Walked to the front and looked at it. The construction is basically the same. The difference is that this time the system did not ring. Of course, Chen Feng did not dare to go inside, just looked at the door. Chen Feng casually picked up a branch and stabbed the wood used as a stand at the doorway. That wood Chen Feng stabbed a few times with the branch and surprisingly began to fall off the slag. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng instantly walked back with wide eyes in shock, not daring to linger at the entrance. Holy, they're both the same hole. Why is there such a big difference between this one and that one? Chen Feng some do not understand how this thing is still differentiated. Combined with the last hole is left for the leadership to check. This is for the workers, is it? Chen Feng threw a stone into it, and there were echoes coming from the hole, and it was said that the hole was dozens of meters deep, but of course Chen Feng had never been inside, and it was all heard. Clapping his hands, picking up the detector, Chen Feng turned back and left, not prepared to continue staying here. After all, the hole was so dangerous that he wouldn't enter it even if he was told there were countless refrigerator doors inside. Just a few steps out, a prompt came from the system, and Chen Feng couldn't help but grin. Let's just say this place feels like something. He circled the area with his eyes, carried the probe and started probing. Of course it might have been the hole. Quite a bit of trash had blown in here, and he had to kick it away with his feet while he explored. With a whirring shot of wind, a plastic bag was blown onto the probe's head and clung to it. Chen Feng shook it hard, but it did not shake it down, giving Chen Feng enough annoyance. Mud will have to put up a sign in the future, and cut off the hands of anyone who littered here again. Chen Feng squatted down and ripped the plastic bag on the head of the detector and threw it to the side, then stood up and continued detecting, probing to about a third of the position left. The probe went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng crouched down when he heard the sound, backhandedly pulling out a small shovel and placing the detector down beside himself. A spade went down. The detector did not have any echo. Chen Feng raced off to continue the second spade. Chen Feng does not expect to dig a refrigerator door or something. As long as you can burst more fragments on the line, the fragments save more to a bailout. A day is enough. A shovel yang down. Chen Feng yang off a shovel. Just scrape a rod against the wind. Chen Feng yang the shovel sand did not waste, all blowing Chen Feng body, blowing his body full of hair all. What's wrong with you today? You're just going against me, aren't you? Chen Feng cursed, patted the sand in his hair, and changed directions to continue digging. A few shovels went down and the detector rang out. Chen Feng shaking the sand as he passed over the detector. After shaking it 3 or 4 times, when Chen Feng shook it again, he watched with his own eyes as a dark yellow object was shaken to the ground by him. His eyes instantly straightened as he looked at the dark yellow blob on the floor. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth gradually rose. The unpleasantness of being blown all over by the wind and sand just now was instantly forgotten. He reached down and picked it up, a happy smile on his face. Look at this. It's bull asterisk 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 or not. A refrigerator door, this isn't it? Chen Feng said as he played with the gold in his hand. This piece of gold wasn't as big as the one turned up in the ground, but Chen Feng visually estimated that it could be worth 800 or 900, and a refrigerator door would definitely be a good deal. Taking out the bottle containing the gold, Chen Feng threw the gold in and couldn't help but mutter to himself at the bottle. Your brothers are coming for you. Don't forget to call more of your brothers for me again and I'll keep your family together. Chen Feng, this is not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. and finally sent the gold to the gold store. With a spray gun a roast. Is not a family reunion. Are reunited into a circle. Just came not even an hour ago and harvested a refrigerator door. Good luck. Chen Feng was not prepared to go far, so he wanted to explore around the mine. There's quite a lot of goods here, and Chen Feng reckons he still has to have them. This time, Chen Feng turned out to be drawing circles around the mine, and after walking for about 20 minutes, the system rang again. Come on baby, this time let me see what debris is again. Chen Feng pulled out a small shovel and squatted on the ground and said, a few shovels down. Chen Feng dug out the goods. It was a small silver grain, only this one wasn't small. It belonged to the large size. Refrigerator shard times 2. Not bad, not bad. Chen Feng smiled as he threw the small silver grains into the bottle. On the other side, Huang Fei had been exploring for more than 2 hours and found nothing. He stood still, looking at the sun overhead, and took a swig of mineral water from his bag. To be honest, he'd kind of scouted enough, and while he'd gotten the goods last time, the frustration of the business was too much. Shipping is great, but not shipping is the norm. Who can stand nothing for hours on end? Huang Fei took a deep breath. Yesterday out of so many trips, not less money, their own rest a little bit is also should be. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Convincing himself of this with great speed, Huang Fei returned to the van, set his tools down, and comfortably adjusted the backrest backward. The moment he laid on it, Yellowfly let out a satisfied moan. Ah, cool. Chapter 68, Panning for Gold. My ass. It's no more comfortable than panning for gold. And panning for gold, panning my ass. He'll sleep on it first. Smoothly played a sleep-aiding music, and Huang Fei slept beautifully in the car. It was quickly approaching noon, and everyone was poking around the van, ready to go back for lunch in a few moments. Zheng Ping looked at the empty bottle and sighed deeply. Usually I can more or less probe for silver grains, but today I simply played for nothing all morning and panned some wire and iron. He pulled out his own large mug, filled it with a mouthful of warm water, screwed on the lid and continued to probe back. Song Hui was okay, having harvested a silver grain of about 30 pieces today. He just wasn't too happy with this haul either. Unless he could find another piece just as big this afternoon. The rest of the guys did the same thing, a few bucks less, 20 or 30 more, not even one beyond 40 bucks. Soon everyone returned to the car one after another. Some people got on the car to look at listening to music. Comfortable sleeping Huang Fei full of envy. It's better for me to fly always. We're miserable panning for gold. He's sleeping comfortably in the car. The person who came up first sniffed and pulled out his lunchbox, pursed his lips. There's no way we came out to pan for gold. Not to make money is to lose money. I fly always different. Out of the trip to make money. Panning for gold is to earn. Not panning is not lost. Not panic at all. There is nothing wrong with this. This is also the reason why Huang Fei can touch the fish. He panned for gold is the icing on the cake. Do not expect this to eat. Honestly, he wanted to go straight back to bed after dropping them off at the place this morning. Except that if he did, his dad would surely call him a 3-minute man. He thought about it or did not return. To save scolding, so he just slept in the car. By the time his father asked, then I panning for gold. Just did not panning can do, lest his father nagging. As the car gradually became more crowded, Huang Fei was also woken up and yawned as he sat up, ready to eat with them. Where's Chen Feng? He's the only one missing after they all came back? Someone said as they looked around. Probably went farther and hasn't walked back yet. The bystander guessed over a mouthful of food. Probably panned for big gold and doesn't like to come back. The middle-aged man in Huang Fei's back seat laughed. Song Hui added in his mind when he heard this. It's also possible to fall into that pit and not come back. It wasn't nice to hear, so he didn't dare to say it, but only said in his heart that he was in pain. How was your morning harvest? Zhang Ping, still eating his pancakes, turned back to inquire about everyone. No good. Don't mention it. I've panned a small silver grain all morning, like it could be $10 or $8. So am I. I'm so backed up today. I haven't even earned my way back yet. I'm a little silver grain too, and I guess I'll sell it for 20. Not much more when I go to the fair. The crowd sighed at this time, feeling that the gold panning business is getting worse and worse. When they first did it before, the harvest was fine, but as the years went by, the waste mine, though large, could not withstand so much probing by a group of them. There are fewer and fewer places that haven't been explored. Like today, when it took 2 changes to find this place, and as more and more people pan for gold, the harvest will fall in the flesh. After all, there's only so much cake, and for every additional gold digger, they'll have less. They weren't Chen Feng, who had the goods right out of the gate, and they were all helpless in their hearts. Zheng Ping also shook his head when he heard this and took a hard bite of the pancake. Everyone is like this. What can we do in the future? My harvest today was not bad. I found a large silver grain, worth $30. Song Hui heatedly laughed as he listened to the crowd. Not bad, awesome, or you're good. You're the only one who made money out of so many people. The two opened their mouths listlessly as a response to Song Hui. A few of them even rolled their eyes and didn't even bother with Song Hui. What? You're happy we didn't make any money? You're laughing. This is still different from Chen Feng making money. Chen Feng doesn't show off every time. It's only when they ask Chen Feng that they say it. Otherwise Chen Feng doesn't even talk. They only had envy for Chen Feng, marveling at his luck, and would have no other thoughts. What do you mean Song Hui? We are here to say that we did not make money today. You bell to say that you made money, but also quite proud. What? Taunting us? Of course the crowd didn't bother with him. They all knew that Song Hui was like this. When I didn't make any money before I pulled a face and didn't say anything. But today I've made some money and I'm fine again. Song Hui hadn't realized that quite a few people were dissatisfied with him, and was still complacent, and was even so flattered by those two people's compliments that he was even energized to eat. Huang Fei listened to their words from the front and was deeply moved. He now regrets buying this detector. Before just watching Chen Feng make money like drinking water, now he does it himself to understand what is going on. It's really not that easy to pan for gold. If I didn't have a car and earn a little bit of fare each time, I'd really starve myself just by panning for gold. Originally exuberant crowd, now are more sullen. If you cannot pan for gold in the afternoon, today not to mention making money, and even have to take a ride. Chen Feng was now leaning against the back of that mine, eating bread and blowing a cool breeze, comfortable and cozy. He had two small vials in his hand, the silver one about a third of the way up, and the gold one or those two. Originally, he had been exploring goods around the mine, and seeing that it was about time was trying to go back, but when he walked to the back of the mine, he realized that it was shady and with the wind at his back, so he simply didn't go back and just rested here. The midday sun was very hot, the sunshine Chen Feng sweating. He sat toward the side of the mine, and even leaned against the mine. Without the sunlight, the temperature dropped many degrees straight down. From time to time a little cool breeze blew through and it was simply more comfortable than the car. After finishing his meal, Chen Feng lit up a cigarette and squinted comfortably. Strangely enough, you're sitting at the back of the mine, smoking a cigarette in the cool breeze, and you couldn't feel more comfortable. But if you were told to come and stay here if you had nothing to do, you would never come. This marvelous feeling is perhaps due to the laborious heat of the morning as a contrast. Chen Feng stood up after resting for about half an hour or so, patted the dirt on his body, picked up the probe and put on the headset, ready to continue probing. He also had to find the rest of the refrigerator pieces so he could synthesize them when he got home at night. Otherwise there's no place to freeze your own popsicles. In the course of the morning, he had pretty much explored the vicinity of the mine, so he wasn't going to continue to linger here and head off into the distance. Curiously glancing back and realizing that his companions were all far behind him, Chen Feng shrugged. I didn't go back for dinner myself, and I don't know what they talked about. Chen Feng is like that, curious every time he misses something, including the circle of friends. Chapter 69, Refrigerator Saving. He basically doesn't post to his friends, but he brushes them every day. The main one is my world you don't want to know. Your world I don't want to miss. Because he was looking back at his companions. Chen Feng was still walking forward. And without paying attention, Chen Feng tripped over something and stumbled, almost not falling. Scratch that. What is it? Chen Feng hurriedly stabilized himself and looked towards his feet. He saw a shovel wobbling and stopping not far away. No wonder he felt tripped just now, so he had stepped on a shovel. He walked over and picked up the shovel and looked it back and forth. The shovel is fairly new, with just a layer of dust clinging to it. Chen Feng backhandedly pulled out his own shovel and knocked with this one. Realizing that the picked-up shovel had a dull sound and solid materials, and his own shovel sounds thin and obviously inferior to this one. He took a closer look and realized that it was the 61 shovels that Han had sold, because gold prospectors' shovels were only used for panning and digging, nothing heavy labor. People basically didn't spend a lot of money on good shovels. An $8 or $10 shovel works just fine, but the quality of the shovel is really a bit of a concern as well. Just like the shovel that Chen Feng used, the tip of the shovel had lost some of its paint because of all the digging, and it was believed that it would rust after a while. Not to mention the shovel in the hands of old gold diggers like Zheng Ping, that is more of a battle-damaged version. Almost invisible paint. The main one is not impossible to use. Falling and picking up a shovel. Chen Feng also lost a laugh. This is estimated to be the gold miners lost. Anyway, not Chen Feng gang. Chen Feng gang cannot afford to use a good shovel. There is a guy shovel head are cracked, cannot afford to change the new, but also deal with the use of it. Not bad. This will be mine from now on. Chen Feng wiped the ash off the shovel and stuffed it into his bag. As for whether or not anyone would know that this shovel was picked up, then I'm sorry. From now on, This shovel was bought by Chen Feng. As for where you bought it, don't ask. Ask means you bought it in the county. It's not like Han is the only one selling shovels. The county is full of them. It's just that the county will be a couple bucks more expensive than Han. Although it wasn't a refrigerator fragment, Chen Feng was quite happy to have picked up a good shovel. Perhaps it was the good fortune brought about by picking up a shovel. Chen Feng hadn't taken a few steps forward before the system rang out, prompting him to have goods around him. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose as he drew a range with his eyes and took the detector and began to probe little by little. Ooh-hoo. Soon, the detector indicated the location of the goods. Chen Feng squatted down and just wanted to pull out a shovel with his backhand. Searched for a moment, and took the shovel that he had picked up from his bag. It's called original soup to original food, and the first load after picking up a shovel is always dug by a new shovel. I have to say, the new shovel is really different from the old one. You can feel the difference in quality as soon as you get your hands on it. It was just that Chen Feng's original shovel had a sentimental bonus, and he wouldn't throw it away until it was completely rotten. Shoveling up a shovel of soil, passing it over the detector, and there was nothing. Chen Feng raced off and shoveled another shovel. Just like this, shovel after shovel went on, and as Chen Feng's hand was gradually being piled up into a small mountain by him, the detector rang out. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng heard the sound slightly shaking some dirt down and passed it over the detector. The detector was still ringing, and Chen Feng shook it down some more. When he shook it for the third time, he didn't need Chen Feng to pick it up with his hands. He saw a small dark yellow lump lying in the soil. Chen Feng's eyebrows rose slightly when he saw the gold nugget. I didn't realize that the new shovel had really brought good luck, and it was a piece of gold when I got on it. Picking the nugget up and blowing the dust out of his mouth. The nugget was flattened and rounded with a pitted surface, but it was relatively smooth to the touch. Chen Feng predicted it to be around 1012. Refrigerator door +1. Ha ha. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as he took out the small bottle containing the gold and threw the piece of gold in. Looking at the 3 pieces of gold quietly waiting in the bottle, Chen Feng couldn't help but think freely about how much this would be worth if it could be filled. Tucking the bottle in his pocket, he collected his thoughts and continued on his way, carrying the probe. This time, Chen Feng wasn't as lucky, and he walked for what must have been 20 minutes before the system prompted for a shipment. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Feng carried the detector and started probing. It's still kind of spring, and it's so hot in the direct midday sun. So what's summer going to be like? Looks like he'll have to buy a hat. One of those big fisherman's hats, or else a few months in the sun and Chen Feng will have to turn pitch black. Ooh-hoo. Hearing the sound, Chen Feng gathered his thoughts and backhandedly pulled out a shovel and began to cross the soil. Still with that new shovel, Chen Feng wondered if the luck would continue. Shoveling up a spadeful of dirt and passing it over the detector. This time it was quick. The first spadeful hit the goods, and the detector made an ooh sound. Chen Feng shook the dirt and continued over the detector, which still made a sound, and Chen Feng shook it again, shaking nearly half of the dirt off. Chen Feng rummaged around in his shovel. Soon he found a grayish-white pellet in the shovel and pinched it with 2 fingers. Chen Feng pursed his lips. More than $20. It's not bad. Chen Feng stood up with some regret. It seemed that the new shovel wasn't that good at putting out gold. However, Chen Feng was quite satisfied and threw the silver grains into the bottle and continued on his way. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng carried the detector and casually scratched it. The detector actually rang. Chen Feng was a little surprised to look in front of his feet and carefully probed with the detector. The system didn't go off, but the detector did, proving that what's under here is a piece of scrap metal. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of the piece of angle iron he had found, which was still on the yellow flyer. There was really too much real money, so Chen Feng was too lazy to take care of that piece of iron and even forgot about it for a while. If it weren't for this familiar scene, Chen Feng still wouldn't be able to recall it. If I can get another piece it's fine. Make up a 20 and take it to sell. It can also be exchanged for 2 boxes of cigarettes to smoke. Chen Feng squatted down and said with relief, picking up a shovel and starting to dig. This time, Chen Feng was much simpler and rougher, taking the shovel and pouting it up in a big way. Even over the soil was so casual. 7 or 8 shovels down. Chen Feng waited until the shovel again found that the down does not move. He poked something. Chen Feng dug away all the dirt on top of the thing, revealing the thing's true colors. Is a section of rebar. Rebar is not small. Chen Feng dug out and weighed. Feel to have 2 or 3 pounds like, nearly 30 centimeters long. It's just that it's nothing compared to that last piece of angle iron. Meeting is fate. So take it. Chen Feng knocked the rebar to dust and stuffed it into his bag, carrying the detector in a different direction. Chen Feng continued to walk forward. He felt that there wasn't much cargo left in this direction, so he had to change lanes. Chapter 70, Fighting. Sure enough, the direction Chen Feng had chosen wasn't bad, and for more than 3 hours he directly filled up the small bottle containing the silver grains. One after the other. One after the other. It's a treasure trove. Chen Feng looked at the time. It was now around 4:30. He pinched his waist and glanced at the blazing sun, drinking the last bottle of mineral water in his bag and kicking it away. Pity, why isn't there any gold? If only there was another piece of gold, the refrigerator would have come together. Chen Feng took a deep breath and continued to walk forward. But this time, his luck seemed to run out, and he walked for almost an hour at a time without anything. Jesus Christ, don't with me, that's the end of the day? Chen Feng dragged his somewhat heavy feet forward, not being able to put together a refrigerator in one day. He was honestly a bit upset. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Hearing this long-lost voice, Chen Feng stood still and took a deep breath, drawing a range with his eyes before carrying the detector carpet. Hot and tired, he did get a little dry. Now if he could be given a sip of iced cola, then he would definitely be able to come back to life with full blood. But unfortunately this was a luxury for Chen Feng. Even the water carried in the bag was piping hot, not to mention the ice coke. It was just a slow probe until near the end. When the probe went off, ooh-hoo, Chen Feng backhandedly pulled out his shovel and squatted down with the detector at his side. The place was a bit rocky and a bit hard to shovel, and after a series of shovels, the shovels didn't go down. They were all knocked back by the rocks. Chen Feng could only forcefully plow away the stones on top before preparing to slowly shovel down. While planing, Chen Feng also had to be careful not to fly the goods. After planing, Chen Feng pulled the detector over and made sure that the goods were still underneath before he got off the shovel. Shoveling up a shovel of soil, shaking it on the detector did not move. Chen Feng raised the soil off and shoveled up another shovel. This was repeated several times, and finally the detector went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng raised his eyebrows lightly as he slowly shook off the sand. After a few clicks, Chen Feng saw the cargo that was hidden in the sandy soil. Ugh! Chen Feng looked at the goods and let out a long sigh, taking out the silver grains that were worth $12 and putting them into the bottle that contained the gold. Feeling hopeless about panning out a refrigerator in a day, I had to add that gold from yesterday's ground as well. Chen Feng stood up carrying the detector and walked in the direction of the van. The time was almost up. It was time to go back. Walking out for roughly 7 or 8 minutes, when Chen Feng had lost hope, the detector casually carried in his hand actually rang. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at his feet and estimated that it was just another piece of scrap iron. Because the system. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng instantly froze when he heard this voice. Holy, is that really such a coincidence? Chen Feng lost a laugh and pulled out a shovel with his backhand, directly squatting down and starting to shovel, even skipping the use of the detector to determine the location. A shovel went down. Without waiting for the probe to pass, Chen Feng looked at the crater and instantly froze, his eyes unconsciously wide, because in that concave pit, there were 2 irregularly shaped golden beans lying quietly. Chen Feng didn't even know what to say for a moment. Reaching out and picking up the 2 golden beans, Chen Feng could not stop the corners of his mouth from rising. He was not expecting that this last shot would still be a double-yolked egg. It even came so easily, as if God knew that his refrigerator lacked a door and gave it to him on purpose. Not even if he didn't want it. You thief, God still loves me. Ha ha. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed. The exhaustion in his body swept away with these 2 golden beans. Neither of the 2 golden beans were considered small, and each one Chen Feng estimated to be worth around 600. 2 is a bottom 12,000. And the fridge has been boarded up. Putting the 2 golden beans into the bottle, Chen Feng covered the lid and put it away beautifully, carrying the detector towards the van. He can't wait to go back and sell it and exchange it for a new refrigerator. Just as he was about to approach the van, Chen Feng saw a group of people gathered in front of him by the van. He had thought this was everyone back, chatting and getting ready to get in the car, but on closer inspection he realized it didn't seem right. This was obviously the right number of people, adding up to what seemed like it had to be twice as many as Chen Feng's group. And on closer inspection, why do they seem to be arguing? Seeing this, Chen Feng quickened his pace, trying to figure out what was going on. After Chen Feng approached, he found that it was true. Zheng Ping and his party were quarreling with the opposite side, and that group of people Chen Feng didn't recognize, and even the quarreling was getting more and more intense, as if there was a gesture of striking. Chen Feng stood the detector on the side of the car and flew over. Screw this. I scouted this first and was going to turn around and poke around. How did it become yours? The strange man glared at Zheng Ping and said angrily. Zheng Ping sniffed in anger, pointing at the man and shouting, "You fart! From an hour ago you've been following me around and probing. I let you go and you're as deaf as a deaf. I've just been scouting here, and you're following me here to scout too. Are you looking for a fight?" The man sniffed silkily and said with a cold snort, "I scouted here before. I just forgot the location and have been looking for it. I was here before you guys even got here. Do you know anything about first come, first served? As soon as these words came out, an old gold panner on Chen Feng's side couldn't help but snort and open his mouth. You're fooling around here. We didn't see you guys here when we came in the morning. And there's an unwritten rule in the gold prospector business that when one gold prospector is in the vicinity, another should actively avoid it. What village are you from and do you know the rules? The man who spoke was called Yin Xing, and had been panning for gold with Zheng Ping for a long time, and the two had joined the business together. Screw the rules. I'm from Xiaoqiao village. My name is Li Chunsheng. Why haven't I heard of this rule? The rule in my place is that when my detector goes off, it's mine. So all of you get the hell out of here. Li Chunsheng sneered, pointing at Yin Xing and his group in anger with no trace of politeness. His companions around him also shouted loudly at his words, stepping forward to put pressure on Zheng Ping's group. Yes, these are the rules of our Xiaoqiao village. What are you guys? Get lost. Get out of here. That's right. Get the hell out of our way. Don't hold us back from getting rich. Zheng Ping and his entourage smelled angry teeth itchy. Now these days there are even in the face of robbing goods, but also do not want some face. Chen Feng frowned when he saw this. He knew about Xiaoqiao village. It was notorious for its bad reputation, and it was simply more than correct to describe it as poor mountains and bad water producing unruly people. The village is full of unreasonable people who do everything to steal chickens and dogs. That village wasn't close to Chen Feng's village, so the two villages usually didn't have much contact. But I didn't expect to start a conflict here today. Chapter 71. You pointed out to me again. Wait, you guys were panning for gold over there this morning as I recall, right? Chen Feng said in retrospect at this moment, while pointing in a direction. Zheng Ping and his group had realized that Chen Feng had returned a while ago, but they were just too busy arguing with someone to greet him. Looking at the direction Chen Feng pointed, Huang Fei suddenly realized, squinting at Li Chunxing and the others. Oh, so you're the group in the morning? Li Chunxing narrowed one eye at that and didn't say anything. Brothers, we saw you in the morning, and you should have seen us. It is reasonable to say that there is no owner of this place, and we can pan if you can, but we saw you panning for gold there, and have purposely switched here to make way for you. We're all from the same town. Heads up, heads down, give us face. We'll let you guys have it once. You'll let us have it once. Okay. Chen Feng's words were justified and gave Li Chunxing enough face. The only reason he came out and said that was because the system went off as he walked over. The system went off. So that proved one thing, that there really was a load underneath, not scrap metal. If the system didn't ring, Chen Feng would have advised Zheng Ping to go back. Anyway, it's not worth it. What's the point of getting involved with a bunch of them hooligans? Go home and eat. Although Chen Feng said something very beautiful, but did not think Li Chunxing group simply do not eat this set. Li Chunxing's side of a young man sniffed carrying a shovel in his hand, full of fierce face pointing at Chen Feng. Mother asterisk 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 her. Who the hell are you to talk here? Get the out of my way. Mother asterisk 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 her. Li Chunxing's group was also staring at Chen Feng with fierce eyes, as if he would rush up and beat him up if he said another word. You've got to clean up your mouth. Zheng Ping sniffed and bellowed, pointing at the youth without letting up. Both sides were making loud noises at this point, and it looked like there was going to be a fight. Chen Feng was stunned when he heard the youth's words, and then suddenly laughed out in the next second, gently shaking his head, his hand reaching out to the backpack behind him, gripping the 30-centimeter long steel bar, and murmuring a soft sentence. Asterisk 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 Q. In the next moment, when everyone did not react, Chen Feng's eyes turned cold and directly swung a steel bar viciously towards the arm of the youth pointing at him. Bang! The sound of steel to flesh was so harsh in the midst of a crowd of noisy voices, and everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The next second, the youth's shovel fell to the ground, and a miserable howl tore through his lungs. Ah! The youth clutched his right arm. The pain was so intense that he couldn't straighten his back. The scream was miserable. Li Chunxing looked at his brother, then looked back at the cold-faced Chen Feng, his eyes filled with horror. How could he not expect this youth, who did not look as intimidating as Zheng Ping, to make a direct move without the slightest sign? To know even if they are hooligans fight, also have to give a branch will ah, which has such a word, up directly under the dead hand ah. He was full of anger at this time. His own brother was beaten, where to put his face, and it was hard to believe that he, who often hung around outside, would still be afraid of Chen Feng, a nobody? He swung the shovel in his hand and was about to slash at Chen Feng to get the field back. Asterisk 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 proposed. He hadn't even finished his harsh words, and his hand with the shovel was still in midair when he saw Chen Feng carrying a thumb-thin, long steel bar pointing at him. The level of threat was self-evident, and he was sure that if he dared to drop the shovel, the steel would swing on him the next second. A small shovel used for digging, and a thumb-thick steel bar, which is more lethal is self-evident, simply are not in the same order of magnitude. At this moment, his heart turned over in shocking waves, as well as extreme disbelief. What kind of person goes out for gold and carries a piece of rebar with them? What the hell are you? Nuts! Li Chunsheng, who has always had a reputation for fighting viciously, wimped out at this moment. He really wimped out. If someone else he still dared to go up to try. The key to this kid hands do not even say hello. He really do not dare to guarantee that his steel bar will fall on his head or ass. The hand that was holding the shovel didn't dare to drop it in the end. And the next second he was kicked to the ground by Zhang Ping. The reason why Zhang Ping didn't make a move in the first place wasn't because he wanted to wait and see, simply because he didn't react. Seeing that this kid was going to hit Chen Feng with a shovel, how could he agree, and directly kicked him to the ground. Stepping forward to protect Chen Feng's side, today Chen Feng was standing up for him. Even if he was beaten up, he couldn't let Chen Feng get beaten up. Those people from Xiaoqiao village saw that their bosses were letting people kick them down. How could they still have the ferocious aura they had before? And subconsciously took a step back in the face of the aggressive Chen Feng's group. A few people picked up their boss, Li Chunsheng, and looked at them with a nervous expression. Chen Feng walked up to the youth who was still wailing. The youth looked at Chen Feng with eyes full of hatred, and wanted to clamor to come up and beat Chen Feng. Unfortunately, the moment he saw the steel bars in Chen Feng's hand, he directly swallowed the words in his mouth, too scared to say anything at all. He was really afraid of getting another stick. Just now Chen Feng's blow was too hard, making him feel like his arm was about to break. Drilling pain. Didn't your mama teach you to go out with a clean mouth? Dog. Why don't you try pointing it out to me again? Chen Feng pointed a steel bar at his head and said with icy eyes. The youth lowered his head, not daring to meet Chen Feng's eyes at all, pursing his lips tightly, not even daring to utter a word in pain. Despite Zhang Ping's ferocious color, when he glanced at Chen Feng with his afterglow, he still grinned in shock in his heart. He was so surprised that Peak would go straight for it and hit so hard. This time can be the youth punched, not light. To be honest, just change position a bit. He may not dare to swing that stick. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Fei and the others were also stumped in their minds at this time. They had just been cursing at each other from both sides for half a day, and they were all pissed off by this group. But none of them dared to make the first move, because they looked at the other party who was coming from a bad place. They were afraid that they would not be able to beat the opposite side and suffer. And after Li Chunsheng reported his name, they were even more afraid to make a move. Those hooligans are notorious in the county. Who dares to mess with them? However, he did not expect that Chen Feng would just strike out without the slightest fear. Driven by Chen Feng, they were all a bit hot-blooded at this point. If these guys dared to fight back, they would definitely not hesitate to with them. Martyr. Who goat who grandson? What hooligan not hooligan? Our two shoulders carry a head. Who is afraid of Hua? That's the role of the leader along with the momentum. Chen Feng looked at Li Chunsheng, who stood up, his face uncertain, the steel bar in his hand pointing at him, and opened his mouth with cold eyes. Cursed martyr, you just missed a word. Finish that one word. Li Chunsheng sniffed and stared tightly at Chen Feng, but in the end, he did not dare to say anything. Alright, count on you. I'll make a note of your village. We'll meet again in the future. Chapter 72. Li Chunsheng ran away. After saying that, Li Chunsheng waved his hand and they took a few steps backward and turned around to leave, sort of ceding this one to them. Only after seeing Li Chunsheng's group leave did Zhang Ping and the others slowly loosen the guys in their hands and took a deep breath. Marred. This would really let them bully if there were fewer people. Huang Fei put down the detector in his hand and snorted coldly. He was already about to swing the probe like a stick just now. Fengzi, are you alright? Zhang Ping turned back to look at Chen Feng. It's fine. Chen Feng shook his head as he carried the rebar. Yin Xing looked at the rebar in Chen Feng's hand and said with some surprise, Fengzi, you have this rebar on you all the time? Everyone who heard this also looked at Chen Feng. It was hard to believe that Chen Feng had expected this to happen and had been carrying a weapon with him all along. Chen Feng looked at the rebar in his hand and laughed. Which is not. This is something I just plucked this afternoon. I was going to sell it, but you really don't say. It works pretty well, so why don't I just keep it? Everyone laughed at the words, and Huang Fei looked at the land in front of Zhang Ping. Brother Zhang, hurry up and pair away. Don't have another accident in a while. Zhang Ping nodded at his words, squatted down and pulled out a small shovel, and began to dig into the scrambled piece of cargo. I hope it's a big one. Otherwise we've wasted our efforts. Yin Sheng said with a sigh. The crowd sniffed deeply, but don't almost fight because of this thing, and in the end, realize that it's just a broken iron lump. That would be oops. Zhang Ping dug a spadeful of soil with a shovel and passed it over the detector, and a crowd of people next to him just watched him dig here. After digging about a dozen spades, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo. Everyone's spirits were lifted and they were looking forward to a big shipment. Zheng Ping shook the soil in the shovel and continued over the detector. And in no time, a dark yellow object surfaced in the sandy soil. When that thing appeared in front of the crowd instantly let out an incredulous gasp. And even Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Asterisk 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 is truly golden. My god, we're lucky we didn't give the goods away. If it's this big of a gold, how much does it have to be worth? Zheng Ping looked at the gold in the shovel and couldn't wait to pick it up and examine it. The smile on his face never stopped. It's so big. It feels like it has to be worth 1,034. I've never dug gold this big before. Zheng Ping looked back at the crowd, his words carrying an excitement that was hard to hide. Brother Zhang, you're rich. That's lucky indeed. That's so cool. A piece of 1,334. The crowd let out sounds of amazement, their eyes revealing envy. Although Zheng Ping was happy, he knew in his heart that without everyone's help, the gold would be someone else's, and there would still be a share for him. When we go to the county town and sell the goods later, let's all split it together. Zheng Ping stood up with the gold in his hand and said. Everyone smelled the face of surprise. Just this is after all Zhang Ping panned. Now follow the share of money will not be some sense of robbing while the fire Zhang Ping, why don't we just forget it? We didn't do anything. You can give Feng Zi more points. He made the most effort just now. Yin Xing said with some embarrassment. A total of just 2 people moved. One is Chen Feng, one is Zheng Ping. In reason, Chen Feng more share some no problem. Yes, forget it. Later pan to the good say. After all, our village also cannot watch you get bullied. We will help the field. Someone chimed in. And when Song Hui heard this, the excitement on his face came to an abrupt end, and he couldn't stop cursing in his heart. Grass, what are you guys pretending here? It's not good to share more money. If it wasn't for me, he could have panned for this piece of gold, and I also contributed. So what's the reason why we don't share the money? He just hid at the end and pretended, and he went forward when everyone went on. He is playing a good idea. If he really fights, he will directly run away. Who likes to fight? Anyway, it is not my gold. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he heard that he was going to share the money, he was overjoyed. Such a big piece of gold. Even if there are many people, one person can share more than 100. That's not a small amount. As a result, he was furious when he heard someone arguing for not wanting it. In his opinion, give money don't want is behavior. People give for free, why don't you? Zheng Ping heard the words of the crowd, shook his head and said, that won't work. Score, Peak almost fought with someone, and also definitely need more points. Exactly how much? A little while to sell. Anyway, surely we won't let everyone work for nothing. And today everyone's harvest is not good. One person dips a little more or less to earn a little to subsidize the family. No one objected this time and nodded their heads and got into the car. Chen Feng actually has no intention of splitting the money. Zheng Ping had a hard time finding a big piece, and he is not that bad. But since Zheng Ping said that he had split it, he wouldn't jump in to say that he would stop it, and that he would just follow whatever they decided. When everyone got into the car, Huang Fei started the car and headed for the county, and the people were sighing as they counted their gains for the day. It's over. I didn't get anything today. Another day in the Air Force. Me too. It feels like it's getting harder and harder to pan for gold. I just panned a little silver grain, like there wasn't much left after the road trip. The best haul of the day went to Song Hui, who plucked another small silver grain this afternoon and estimated that he could sell it for $10, which added up to 40 or 50. Huang Fei shook his head as he listened to the size of the crowd behind him, somewhat clueless. The gold rush business is bad, and with it, his business will be bad. What's more, today also bumped into Li Chunqing this kind of thing. In the future more and more people panning for gold. This kind of thing sooner or later will still run into. You let them fight once in a while can be, but we all have families, and wives and children. Come out to pan for gold are for life. Who wants to fight with others every day to be afraid of what should I do? Brother Zhang, why do I feel like there's no hope in this business? Someone sighed and asked Zheng Ping. Zhang Ping, who was also considered the head of the group, sniffed and was somewhat helpless. Although today to find a piece of gold, everyone earns a lot, but this is completely luck. Wait until the next time to find. May have to monkey years and months. I used to be able to make money by panning for gold, and although it wasn't stable every month, it worked out to be okay as a part-time job. But looking at this trend, it is getting harder and harder to pan for gold, and I'm afraid it will be a problem to make ends meet in the future. Hey, this thing is money to buy, but it's worthless to sell. But if the situation continues like this business really can't be done. Yin Xing looked at the detector in his hand and shook his head. He actually likes this line of work, free and uncontrolled. The harvest depends on the sky, better than looking at the face of others to work. It's just that the situation doesn't allow him to keep doing it anymore. People didn't say a word. and they all had it in their minds to back out of the line. After all, people come out to eat, not to play. Chapter 73, A New Gold Rush? Zheng Ping looked ahead with his eyes lifelessly, his mind pondering as he did. He was thinking about the feasibility of a matter. In the middle of the day, he gradually made up his mind and looked back to the crowd and said, "Actually, I ran into an old gold prospector earlier, and the two of us had a pretty good conversation that time, and he told me a lot about gold prospecting. He said he'd actually panned this waste mine before. It was just too small a lode for him to look at, and he'd been to a bigger gold rush than this. It's a solid couple hundred a day there. It's just far away, and he asked me if I wanted to go, and if I wanted to go he could take me with him. I was too scared to go with him because I was new to the business and didn't know any better, but I asked him about the location. I'd like to try it now. What do you think?" Everyone was energized by the news, but they just didn't know if it was reliable, so they asked about it. "Where is that place? Can it really be several hundred a day?" Yin Xing stretched his head and inquired. How come he hadn't even heard Zheng Ping talk about this? He said it is this line. I look at his line also really looks like a gold panner. Not fooling, and he told me a lot of experience. And then I pan for gold or printed. He did not lie to me. Zheng Ping said seriously. "Where is that place?" Huang Fei asked loudly from the front. "A wild mine in Xuling City." He said that it used to be a national mine, but then it was abandoned and not wanted, so it became their gold rush. Zheng Ping replied, "Mound City." Huang Fei's eyes instantly widened at his words. He thought it would be far away, but he did not expect it to be so far away. Xuling City from their county, full more than 1,000 kilometers, driving or 12 hours. This is all across the province. Are you sure you remembered correctly? It's really Xuling City. That's too far away. Huang Fei said with shock in his eyes. I'm sure I didn't misremember. I purposely asked several times. Can I misremember this? Zheng Ping said with extreme certainty. It's so far away. It's a problem for us to eat and drink if we go. And where to stay? We can't go and return the same day. There are inns around the abandoned mine? Yin Xing scratched his head in disbelief. What the heck? It's not like that at all. He told me about it. Zheng Ping waved his hand and spoke to them. That's what gold miners do. Go where the gold is. And he said 1,000 kilometers is too common. Even thousands of kilometers in some cases. Most of the mines are abandoned. And this kind of mine is just like the abandoned mines we have here. Deserted and uninhabited. And you can't even see anyone for 100 miles around. They usually drive themselves, with food and water in the car, and go out for 10 days and half a month, sleeping in the car at night and waking up during the day to pan for gold. Then when you think it's about time, you drive to the nearest city, sell the goods, and buy food and water and necessities. You can go home and rest if you want to, or go on again if you want to. As for the gas, there's really no need to worry about it. It's in the middle of nowhere, but there's bound to be a gas station within 100 miles. That's fine. Zheng Ping's words opened the door to a new world for them, and they thought they were pretty far away when they took a car for an hour to come to the waste mine to pan for gold. I didn't realize it was nothing compared to professional gold diggers. Sounds like a story. Is this really something we can do? Some people couldn't help but feel self-doubt. They are a group of crop farmers, panning for gold to earn some pocket money. How to do more and more big, but also out of the province to pan for gold, and even not even home. What can't that be? As long as you can make money, what's wrong with going out of the province? People can do it, we can also do it. Zheng Ping said firmly. He didn't want to go before. Firstly because he had just joined the industry and didn't understand a lot of things yet, and the waste mine income was small, but it was fine for him, and he didn't want to be too far from home. But now I can't. I really can't make any money if I don't go out. I've been pushed to the limit. Chen Feng listened to Zheng Ping's words. His eyes couldn't help but shed light. He had long wanted to explore the big mines, and Zheng Ping was right about the process. It was exactly the same as the gold diggers he had learned about. Seeing that the income from the waste mine is getting less and less, Chen Feng also understands in his heart that it is not a thing. It didn't affect him for a while, but sooner or later the earnings would fall off, and here 4,000 a day was already the ceiling, and it wasn't likely to go higher than that. Only by going to other big mines can you make money day in and day out like people do and make money like water. Before suffering from the lack of doorway, never thought that Zheng Ping raised this idea today, so the doorway has always been on their side whether others went or not. Chen Feng must go. Then if you go, can you find a place? Someone moved to ask Zheng Ping. After all, it would be a joy to go there in great numbers and not end up finding where that big mine is. Yes, that's the only big mine outside of Xuling City. Of course we can find it. Zheng Ping said confidently. He had seen the map before. That abandoned mine was marked on the map. That's a big deal. We'll have to go home and talk about it. A man said staggeringly. Once you go out and hit the bottom for a week, the cost of the road, although not said now, is out of the province. It must not be expensive, plus food and drink. They will definitely have a good talk with their family and decide if they want to go or not. Da Fei, can this car of yours run long distances? Zhang Ping reached out and asked Huang Fei, his words a little worried. I don't blame him for worrying. This car is really a little bit broken, and I have never been to a long distance. If it breaks down in the middle of the road, there is no village in front of the back of the store, but it's a bad thing. Yes, don't worry, don't look at the car, but no major problems. If I do decide to go out of the province when the time comes, I'll have to pack up the car and tune up all the minor problems. That's over 1,000 kilometers. It's no joke. No need for you guys to say that I'm not comfortable with myself. Huang Fei changed his usual cheeky behavior and said seriously, okay, then don't forget to do some math at home. How much the fare will be charged if you go, so we can be prepared. Zhang Ping admonished. Don't worry, I'll go home and do some math and math. Huang Fei nodded. People want to go to the provinces, but also to be packaged. Huang Fei's car to go. The car is big and good to load things, and we are very familiar with. Can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Unless Yellowfly finally doesn't decide to go, they can find another car. Soon the car arrived at the county seat, and everyone got off the bus in a different atmosphere than usual. Some are wondering about the viability of going out of the province for gold, while others are wondering if they should continue in the business. As is customary, everyone went to Boss White's gold store. The crowd hooted and hollered as they walked in, and Boss White couldn't help but smile once he saw them arrive. Haven't seen you guys for a long time. Have you panned for any big goods in the past few days? Boss Bai asked with a smile, and there was a girl standing beside him. Chen Feng unconsciously raised his head and met the girl's eyes, both of them staring at the same time with wide eyes full of disbelief. A thought popped into his mind at the same time. How is he? How is she? Chapter 74, is he your father? Zhang Ping grinned up at his words and said, today was okay, thanks to Boss Bai's blessing. This is not a self-effacing remark. Today is indeed not bad. Panning a large piece of gold. One person can share more than $100. Daughter, this is the old Zhang's gang I've been telling you about. They're all from the same village. Especially this guy. Before the day are several thousand. You still say I fooled you. Today they are all here. You ask me whether I fooled you. Ha ha. White Boss proudly said to his daughter. Chen Feng stood at the forefront, his right index finger quietly placed on his lips, and made a silent gesture to the girl. The scene was visible only to Boss White and the girl. Chen Feng really hard. Simply 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past. He is killed did not think that this girl actually know with the White Boss. Even look at the way she stood in the counter. As if the relationship is not expensive. And then a closer look. This girl how eyebrows and White Boss so similar. Gotta. The odds are that it's a father-daughter relationship. Yes. Just to say that when I saw the girl at that time, how to feel a little familiar feeling. Chen Feng then how to not think of how. Together so He thought that he could hide it from Boss by changing his gold store. But he didn't realize that he still couldn't hide it. He really wanted to say, how is it? The county gold store let you. White Boss contracted it. A gold store is not enough to open too. How to wear cannot hide And when Boss White saw this scene, he was a bit confused. What did this mean? But being the man he was, he didn't say much. It was better to keep quiet when you didn't know what was going on. The girl, who had a more active mind, understood what was going on at a glance, and slightly collected her expression, pretending to be fine, saying, oh, you're the gold panning genius my dad said. I thought my dad was fooling me, but it turns out I didn't realize there really was this guy. Ha ha. Huang Fei could not help but listen to the energy. Added on the side, that's really not fooling around. We all watched with our own eyes. He can pan for thousands of dollars a day. And even in their own home ground can be planed out of gold. It's called the Gold Rush Sacred Body. I've lost my hand once since my debut, and I followed it that time. The girl pursed her lips at that. She was tempted to say that he actually didn't miss a beat the last time he did it, and panned out over $4,000 almost $5,000. You just don't know it. The girl at this time is also full of want to laugh. Together with their own father said that the customer, and their own opening is actually a person. Wasted their last time also with their own father wanted to compare to see which of the two customers is more powerful, which is also compared to what? Simply is the same person So which one of you is first? Boss White said smiling as he sat at the counter. I'll go first. Zhang Ping walked up and pulled out the only piece of gold. Ooh, good luck. I remember the last time you struck gold was a few months ago. Boss White looked at the gold in surprise. Good luck today. Zhang Ping didn't say much. Boss White brought the gold over to the crucible and lit his own gun to bake it vigorously. In a short while, the gold began to melt and turn into golden water, which glowed with a sparkling light. Boss Bai poured it out. The gold water naturally spread out to form a circle, and when it cooled slightly, Boss Bai picked it up with tweezers and threw it into the water. When it was thrown in, the water immediately made a sublala sound, and Boss White then took it out and dried it off, placing it on an accurate electronic scale. 3.4 grams, $1,360. Cash or cell phone? Boss Bai smiled and looked up to ask. Cash. Zheng Ping thought for a moment and said. Boss Bai counted out 1,306 from the drawer and handed it to Zheng Ping, which was honestly a bit more than Zheng Ping had expected. Just as Zheng Ping was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yin Xing. Just don't split it equally. How to say it's also what you scouted. 100 for each person will do. You give more to Feng Zi. You take the rest. Yin Xing directly made the decision for him. He knew that with Zheng Ping's honest and simple nature, he couldn't say such words, and when he opened his mouth, it was definitely an equal share. But after all, it is Zheng Ping probed. How the equal share is somewhat unreasonable. How to take some more. What do you guys think? Zheng Ping pursed his lips at his words and looked at his other companions. Everyone was fine with it and nodded their heads. $100 was a lot. They hadn't made that much in a long time. Only Song Hui is a little reluctant, but there is nothing he can do. Everyone agrees but he does not agree. That is not looking for trouble. So he didn't say anything and nodded along. Alright, 100 per person then. Zheng Ping began to distribute the money to everyone, counting Huang Fei as a total of 11 people. Zheng Ping first did not give Chen Feng with himself. To the remaining 9 people a person sent $100. So far Zheng Ping hand still left $460. Zheng Ping thought for a moment. Directly own left 200. Hand the rest to Chen Feng. Peek. See if these work. If they don't. Zheng Ping was always ready to take out another 100 and give it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the money, without being told by Zheng Ping, and directly took out 100 and stuffed it into Zheng Ping's hand. Chen Feng took 106 and left Zheng Ping with 300. Fengzi, this won't do. Zheng Ping immediately disagreed at first glance, pulling with Chen Feng. Give it to you and you take it. It's quite a lot for me to take 106. Don't tear it from me. Chen Feng pressed Zheng Ping's hand and said. He valued Zheng Ping as a person more than money. Simple, honest, and kind. He was willing to make this friend. As Boss White watched this scene, even a fool could understand that there was probably something going on in this piece of gold, but no one mentioned it, so he didn't ask. It's one of the things that's been etched in his heart for all the years he's been in business. Don't mind your own business. Don't pry into things that don't concern you. Zheng Ping still wanted to insist, but seeing Chen Feng's firm attitude, he finally nodded and accepted the money. He took this favor to heart. It wasn't just the $100. It was the favor he'd done for himself. Seeing that the money had been divided, some people went up and took out their goods and handed them to Boss White. Boss White couldn't help but sigh quietly when he took a look at the pitiful goods contained in the bottle. It really wasn't even enough money for him to order a spray gun once, and it was too little. When everyone was sold out, Boss Bai couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with eyes full of anticipation. I also don't know how much Chen Feng has gotten this time, and if there's more than last time. Everyone was also looking at Chen Feng at this time. They had been chatting about gold panning in the provinces on the way, and had forgotten to ask Chen Feng about today's harvest. Even worse, there must be a few $100. After all, Chen Feng has been very lucky. In full view of everyone, Chen Feng pursed his lips and pulled out the 2 small bottles, handing them to Boss Bai's counter. A bottle full of silver. The other bottle contained 4 or 5 gold pieces and even a few grains of silver. Chapter 75, Dude went too far. When those 2 bottles appeared, everyone in the room instantly stared with eyes full of disbelief, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Hiss, that's all you got today? My God, why are there still so many? No wonder you didn't come back for lunch today. If this were me, I wouldn't come back for lunch either. Asterisk 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 now. How come all of our incomes are lower and you're the only one who hasn't been affected in the slightest? Dude, that's excessive. Take us personally. Zheng Ping, a group of people at this time have long looked silly. Although before Chen Feng Air Force once, but today a day even before all make up for it. A clean sweep and a comeback. Boss Bai's mouth was similarly slightly open, and he really looked a bit dumbfounded. Although he knew that Chen Feng was very lucky and he was looking forward to his haul, he still couldn't help but be surprised and staggered when so many goods appeared before his eyes. You really don't see many gold diggers with that much luck. The girl gave the same look of disbelief. This looks as if it's more than the last time. Did you poke a hole in the gold? LOL. Faced with the shock of the people in the room, Chen Feng couldn't help but turn around and smile, revealing a mouthful of his own large white teeth as he said rather smugly, "Know anything about the gold rush, holy body? Asshole." He didn't want to pretend, but really, the atmosphere was here. Everyone saw it. What can you do? Might as well just load it down and make it normal. After all, It's not normal for a person to not be loaded when they've struck so much gold, right? As for hiding the harvest, it would have to wait until he had his own car, a plan that was already on the agenda in his mind. Boss Bai, don't just stand there. I'm still waiting for the money to go out in style. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow at Boss Bai and said, "Oh, good." Boss Bai only remembered that he had things to do after being reminded by Chen Feng. It's no good just admiring the pile of gold and silver. Boss White poured the vial of silver into the crucible, then poured the gold onto a small tray and picked up the silver inside and put it into the crucible with it. This time that previously empty crucible was filled right up, and Boss White looked cool. It's still a good idea to refine goods like this. Lighting the gun and rolling up his sleeves, Boss White was close to standing up. As the flames baked, those silver seemed like melted ice cream and began to gradually soften and drip. After the passage of time, it all eventually turned into a puddle of silver water. For the first time, Boss White pulled his own mold out from under the counter, held the crucible with tongs, and poured the silver water into the mold. After all, the silver is a little too much, which if poured out directly, it shall not be a big puddle. It is time to go on the mold. When it had cooled down almost enough, Boss White took his tools and dismantled the mold. A small silver nugget appeared right in front of everyone. Boss White couldn't wait to get the little silver nugget onto the electronic scale, which kept jumping upward. Eventually, the number was fixed at 154 grams. 154. Holy! Boss White was amazed that it was more than he had predicted. Silver is 8. 154 times 8. That's 1232. As soon as this number came out, Huang Fei and the others couldn't help but gasp in awe. I've sold over 1,000 in silver alone. My God! Next to the main event gold, White Boss rubbed his palms, poured all the gold into the crucible, lit the gun fierce roast. Just as the gold began to gradually melt and was about to turn into gold water, the gun began to fail, and the flames gradually became smaller. Ha! Boss White looked at the gun in wonder and turned the knob a little wider. Only this action didn't work, and Boss White instantly realized that it was out of gas. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dropping the chain at a critical moment, Boss White turned off the gas, unscrewed the nozzle, took a new gas canister from under the counter and screwed it on, light the gun and start slamming the grill on the gold again. I have to say, the new cans are just fierce and the flames all look more punchy than they did earlier. The gold quickly melted into golden water, bubbling in the crucible, and Boss White poured it out. After it cooled down a bit, Boss White threw it into the water, fished out, dried, and placed on the electronic scale under everyone's expectant gaze. 11.7. Zheng Ping looked at that number and exclaimed in shock. My God, how much does this cost? Someone next to him grinned. Boss White sniffed and directly took out a calculator, and an electronic female synthesized voice followed. 0. 11.7 times 400 equals 4680, 4608, almost 5,000. A look of surprise appeared on Boss Bai's face. Adding the pieces together totals 4,608 plus 1,232 equals 5,912. Boss Bai looked at Chen Feng and marveled. I did not expect that this time. Chen Feng's income was straight to 6,000. There's a piece of gold that was plucked yesterday. Don't be so surprised. Chen Feng lost his smile as he looked at Boss Bai's expression. You just removed 1,000, which is quite a lot. Boss White grinned and opened the money box. Boss Bai, I want a cell phone. Don't give me cash. Chen Feng opened his mouth when he saw him. Oh, I need a cell phone this time. That's fine. I don't have much cash left. Boss Bai nodded his head and pulled out his cell phone, ready to scan Chen Feng's collection code. Make it a whole 6,000. Chen Feng pulled out his cell phone and smiled at Boss Bai. Boss Bai smiled helplessly at his words. Small business. Thin profits can't afford to give a. After saying that, he pressed $5,920 on his cell phone and paid it to Chen Feng. Seeing that Boss Bai still gave a whole lot to put together, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile and gave Boss Bai a wink. This would be fine. And Chen Feng didn't ask him to really give up to 6,000. Only when Boss Bai said that he couldn't afford the thin profit, Chen Feng laughed and didn't take it seriously at all. 2 gold stores? What a concept. Said the county plucked that group is not too much. Said the thin prophet who will really believe Chen Feng quietly raised an eyebrow at the girl on his way out as a greeting, while the girl rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. Let's go. Back to dinner. Huang Fei said as he waved the car keys in his hand, and the crowd greeted Boss Bai and walked out the door. When they all left, Boss Bai couldn't help but look back at his daughter and say, What's the situation? You know him? The girl sniffed while she shrugged and said, This guy is the one who went to my store last time to sell his goods. I didn't realize that. Together, the person you're talking about and the person I'm talking about are the same person. Boss Bai was filled with shock at his words. You mean he's the one who sold you thousands of dollars worth of goods last time? Doesn't that mean this guy didn't even have air power last time? Boss Bai was filled with astonishment and really felt a bit outrageous. Is it true that some people are born to do this? It seems that the last time he went to my place to sell his goods, he was afraid of being too flashy, and wanted to hide it from his companions, and from you in the meantime. Chapter 76, 6,000 a day doesn't just buy you a refrigerator. It's just a pity that what he doesn't know is that of the 5 gold stores in this county, our family accounts for 3. The girl said with a lost laugh. Sell and sell, or sell our family to come. Boss Bai sniffed and nodded gently. No problem. A little guarded heart is normal. After all, the wealth is not exposed. No wonder he just made a gesture. I didn't understand what it meant, so it was for you to keep quiet and help him hide it. I'm not going to have nothing to say about it. Since he wants me to help him hide it, I'll do it for him, the girl said with a smile. After being around her own father for so long, she hadn't learned anything else, but she had taken one article to heart. Never mind your own business, especially if it has nothing to do with you. That way you can get into a lot less unnecessary trouble. The crowd quickly returned to the village, and Chen Feng carried the piece of angle iron back home when he got off the bus. It's not a good idea to keep it in other people's cars. Let's go to old Mrs. Zhang's place tomorrow and sell it. As for the steel bar, Chen Feng suddenly didn't want to sell it because it was really smooth to use, so just keep it for defense. Pushing the door into the house, Lu Ping was waiting for Chen Feng at the dining table, and as soon as she looked up, she saw the large piece of angle iron in Chen Feng's hand. What is this? This is also something you plucked out? Lu Ping said incredulously as she looked at the angle iron. It's been a couple days now, or I plucked it earlier. It's been sitting in the yellow flyer and I'm too lazy to sell it. I just took it down today, and I can't keep putting it in people's cars. I'll sell it tomorrow. I can also sell $10. Chen Feng put the angle iron on the door, unloaded the equipment, hit the basin of water ready to wash his face. It looks really good. It's a strange pity to sell it, Lu Ping said as she sized up the piece of angle iron. What can I do if I don't sell it? But it takes up space. Chen Feng picked up the soap and rubbed it a few times. Lu Ping is this character. Maybe the older generation is like this. See what things cannot be sold, cannot be thrown, in fact, stay are not much use. And even sometimes some things Chen Feng secretly lost, Lu Ping cannot find. Simply forget about this crop. He felt like it was time for him to buy her a book on disconnection so she could change that. Chen Feng washed his face and sat down at the dining table to pick up his chopsticks. Nice dish today. Garlic moss stir fry plus a pot of boiled pork slices. Right. I'll place an order later. Just the refrigerator we looked at last time? Chen Feng looked up as he thought about it. What? You really found a refrigerator? Lu Ping asked in surprise. Hey, getting a refrigerator in a day isn't a breeze. I sold almost $6,000 total today, and I'll have $5,000 left over after I take out the nuggets of gold I got from digging in the ground. Not to mention a refrigerator. Adding another washing machine would be enough for you, Chen Feng said with a smile. Don't. Our washing machine is still good. It's old but still works. As soon as Lu Ping heard this she quickly stopped it. She was really afraid that Chen Feng would really buy a washing machine back. Alright, then we won't buy a washing machine for now. Anyway, the useful ones are used first. Chen Feng chucked a mouthful of vegetables and said, he was just teasing his mother. How could he really buy a washing machine back? Right, Mom. Zheng and the others are now researching to go out of the province to pan for gold, so I guess I'll get a letter in a few days. If it works, I'll go along, Chen Feng said as he took a bite of his meal. Outside the province? What's the point of going outside the province for a good reason? The waste mines can't even accommodate you guys? Lu Ping frowned and said, after all, in her opinion, outside the province is not familiar with life, so far away inevitably have some accidents, which has the home to save worry. And there's enough to gain now. So what's the point of going out there and having a good time? Mom, that's if I can. Zhang and the others don't have that kind of gain. You're not mistaking them all for me. They've been getting worse and worse harvests lately. Almost Air Force today. Road kill. If I don't go outside the province again, I really have to quit this business. Chen Feng pursed his lips. Ah, they harvested that poorly? Lu Ping said unexpectedly. To be honest, in Lu Ping's heart, she really subconsciously thought that if Chen Feng's harvest was so good, others shouldn't be bad either. Even 100 or 80 a day wouldn't be good. It was just that she hadn't expected that the original gap between them and Chen Feng was so large that it was a bit outrageous. What do you think? Zhang was just talking about this road today, saying it's a wild mine in Chuling City. That's much bigger and more rewarding than what we have here. More than 1,000 kilometers from here, Chen Feng explained to his own mother. It's so far away, so you won't be able to get back that day. Lu Ping thought that Chen Feng and the others were still going the same day and returning the same day as they are now, only with a farther distance. But I didn't expect it to be so far away. Over 1,000 kilometers is no joke. Can't come back. Tentatively, after going and poking around for a few days and then coming back and just eating and sleeping in the mine, Chen Feng explained. How to eat? That is not a waste mine. There are restaurants and inns? Lu Ping wondered. No, just bring enough food when you leave and sleep in the car. Where is the inn restaurant in that place? It would be so much easier if it did. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. My God, how come you guys are getting bigger and bigger? You want to go so badly? Lu Ping frowned and said. In her heart, she did not want Chen Feng to go. Just in the waste mine is quite good. Chen Feng's current state in harvest. She is already very content. Must go. There is estimated to harvest can be much more than here. In here to earn 3 or 4,000 a day. It is estimated that in there to earn tens of thousands. Assuming of course that it has to be really the same as what Zhang said. It can be said that the only variable now is here. We have not been to Tsuling City. Zheng Ping also just heard people say. The specific how no one knows. Okay, then you have to go can be everything ready. Cross province is not a joke. Lu Ping admonished. I know it in my heart. Chen Feng laughed. Well, tomorrow your Auntie Wang is coming. So since you're at home, don't wander off. You always have to take a look when you come. Lu Ping remembered to say. Auntie Wang, what is she doing here? Chen Feng frowned slightly. Auntie Wang is a distant relative of Chen Feng's family, who has been living in the county town. And the two families are not too far away but not too close either. And they occasionally come and go. Just Chen Feng's impression of Aunt Wang is not very good. Always love to take advantage of small advantages. Every time you come to either take some of Chen Feng's family's eggs and duck eggs, or what just down the vegetables. Our relatives Lu Ping is also embarrassed to say not to give. Anyway, some things are not very valuable. So much so, but Chen Feng is not to see her. Who knows? Then she said she wants to come. You can't say no. Lu Ping was also a bit clueless. In fact, Auntie Wang is not bad, but she is too fond of taking small advantages. Alright, Chen Feng nodded and stood up to serve himself a bowl of rice. After eating, Chen Feng lay back in his house and placed an order for the refrigerator in his shopping cart. Donzi is still fast. Even if it's a village, it can be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 77, How can the Gold Rush Holy Body be in the Air Force? Huang Fei returned home and washed his hands before going to the table to eat. He had been starving for a long time. What's up today? Huang Fei's mother said as she poured him a cup of boiling water. Don't mention it. Air Force. Luckily Zhang found a piece of gold and split 100 each. Otherwise they'd even be on the road. Huang Fei waved his hand and took a bite of a large onion. $100 each? Why did Zheng Ping share the gold he found with you? Huang Fei's father was quite puzzled. It didn't make sense yet. This gold panning almost did not dry up with people. Xiao Qiao village people came over to grab the goods. They have to do it. Of course we cannot wimp out. Looking at Zheng was robbed. In the end, the guy from Xiao Qiao village wimped out. Zheng dug out the goods. I didn't expect it to be a really big piece of goods. And after selling it, we all split it. Huang Fei grunted. Obviously very dissatisfied with this gang in Xiao Qiao village. Xiao Qiao village? Huang Fei's mom was shocked at his words. Those were notorious rogue villages. And never thought they'd start panning for gold. Or even collide with them. They actually wimped out? You guys didn't fight? Huang Fei's father was also shocked. Huang Fei, this group of people have a few pounds and two. Huang Fei, his father, can be two counted. Let them work farming life, that is a good hand. But you have to say that fighting and beating. How can it be the opponent of the gang of hooligans in Xiao Qiao village? Not to let people beat up and come back is not bad. How can it make Xiao Qiao village people step back? This is also too incredible. It's also my brother Feng. That's really not spoiled at all. Originally brother Feng even reasoned with them and laid out the facts. But it turned out that they didn't listen. Not only did they scold brother Feng, but they also looked like they wanted to beat up brother Feng. Feng saw this and pulled out a steel bar. And without saying a word of nonsense, he directly beat the people from Xiao Qiao village honestly with a stick. You did not see At that time brother Feng really handsome. A person carrying a steel bar? Against a group of people are not afraid. Finally that called Li Chunsheng goat. This only to save the goods. Otherwise, the goods will really be robbed. Huang Fei's eyes were still full of vigor when he mentioned it now. And even his address to Chen Feng had changed. Chen Feng made a move? Huang Fei's mom was surprised. That's true. Or else those hooligans from Xiao Qiao village would be afraid? Huang Fei nodded affirmatively. Huang Fei's father subconsciously nodded his head and sighed. Evil people still need to be ruled by evil people. This gang of hooligans is probably the first time they've encountered hooligans who are even more hooligans than them. Huang Fei's mother couldn't help but admonish at this time. You can hide far away next time. Don't really fight and give you a beating. How criminal. Huang Fei immediately shook his head when he heard this. That won't do. How can I wimp out at this point? I've copied the detector. As long as they dare to make a move, I'll whip it up the next moment. His mom heard this no good scolded, you horse is stupid or smart, but also swing detector. More than $3,000 for you to use as a stick broken who compensate you. Couldn't care less at the time. Huang Fei scratched his head and said, he really didn't think of this layer either. Indeed we have to stay away. There are no good people in Xiaoqiao village. It's a crime to mess with them all. Huang Fei's father is also a little scrupulous. After all, we are all people who live their lives honestly. Who wants to cause this trouble for nothing? These guys are like toads. Sometimes they can disgust you without biting you. Huang Fei sniffed without saying anything. Zheng Ping is really good. He even shared 100 with you guys. Huang Fei's father nodded his head, an appreciative gaze in his eyes. It doesn't matter how much money is involved. The key is that people have this heart. That's true. Brother Zhang Man can do it. Huang Fei agreed. Just this 100 today. You didn't get any goods at all? Huang Fei's mother asked curiously. No, half of everyone is in the Air Force. It's a slump right now. Huang Fei spoke a bit sheepishly. After all, he just poked around for a few hours and went back to sleep, and then went back to sleep after lunch. And he still let the noise from Zhang Ping's side wake him up. It's true that there's a recession. I've told you not to do it, you don't agree. You might as well drive properly. So Chen Feng is in the Air Force too. Ha? Huang Fei's mother said with some complaint. How can he Air Force? People today and earn several thousand. Good guy. Silver directly pow bubbling out. A bottle are not loaded down. Huang Fei recalled the shock of the time cannot help but stagger. Especially when the little silver nuggets were refined at that time. It was a real envy. What? Why is he so much? Huang Fei's mother said with instantly wide eyes in disbelief. How they all Air Force? Chen Feng on several thousand earned. How? The goods are letting him amassed, is it? This is a bit too outrageous. Are you guys poking around in the same place or not? People are lucky. They were empty once last time. They can still be empty this time. Huang Fei did think it was normal. After all, it was just like Chen Feng himself said. Gold rush sacred body. You can't envy it. There are lucky people in every line of work in every profession. It's quite normal. Then this luck is not generally good. A trip or catching up with you guys for a year. Know you next time with his ass after the panning it. Even pick up some leaks are enough for you. Huang Fei's mother suggested. Huang Fei sniffed and immediately lost a laugh and said, we are really a pair of mothers. My first time is so dry. To Chen Feng are dry helpless. He said you're panning behind me. And if there's gold, I'm the one who panned it out first. So what else are you going to get? That's what I thought when I heard it. You're not sick in the head if you're still poking around after people who are sure they don't have the goods. Hearing this, Huang Fei's father rolled his eyes on the side and said in a good-natured manner, that idea of both of your mothers is not something a normal person could come up with. It's also really stepping on talent. Huang Fei's mother was a little unconvinced by what she heard, but for a moment she didn't know how to retort, and could only stare at Huang Fei's father. Right. Zheng said that he's studying to go panning for gold outside the province in the next few days, so I'll drive them if it's okay. Huang Fei mentioned. Out of province gold rush? Huang Fei's parents were simultaneously stunned at his words, somewhat unable to understand. Huang Fei opened his mouth to explain to them what was going on, and only after listening did they slowly nod their heads. It can't be helped. It can't be helped but to go outside the province to gamble. Huang Fei's mother understood Zheng Ping's thoughts. The only problem now is, if I really have to go, how much do I charge to get there? I haven't run long distance before. Huang Fei was a little confused. Huang Fei's father's eyes were streaming with thought, and one by one, he began to add to his list. Highway, car wear and tear, money for food and gas. No matter how many people, if you go on this trip, you have to charge a minimum of $2,500 before you can go. Any less would be pointless. Huang Fei's father pursed his lips and said, 2005. Okay, I'll discuss it with them then. Huang Fei nodded and did the math himself to see if there was anything lacking. Chapter 78, No, you can't go home and sleep tomorrow. By the time night came, it was time for Huang Fei's family to go to bed. But unfortunately Huang Fei couldn't sleep at all. He slept all day. He'll be damned if he'll sleep at night. Lying in bed and tossing and turning, he eventually sat up, went to the kitchen for a drink of water, sat on a stool and lit a cigarette. Huang Fei's father also came out to use the restroom at this time, and seeing Huang Fei sitting on a stool smoking, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and open his mouth to inquire. What? Insomnia? Well, not too sleepy. Yellow fire covered up. Tired like that yesterday and panning for gold all day today. Aren't you sleepy? Huang Fei his father grunted and said. If this were usual, Huang Fei would have shouted tired. I guess fell on the bed and called cannot wake up. How can still be so spirited? His father, who simply knew Huang Fei too well, poured himself half a glass of water and drank it all in one go. then spoke as he walked back. Next time, just go straight home and sleep in the car. Save yourself the pain of not sleeping well in the car. After saying that, he went inside and continued to sleep, leaving Huang Fei embarrassed in the kitchen by himself. I did not expect. Eventually was found. Can only say that no, the son is not like the father. His own a pouting ass. Is dry thin his father no. Hey. Huang Fei sighed and stood up to go back to his house. Having wanted to maintain a good image of being down to earth and willing to work, I didn't expect it to collapse within a few days. The next day, Chen Feng ate in the morning and sat in the sun in front of the door to smoke. The warm sunlight basked on Chen Feng, causing him to squint slightly. This would have been so comfortable with a recliner, if you ignored the chicken poop smell coming from the gusts next to it. Of course, it can't be helped that Chen Feng's place is not as big as other people's, and next to the house is a place to raise chickens. Next to the chicken coop there is a pigsty that holds 2 or 3 pigs. It's just empty right now and not raised. Lu Ping liked to raise these things, and Chen Feng was prepared to build her a separate large place dedicated to raising these animals if he built a new house in the future. Mom, the pig pen is empty. Or else grab 2 piglets and throw them in. Sweet and sour pork for New Year's? Chen Feng shouted to Lu Ping from the doorway. Lu Ping was in the house tidying up the house and opened her mouth with a sniff. Okay, you can catch them if you want. And I didn't have the money before. And the 2 piglets plus the feed money was quite a lot. So I didn't spare any. It's not so bad now. So let's catch 2 and sell 1 to kill 1 in the new year. Lu Ping didn't have an opinion. Chen Feng nodded his head, ready to see whose old sow is laying and get himself 2 or 2 over. At this time Chen Feng's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He picked it up. Hello? Hello customer? This is Samdong. The refrigerator you purchased has arrived. Is there anyone at home? Should I deliver it to you now or later? Someone. You send it over now. Chen Feng said with some surprise. Although I knew Dongzi was fast, I didn't expect it to be so fast. I ordered in the evening and it arrived in the morning. I thought it would take the afternoon. Okay customer, the refrigerator will be delivered within 2 hours. Chen Feng hung up the phone and returned to the house. Lu Ping heard him on the phone and couldn't help but inquire. What's wrong? The refrigerator has arrived? Well, that was fast. Chen Feng got on his hands and prepared to move the old refrigerator out. It's really a refrigerator. This Mao Dong is really efficient. How can it be so fast? Lu Ping was surprised. My lord, times have changed. Long gone are the times of old. This is in the countryside. If you're in the city, whatever you buy online will arrive in the last few days. Chen Feng held the refrigerator and moved out. Lu Ping saw this and rushed forward to give a hand. The two moved the old refrigerator outside the house. Lu Ping looked at the old refrigerator and said, "What to do with this? Keep it or sell it for scrap iron? I'm sure I'll sell it for scrap metal. What's the point of keeping it? It doesn't work. I'll see about going to old Mrs. Zhang's this afternoon. Doesn't she collect these things? And sell the angle iron by the way." Chen Feng clapped his hands and searched for a moment. Old Mrs. Zhang can give how much money? No, 1 day to pull the county to sell. Will be a little more, right? Lu Ping finally calculated said. Quickly pull down. So big pull are not good to pull. Even if you pull to the county town is to give more $8 are not enough to toss. Chen Feng immediately shook his head when he heard. Alright then. Lu Ping also knew it wasn't a good pull and could only nod her head in agreement. An hour or so later, a van drove into the village and arrived at the gate under Chen Feng's guidance. Hey yeah, this is it. Chen Feng beckoned and said. 2 men, the driver and the loader, lifted down the refrigerator, which came with a wooden frame. For fear of a bump, 2 men carried the refrigerator into the house, where they removed the wooden frame and moved it to its designated spot. At this time Auntie Wang also got off the car at the entrance of the village. She looks fat, a classic middle-aged woman with fine curly hair, carrying an empty shopping pocket. I do not know what to prepare to load. Just after entering Chen Feng's house, she saw a van parked in front of the door, and she couldn't help but be filled with doubt. What's the big deal? What's going on here? When she walked into the house, she saw Chen Feng and Lu Ping busy in the house, and 2 men in red short sleeves lifting a refrigerator. Aya, what's this? You bought a new refrigerator? Auntie Wang walked in and said in surprise. Well nah, it's not that the refrigerator at home is broken. Xiaofeng just bought one. You sit down quickly. Lu Ping saw her come in and hurriedly greeted her. Okay, I'm not tired. Auntie Wang stared at the refrigerator curiously. Auntie Wang. Chen Feng looked up and greeted. Hey, little Feng is at home. Aunt Wang smiled back. After lifting the refrigerator into position, plugging it in and trying nothing, Chen Feng clicked to confirm receipt. The 2 staff members drove away, and Aunt Wang looked at the refrigerator and couldn't help but ask. It's really nice, a big refrigerator. This has to be more than 1,000, right? Well, It's not bad. Lu Ping nodded and didn't say how much. Say it like you're showing off. You can interpret it however you want. Indeed not bad. Quite good. Little Feng is really grown up now. Looking manly. Auntie Wang looked at Chen Feng and complimented. She does not know what Chen Feng is doing now. Just you on the door of others. Always have to praise people. Anyway, do not care how. So it is always right. In response, Chen Feng smiled and did not say anything. What is Wang Shun doing now? Still at the construction site? Lu Ping inquired. Wang Shun is Auntie Wang's husband. Well nah, he's still doing it at the construction site. What the heck? This mustn't be for the little grandson to earn milk powder money. Aunt Wan laughed. Mom your daughter-in-law are pregnant quite good. You this child are married. Grandchildren have. Nothing to bring children what a good day. Lu Ping laughed. I don't know if it's a granddaughter or a grandson yet. Just 6 months. Aunt Wang waved her hand. And the smile on her face didn't stop. Hearing this, Chen Feng sort of figured out how Auntie Wang suddenly came. This is to tell the letter in advance. So that we can go to the county seat to drink later Chapter 79. Why don't you give your nephew a silver lock? This time, $200 are gone. But the favor is not a matter of Chen Feng. After all, it is also a good thing. Chen Feng, go buy some food and eat here for lunch. Lu Ping Branch said. No. I'll just stay for a while and then leave. Auntie Wang sniffed and spoke in a hurry. Of course it's just token politeness. Can you say you're staying for dinner? Other than that, it's not easy to come. Why don't we have a meal? Lu Ping advised and told Chen Feng to go buy food. Just get whatever you want. Don't need to buy too much. They are all your own family members being polite. Auntie Wang turned around and instructed Chen Feng. Okay, it's fine. Chen Feng took his cell phone with a smile and went to the vegetable store. Soon Chen Feng came back with the dishes. Lu Ping started cooking and Auntie Wang followed to help. A meal was ready. Everyone sat down and started eating. Aunt Wang casually asked Chen Feng. What is little Feng doing now? Do you have a job? Yes, it's panning for gold with the village people now. Chen Feng replied. Oh, panning for gold can be good. If you pan out a big gold brick one day, won't you get rich? Aunt Wan looked at Lu Ping and laughed. Hey, don't expect to have that luck. Just be able to earn a living. Lu Ping lost her smile and opened her mouth. What is it like now? How much can I earn in a day? Aunt Wang asked with some curiosity. Not bad. 1 day harvest is good. 1 day more and 1 day less. This business depends on luck. Lu Ping replied vaguely. If you can earn 100 or 8 a day, that's not bad. No better than working outside. Auntie Wang took a bite of food and said. That can. He's been pretty lucky lately. Eat your food. Lu Ping nodded her head and politely said. Hey, well, little Feng, do you pan for gold or silver? Or what? Auntie Wang didn't really know the business. So she asked. Gold and silver are available. And the other scrap iron and stuff isn't worth much. Chen Feng replied. Oh, so, Aunt Wang's eyes twitched as a thought flashed through her mind. After a couple sentences of idle chit-chat, Auntie Wang pretended to be unconcerned as she opened her mouth to Chen Feng. Little Feng, that's silver you plucked out. Can you save some for me? Chen Feng froze at his words and looked up, unable to help but ask. What's wrong? What do you want? This is not it. Your little nephew is about to be born. I thought to give him a long lifelock. Is now you know. Outside to buy too expensive. As well as their own fight. You happen to be in this line of work. Why don't you leave me some silver? Aunt Wang said with eyes full of anticipation. Chen Feng heard that it is not impossible. The finished silver outside now should be around $10–11. The silver of their own panning is $8. Eliminating the middleman to earn the difference. Even out of a handmade fee can save some. How many grams are you going to hit? Chen Feng inquired. Almost 200 grams will do. As soon as Aunt Wang heard this, she thought with a smile on her face and said. It was obvious that Chen Feng was ready to agree to it. 200 grams? That's really not small. Normal long life locks aren't just 100 grams. You're really generous with your little grandson. Lu Ping laughed in surprise. They are all their own children. It's not a loss to give them to him. Besides it doesn't depend on little Feng. Aunt Wang piled on the smiles and said. 200 grams. I'll have to save up for a while then. It's not a small amount. Chen Feng raised his head and said. Chen Feng was ready to give it to her in a month. If it was too fast it looked like he had made a lot of money. Okay. For as long as it takes. However convenient for you. As long as you can save up before he is born. Auntie Wan was generous and smiled heatedly. Well, then just give me a capital. I can't make you any money. I'll send it to you when I'm done refining. $8 a gram. Chen Feng said after calculating for a while. Maybe you have to take a bit of silver refining fee yourself. After all, if you sell it to the gold store owner, he doesn't charge for it. But if you say you take it to him to refine it, how can they refine it for you for nothing? But it doesn't matter. We're related. So let's take a ride. Just didn't expect. When this word came out, Aunt Wang's face was suddenly embarrassed. She hesitated and said, Peek, you see that there is no cost for you to pan for gold. It's just a matter of moving your hands. And that's also your little nephew. Just think of it as a couple days of wasted labor and send him on his way. When Aunt Wang said this, Lu Ping and Chen Feng instantly froze, almost looking at Aunt Wang with disbelief. So you're blathering here. You're trying to whore yourself out for nothing. Chen Feng couldn't believe his ears. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? 200 grams of silver. That is $1,600. You even think I give you for free? You horse think what? Your grandson and my grandson? Why should I give you a lock for nothing? Because you're shameless? Lu Ping at this time also just heard to understand. No wonder Aunt Wan usually so stingy people, but will give her grandson to play at 200 grams of long life locks. So you're here for nothing and you're eating the wrong people, right? Why don't you say just give your grandson a 10-pound one? Nigga, that's so heavy. Chen Feng was a bit speechless with anger, not even knowing what to say. Half a day before pursing his lips and said, play silver why? How no row? Directly play a gold how good? 200 grams is also light. Directly to a caddy. That much flash Chen Feng's words were so unpleasant that anyone could hear the yin and yang. Auntie Wang also shook her head and said, no. The silver one is quite good. The gold one is too expensive. How much does that cost? Your money doesn't come from the wind. And you know it's not a windfall. If you hadn't told me I wouldn't have known. I would have thought it grew in the ground from the sky. Your grandson is born and you don't send a long lifelock. So I should? Are you kidding me? My grandson? Chen Feng directly disliked it, his face pulling down. Chen Feng. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to flip out, Lu Ping couldn't help but kick him in a hurry. If you don't agree with her, it's the end of the line. Don't say ugly things. They're all relatives. It's not good to be too ugly. I'm not thinking about you panning for gold every day. Is that thing easy to come by? Auntie Wang's face was a little embarrassed and said sarcastically, I see that it's quite easy for my aunt's husband to carry cement every day at the construction site. So why don't you ask him to give me the money to spend? I happen to want to buy a car. Whoever spends it isn't spending it. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks, not being the least bit polite. Chen Feng, are you crazy? Lu Ping pushed Chen Feng hard, feigning annoyance, practically in his heart. He gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. Nice work. After all, when Chen Feng said such things, he could be taken as a child who didn't know any better. But if Lu Ping said it, the nature would change. In the countryside, as long as you're not married, you're a child. Don't act like a child. He's just like that. He doesn't know any better. Lu Ping looked at Aunt Wang with apologetic eyes and said, as to how much of that apology was sincere, it's hard to say. It's fine. The child's temper is still the same as when he was a child. Ha ha ha. Aunt Wang barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Chapter 80, there are no goose eggs in the county. Are there? That Chen Feng actually can't pluck that much silver. Can't we just let him ask for you and see where it's sold cheap? Lu Ping suggested. It's just that the meaning of this is also very clear. If you buy it is okay. As for whoring, then you don't want to think about it. It's fine. Let's talk about it later then. The child hasn't been born yet. There's no hurry. Aunt Wang heard this and pushed back a bit. She also understood Lu Ping's meaning very well now. A meal was quickly finished, although there was some disharmony, but under Lu Ping's conciliation, it also seemed okay. After all, as long as Chen Feng didn't say anything, the atmosphere was quite good. You're leaving. Why don't you sit a little longer? Lu Ping couldn't help but be polite when she saw that Auntie Wang had the intention to leave. No, there won't be a car any later, Auntie Wang said as she stood up with an empty shopping bag in her hand. So you'll take some of the food from home? After all, when people come, some specialties from the countryside should always bring her a little bit, without looking at her, but also for the sake of Wang Shun. None of it is really worth anything, like the shredded and dried string beans that I couldn't grow and eat myself last fall, and some dried potatoes from the cellar, some eggs laid by the family chickens and ducks, and that's about it. Okay, Wang Shun is willing to eat these things. I usually don't eat much. Aunt Wang hemmed and hawed and opened the pocket. Hearing this, Chen Feng could not help but roll his eyes. What you do not eat, which you have not eaten less. Lu Ping took out a bag of shredded bean curd and a small bag of dried potatoes in the cabinet under the kitchen. I didn't get much last year, and this is all that's left. Lu Ping put it in a bag for her. Okay. These will be enough to eat for a while. Auntie Wang nodded repeatedly. Then Lu Ping opened the cellar and took a plastic bag to give her some potatoes. Of course Lu Ping did not all pick good to her. There are some just about to sprout. or put into a plastic bag by Lu Ping. You can't give the big ones. You have to keep them for yourself. Take these for you. I'm afraid you're too heavy to hold them. Lu Ping came out of the cellar, carrying half a bag of potatoes in her hand and handed it to Aunt Wang. This is not Lu Ping buckle. This is really afraid that she cannot hold. Half a bag of potatoes, also more than 10 pounds. She still have to catch the car back to the county all the way to the home. Okay, this is enough to eat. You do not know. The county sells what can be expensive. This potato or almost cannot afford to eat. Aunt Wang took the plastic bag and put it into a big shopping bag and said with a big grin, potatoes are just expensive in this season now. Lu Ping also spoke up. Is there anything missing? Lu Ping asked Aunt Wang as she patted the ash on her hands. Nothing more, nothing more. That's quite a lot. It's just that Auntie Wang was a little hesitant when she said this. That one. Is there any goose or duck eggs or something? Bring me 2. For my daughter-in-law's tonic. Okay, then I'll load you up with 2. It's been cold lately and these chickens, ducks and geese haven't laid many. Lu Ping said while looking for goose eggs for Aunt Wang. Lu Ping added together a dozen for Auntie Wang, and handed the plastic bag to Auntie Wang. Never hold it well. Don't break it. If it breaks, it's all for nothing. Lu Ping barked out. That. Is there any more? Auntie Wang looked at the goose eggs in the bag and wanted a few more. There are no goose eggs for sale in the county? Chen Feng was a bit unable to resist from the side. That's no way to take advantage of a situation. It's not over yet. Why don't you just take the ducks and geese with you to your house? This is not afraid that the goose eggs sold in the county are fake. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and I don't dare to give them to eat indiscriminately. Aunt Wang found a reason to cover up and said, how do you fake that thing? Is it hard to believe that there are eggs laid by a male goose? Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said, the county's goose eggs are collected from scattered households in the surrounding countryside. She is just afraid of spending money. The whole so useless. It's also not possible to have counterfeiting. Don't talk nonsense when you're a kid. Lu Ping glared at Chen Feng, then told Auntie Wang, recently the family didn't lay many geese. This is all. If you want to eat, wait for some days before you come back. Okay, so that's all for now. You said it's weirdly embarrassing to take so many things as soon as I arrive. When my daughter-in-law gives birth, you must come to the county town for a drink. Aunt Wang took Lu Ping's hand and said, definitely go. Don't worry. Ha ha. Lu Ping nodded and laughed. Good. Then I'll leave first. Call me when you go to the county town. You must come to my house to sit and have a meal. Aunt Wang carried her things and walked out, turning back to open her mouth repeatedly. Definitely, definitely. Don't worry. Lu Ping sent her outside, and Chen Feng symbolically stood up and walked a few steps. It has been sent to the gate. Watching Aunt Wang go before Lu Ping came back, Chen Feng simply did not walk out of his own door. Alright, let's go. Sending Auntie Wang away, Lu Ping was also relieved and sat back down. She can really love to take advantage of small advantages, just as if that thing in other people's homes doesn't cost anything. Chen Feng didn't have the good sense to speak. Hey, relatives are not like this. A few goose eggs are not worth a few dollars. Take it, also take it. Besides, her daughter-in-law pregnant. You know this, even if she does not say. You do not have to give to take a few mean. Do not look at her, also look at Wang Shun. Wang Shun people are lying. Every time we meet can be enthusiastic. Have to stay to eat a meal. It's just that his son is getting married, and he's under a lot of pressure. And he's at the construction site every day just to make a few more dollars. And it's not easy. Lu Ping is quite emotional. To be honest, it was only for the sake of Aunt Wang Shun's husband that Chen Feng would let Aunt Wang take so many things away. Otherwise, I can keep my goose eggs and sell them for money. Why should I give them to you? It was only because Auntie Wang had gone too far before that Chen Feng had spoken so harshly. I don't know what she was thinking, but she also wanted herself to send her a $2,000 silver lock. I'll house it for you. Auntie is quite a nice person. Why did he find such a thing? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. She's not bad. She's not bad. She's just a bit shameless and loves to take advantage of small advantages. Lu Ping sighed and said, next time speak a little bit more measured. Don't be so impulsive. A little too hard to hear. She wants silver. You don't give it to the head chanting. So talk how bad. Lu Ping turned back to admonish Chen Feng, hoping that he would be a bit more mellow. Although at that time, Lu Ping was also very painful to listen to, but after thinking about it later, it is always not good. Whether it's good or not is just a matter of time. She didn't want to face it first. I'm not that good-tempered. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and said, in fact, also, you say how she thought, but also ran here to ask for silver locks to come. 200 grams of silver is not a small amount. Who money is the wind blowing ah? At that time I thought she was going to buy it. Did not even seek to think that she even wanted to not pay? You say this person also really dare to open the mouth, dare to say anything. I said so, buckle people. How still want to get up to play at 200 grams of silver locks? Together thought that do not have to spend money, do not want for nothing. Lu Ping mentioned himself wondering, cannot understand Wang Shun daughter-in-law is how to think. Chapter 81, Plan set. Ready to go. Zheng Ping and Mao Min sat in the house and have been discussing the feasibility of panning for gold outside the province. Yesterday, when Mao Min saw the $300 that Zheng Ping had brought back, her eyes glazed over. It had been a long time since Zheng Ping had been able to reap such a good harvest. Only after Zheng Ping finished telling her the ins and outs of the day, she couldn't help but fall silent. Hey, it would be nice if we could have 300 every day, and save ourselves the aggravation of going outside the province. Mao Min sighed. Although Zheng Ping has not yet gone, but just thinking about it can tell that it is not so easy to find gold outside the province. There's no place to eat, no place to sleep, and there's the possibility of danger if you don't know your way around. Not to mention the fact that it's a week away and who wants to uproot their family if at all possible. There's no way. Now that the earnings from the waste mines are getting lower and lower, what can we do if we don't go? Zheng Ping also shook his head. Every year the land can sell about 20,000 yuan, but this is the family's income. Zheng Ping always have to do something to subsidize the family, when the house borrowed money is not yet finished. So when are you guys planning to leave? Mao Min inquired. We have to let them discuss it. It's not a small matter after all, and it also depends on Huang Fei's meaning with the bid. We can't leave in one piece and share the cost of the road until we've all agreed on the cost of the road. If the road toll is too high, we'll have to think of something else. Anyway, Zheng Ping had made up his mind that he had to make the trip no matter what, otherwise he would not die. Okay, then when it's finalized, you must prepare for it properly. Don't end up with no food and can't even come back. Mao Min said worriedly. It's not like home, where you can find nooks and crannies and not starve if you don't have any food. But if there's no food out there, it's really over. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Zheng Ping nodded. By about evening, Zheng Ping arrived at Huang Fei's house. Ping Zi is here. Come in and sit down. Huang Fei's father saw Zheng Ping and hurriedly greeted him. Uncle, Auntie. Zheng Ping smiled a greeting and walked in. Huang Fei was fully aware of why he had come and didn't delay. Speaking directly, Brother Zhang, I'll do the math. I'll charge at least 2,500 for the trip plus gas. It just doesn't matter how many people there are. You guys have to share this money or I really can't go. Zheng Ping fell silent at his words. He didn't expect the road toll to be so expensive. $2,500. Even if 10 people share it, it's $250 a person. Not to mention the fact that it's impossible for everyone to go. And it's expected that there will be people who don't want to go. This spreads even more money to each individual. Alright, I know. I'll go discuss it with them and get back to you. Zheng Ping slowly nodded his head. Well, Zheng brother, you finished the statistics. Grab and tell me. If I go, I can go up to the county town to repair the car. If not, those minor problems I will not get. Huang Fei smoked a cigarette and handed it to Zheng Ping. Zheng Ping took the cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and said a few more words before leaving Huang Fei's house. He first arrived at Song Hui's house, who had just returned from working in the garden with his old man. Brother Zhang, come in and sit down. Song Hui said in greeting when he saw Zheng Ping arrive. Hui Zi, I came here this time to ask if you want to participate in our gold rush outside the province. The road fee is a tentative $2,500, and everyone shares it equally. Zheng Ping sat down and inquired. How much? 2,500? Song Hui's father blew up the temple when he heard the number. This is too much. You can only earn a few dollars by panning for gold. Won't this all go to old Huang's family? Looking at Huang Fei's father's dissatisfaction, Zheng Ping sighed and said, actually, Huang Fei's charges are very reasonable now. After all, more than 1,000 kilometers round trip, and it's an equal share for all of us. Not just one person contributing $2,500. It only works out to a few hundred, and the more people the better. Song Hui's eyes turned when he heard this, pursed his lips and opened his mouth. Brother Zhang, I won't go on this trip first. You guys go first. My dad can't do some of the work. I have to help him do it. I'll see if I can go next time. Zheng Ping nodded his head when he heard this and confirmed. Are you sure you don't want to go, huh? Then I won't count you in. Well, nah. I'm not going to go first. If there's anything you need help with, you just say it. I can help for sure. Song Hui said generously. It's not much. Then I'll go ask someone else. You rest. Zheng Ping stood up to say goodbye. Song Hui sent him to the door. And when Zheng Ping left, his father extremely disdainful cold snort in the house and said, several hundred of road fees. Still don't know if you can pan for gold. Little cutie. It's only just gone. It's all earned for the old Huang family. You're right not to go. Song Hui closed the door behind him, revealing a smug smile. What's your hurry? This time we won't go first. Let them explore the path first. If I make a profit, It's not too late for me to go back, and if they don't, I'm not on the hook for nothing. Cootie, I'm the one who's out of the game, and I'm pulling this egg? Song Hui's father couldn't help but smile with satisfaction at his words and pat Song Hui's head. Not bad, have a heart, have the style of your father and me back then, that's the right way to do it. Whoever likes to be the outlier, we're not anyway, ha ha. Zheng Ping didn't know what Song Hui really thought, and he continued to go door to door, asking for everyone's opinion. It goes without saying that Yin Xing will definitely go, even if he knows that the road is not cheap, he will still try. A few others thought it was expensive too, but decided to put up a fight and lose a couple $100 at the very least. Two of the families hesitated when they heard about all the traveling expenses and eventually shook their heads, wanting to wait until next time. Zheng Ping of course respects their opinions and will not advise. Whether to go or not is your personal choice. Finally, he came to Chen Feng's house, and although he knew that Chen Feng would go no matter how much money he had, he still came to ask for Chen Feng's opinion. Peek, now counting me there are 6 families who all want to go. How about you? Zheng Ping asked as he walked in. That goes without saying, I'll definitely go. Chen Feng didn't even ask how much the traveling expenses were, and directly nodded his head. Hearing this, Zheng Ping smiled. Huang Fei said that the road fee is 2,500, plus you as 7 people share equally. I just counted on the road. A person is 357, and it is really quite a lot. Chen Feng was indifferent. Such a long way would definitely be high. He nodded and said, yes, no problem. Will Daffy go to fix the car tomorrow? I haven't informed him yet. I'll go in a while. He guesses he'll have to fix the car tomorrow. Zheng Ping thought for a moment and replied, alright, go to the county town tomorrow and bring me one. I have to go buy some supplies and get ready. Chen Feng exhorted. After Chen Feng said this, Zheng Ping was also moved. Originally he thought, food and drink at home with just fine. Try to spend as little money as possible. After all, the road will be very expensive. Earn or not make money is not certain. But now it seems that no matter what, we have to go to the county town. Big money has been spent. Still worse than this? 82. Procurement of materials. Alright, then let's go together tomorrow and buy some more or less. Zheng Ping also agreed and stood up ready to inform Huang Fei and greeted Lu Ping. Then, Sister Lu, I'll leave first. Good, you slow down. Lu Ping greeted. After Zheng Ping had left, Chen Feng turned around to ask his mother in a puzzled manner. Why do I call him brother and he calls you sister? Is there something wrong with that? Normally he wouldn't have to call you aunt or uncle. Lu Ping actually didn't know why, but Zheng Ping kept calling it that, so she agreed. Call it whatever you want, to each his own. Lu Ping said carelessly. In fact, Zheng Ping simply will not rank generation. He is to see the long old called aunt, see younger, but older than him called sister. Although Lu Ping is older than him, but Long is actually quite young, and not like other croppers full of wax and wrinkles all over. So Zheng Ping subconsciously felt that he couldn't call it too old. Calling it sister was just right. He was suitable, but it was a bit of a mess when it came to Chen Feng. He couldn't call Zheng Ping uncle either, so he called him brother as well. This led to it sounding weird. The key Zheng Ping didn't feel anything wrong at all and felt quite normal. Zheng Ping also notified Huang Fei of the news that had been confirmed, and Huang Fei said that he would go to the county town tomorrow morning, and would give them a lift to the county town to buy things on the way. The others had learned that they would have to share $357 this time, and although each one bared his teeth when he heard the figure, they all recognized it. Anyway, if it works or not, it's just this once, so let's make it expensive. The next day, Huang Fei dragged Chen Feng and 7 others to the county town with great vigor. Great guys, you're all going? Huang Fei thought on Chen Feng and Zheng Ping to go. The results did not expect to hear on the county town to buy things. This group of people, even if there is nothing to buy, also followed. There are not many things in the house. It's better to buy at the kiosk than to go up to the county. At least the county is full. Yin Xing spoke up. What are we going to buy? I don't even know. A man said with some difficulty. He really did not know what to prepare. Zheng Ping did make preparations and explained to everyone. Water first, and if you have one of those big white jugs for wine at home, one person has to bring a couple extra, or you won't have any when the time comes, and you'll have to use it usually. Then there's food. Mainly we don't know if there's any firewood there and if we can make a fire, so it's best to bring more things that we can eat without making a fire. In case there's nothing to start a fire, it has to be eaten raw. And then there's the aluminum lunchbox, which is great for casseroles and boiling water, but as usual, it's just a matter of not having anything to start a fire with. Take 2 more clothes, in case it gets cold at night and you have to sleep in them. For the time being, that was all Zheng Ping could think of, and he couldn't help but look at everyone, wondering if anyone had anything they wanted to add. My family only has one large white jug for wine. It's 20 pounds. A barrel won't do. Will it? Someone frowned after a moment's thought. A bucket is enough. We tentatively go to 5 days. 4 pounds of water a day. Drink are not enough. How to have 3 buckets to start? Xing pursed his lips to calculate said. Then we'll have to get some if we can't. I don't drink and I don't even have that stuff at home. A guy next to me said with a sigh. I have some at home. No, even you too. Just a little dirty. Need to brush. Xing sniffed back and said. That's great. It's okay if it's dirty. I'll just go home and brush it. The man was so happy to hear that. As long as he could save money, he was not afraid of being dirty. Chen Feng did not have a large white barrel at home, so he was ready to go buy a few in a while, and he was ready to buy a windproof stove and alcohol cream. Even if you really don't have any firewood, you should at least be able to cook 2 bags of instant noodles for dinner. Soon the car drove to the county. Huang Fei first threw the car to the repair shop, followed by Chen Feng, and they began to purchase. More than 1,000 kilometers. Huang Fei could not send them to the place and come back, wait for them to go and then pick up, so he could only stay there for 5 days as well. So much for the fact that he still had a probe to follow when it wasn't fun. Chen Feng bought an aluminum lunchbox, bought 10 bags of instant noodles, and bread and milk and ham and sausage go without saying. I can only say that fortunately the county has a lot of variety. If you let Chen Feng eat a kind of bread and ham sausage every day, then he would have to eat his stomach. When he came to the outdoor store, he bought a small weatherproof stove, the kind that sits on top of a lunchbox, bought another 30 pieces of alcohol cream. To be honest, these things really aren't cheap. The alcohol cream that can ignite for 15 minutes. $30 cost Chen Feng $20. $12 for a weatherproof stove. 2. Moreover, Chen Feng felt that this piece didn't even seem to be enough to try to boil the water. How could it be 2 pieces to start with? After buying a lot more food, Chen Feng rejoined them. Chen Feng told them that they could buy windproof stove alcohol cream, so that at least they could drink hot water without firewood. They all lit up at the sound of it, only to be deterred again when they heard the price. It's better to deal with it once, and if you can make money, it's not too late to buy it again. You've spent enough on this trip. The crowd went to the place where they bought the wine and marched in. The owner of the wine cellar laughed at the sight of them. How much wine would so many people have to buy? And hurriedly got up to greet them. It's just a shame that when asked, the crowd didn't want wine, just jugs, giving the owner a rash. You come to a liquor store to buy a pot, not a drink? You're looking for a fight. In the end, the boss sold them a dozen 20-pound barrels, and the crowd left contentedly carrying the barrels, leaving the boss with a grumpy face. Eventually everyone arrived at the garage with their big bags, just waiting for the car to be fixed and go back. The others bought pancakes, hairy onions, scallions, hanging noodles, and some cheap greens. All of these greens can be eaten raw and are good with a bit of sauce after all. There are enough pancakes for anyone to eat every day. The crowd was also ready to go home to get some oil, salt, vinegar and rice, and if they had firewood they could simmer some rice for dinner. The car was not repaired until the afternoon. Huang Fei changed the oil tires, but also a hemorrhage. Driving towards home, Xing spoke up. This is about time. When are we leaving? I'll do whatever I want. It's up to you guys. I'll leave at whatever time you say. Huang Fei said in front. Otherwise, let's start walking tomorrow night, and wait until it's daylight in Chuling City, so we can get off the bus and poke around without having to wait overnight for a delay. That's it. Have to trouble Da Fei to drive at night. Have to drive all night. Can you do it? Zheng Ping asked Huang Fei. It's fine. The big deal is to slow down a bit. As long as you guys think it's okay. Huang Fei had no opinion. After all, one by one, they have spent several hundred road fees. And Huang Fei also understands that everyone wants to compete for gold. Alright, then Da Fei, you'll have to work hard, Zheng Ping said with some embarrassment. It's not out of place to say that. They're all buddies, part of the job. Huang Fei said with a smile. Chapter 83, The Old Lady with Ambition. By the time everyone got home, they were all starting to move in droves. Those who received water did so. Those who brushed buckets did so. And some of them took some more food from home and packed it in bags. After the water pickup directly to the yellow fly car, at first Huang Fei also locked the door. Come to people and then open. And then simply open the door. Who loved to put what it? He did not look. Over the course of the night, the contents of the car became more and more visible to the naked eye. At the point where it was time to go to bed, Huang Fei stepped out to take a look at the full van and couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, this time, only 7 people were pulled, and there was still empty space to put things. Otherwise if there were 10 people, they simply couldn't even sit down, and there was no place to put things. Early the next morning, Chen Feng woke up from his sleep. Everyone didn't bother Huang Fei. Even Huang Fei's family knew that he was going to be driving at night soon. They all whispered a lot. wanting to let him sleep a little more and raise his spirits. What time are you guys leaving? Lu Ping asked as she found Chen Feng a piece of thick clothing. I don't know. Now it's just a matter of waiting for Daffy to call us. But I'm guessing it's going to be 4 or 5 o'clock at night anyhow. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, okay, so you go sell the refrigerator? Otherwise it's kinda an eyesore to keep putting it in the yard. Lu Ping looked at the refrigerator in the yard and pinched her waist. Well, I'll call Lin Yan here and ask him to help me carry along. Chen Feng pulled out his cell phone and gave Lin Yan a voice call. Lin Yan received the call and ran over in no time. Brother, I heard that you guys are going to the provinces to pan for gold. So exciting? Lin Yan looked very excited. Good lord, you know all about it? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and laughed. Can't you not know? This village has long been rumored. When you didn't go to the county town everyone knew about it. Lin Yan revealed a you're out expression. Brother, can you take me there? I want to go play too. Lin Yan greatly yearned for the life of a gold prospector. He had always wanted Chen Feng to take him to play. Only that Chen Feng had never agreed, and it was indeed inconvenient to go up a few times. However, in his spare time, Chen Feng lent him the detector, allowing him to ply blindly in and out of the village. Even if Lin Yan couldn't find anything, he looked excited and energized, which made Chen Feng sigh. Now that's what I call a true gold rush sacramental body, and I'm an imposter myself. There will be a chance next time. This time it's too far. We don't even know if it's possible, and it's a week away. This isn't a waste mine. It's not a joke, Chen Feng said solemnly. But you didn't take me to the waste mine either. Lin Yan's eyes were a bit grumpy. Chen Feng, this is not important. Help me lift the refrigerator first. Chen Feng coughed lightly and changed the topic. Oh. Lin Yan dutifully hitched a hand to lift the refrigerator. The piece of angle iron was put into the refrigerator by Chen Feng, and a piece was lifted to save time. The two wandered over to the house of old Mrs. Zhang, whose yard was piled high with accumulated cans and paper shells, as well as some rags. Milkmaid Zhang, you've come to life, Chen Feng shouted as he entered the courtyard. Old Mrs. Zhang was smashing something on the floor when she sniffed and looked back at the large refrigerator for a moment. What? You don't want this anymore? Old Mrs. Zhang, who hadn't received such a big shipment for a long time, put down the hammer in her hand and walked over. Don't want it. It's broken. Look how much. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp as the two of them placed the refrigerator in the yard. $30 for all sizes. This was the flat rate for old Mrs. Zhang's recycling. Do you believe I can make you give me 40? Chen Feng said as he seriously patted the refrigerator. Old Mrs. Zhang sniffed with eyes full of doubt, shook her head vigorously and said, impossible, child. What refrigerator is 30 receipts? Big and useless. Not worth money. You. Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Feng opened the refrigerator door and handed the angle iron inside to old Mrs. Zhang. Old Mrs. Zhang saw the angle iron, only to understand what Chen Feng said, reached out and carried a little. The weight is really not light. Feel worth $10. Brat. Nothing still tuning my old lady. I told you the refrigerator is all 30. How can it be worth 40? Old Mrs. Zhang turned her head and rambled. If you threw a piece of gold in there, the fridge would still be worth 1,000. The old lady spoke even harder, and Chen Feng and Lin Yan exchanged glances and both hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud. Weighed on the scale, it is indeed worth $10. The old Mrs. Zhang went into the house and took out some dirty $40 and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen kid, I heard that you've gotten rich recently, so help me advise. Do you think it's okay if I collect gold banks too? Old Mrs. Zhang looked at Chen Feng with some anticipation in her eyes. What? You're still going to enter the metal industry? Chen Feng was surprised. The old lady is not a big person, but she is still ambitious. What are you talking about? I haven't been in the metal industry and haven't gone out. Old Mrs. Zhang waved her hand and said somewhat unconvincingly. Chen Feng looked at the yard full of scrap iron and rags, as if that was right. There doesn't seem to be much difference between scrap iron and gold. Isn't it just $1 a pound for one and $200? 000 a pound for the other? It's not that much of a difference. Chen Feng understands that the old Mrs. Zhang is to see that they have panned the goods, and then rose to the mind of resale. Are a village, want Chen Feng to sell the goods to her. Then she goes out and sells it. Great idea. Don't think about it next time. Chen Feng looked at old Mrs. Zhang and encouraged. Why? I have experience. I've been collecting junk for 20 years. Old Mrs. Zhang was a little undeterred. Doesn't that stuff always go on the scale and sell to the bigger spots? Chen Feng laughed when he heard this, and couldn't help but shake his head and say, Milkmaid Zhang, people have their own gold stores. They can receive goods every day, and the goods they receive can be made into jewelry for sale by themselves. And people also have cooperation with big gold stores. You collect after where to get You just rely on our pan that can eat as a matter of fact. And even if someone really seeks you to sell goods, you have never even done this business. Do you dare to charge indiscriminately? Collect gold once a few thousand, tens of thousands. Do you have that much money? Better take your cans. Save yourself the trouble. There are no fakes in that stuff. Chen Feng simply let her die straight away and said it all in his head. After listening to Chen Feng's analysis, Zhang Milk obviously felt pity and shook his head. Hey, I thought I could become a gold store tycoon, but it seems like it's over again. Lin Yan heard this and immediately added on the side. Gold store tycoon, you are struggling a little bit in this life. Make an effort, easy can tycoon, you can still do it. Zhang Milk smiled at his words. The can tycoon is fine. Chen kid, next time you find something like this, don't forget to sell it to me. Okay, you're the only one in our village who charges for goods, and I have no choice. Let's go, Zhang Milk. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed, walking back with Lin Yan. Good. Old Mrs. Chang surveyed the refrigerator, presumably studying where to start. By the way, brother, why is it that there are 3 kiosks in our village, but only 1 garbage collector? Lin Yan said with some puzzlement. Because our village can only produce 1 scrap collector, and the second one died of starvation halfway through the journey without waiting to be produced. Chen Feng grinned. After all, how can there be so much garbage to collect? Mrs. Zhang sometimes go to other villages to steal business. Chapter 84, Probe Advocate. Waiting to walk back. The 2 people carried are a little hot. Chen Feng bought 2 bottles of ice-cold Sprite, handed Lin Yan a bottle. Brother, how many days are you going this time? Lin Yan handed Chen Feng a cigarette. I estimate it'll take a week. No surprises. Chen Feng lit up and took a drag. Okay, then you can call me if there's anything going on at home. I'm fine to be home all the time anyway. Lin Yan was quite thoughtful. Alright, then I'll look for you if something comes up. Chen Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. In fact, there was nothing going on at home, but Chen Feng didn't want to disappoint Lin Yan's kindness, so he still agreed. After all, it's kinda heartwarming to have someone say something like that to you at a time like this. Brother, my master is looking for me to work at home. I'll leave first, call me if anything happens. Lin Yan looked up from his cell phone and said, alright, go ahead. Chen Feng nodded. When Lin Yan left, Chen Feng went to the Hanjian country and prepared to buy a few more small bottles for his goods. After all, 5 days out of the province and 2 small bottles are certainly not enough to fill them. In fact, he was in deep thought last night, looking at the 2 large canning jars he had last finished at his house. Should I take these 2 away and just get it over with? Not to mention 5 days. It seems like a month's worth of goods would be enough to fill it. But after thinking about it, I didn't end up doing it. Mainly because it was a bit too much. It's still a small bottle that saves time. Old Han, how's business these days? Chen Feng came to Han Jian's country and pushed the door to ask. There were only a few people chatting idly in Han's country, and Han was at the bar, leaning back in a big black chair with popping leather and crossing his legs. Gu, isn't this peak? How is it? My detector works well. You haven't been scouting for goods lately. Han couldn't help but stand up when he saw him and asked with a smile. It's alright. How's business these days? The detectors aren't selling much, are they? Chen Feng came to the bar and smiled faintly. It's okay, thanks to you. Ha ha. Han Jiangwo was overjoyed at the mention of this. Ever since the news of Chen Feng's bargain spread, he had been telling everyone outside that Feng Zi's detector had been bought from him. The sales of that detector, it's really whizzing up. He actually sold out of the detectors he had in stock, and he put on another batch. What's it going to be this time? How about a big detector? Han said expectantly. The last time he recommended a small one to Chen Feng. He thought he couldn't afford it because he didn't have money in his pocket, but this time he dared to recommend a big one. After all, who doesn't know that Chen Feng goes out for a trip for several thousand? A big detector. It doesn't matter at all. We'll talk about that later. It's enough for the time being. Get me 10 glass bottles. Chen Feng spoke. What? 2 won't fit. So much gold outside the province? Han Jiangwo was instantly a bit shocked at his words, and the few people in the room were also wide-eyed. 10 glass bottles can be filled. How much would that cost? Not to get rich? What? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My last glass bottle broke, so I came over to get a few more this time to save myself from always running here. Chen Feng lied. Oh, you scared me. I thought it was so profitable outside the province. Han was relieved when he heard this. He turned around and brought 10 glass bottles to Chen Feng. Taking a plastic bag for Chen Feng, Han Jiangwo was a bit hesitant. In fact, 10 glass bottles cost only $2, and he sells them for 50 cents apiece. He's been selling detectors in Chen Feng's name lately. If he charges him for the glass bottles again, will he blow up the temple? He knows Chen Feng's temperament. He eats soft food, but not hard food, and it is not easy to get him angry. How much? Chen Feng asked as he took the plastic bag. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Han Jiangwo suddenly had a brilliant idea in his heart. And for a moment, he even had the feeling that he was admiring his own wisdom. So he couldn't help but hastily open his mouth with Chen Feng. Peek, I won't charge you for the glass bottle. How about this? How about you be the spokesperson for my detector? What the hell? Chen Feng didn't even understand him for a moment. In the future, you'll be my detector spokesman. You pan for gold every day. You run into a lot of people. Whoever asks you where you bought your detector, you'll say you bought it from me. Okay? Han Jiangwo had a wise smile on his face. Hearing and understanding Han Jiangwo's meaning, Chen Feng was simply speechless as he held his shoulders and looked at Han Jiangwo. No. Am I that worthless that a couple of broken glass bottles can hire me as a spokesperson? What are you thinking you? If you send me a big probe, I'll think about it. Chen Feng rolled his eyes and said. Upon hearing about the large detector, Han couldn't help but twitch his face. Fengzi, that big detector is so expensive. I can't afford to give it away. No, I'll add 2 more shovels for you. Do you think it's okay? Han Jiangwo discussed. Line of fart. People stars do endorsement. Are millions of the kind. Even if I cannot catch up with the stars, but also cannot agree to a few dollars. You scold me you. Chen Feng glared and said. He is now at least a prestigious Gold Rush Saint body. Endorsement fee 10 glass bottles. Say it out to make people laugh. To be honest, this set of endorsement routine, Han Jiangwo also from the internet to see. People big companies are doing so. They follow the learning should not be a problem. No, let's discuss the peak. White gift is definitely not white. I discount to you how. Han Jiangwo thought of a way. Let me be your spokesperson and then I have to buy a detector from you? No, hard eyes are letting you grow right. Just now when the spokesman at least gave back a few glass bottles. Now even the bottles are not given. I still have to give you money. Han Jiangwo, it's a good thing you're not an official. If you were an official you'd have to be shot in less than a month. Chen Feng pointed at him and said extremely breathlessly. Han Jiangwo blinked at the words and looked embarrassed. As if there was nothing wrong with what Chen Feng said. How did it become that he was looking for him to be the spokesman and he had to give himself money? I have to say, I really deserve to be born into business. It's genius. This way is fine. Sooner or later you have to change the detector. I'll give you a big one at cost. I don't make any money. Han Jiangwo hurriedly negotiated and said. I don't want it. I'm small enough for it. Tell me quickly how much the glass bottle costs. I'm done with you. I want to go home. Another moment of bull asterisk with you and I'll have to let you snub past my pants. Chen Feng urged as he carried the bag. Although Chen Feng had the intention of changing the detector, it was sufficient for the time being and was not prepared to do so. The larger probes have a wide range in depth and can be probed with much less effort than the smaller ones. It's just that even if Chen Feng wanted to change it, he couldn't let Han Jiangwo see it and had to pinch him a bit. You're like this. You come with me. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to leave, Han Jiangwo hurriedly walked out of the counter and pulled him to the side of the warehouse. Peek, look how nice this big detector is. I've been selling it for 4,800. Chapter 85, a good horse for a good saddle. I'm telling you, a gold prospector as good as you are needs a detector as good as this. I'll tell you the truth. I'll buy this detector for 3,005. I won't earn a penny. I'll sell it to you. How's that? Han Jiangwo bumped Chen Feng with his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. 3,000. Not a single point more. Chen Feng glanced at it and said. Peek, 3,000 I really lose money 3,005 lowest price. Really into the price. You full county to inquire. Who if I sell the bottom, I eat directly. Han swore. Chen Feng didn't even listen to that and turned around to leave. Hey. Seeing this, Han Jiangwo hurriedly pulled Chen Feng back. His face somewhat hesitant. He really hadn't sold a single big one since he started selling detectors. And these big ones had been sitting in storage for quite some time. After all, we are not rich, can be used as long as it is, who is still pursuing whether it is good or not, big or not. This is also considered an error in judgment on Han's part. If I were to lose money to Chen Feng one today, even if I lost a few hundred, it would be better than putting it under pressure here. To tell the truth, these surrounding villages, except for Chen Feng who will buy this big detector, no one else has this bottom. Oops, 3,000 is still a bit expensive. Anyway, useful offense, or forget it. Chen Feng saw that he was hesitant and directly added fuel to the fire. Okay, 3,000 is 3,000. It has to be cash money. Han Jiangwo struggled a bit in the end. Alright, I'll transfer it to you directly on my cell phone. Chen Feng said painfully. Peek, then we can make a deal. From now on you are the spokesman for my store detector. If there is a buyer of detectors, you can give me to pull here. Han Jiangwo admonished. The main loss of a few $100s he is also really distressed. But once he thought of Chen Feng's star effect, he recognized it. It was called the star effect, I think, but that's what it said on the phone anyway, and he couldn't remember. No problem. It's a small amount. Bring me 10 more glass bottles. Chen Feng spread the bag open and looked at Han Jianguo with a smile on his face. Okay, I've got more than enough. What's wrong with 10 glass bottles? Taking another 10 glass bottles from the counter and placing them in Chen Feng's bag, Chen Feng then pulled out his cell phone and directly swept away $3,000 to Han Jianguo. I'll take the big one. Bye. Chen Feng picked up the detector and waved his hand as he was about to leave. Don't forget to publicize me, Han shouted behind Chen Feng. Got it, Chen Feng said without even looking back. In fact, Han thought that he had been taking Chen Feng's name and that Chen Feng didn't know. In fact, Chen Feng has long known, although there is a trace of displeasure, but also lazy with him. Anyway, he did buy in his place. Xian on Xian pointed, with their own also has nothing to do. I did not expect Han Jianguo also suddenly whole what the spokesman. Then he must earn him a good time, the interest back. As for publicity, he will publicize it well with Zheng Pingyin Xing and the others. After all, he cannot see any other gold diggers besides a few of them. This if Han Jianguo knew what Chen Feng was thinking, he would definitely say, these 2.5 people use you to advertise that I don't recognize them or something. And when you didn't buy the detectors, they bought them from me. Carrying the detector back home, Lu Ping couldn't help but stare when she saw Chen Feng carrying another detector. Why are you buying another one? Your one is broken? No, Han Jianguo engaged in some kind of endorsement for me to be. I cut him a detector. This big one is only $3,000. Chen Feng laughed. Even if Han doesn't pull this one off, he'll buy one in a couple of times when he has more money in his hand. Otherwise this is all out of the province later. A week out. In case the detector has an accident. There is no spare how delayed. Endorser? What the hell spokesperson? You didn't sign a contract, did you? Lu Ping was a little worried, fearing that her son would get screwed for trying to be cheap. No. Sign what contract? He doesn't have that heart yet. I can't agree to a contract if I really want to sign it. Chen Feng stood the new detector against the wall. That's fine. I heard that those people were tricked into signing the contract, was pitched all the money. We do not sign that thing. Lu Ping mentioned all the palpitations. Just listen to the fear. It's fine. I know all this. Chen Feng nodded. About 3 o'clock. Lu Ping got up to cook, afraid that a moment Huang Fei get up and call Chen Feng to go in advance. Finish your meal first and then wait. That's reassuring too. A meat dish and a vegetarian dish. Chen Feng ate 5 or 6 full. Waiting for tomorrow cannot eat such a meal. About 4 o'clock. Huang Fei finally couldn't lie down. Sat up and washed his face properly before going out of the house to eat. He actually woke up after 2 o'clock and just forced himself to sleep. After all, driving all night is no joke. Waiting until almost 5 o'clock. Huang Fei got into the car and picked up people door to door. Ready to go. By the time he received Chen Feng, he was carrying a full bag with 2 detectors on his back. Lu Ping just kept watching him from the doorway, and even barked a few words from time to time. Go back, Mom. I'll be back in a few days. Chen Feng turned around and smiled. Well, take care of yourself in the place. Lu Ping was a bit worried. This was Chen Feng's first time going out of the province, and the place he was going to was still desolate. Luckily, there are other people who follow Chen Feng together, so that everyone has a care, and Lu Ping can still put her mind at ease. Chen Feng said goodbye to his mother and got into the car, and as soon as he got into the car, everyone couldn't help but smile as they watched Chen Feng carry 2 detectors. Peek, you're really going big here. 2 hole probes? Zheng Ping lost his smile. That's a must. Dry and done. Chen Feng found an empty space to put his things down and sat next to Zheng Ping. As far as the eye can see, there is not much empty space in the car, piled up with all kinds of things. At first glance with the same as to escape. Depart. After picking up Chen Feng, Huang Fei shouted excitedly and the car drove towards the outside of the village. Everyone looked out the window at the village that was gradually leaving, and inwardly, just like Huang Fei, they were all excited and apprehensive. The first time you go out of the province to find gold, you say not excited is false. Apprehension is also true. Who knows how this one will pay off and if it will work or not? One can only pray in the back of one's mind that something comes out of it. Chen Feng similarly looked out the window and took a deep breath. He had a feeling that this was the beginning of his fortune. The real first pot of gold. Let's start in Mound City. The car is moving away and the sky is dark. Huang Fei is playing music in the car and everyone is casually chatting. It was only when the excitement of just leaving the village wore off that everyone started to get sleepy, yawning one after another. After all, Huang Fei had slept all day, but they hadn't, and they should be in bed at this point normally. One by one, they crooked their heads and slept, the car resounding with snores. Huang Fei glanced at the rearview mirror, squinted and lit a cigarette. Finished. Look how refreshed I am. Huang Fei laughed in a small voice. He was now refreshed and sleepless. Chapter 86 Mound City has arrived. Just like that, accompanied by their rising and falling grunts, Huang Fei drove on the almost car-free highway. By the time the latter part of the night rolled around, Huang Fei yawned, his eyelids fighting a bit. Asterisk 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 it. I'm actually not sleepy, I'm letting them hook me up. Huang Fei lit a cigarette and muttered. He was convinced that he couldn't have gotten sleepy without those grunts, or so he thought anyway. When another hour had passed, Huang Fei drained half a bottle of drink in one gulp, and the car slowed down a bit. He did get a little sleepy and was now forcing himself to drive. Before he thought about it now, he wanted to get a big car driver's license and run big trucks after them. You'd make more that way than you do now. It's just that after he voiced the idea, his own dad was dead set against it and said he couldn't drive a big car at all, because his father knows, big trucks want to make more money, can only stay up all night to drive. People rest, car does not rest. Two drivers 24-hour turn to drive. Huang Fei simply couldn't stay up all night, so his dad was adamantly against it, and the family did not want to let themselves do those dangerous trades, and no one agreed to it, so they also dismissed the idea. At that time, he was still not convinced, thinking that he usually stayed up late every night. What could not be done? Isn't he, a youngster himself, much more powerful than those middle-aged drivers? But now really run a long distance, he realized that he lay in bed to stay up late to play line. Stay up late to work really cannot do, especially this long distance driving, not even a person to talk to. It is even more difficult to suffer. He yawned, wanting nothing more than to speak to his father now. Dad, you're a good judge of character. The sky was gradually brightening. When Huang Fei saw the brightening sky, the whole person was a little better, just a little hard to bear, and not so sleepy. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that people woke up one after another. The car kept wobbling around and I couldn't sleep well either. Daffy, where are we? Someone asked sleepily, sticking his neck out. Hearing someone speak, Huang Fei's spirits lifted slightly and he spoke. I don't know, but the navigation shows that it's still 2 hours away. Stop the car. My bladder is about to explode. The man couldn't hold his tongue. Okay. Huang Fei saw that there was no service area in front of him either, so he drove the car into a fork and parked on the side of the road. Who wants to pee fast? Get off. A moment directly to the place. It does not stop. Huang Fei stretched his back and took the lead to get out of the car. Several people in the car yawned, stood up and got out. Even if it's not that suffocating, it's good to get out of the car and straighten up and breathe in the morning air. Fengzi, getting off to pee. Are you going? Zheng Ping opened his eyes in a daze and asked Chen Feng, who was sleeping soundly on the side. Not going. Chen Feng said in a half-asleep manner and changed his position to continue sleeping. Zheng Ping shook his head at the sight and followed him out of the car. If someone were to pass by at this point, they wouldn't be able to resist a sideways glance. These people stood in a row. Their postures were uniform. The scene, spectacular. Even the shivering was quite consistent. After resting under the car for a while and smoking a cigarette, a few people got into the car and continued on their way. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Feng only felt that the car stopped, and the people around him couldn't help but let out sounds of surprise. Is this the abandoned mine in Chuling City? It's nothing like ours. My God, how big must this be? How can I feel that I can't see the head? This feels much hotter than at home. I felt a heat wave in the car. Chen Feng heard the sound and opened his eyes, looking sideways at the window. The piercing gaze made him somewhat unable to open his eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was a sandy, undulating landscape, not at all flat like home. The dry bushes were in a row, about a few meters apart. There are still quite a few dry branches on the ground, so it looks like firewood shouldn't be a concern. Let's eat first. It's no longer urgent. The only way to work is to have enough to eat, and everyone was hungry the whole way. Chen Feng first got out of the car to use the restroom. The piercing sunlight made him subconsciously squint his eyes, only to feel a wave of heat coming from his side, baking him for a while. He had only brought a ducktail hat, and the promised fisherman's hat had been forgotten. Looks like I really need to bring it next time I go home. The sun is not normally toxic when compared to home. Only after resolving this did Chen Feng return to the car, open his bag, and take some bread and ham sausages. Although the words are saying that there is no hurry, but these people do not have the intention of cooking at all. One by one, they are eating fast food. Zheng Ping took a pancake, rolled a green onion, smeared some sauce and started to eat. Although Huang Fei was sleepy, he still pulled out something to eat, and he would sleep again after eating in a while. In less than 15 minutes, everyone had finished eating, and with excitement in their eyes, they began to pick up their gear and get out of the car one by one. Chen Feng took his own large detector and followed them with his bag on his back. Although Zheng Ping also had excitement in his eyes, he still instructed everyone, "This is not like home, so don't go far away, Just go first and greet them. Watch your distance. Don't get back in time and not be able to find your way back. The crowd nodded at the words and started sweeping with vigor. Carrying their probes, they had been looking forward to Mound City for so long, and hoped that there was something here that they wanted. Chen Feng chose a direction he preferred and walked forward. It's not like a waste mine. It's bare and empty. There are quite a few bushes here, and if you walk 100 or so meters, you're probably going to be obscured by the bushes and disappear from view. Chen Feng turned back and memorized the general direction before continuing forward. He was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to find his way back, and although he had a cell phone, he couldn't be careless with the signal dissatisfaction here. After walking about 20 meters or so, just as Chen Feng was still observing his surroundings, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. And in the distance there seemed to be an exclamation of surprise from a man. Asterisk 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 asterisk, here it comes. Looks like his detector went off too. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng slightly opened his eyes. It seemed that this place was indeed as Zhang Ping had said, a place that was far stronger than the village's waste mines. Chen Feng didn't rush to explore the points, but instead upgraded the system first. Called up the system panel and tapped the plus sign with his hand in the void after the option for probing depth. Spending 10,000 points to upgrade detection depth. Please confirm. Chen Feng did not hesitate and clicked down. Ding! The depth of detection has been upgraded and increased by 10 centimeters. Chen Feng was out of 10,000 points, and on the option to detect depth, it changed to 20,000 at this point. That is, another upgrade, requiring 20,000 points, and still increasing the depth by 10 centimeters. Chen Feng's next upgrade would still be to choose the depth, at least before adding the depth to 1 meter, to ensure that the land he stepped on did not miss any of the goods. Chapter 87. It's really good here. After adding the points, Chen Feng retrieved the system panel and carried the new detector to start drawing the range. The new detector's detection range had increased by a third compared to the old one, which was going to save Chen Feng a lot of time. For Chen Feng, time is money. He took the detector and probed back and forth in a circle on the ground, looking at the width that used to take 3 times to finish probing. This time he was able to finish it in 2 times, and his heart was comfortable. It's still the big ones that save the trouble. Chen Feng sighed. Soon the detector made a familiar sound. Ooh-hoo. Although the probe got bigger, the sound was unchanged, still in the same key. Chen Feng grinned when he heard the sound, placing the detector on the ground and squatting himself down to backhand the shovel. It was all coming to a new place, and the shovel must be new, and he took the one he had found. As soon as the shovel went down, Chen Feng realized the difference between this place and the previous waste mine. The previous waste mines had a lot of stone, but most of it was a surface layer, and none of it was small. Shave off the top layer and underneath is sand or dirt, but not here, where the dirt is mixed with rocks and gravel galore. Not as easy to shovel as it was in the waste mines. Passing the shovel of soil in his hand over the detector, which did not make a sound, Chen Feng lifted it off and came back for the next shovel. In this way Chen Feng dug shovel after shovel, a dozen shovels in a row, without seeing the shadow of the goods. Holy, coming up with a big load? Chen Feng's vigor increased even more. The saying that the deeper the cargo, the bigger the cargo is universal in any mine. Shovel after shovel went down, and in a row Chen Feng came back with a dozen shovels and dug out a small pit in the ground. Shoveling up a shovel again, Chen Feng passed the detector, and this time the detector finally rang. Ooh-hoo. Chen Feng shook the shovel when he heard the voice and brought it to his own eyes for careful screening, hoping to see that splash of color he wished for. For the time being, he didn't see it, so Chen Feng shook the shovel again and placed it over the detector. The detector was still ringing, and Chen Feng shivered again, stretching out his fingers to search through the shovel. After flipping back and forth, it was only then that Chen Feng finally saw the small white grain hidden in the gravel. Holy, it seems like a long time since I've panned a silver grain this big. Chen Feng held the silver grain with his index finger thumb and looked at it with some awe. This silver grain was irregularly shaped, and Chen Feng estimated that it had to be worth $70 or $80. Although the first shipment was not gold, Chen Feng felt that in this mine, it was simply a matter of time before gold came out. From his pants pocket, he took out a small bottle and threw the silver grains into it, which fell into the bottle with a clang. In Chen Feng's ears, this sound was similar to the sound of banknotes arriving in anime, both so pleasant to the ear. Chen Feng stood up with a smile, carrying the detector and continuing forward. It looks like it's a quick trip away from breaking his single-day earnings record. He shook the ducktail cap on his head, which hadn't been explored for long before he felt fine beads of sweat begin to form on his forehead. He carried the probe to the left, following his senses for no reason. After about 10 minutes of walking, the system went off once again. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Taking stock of the time, Chen Feng felt that the shipment rate here was much higher than the waste mines, far beyond his imagination. Of course, perhaps it was luck, but he would have to look at it again specifically. After drawing a range with his eyes, Chen Feng swung his probe from the top. It was quick this time, and just as he explored the middle of the second row, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng backhandedly pulled out his shovel and crouched down, pulling the probe head closer to himself. Taking the shovel in his left hand, he shoveled it down in one hard motion. Pouting his shovel full of soil, Chen Feng shook it on the detector. The detector didn't go off, and Chen Feng lifted the dirt off for another shovelful. It was still a big spade full, and the detector still didn't go off. Chen Feng came several more spades in a row, and the detector didn't ring at all. Next time, I'll drive a backhoe over and make you all hide so deep one by one, Chen Feng muttered. I don't know how many spades passed before the probe finally responded. Ooh-hoo! The hole dug this time was a little smaller than the one earlier, but not by much. Shaking the dirt from his spade, Chen Feng passed the probe. Ooh-hoo! Slightly shaking again, this time without having to then shake. Chen Feng had already seen the silver-colored particle floating on the surface of the soil. Reaching down, he picked up the silver pellet, this time flattened and rounded, estimated to be worth $50. It can't be that the goods here are all very deep, right? Chen Feng threw the silver grains into the bottle and stood up a bit puzzled. If each one is deep, it would be too much of a delay to go over it yourself bit by bit with a small shovel. It's impossible for every one of them to be this deep. I guess it's just a coincidence, Chen Feng muttered, picking up the probe and moving forward. Nothing else? At least the first two loads weren't too small to probe. It's silver, but it's big enough to look over the top. After walking for a few minutes, the path in front of Chen Feng was blocked by two bushes. He subconsciously tried to go around, only to stop just short of his feet. Nothing can stop me, not even you two. Chen Feng pulled out his shovel and pointed forward with one hand, his eyes cold and a bit middle-aged. He said, let's just say that he's still not tired and still has the heart to play, which if it were the afternoon, I guess he wouldn't even move forward when he sees these two bushes, and avoid them from a long way away. He stepped forward, waving the shovel in his hand haphazardly, knocking down some of the intermingled bushes to give himself a gap he could squeeze through. Squeezing through sideways, the dry branches of the bushes scratched against Chen Feng's body, causing him to squint straight. Mud, next time I won't pull this egg. Better duck. Chen Feng squeezed through and regretted it. There were two more shrubs in front of him. 4 shrubs in a square. Chen Feng was now in the middle of the 4 shrubs. To get out, he still had to hack his way out. Chen Feng had just raised the shovel in his hand, wanting to find a slightly sparse gap to hack out, when he heard the sound of a prompt from the system. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng? He looked at the 4 bushes that sandwiched him in the middle and couldn't help but have a black eye. The gap is only big enough for one person. Even the detector can't reach out. How can this be explored? Chen Feng really had no choice but to find a way to put the detector up toward his feet. After all, you can't just not want it if you know it's available. He painstakingly probed back and forth in the center, and as he stretched the probe forward, Chen Feng subconsciously bent over. The next moment, he felt something pressing against his butt crack, and it was rubbing up and down as Chen Feng moved forward and backward. At once, Chen Feng had a feeling of being violated. Chapter 88, Bottle, you're a bit strange, brother. Without even thinking about it, Chen Feng knew that it was the branches of the bushes that were pushing against his ass. I didn't expect that I could let a tree branch play in this life. Chen Feng squinted back at the tree branch with a somewhat depressed expression. He didn't have the heart to pinch the section of branch in his backhand and fold it to the side. In this way Chen Feng continued to explore will feel much more comfortable. Just now he always felt that there is a fierce man in the back of the tiger eyeing him. Turned back and continued to carry the detector vertically, probing towards his feet. The front of this piece of the detector did not ring. Chen Feng could only turn around and probe to the side. Without exploring around for a few moments, Chen Feng stretched forward, and a familiar and strange feeling came from the butt crack again. Chen Feng, damn you, it's done. It's your turn again, isn't it? Chen Feng turned back and haphazardly broke off all those branches that had been expended. I can't believe he let the branch play with him twice in one day. Is he out for gold or has he come to sell his dignity? Isn't this job a good idea to sell your art? How come it's not the same as what you said when you joined the business? Efforts were made to poke around in the gaps. And finally, under a bush, the detector went off. Ooh-hoo. It was just a little bit less loud than just now, and Chen Feng already had a feeling that this cargo should be somewhat deeper. Moreover, the bush was very short, so Chen Feng could only laboriously drill underneath that bush before turning back and pulling the detector over. Squatting is squatting no more. Chen Feng simply knelt down directly, lowered his head to take the shovel and began to pout. A hard spade shoveled down and passed over the detector. The detector did not make a sound. Chen Feng raised the soil in the shovel a little farther and continued to shovel a second shovel. The only good thing that can be said about being in this place surrounded by bushes is that it will be slightly that much cooler than outside. After a series of 7 or 8 spades went down, Chen Feng still found nothing, but he was mentally prepared for this. I don't think you can dig it out without 20 spades or so. Not knowing how long it had been, Chen Feng estimated that he had to have dug more than 30 shovels, and in front of him he had dug out a large pit, and next to it he had piled up a small bag, kneeling and bending down to dig all the time, causing Chen Feng to sweat his head off. He subconsciously prepared to straighten his waist to take a break, and just as he had been wasting, his head bumped into the bushes above his head. ********. Chen Feng retracted with lightning speed, crawling as low as possible to look back. His head was fine because he was wearing a hat. Only some of the bush branches scratched Chen Feng's neck, and the bushes carried small thorns that scratched Chen Feng's neck a little hot and spicy. He reached up and touched the back of his neck and couldn't help but be slightly relieved to find no blood. Damn! What the hell position is this? Chen Feng took a deep breath and could only continue to pout, taking the shovel and proceeding to plow. The pit in front of him was dug bigger and bigger, and the more Chen Feng dug, the more he wondered. Yet, you're not kidding me, are you? Chen Feng shoveled another shovel so hard that the pit in front of him could fit his head in. After a pass over the detector, which still didn't go off, he lifted the spadeful of dirt with all his might. Chen Feng pursed his lips as he looked at the pit in front of him, pulled the detector over, and just as he reached into the pit, he heard the detector make a loud noise. Ooh-hoo! The fact that this sound rang out proved that the goods were still in the pit, and Chen Feng had at least not dug in the wrong place. Grandma, I'd like to see what kind of goods you have. Chen Feng swung his shovel and continued digging, holding his breath in his heart. You can't even straighten your back here yourself, and the cargo is so deep and so laborious to dig. If the goods weren't worth the money, then he'd have a heart to chop the 4 bushes down. After a series of another dozen spades went down, Chen Feng passed the detector again, and the detector finally made a sound. Ooh-hoo! Hearing the voice, Chen Feng's heart finally sort of let out a sigh of relief, only to be a bit nervous again in the next moment. How well this one turns out can be the next moment. With a slight shake of the shovel, not even using the detector, Chen Feng saw something surfacing in the shovel's pile of dirt. After seeing that color, Chen Feng instantly caught his breath. This was because the thing shimmered with a dark yellow luster, a color that Chen Feng had been waiting for a long time. The thing only showed one corner, and Chen Feng wasn't sure how big he was. Although it is said that as long as you reach out, you will be able to know exactly how big it is, but Chen Feng at this time the mood is extremely excited. Just like the lottery, do not dare to look directly at it at all. Are the first to sneak cover one eye in general? Chen Feng gently stretched out a finger and pickpocketed the mound of earth next to the gold. Some fine sand scattered, revealing the greater volume of the gold. With this revelation, Chen Feng could not help but smile with joy. Even if he just looked at the tip of the iceberg, he could tell that this piece of gold was not small. Reaching out and finger picking again, more sand fell, the gold grew in size, and the corners of Chen Feng's mouth grinned wider and wider along with the size of the gold. Finally, after picking at it a few times, the gold stopped increasing in size, and Chen Feng reached out to take it, pinching the piece of gold in his hand. When literally pinching the gold in his hands, Chen Feng had the urge to let out a loud laugh. The gold was in different shapes, far larger than the ones Chen Feng had panned before. The approximate weight Chen Feng weighed, estimated to be 16 or 17 grams, take away the wear and tear, and the value of this piece of gold is estimated to be around $4,000 or $5,000. With just one piece, it directly broke Chen Feng's previous record from the previous day. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng held the piece of gold, his inner heart filled with satisfaction. Not caring if the ground was dirty or not, he directly laid down on the ground and let out a long breath. The smile on his mouth simply could not be suppressed. He was lying on the ground, looking at the 4 tall bushes above his head, which Chen Feng had hated to cut down directly just now, but now they had also become much more obedient. It still has to be a big waste mine. He explored the waste mine next to the village for his whole life. It is estimated that it is difficult to come across $5,000 worth of dog head gold, and not even half a day of being here and scouting a piece this big. Yes. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Feng sat up and scrutinized the piece of gold properly again before he contentedly threw it into the bottle. Odds are that if the bottle could talk, it would be tempted to do so at this point. Dude, who are you? Kind of strange. I've never been here before, you big guy. Are you in the wrong place? Carrying the detector, Chen Feng directly crawled out from between the bushes. The piercing sunlight instantly hit Chen Feng, causing him to want to go back for a moment. It's a little degrading to be in that place just now, but it's so cozy. Carrying the detector forward. It is now more than 11 o'clock, but because they ate dinner late in the morning, Chen Feng is not in a hurry. when hungry when to eat it. In front of him was an uphill slope similar to steps. Chen Feng took a step up and looked back and forth on it. The system didn't ring, so he made a U-turn and turned to the right. The road wasn't too flat, and it was a little rough. Chapter 89, starting the whole job. After half a day of walking deep and shallow, just as Chen Feng wanted to change directions and explore back, the system suddenly rang. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng stopped his body from trying to turn around when he heard the voice and subconsciously let out a laugh. Why don't you ring if I don't leave, right? Sweeping the range with his eyes, Chen Feng carried the detector and began to line up little by little. It was only when the circle was almost swept through the range that the probe finally went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng put the detector down and squatted down himself, taking out a shovel with his backhand. Under the fierce heat of the sun, Chen Feng dug the soil over the detector one shovel at a time. Sweat from his forehead dripped down into the pit Chen Feng had dug, and the next second the sweat, carrying the sandy soil, was carried away by a shovel. And when it was realized that the detector did not go off, the shovel of soil was lifted away. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm and continued to shovel down. After about 7 or 8 shovels, the detector rang. Chen Feng's hand with the shovel shook, and continued to pass the detector. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng heard the voice shaking again and continued past the probe. Ooh-hoo! The detector is still making noises, which means the cargo is still in the shovel. Chen Feng then shook the shovel again while his eyes stared straight at an object that had been flung out and moved downward. It was a grayish-white particle that Chen Feng was simply too familiar with. Passed the dirt in the shovel casually over the detector, then lifted it off to prevent double yoking. Then picked up the silver grain that had fallen to the ground. Blow on the silver grains, pull out the little bottle and throw it in for about $50. Chen Feng stood up carrying the detector and looked at the front and left side with some hesitation. He had just tried to swerve and ended up with a cargo out of his feet. Is this a sign from heaven not to turn? Ha! Touching his chin, Chen Feng decided to walk further and see if it didn't work before turning around. Taking a step forward, Chen Feng reached behind his back with his left hand and pulled out a bottle of water in his bag, unscrewing the lid and drying most of the bottle in one gulp. The water was lukewarm, but it still took away a lot of the dry heat, and Chen Feng stuffed the bottle back in. Walking forward for roughly 10 minutes and still finding nothing, Chen Feng shook his head and turned left. It seems that God gave him a sign that he was seeing the light and it was time to turn the corner, and he was the one who would have been wrong. I really abducted. Chen Feng turned around with slow movements, expecting the system to ring for a stunt. Unfortunately, the system didn't go off until he turned around and took a step, so it seemed that the same method wouldn't work well if he used it twice. Hey! Chen Feng shook his head helplessly and walked to the left. After walking for no more than 5 minutes, the system's voice sounded again and Chen Feng stopped in his tracks. Look, it's true that there are times when hitting the south wall is useless. You have to make a turn to get there. Chen Feng mumbled to himself as he drew the range with his eyes, then carried the detector and started probing from the beginning. I got lucky this time and swept the second line of detectors before they went off. Ooh-hoo! Chen Feng squatted down and took out his shovel with his backhand. This time, he did not go straight down the shovel. Instead, he drew a circle with the shovel and drew a pentagram spell in the center. Jin Lai. Chen Feng fussed to get a ceremony before he got off the shovel and dug, and his shovel directly gouged through the pentagram, taking the shovel with the pentagram over the dirt. I didn't realize that the detector actually went off. Chen Feng himself looked at the shovel in shock and couldn't help but stare and say, asterisk. He shook the dirt with his hand and proceeded over to the probe. The detector was still going off, so he shook it again. After shaking it 3 or 4 times in a row, when there was still half of it left in the shovel, Chen Feng got on it and started picking it up. It didn't take more than a few moments to find the contents of the shovel, which was also a silver grain, about 60. Throwing the silver grains into the bottle, Chen Feng grinned and carried the probe forward. It had to be said that Chen Feng seemed to have a bit of an argument with this formation. Although it was only silver grains, if every silver grain could be this easy, then it would work. After walking forward for about 7 or 8 minutes, the system appeared again with a prompt. And Chen Feng simply took the shovel this time and came with a large spell. A circle was drawn in a 3-meter square and then a 5-pointed star was drawn. With an old shovel, of course, and a new one he was a little reluctant to part with. When the drawing was finished, Chen Feng held his breath and drank with firm eyes before taking the detector and starting to probe. This time there was far less luck than the last, and the goods were not found until the end of the circle. Chen Feng put down the detector, squatted on the ground and pulled out the shovel. This rhythm is familiar to him. This is to be a big shipment. Don't ask why. Asking is intuition. A shovel went down. The detector did not react, and Chen Feng had nothing to fluctuate. The second shovel is fine. Chen Feng chattered for a moment and continued with his next shovel. The second shovel was still nothing. Chen Feng muttered, "A third shovel will do." Chen Feng continued to shovel down. "The fourth shovel is good too. There's nothing wrong with the fifth shovel either. A sixth shovel will do. 21st shovel. Come out. 24th shovel. Are you coming out or not? 31st shovel. I'll go to hell. Sand dollars." It wasn't until the mid-30s that Chen Feng finally shoveled out that cargo, and the detector made a familiar sound. "Your sisters," cursed Chen Feng as he looked at the shovel. "Shake out the dirt and continue past the probe." When it passed to the third time, Chen Feng got on and started picking at it. Soon he was picking up a grayish-white pellet. The smallness of that grain was the best of the day's harvest, up to $30. Upon seeing that pellet, Chen Feng directly broke his defense. Asterisk 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 you grandma, you buried it so deep and you're telling me you're this big? Do you deserve it? Do you deserve to be buried so deep? Chen Feng was so angry that his mouth frothed and he cursed several times before his anger subsided. Throwing the silver grains into the bottle and standing up with the detector. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng looked in a direction and prepared to go that way, looking back at the painted spell as he was leaving. Mud, garbage. After saying that, Chen Feng walked forward. In this manner, Chen Feng explored for a few more hours and harvested a dozen silver grains, which were probably worth about $500. Chen Feng felt his stomach growling a bit as he looked for the bottom of a dense bush, looked in the direction of the sunlight, and directly drilled in. This bush was fine. He could just about sit without hitting his head, and the shade was pretty good. Pulling bread from his bag along with water, he tore it open and ate it. When he had finished the bread, he opened another ham sausage with his teeth. Now that he was hot and tired, he wasn't really in the mood to put a sausage in his bread, as long as he could get it in his stomach. When he finished eating, Chen Feng unscrewed another bottle of water. The previous bottle had already been finished by him. Chapter 90, I want to be buried here. After gulping down a small half of the bottle, Chen Feng put down the bottle and burped, taking out a cigarette from his pocket and preparing to smoke one to rest for a while. A puff of smoke passed through his lungs and the exhaustion in his body eased slightly. He looked around. It was after 3 now, and with the long summer hours, he didn't expect it to get dark until around 7. But you can't be stuck so dead. You have to head back around 5 o'clock or you won't be able to tell where you're going at all once it gets dark. And that's a problem. A few minutes later, Chen Feng took a hard drag on the butt of the cigarette in his hand and twisted it out on the ground. A mouthful of thick smoke dispersed as Chen Feng stood up carrying the detector. Finding a direction slightly closer to the way he came, Chen Feng walked forward. Just after a few steps, the system gave a prompt. Chen Feng swept the range with his eyes, then carried the detector and began to probe back and forth. The effect of the big detector was really great, and Chen Feng had some regrets about why he hadn't bought it earlier. How much time would have been saved before if this had been purchased earlier? Ooh-hoo! Halfway through the sweep, the detector rang out, and Chen Feng pulled out a shovel and squatted down, starting to go over the soil one shovel at a time. After a morning of poking around, he discovered that the goods here were generally buried much deeper than in the small waste mines. Very rarely is it the kind of stuff that can be shoveled out in a few spades, and most of the time it takes a while to do so. This time, we can only do this first, and when we come back next time, Chen Feng will have to prepare some other tools in order to accelerate the speed of panning. I don't know how many shovels went down, and another pit was dug out in front of Chen Feng before the detector finally rang. Shaking the dirt from the shovel, Chen Feng passed the detector. The detector was still ringing, and Chen Feng shivered again. Halfway through the shaking, Chen Feng began to get on his hands and start picking at it. Soon he found a silver grain in the shovel that was about $60 or $70. Chen Feng pulled the bottle out of his pocket and threw the silver grains in. Holding his knees with his hands, Chen Feng stood up. There were times when I squatted for so long that my legs were a little numb, and I was still choking from kneeling on the gravel. Although it was a silver grain, Chen Feng felt fine, and was already quite satisfied as he had harvested almost 6,000 today. After driving around in circles until after 4 p.m., and panning for a few $100s worth of silver grains, plus the far warmer temperatures than back home, he was a little tired of walking all day. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, ready to head back. After walking for about 10 minutes, just as he was figuring out what to eat for the night, the system went off abruptly. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng collected his thoughts and looked to his side, drawing a range and carrying a detector to start probing. He was already satisfied with today's harvest, and any more pieces he scouted would be earned. It would be nice to have $100 in silver grains. Chen Feng pursed his lips and said somewhat casually, probing to a third of the position. The detector rang out. Chen Feng slowly squatted down and backhandedly pulled out the shovel, shoveled a shovelful of dirt over the probe. The detector didn't ring. Chen Feng lifted the soil off and shoveled another shovel. Just like this, spade after spade. Chen Feng was not in a hurry, and had a kind of leisure after the task was completed. I don't know how long it took before the detector finally rang out just as Chen Feng passed his spade over the detector. This time, Chen Feng also did not shake the shovel, but directly took it over, stretching out his hand in the shovel and slowly picking up the soil, every once in a while over the detector, in order to prevent themselves from picking off the goods did not see. A large shovelful of dirt was raked until only a third of it was left, and the goods actually hadn't come out yet. Of course this time Chen Feng is not anxious, just so slowly pick. Anyway, sooner or later will come out. As long as it is in the shovel there is no hurry. Not long after Chen Feng picks and picks, he suddenly sees a touch of yellow. Chen Feng instantly stares wide-eyed. His fingers pause, carefully watching that goods that reveals the tip of the iceberg. No way. Ah, sir. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth gradually rose. He was planning to call it a day. And this was the time to give himself a surprise? Reaching down, he picked that gold straight up, which was flaky and nowhere near as big as the one he'd panned in the morning. But it wasn't small either. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng looked at the gold piece in his hand and grinned a silent laugh. This piece of gold he estimated to be worth 1,000 or more, adding up to a haul of over 7,000 today. Putting the gold in the bottle, Chen Feng sat directly on his butt on the ground, overjoyed. 7,000 a day. What a concept. He simply loved this mine. As to just how much, if that's okay, he'd like to be buried here when he dies. Pulling a celebratory cigarette from his pocket, he took out his lighter and lit it. Chen Feng pinned the shovel to his bag and took a comfortable drag on his cigarette. Wrapping up for the day. The next task was to head back. Of course if you come across a shipment on the road, you certainly won't let it go. Halfway through his cigarette, he stood up, carrying the probe in the direction he had come from. On the other hand, Zheng Ping had a silver grain in his shovel, and he looked at it with a feeling of wanting to laugh at the sky. Deciding to come here to strike gold was definitely one of the best decisions he'd ever made. He had panned 5 grains of silver today, which added up to an income of over $240. $240. A day's income is as good as the previous little month and a half. It's really a gem of a place. If possible, he would like to be buried here when he dies in the future. Putting the silver grains into the bottle, Zheng Ping stood up with full vigor. Although time was running out, he was a little reluctant to walk back. It was just that once it was dark and he didn't get back to the van, he was well aware of the consequences. So after thinking about it for a while, he decided to go back to the vicinity of the van and then take his chances by exploring a little further not too far away while it was still light. Meanwhile, Yin Xing was kneeling on the other side of the room, looking at a grain of gold in the pit. His entire body was simply dumbfounded, and for a while, he could not believe that this was true. With a somewhat trembling hand, he reached into the pit, squeezed the grain of gold, and wiped it with a harried breath. After determining that it was really gold, Yin Xing held the grain of gold in both hands and looked up at the piercing sun in the sky with a smile that gradually grew bigger. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was rather like a feeling of bitterness and relief from heavy pressure. No one knew if this place was going to work before they came. And with the road toll counting food and drink, a $400 phone bill was a total gamble for them. Everyone didn't say anything on the surface, but inside they were all apprehensive. At this moment, after panning out this gold grain, Yin Xing finally let go of the pressure in his heart, and the big stone that had been pressed in his stomach finally dissipated, and he had never been so relaxed. The gold was worth about 400. And counting the silver grains he'd panned, he'd make around 600 for the day. In the past, he rarely made this much in a month. Let's just say that there are times in life when you do have to take a gamble, just in case you win. Chapter 91, Missing Persons. He stood up with the gold in his hand, grinning from ear to ear as he scrutinized it. I looked at it for half a day before reluctantly putting it in a bottle and moving on. This place out of the gold. Yin Xing certainly cannot let go. Bound to pan this place before. Walking along the road absent-mindedly detecting, Yin Xing let out a laugh from time to time, full of that piece of gold just now. Completely forgetting Zheng Ping's advice, he forgot that it was time to head back. When it was just dark, Chen Feng finally returned to the van's meeting point, and at this time, there were already 3 or 4 people gathered outside the van chatting. Among them was Zheng Ping. Feng Zi. Zheng Ping waved excitedly at the sight of Chen Feng, unable to wait to tell him the good news. How long have you guys been back? Chen Feng asked curiously as he quickly walked over. Harm. Also just came back. After all, the first time to this place. Early back a few minutes alright, if late cannot get it. The bystander replied. Peek, how many goods did you get today? Zheng Ping asked with a hefty smile. A few $100. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said. You can. It's still you. Let's just say you're lucky. You're now the one who's been poking around the most out of all of us. Zhang Ping patted Chen Feng's shoulder and complimented. What about you guys? Chen Feng looked at a few people. It was obvious that they were in a rather good mood, and they probably hadn't panned around much. I plucked nearly 256 goods today. Ha ha ha. I've never plucked this much before. Zhang Ping couldn't help but be happy when he mentioned it. I'm the least today, but there will be 200. I'm 234, right? No talent. Around 207 in person. Ha ha. Several people said their gains separately and looked at each other all laughing. Today's harvest all exceeded their expectations. This place is really good. This place is really the right place. The goods are really too much more than at home. The key is that none of our average income is low. That proves that it's not anyone's luck. But this place really has a lot of goods, Zhang Ping said excitedly. Everyone quite agreed with this statement and all nodded their heads. They knew that they didn't have the same kind of heaven-defying luck as Chen Feng. After all, the gold rush saint body wasn't covered, and they didn't expect to really be able to dig out a big gold brick one day. As long as they were digging up a few small silver grains every day, they were content. Huang Fei got out of the car sleepily at this time, looked at the few people who came back and stretched. Back? Woke up from your nap? Chen Feng laughed. Actually, it's okay, but if I sleep again, I should not be able to sleep again at night. Have a meal with you guys. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And then sleep again at night. Huang Fei lit a cigarette and said, What kind of harvest? Huang Fei asked curiously. A few people have glanced at each other when they heard the words, and the corners of their mouths could not hide their smiles as Zhang Ping told him about the harvest. Asterisk 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 so top? Huang Fei was shocked at the words. Then you see, it's also possible that there are more goods in this part of the world, so we won't know tomorrow. Zhang Ping added, if there are so many in this place, there must be some in other places as well. We've really come to the right place this time. Huang Fei said happily. Huang Fei didn't eyeball them for earning more. On the contrary, he wanted them to earn more. That way he can bag more of his cars, and he also has a detector. So he's okay with probing. And a little more income is a little more income. Of course the main reason is that during the day Chen Feng and his party went out to pan for gold. Just Huang Fei stayed in the car by himself. And that was too boring. Not as interesting as going out to pan for gold enough. Alright, guys, let's get ready to eat. The temperature difference here at night is said to be not small. Let's first chop some firewood, build a fire, and heat up all the dishes that can be heated. Zhang Ping went to the car and took 2 axes out. Give me a hand. You've all been tired all day. I'm in high spirits. Huang Fei reached out to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping smiled at his words and handed him an axe, and the two of them prepared to go chop wood. Chen Feng looked around a bit puzzled and said, There are still 2 people who haven't returned? Well, it's probably on its way back as well, Zhang Ping said as he glanced at the sky. It's just getting dark now, and that's okay. Chen Feng didn't think much of it. They only had 2 axes with them, so Chen Feng went to find them a bit of rock that could build something. Everyone acted individually, and the crowd did these tasks so often at home that it was easy and stress-free. Soon a circle surrounded by boulders was formed 2 meters away from the car. Zhang Ping threw the cut firewood into the circle and gathered some dead grass to prepare for the fire. In fact, just now when Zhang Ping said that he wanted to start the fire, there were 2 other people who felt as if it was not necessary. After all, the day was so hot. What is the point of starting the fire? How big can the temperature difference be? Cooler is better. It was just that as it got darker and darker, everyone felt something was wrong and the temperature was getting colder and colder. If it stopped now, it would be cool and comfortable, but if it got any lower, it would start to get a little chilly. Huang Fei also cut quite a bit of firewood and put it aside, ready to throw it into the fire later. The fire gradually rose. Some dry branches were ignited, and the flames grew more and more intense. Really, I've never been to a bonfire party in my life. It's almost the same as on TV. I didn't expect that we could have a bonfire party one day. A man looked at the bonfire and said with emotion, with a happy color on his face, with such a good harvest today, it's time to celebrate with a bonfire. Ha ha, simmer some rice for dinner later. Finally we don't have to eat cold. The other man laughed. Chinese people have an obsession with hot food. Always feel uncomfortable to eat cold things like, or hot food to get strong. Just as they were discussing how they were going to smother their meal, a man came out not far away. Their companion. Good guys, you've even raised the fire? The man laughed at the sight. Why are you back so late? Did you find something good? Zhang Ping asked with a smile. Don't mention it. I got lost on the way back and it took me a while to find it. The man raised his hand, exhausted, and sat on his butt. Hey, what about In Xing? Not with you? Someone asked with a frown. Seeing that the last light of day was left, how come In Xing hadn't come back yet? Not with me. I thought I was the last one. He's not back yet? The man said in surprise. When these words came out, a not-so-good thought rose in the hearts of the crowd. It's not good. Once there is no light at night, it is easy for people to get lost in the wrong direction and draw circles in the same place. What the hell? Zheng Ping took out his cell phone and dialed in Xing, but he couldn't get through there at all. He's gone too far. There's only half the signal here, and it's only going to get less and less as we go in. Chen Feng immediately understood what was going on when he saw this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this sand dollar crazy? It's dark and he's still not heading back? Zhang Ping frowned and cursed, continuing to make the call.